Early spring, 1974. At the foot of the mountain, beside a wide river, a deal was taking place.
10 yuan.
This woman is so thin, she probably can't have children. And look, she's been hit on the head. Who knows if she'll even survive? The man speaking was in his 30s, thin and greasy, his cotton jacket unwashed all winter. His shifty eyes kept glancing at the unconscious woman on the ground. His greedy stare made Chen Yingying feel sick. But when she thought about how from today on, Gu Yuning would have to live with such a disgusting man and could never escape, she felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. Let's see how that delicate young lady dares to cling to her brother now. Once her brother married his new wife, she would be the sister-in-law of the commander's daughter. No one would ever compare her to Gu Yuning again. The more Chen Yingying thought about it, the more excited she became. She was about to agree when her twin brother, Chen Xiangnan, suddenly spoke up. 50. Not a cent less. His cold eyes fixed on Gu Yuning. If you don't want to pay, I'll take her back myself. Second brother. Chen Yingying almost screamed. She's still our sister-in-law. So what? He snapped. He had wanted to marry the commander's daughter too, but their father had only given that chance to their older brother. Even after the marriage, he wasn't allowed near her. The commander's daughter. Why should his brother get everything? And now he was the one who had to deal with Gu Yuning. If things went wrong, he could end up in serious trouble. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. 50. Take it or leave it. The scrawny bachelor, afraid of losing such a beautiful woman, reluctantly handed over the money. Pain. Her head felt like it was being split open by 1,000 hammers. Gu Yuning's whole body tensed, cold sweat covering her skin. Voices buzzed around her. It took her a long time to understand what they were saying. These people were selling her. Unbelievable. First they hit her with a car, and now they wanted to sell her? Once she got out of this, she would make sure her former boss paid for everything. There were 3 of them. Gu Yuning didn't dare open her eyes. She just listened carefully. The buyers and sellers were on her right. On her left, she could hear the sound of rushing water. She could swim. If she jumped into the river, she might have a chance to live. If she was sold into some remote mountain village, life would be worse than death. Even if they didn't sell her, being taken back by them would be a nightmare. She could not let herself end up like this.
Deal.
Hearing the 3 men walking toward her, Gu Yuning knew this was her only chance. The police are here. The sudden sharp shout startled the 3 of them. They were already nervous and almost ran. But something felt wrong. Where was Gu Yuning? When they turned around, they saw her running toward the river. They tried to chase her, but she had already jumped in and was swept away by the current. The moment she entered the water, Gu Yuning realized she had made a mistake. The water was freezing and the current was too strong. She couldn't swim at all and sank after struggling a few times. Darn it! If she survived, she would make those 2 who betrayed her pay. Just as she thought she was going to die, she heard a splash, and then everything went dark. Lulin didn't have much trouble pulling her to shore. Her clothes were soaked, and her face was pale as snow. He quickly looked away and helped adjust her clothes to keep her warm. Though his face stayed calm, the redness at his ears gave away his unease. His heartbeat quickened. Taking a deep breath, Lulin forced himself to focus. He didn't know what had happened to her, but she must have been desperate to jump into the river. Having learned first aid in the army, he began chest compressions, but she didn't respond. She had swallowed too much water. There was no time to lose. He supported her neck, tilted her head back, and gave her rescue breaths. Suddenly, the woman coughed hard and opened her eyes. Gu Yuning was still dazed. When she had fainted, she seemed to enter a strange place, a deserted courtyard, a nearly dry spring. Please help me take revenge. And take care of my parents. The faint voice startled her awake. When she opened her eyes, she met a pair of deep black eyes. Was she dreaming? Otherwise, how could she be in the arms of such a handsome man? Judging by his clothes, he was a soldier. Gu Yuning stared at him, his sharp features and strong build impossible to ignore. His dark skin only made him look more striking. The sight of those damp eyelashes made Gu Yuning's heart tremble. She had entered the entertainment industry at 18 and, after 5 years of hard work, had become a top agent. She had seen all kinds of handsome men, yet never one who suited her taste so perfectly. Her former assistants used to joke that her heart was sealed in concrete and that she would stay single forever. But after narrowly escaping danger and giving him artificial respiration just moments ago, she thought it wouldn't be too much if I kissed him back now, right? Comforting herself with that thought, Gu Yuning leaned forward and kissed him. His lips were soft. It felt like discovering something entirely new. Though she had little experience, she wasn't completely clueless. Soon, however, she began to regret it. At first, she took the lead, but the man quickly took control. Her heartbeat raced, her breath caught, and she felt completely overwhelmed. Suddenly, a sharp pain on her lip brought her back to her senses, and she quickly pushed him away. Lu Lin realized what had happened. Their teeth had bumped, leaving a small cut on her lip. His face grew even warmer.
I'm sorry.
His intense gaze made Gu Yuning instinctively touch her lips.
Blood.
Are you part wolf or something? She muttered. Her voice, softer than usual, carried a faint tremor. A blush spread across her pale cheeks, and Lu Lin's heart gave a jolt. He stepped back quickly, though he couldn't help recalling how close they had just been, and the warmth of her lips. His face was still hot, though his darker skin tone hid it well. How are you feeling now?
He asked.
Gu Yuning noticed how pleasant his voice was, low, magnetic, and unexpectedly charming. She touched her ear and nodded. She almost wanted to kiss him again. I'm fine, she said. They were strangers, yet what had just happened made the air between them awkward and uncertain. Lu Lin pressed his lips together and looked down at her. Her dark red, worn jacket clung to her from the rain, outlining her slender figure. Her long black hair stuck to her pale face, making her look fragile and heartbreakingly delicate. Lu Lin clenched his fists, forcing himself not to reach out to her. Do you want me to take you home? He asked. Gu Yuning was about to answer when a flood of memories suddenly rushed into her mind. She unexpectedly found herself in the year 1974, living as a poor young woman whose parents and older brother had been sent away and who had married an unkind man with a greedy family. The original Gu Yuning was only 19 years old. Her grandfather had been a well-known businessman with great wealth. Before the country's victory, he had supported the army, and after the founding of the nation, he donated most of his fortune to ensure his family's safety. But after the old man passed away 2 years ago, some people began eyeing the Gu family again. Gu's father and mother were both university professors. Although they had not studied abroad, they were still considered part of the intellectual class. Her older brother worked at a research institute, which made his position even more sensitive. Before trouble came, Gu's father had already sensed danger. He transferred the ownership of their house to Gu Yuning's name and arranged her marriage. Chen Xiangdong, her childhood friend, promised Gu's father that he would protect Gu Yuning and never let her suffer. But on the very morning they got their marriage certificate, Gu's parents and brother were taken away. She never got to see them again. After that, Chen Xiangdong's attitude changed completely. His once kind family turned against her. She was mistreated and forced to hand over the 5,000 yuan her parents had secretly left her. Even the land deeds and jewelry were taken away. This time, her mother-in-law told her to accompany her younger brother and sister-in-law to visit relatives. But instead of finding those relatives, the twins knocked her out and sold her to a lonely man in a remote mountain village. They had planned this to get rid of her. If it didn't work once, they would surely try again. Gu Yuning was completely stunned. What could be worse than meeting someone who seemed perfect, only to realize she was already married? She regretted not being a little bolder earlier. Gu Yuning wasn't old-fashioned, but she still had her principles. She would never flirt with someone else while married. Other people who traveled through time gained special powers or met many handsome men. But she only felt helpless, like someone who could never truly join in the fun. Seeing her silent for a long time, Lu Lin couldn't help asking, "Are you feeling unwell?" He didn't quite dare to look at her. The first time had been an accident while saving her, but the second time, Lu Lin realized he had started to care about her. I feel uncomfortable everywhere, she muttered. HM? Her voice was too soft and Lulin didn't catch it. Gu Yuning forced a small smile. It's nothing. Thank you for helping me. My name is Gu Yuning. What's yours? When Gu Yuning stood up, she realized she only reached his chest. This man must be at least 1.9 meters tall. But his height didn't make him look clumsy. On the contrary, his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs made him look strong and confident. With his handsome, sharp features, he looked both cool and capable. He was clearly a man who knew what he was doing. Lulin looked down at her. After what had just happened, he felt he should take responsibility.
Lulin.
Gu Yuning looked up into his deep, dark eyes, and her heart began to race. What a charming man. Why did she have to be married? Lulin, thank you. Hearing her weak voice and seeing her pale face and trembling body, Lulin suddenly remembered that she had just fallen into the water. Her wet clothes were still clinging to her. He blamed himself for not noticing sooner. He was strong and didn't feel the cold, but she clearly couldn't handle it.
Come with me. Just now.
He wanted to say more, but before he could continue, someone interrupted. Boss, what happened? The sound of engines came from the road. Gu Yuning looked up and saw a military green jeep parked not far away. 2 more vehicles pulled up behind it, and soldiers in green uniforms were looking in their direction. Gu Yuning suddenly understood. Lulin, you must have things to do. Go ahead. Thank you for saving me. Time to leave. The way this handsome man looked at her was far from casual. And in this time period, people were very serious about relationships. She was afraid that if she stayed, things might get complicated. She couldn't get involved again, not until she ended things with her unfaithful husband. But asking this man to wait for her would make her no better than that man. They simply weren't meant to be. I'm not busy, Lulin said, taking her wrist. Come with me.
Huh.
Before she could refuse, he was already leading her forward. He slowed his pace so she could keep up easily. He looked like a tough, serious man, but he was actually gentle and considerate. That made Gu Yuning's heart beat even faster. Zhang Chong, make a pot of hot water. Everyone else, line up outside. Zhang Chong, Lulin's orderly, was an honest and dependable man. He quickly went to carry out the order. Before Gu Yuning could react, Lulin had already guided her into the back seat of the car. She felt as light as a small figurine in his arms. Before she could react, Lulin had already turned to the trunk, took out a neatly folded set of clothes, and handed them to Gu Yuning. Change out of your wet clothes. These are clean, I washed them. Looking at the khaki sweater, military pants, and coat in her arms, Gu Yuning was about to speak when Lulin took off his jacket and hung it over the car door, covering the window completely. Everyone, turn around. Lulin joined the other soldiers, all turning their backs to the car, giving off a strong sense of safety. Gu Yuning's heart raced wildly. Unfortunately, she silently blamed herself for being too proper. Not daring to think further, she quickly took off her wet clothes, kept her undergarments on, and changed into a sweater and pants. Comrade Gu, are you done changing? Lulin asked. Almost, came her voice from inside the car. Lulin raised an eyebrow. Why did she sound a little frustrated? After struggling with the clothes for a while, Gu Yuning finally gave up and called out for help. Lulin, can you find me a piece of string? Lulin didn't understand why she needed that, but then heard the car door open. Gu Yuning stepped out, looking helpless. The pants keep falling. Lulin turned around and saw her wrapped in his oversized sweater like a robe, the sleeves rolled up twice to reveal her slender hands. As for the pants, well, they were so long that if she didn't hold them up, they would slip right down. The soldiers who turned around couldn't help but laugh. Gu Yuning's face turned bright red. She hadn't realized how thin she had become. At 165 centimeters tall, she probably didn't even weigh 80 pounds. Thinner than most actresses known for their slim figures. It was clear how much hardship the original owner of this body had endured. Lulin frowned slightly, and the soldiers immediately stopped laughing, standing straight and serious again. He then stepped forward and handed her a thin rope. Use this to tie them up. She was too thin for a belt. It would just slip off. Gu Yuning looked up at him. Seeing no trace of mockery in his expression, she felt relieved. She thanked him, hurried back into the car, tied the rope securely, and finally freed her hands. "Boss, the hot water's ready." Zhang Chang came over holding a kettle. Lu Lin handed a cup to Gu Yuning, who had just gotten out of the car. "Have some hot water." With his other hand, he passed her a military towel. "Dry your hair."
Thank you.
Gu Yuning was a little surprised and looked up to see several curious eyes watching her. Their leader was usually as cold as a stone. Even the lead performer from the art troupe had once confessed to him and ended up crying after he scolded her. And now he was actually reminding a girl to dry her hair? Unbelievable. "Hello," Gu Yuning said politely with a smile. The soldiers quickly looked away, embarrassed. This young woman was so gentle and so beautiful. Lu Lin pressed his lips together. "Dry your hair." She had never smiled at him like that before.
Okay.
Gu Yuning took the towel and began drying her hair, but accidentally pulled the wound on the back of her head. She gasped softly in pain. Lu Lin immediately forgot about propriety, took the towel from her, and carefully moved her hair aside. He saw a cut about 3 centimeters long on the back of her head. The area around it was swollen and looked painful. Lu Lin's face darkened. "Bring the medicine and bandages." The medic, Li Duobao, came over with a small medical kit. "Comrade, let me help you with that." Gu Yuning was about to nod, but Lu Lin reached out, took the kit, and found the disinfectant. "Comrade Gu, this might sting a little."
All right.
Gu Yuning wasn't the type to complain, but when the disinfectant touched her wound, she tensed up from the pain. Those 2 troublemakers who hit her, she would definitely make sure they learned their lesson. Lu Lin worked quickly, applied the medicine, and wrapped the wound with gauze. Then he handed her his military coat. "The wound isn't too deep, but it's better to have it checked at the hospital. Zhang Chang, you, and the others go back first. I'll take Comrade Gu." "That's not necessary, really." Gu Yuning didn't like troubling others. They were more than 100 kilometers from the city, and she didn't want to waste his time. But Lu Lin simply opened the car door.
Don't waste time.
Firm, unquestionable, but not unpleasant. "Then thank you, Lu Lin." Zhang Chang's eyes lit up, and he grinned. "Comrade, our boss is a battalion commander, only 26 years old." Their leader clearly treated this young woman differently, so it was worth mentioning his good qualities. He was already at an age where most people were married, yet he still didn't have a wife. How unfortunate. Gu Yuning didn't think much of it. He must be very capable for his age. In peacetime, becoming a battalion commander at 26 was no small achievement. The man she had married before had served in the army for 3 years and was still just an ordinary soldier. Lu Lin's lips curved slightly as he gave Zhang Chang a few more instructions before turning to get into the car. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gu Yuning said, "Captain Lu, I hope I'm not troubling you too much. You can just drop me off at the nearest station. My home is in the capital. It's quite far." "It's no trouble. I just finished a mission and have half a day off anyway." "Oh, thank you then." Since they weren't familiar with each other and Gu Yuning was feeling tired, she didn't speak again. The car grew quiet, with only the sound of their breathing. After changing clothes, Gu Yuning felt warm and comfortable. The emotional ups and downs had worn her out, and she was getting sleepy, like a drowsy cat. Lu Lin didn't even notice the faint smile on his lips. Trying to stay awake, Gu Yuning said, "Captain Lu, could you take me to the nearest police station instead?" She had thought it over and decided she couldn't wait until she returned to the capital to report the crime. They needed to catch those people quickly, before the Chen family realized what was happening. I thought you were going back to the capital? There's something I need to take care of first." Lu Lin didn't press further. After a moment of silence, he asked, "You're traveling alone? Are you a young volunteer working in the countryside?" Gu Yuning didn't hide the truth. "I came with my husband's younger brother and sister to visit relatives." She thought it best to make things clear early on. Lu Lin felt as if his heart had dropped into a pit. His expression stiffened. "Your husband's brother?
So,
you're married?" "Yes, I've been married for a year." Lu Lin's lips tightened.
That's good.
He had been thinking of asking if she was interested in marriage, but now he knew she already was. No wonder she hadn't mentioned that kiss. When Lu Lin stayed silent, Gu Yuning knew he had understood. After drinking some hot water and wearing warm clothes, she grew even sleepier. Forcing herself to stay alert, she asked, "Captain Liu, could you tell me your address? I'll wash these clothes and return them to you." "No need. You can keep them." By then, Lu Lin had regained his composure, but his tone was cold. It was completely different from before. Gu Yuning sighed inwardly. It was a pity to give up on such a handsome man. But he refused to keep the clothes so decisively. He really had quite a temper. In her impression, supplies were scarce in this era, and fabric coupons were hard to get. Even in the capital, many people still wore patched clothes. Yet Lu Lin didn't hesitate to give up a good coat and sweater. Could he be a bit of a clean freak? As she was lost in thought, the car soon stopped in front of the town's public security bureau. From a distance, Gu Yuning saw the old-style slogans on the wall. Work hard, be loyal to the party and the people, patriotism, unity, progress, and so on. At that moment, she finally felt the reality of having traveled through time. She instinctively reached for the pendant on her chest, but it was gone. "What's wrong?" Seeing her uneasy expression, Lu Lin couldn't help but ask. "It's nothing." Gu Yuning didn't want to talk about how she felt. Though everything was unfamiliar, she knew she had to survive first. "Captain Liu, I'll get off here at the Public Security Bureau. Thank you for bringing me. I wish you a safe trip." Her farewell made Lu Lin look at her deeply. "Go ahead. I'll wait for you at the door." "That's not necessary. I can go back later by myself. I don't want to trouble you." Lu Lin asked coldly, "Do you have travel money? I'll borrow some from the officers here." She wasn't sure if that would work. Her innocent expression made Lu Lin smile slightly, his tone softening.
Go on.
He didn't want to talk to her anymore. She was married, yet she had kissed him. Feeling annoyed, Lu Lin closed his eyes to rest. Gu Yuning quietly thanked him, took her old clothes, and went into the Public Security Bureau. Seeing her ill-fitting clothes and the bandage on her head, the guard hurried over to ask what was wrong. When he learned she was there to report a case, he became even more concerned. After registering her information, he called over a passing officer to help her. They were warm and considerate. The police uniforms of that time were blue, different from what she was used to seeing. Gu Yuning couldn't help but wonder if she might return to the modern world after a night's sleep. She didn't exaggerate anything, just told the whole story from beginning to end. Even so, the danger she described was enough to shock everyone. Did the younger brother-in-law and sister-in-law really work together to sell their sister-in-law? That was truly shocking. Although the town's police station was small, they took this serious case very seriously. After confirming where Chen Yingying and Chen Xiangnan might have gone, the officers immediately went out to arrest them. Police officer Yao Shui stayed behind to accompany Gu Yuning. She quickly poured her a glass of water and brought 2 steamed buns from the cafeteria. "Comrade Gu, please eat something first. We will never let any criminal escape justice." "Thank you." Gu Yuning thanked her. She was indeed hungry, so she ate 1 bun. "There's still 1 more. Go ahead and finish it." Yao Shui watched her eat so politely and couldn't help but feel fond of her. Such a beautiful young woman, yet she had suffered so much. How pitiful. Those who hurt her must be caught and punished. "Your face looks so pale. Eat more so you can recover faster." Unfortunately, the cafeteria didn't have much good food. These buns with cabbage and bits of pork fat were already the best they had. But Comrade Gu was truly beautiful. Just sitting there, she looked like a painting, making it hard for anyone to look away. Yao Shui had seen many people in her line of work, yet she found herself staring blankly as Gu Yuning ate. How could someone look so graceful even while eating a bun? Because of her work, Gu Yuning was used to being looked at, but being watched so openly still made her a little uneasy. "Officer Yao, I'm full now, thank you." The buns were delicious. Her gentle tone made Yao Shui's heart ache even more. "Eat a bit more. That's hardly enough." If only she had better food to offer, she would have loved to get something more nourishing for Gu Yuning. "I'm really full," Gu Yuning said with a small smile. That smile made Yao Shui lose focus for a moment. How could someone be so beautiful? Her delicate features were striking, her pale skin almost as white as snow. Her long black hair had a slight wave, making her look even softer and more fragile. Wrapped in a military coat, she looked small and gentle, stirring a feeling of protectiveness. How could anyone not cherish a woman like her? Yet her husband had allowed his own siblings to betray her. Suddenly, Yao Shui noticed that Gu Yuning's trousers didn't fit well. They were rolled up several times at the bottom. Gu Yuning was truly beautiful, calm, and graceful, so no one really noticed what she was wearing. "Comrade Gu, I have a pair of pants here. You can change into them first," Yao Shui said as she took out a new pair she had just made for her younger sister. She hadn't had time to go home these past few days, so she hadn't brought them back yet. Gu Yuning felt embarrassed to accept them, but Yao Shui insisted. Such a lovely young woman deserved the best. Unable to refuse, Gu Yuning accepted them. She remembered that the original owner of this body had some savings, so she said, "When I get back, I'll send them to Officer Yao." She planned to buy a new pair later and add a few other things as thanks. She didn't want such a kind and warm-hearted officer to suffer any loss. Just as Gu Yuning finished changing, the police brought back Chen Xiangnan and Chen Yingying. From a distance, Gu Yuning could already hear Chen Yingying's sharp voice. "Why are you arresting me? This is illegal. I'm a broadcaster. I can meet with leaders. When I get back, I'll expose your wrongdoing." Her arrogance drew everyone's attention, and people from the station came out to see what was happening. "She's a broadcaster? That's a good job. This young woman must be someone important. Will arresting her cause trouble?" Hearing the murmurs, Gu Yuning wasn't surprised. Being a broadcaster was indeed a respectable job, one that allowed contact with officials. Chen Yingying had always been proud of that. But that job had originally belonged to the former owner of Gu Yuning's body. Before getting the job, Chen Yingying had called her sister-in-law sweetly. After getting it, she made her wash her clothes and treated her harshly. If she was in a bad mood, she would even hit her. There was not a trace of gratitude. It was Chen Yingying who had knocked the original owner unconscious. Gu Yuning instinctively touched the back of her head. It still hurt. Her eyes turned cold. Chen Xiangnan, with his hands cuffed behind his back, looked disheveled and nothing like his usual self. He shouted, "My brother is a platoon leader, and my sister-in-law is the daughter of a high-ranking official. Arresting military family members like us is a crime." The officers looked at him with disdain. One said coldly, "No matter who you are, if you break the law, you'll be punished." Chen Yingying suddenly lifted her chin proudly and said, "Nonsense. People like us could never commit a crime. My sister-in-law is the daughter of a deputy commander. You'd better let us go right now, or if I miss their wedding, my sister-in-law will make you pay for it." "Yingying, I'm not the daughter of any high-ranking officer." The familiar voice made Chen Yingying freeze mid-shout. Her eyes widened, her mouth hung open, and after a long moment, she stared in disbelief. "Gu Yuning, you're alive? That's impossible. You can't swim. You should have drowned." "No, you're not Gu Yuning." For the first time, panic and guilt showed on Chen Yingying's face. Gu Yuning sneered inwardly. She wasn't the original person, but that didn't stop her from seeking justice. "Yingying, you knocked me out and tried to sell me. Luckily, I escaped. I even gave you my job and treated you like my own sister. Why did you do this to me?"
You.
Chen Yingying's guilt was written all over her face. She didn't dare look at Gu Yuning. The officers exchanged glances, already convinced that Gu Yuning was telling the truth. Chen Xiangnan stared in disbelief.
Gu Yuning, is that really you?
"How dare you call the police on us?" Everyone knew that Gu Yuning used to be timid and quiet, the kind of person who would tremble at a raised voice. Chen Xiangnan had always enjoyed bullying her. And now this timid woman had actually reported him? Unbelievable. He glared at her fiercely. "Let me go right now, or you'll regret it. My brother won't forgive you either." Even now, these two fools still dared to threaten her? Gu Yuning lowered her eyes, hiding the sharpness in them, and pretended to shrink back behind Officer Yao Shui. "Officer Yao, I'm scared. What if they try to sell me again? I have nowhere to go." Yao Shui could feel her trembling. She was clearly terrified. The more Yao Shui thought about it, the angrier she became. If they dared to threaten Gu Yuning even in the police station, who knew how they had treated her before? This is the police station. Watch your attitude. You tried to sell your own sister-in-law. How heartless can you be? Take them away and question them properly. Yes, ma'am. The officers tightened their grip, and Chen Xiangnan cried out in pain, unable to say another word. The onlookers were filled with anger after hearing what had happened. Oh my. The younger brother-in-law tried to sell his sister-in-law, and his older brother didn't stop him? Didn't you hear that his brother is holding a wedding banquet today? Maybe he was the one who told him to do it. That's terrible. That poor young woman. Being pointed at and talked about, Chen Yingying finally began to feel afraid. But when she saw Gu Yuning being protected by the police and kind-hearted people, Chen Yingying felt unwilling to accept it.
Gu Yuning.
How dare you accuse me wrongly? You were fine just now. Tell the police to let me go. I didn't break the law. You jumped into the river yourself. You tried to harm yourself, and now you're blaming me. Why couldn't Gu Yuning just disappear quietly? If she were gone, the Chen family's life would only get better. Why did she have to survive? Chen Yingying's resentment grew stronger. It was your brother who remarried and thought I was in the way. Gu Yuning's thin body trembled, as if she could no longer bear the pressure. She said softly, Yingying, my parents are still waiting for me. I just want to live. Her sorrow moved everyone who heard her, and many had tears in their eyes. Such a good young woman, with her parents still alive. How could she want to die? An elderly woman who had come to deliver food wiped her tears and pointed at Chen Yingying, scolding loudly. You heartless girl. You were just bragging that your brother married an official's daughter, and that you were going to the wedding. You clearly looked down on the poor and wanted to get rid of this young woman because she was in your way. Where's your police chief? If you don't punish them properly today, I'll go to the higher authorities and ask if ordinary people like us are just meant to be bullied by the powerful. Her words struck a chord with everyone present. They were all ordinary people, and what happened to Gu Yuning could easily happen to their own sisters or daughters. The town's police station was near the supply and marketing cooperative, right in the busy area. Many people rushed over after hearing the news. Give us justice. We common people demand fairness. Hearing about Gu Yuning's suffering and seeing the wrongdoer still shouting while the victim looked so frail made everyone furious. We're already living in a new era. How can such shameless people still exist? When the police chief arrived, he was met with this heated scene. The crowd was emotional and angry. If he didn't handle this properly, there would surely be trouble, and his position as chief would be over. The chief was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, the director had already heard the full report on the way. He said seriously, everyone please don't worry. The police will handle this case fairly. No one's family connections will make a difference. Then he ordered that Chen Yingying and Chen Xiangdong be separated for questioning. At that moment, Chen Yingying finally began to feel afraid. Her face turned pale, and her legs went weak.
No.
I didn't. It wasn't me. Gu Yuning, please help me. She seemed to realize she was in serious trouble, but it was too late for regret. Gu Yuning just looked heartbroken and helpless. Since the director had spoken, the police acted quickly. They covered Chen Yingying's mouth and took her straight to the interrogation room. If she had something to say, she could explain it inside. As for Gu Yuning, the victim, she received a lot of comfort. The elderly woman who had spoken first took a piece of candy from her pocket and said kindly, Girl, have a piece of candy. May your heart feel sweet again, and may your days ahead be full of sweetness. It was just an ordinary fruit candy, an old-fashioned kind that no longer existed in Gu Yuning's time. Yet to her, it was the sweetest candy she had ever tasted. It seemed to calm her confusion and pain.
Thank you, Grandma.
Seeing her smile, everyone finally felt relieved. To reassure the people, the director said that someone should take Gu Yuning home. Just as she was about to agree, she looked up and saw a tall figure in a green military uniform leaning quietly against a red brick wall. It was Lu Lin. With his short hair and striking features, tall and straight posture, he stood out easily in the crowd. He hadn't left? Gu Yuning thought she saw a faint smile on his lips, but before she could be sure, Lu Lin had already walked up to the director and politely extended his hand. Director, there's no need to trouble anyone. I'll take Comrade Gu home. The director instinctively bent slightly to shake his hand, then realized it was unnecessary. Why was he being so respectful to a young man? Comrade, you are?
I'm Lulin.
I was the one who rescued Comrade Gu and brought her here to the station. Gu Yuning added gratefully, yes, if it weren't for Captain Liu, I would have drowned today. He was the one who brought me here. So you're Comrade Liu. Truly a soldier of the people, the director said with admiration. Lu Lin looked young, yet he was already a captain. It was certainly wise to stay on good terms with someone like him. Lu Lin exchanged a few polite words before saying, Director Zhang, I'm in a hurry. I'll take Comrade Gu back first. Oh, of course. I won't keep you any longer. Gu Yuning made sure to say goodbye to Officer Yao before leaving.
Thank you, Officer Yao.
Yao Shui watched them walk away, one tall and strong, the other slender and graceful, and thought they looked quite good together. But then she remembered that Gu Yuning was married, even if she might soon get divorced. That would still make it her second marriage. Someone as outstanding as Lu Lin probably had very high standards. What a pity. Still, Yao Shui felt that the name Lu Lin sounded familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Once they got in the car, Gu Yuning thanked him again. Since they weren't close and she knew he was particular about cleanliness, she didn't know what else to say. After such a long day, she felt tired and closed her eyes to rest. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. Her sleep was deep but uneasy. Countless memories flashed through her mind, giving her a headache. She woke up suddenly, feeling disoriented. As she moved, something slipped down onto her. It was a military green jacket. It looked familiar. She turned her head and saw that Lu Lin had taken off his jacket. Over his shirt, he wore a slightly worn red knitted vest. Without the jacket, the strong lines of his arms were more visible, and his focused profile looked especially handsome. People often said that men looked their best when they were serious about their work. Gu Yuning completely agreed. She unconsciously touched her lips. In her dream, she seemed to see Lu Lin giving her first aid. Sensing her gaze, Lu Lin turned to her and explained, You fell asleep just now. I was worried you might bump your head, so I put my jacket there. Gu Yuning looked down at the jacket on her lap and finally understood.
Thank you.
She quickly smoothed out the wrinkles on his jacket, feeling a little embarrassed. I keep troubling you, Captain Liu. After checking that there were no marks on the jacket, she quietly sighed in relief. He was known to be very particular about cleanliness. If he didn't want the jacket back, it would be a waste. It was far too big for her to wear. This jacket. I'll take it, Lu Lin said, taking it back with one hand and placing it on his lap. Gu Yuning pressed her lips together and looked out the window to ease the awkwardness, only to realize they were almost home. Is it here? Yes. Lu Lin suddenly asked, Your husband's family treated you that way. What are you going to do? What else can I do? Of course, I'll get a divorce. I'm not here to collect other people's problems, Gu Yuning said matter-of-factly. A faint smile appeared on Lu Lin's lips but quickly faded. The car stopped at the entrance of the alley. Thank you for driving me home, Captain Liu. I'll make sure to repay your kindness someday, Gu Yuning said politely. Just as she was about to get out, Lu Lin handed her a small note. My address, he said. Gu Yuning looked surprised. He hadn't given it to her before, and now he was offering it himself?
Didn't you say you wanted to repay me?
Lu Lin raised an eyebrow. His usually serious face carried a hint of charm, subtle but striking. Gu Yuning silently recited a calming phrase to herself. Thankfully, she had met many handsome men before, or she might have lost her composure. All right, she said, taking the note. Lu Lin's expression softened. You can just call me Lu Lin from now on. Okay, Lu Lin. But Gu Yuning didn't think there would be a next time. They clearly lived in different worlds, and it was unlikely they'd meet again. Though countless people had called his name before, when Gu Yuning said it, Lu Lin felt a strange warmth run down his spine. He quickly steadied himself. Can you get home safely on your own? Sensing his concern, Gu Yuning smiled. I'll be fine. I just need to settle a few things, it won't be a big problem. She already had a plan in mind.
Be careful, he said. Thank you.
Goodbye, Lu Lin. After saying goodbye, Gu Yuning walked into the alley. As she looked around at the old bricks and stones, her memories slowly became clearer. Although she had the original person's memories, many parts were still blurry, as if separated by a thin veil. After all, she wasn't the same person, and she didn't care much about the past. The alley had an old-fashioned feel, and the few people passing by wore dull-colored clothes, matching the atmosphere of this time period. Having suddenly traveled to such a backward era, Gu Yuning couldn't help feeling a bit frustrated. She couldn't live in peace until the Chen family's matter was settled. All because of that awful man. If she didn't deal with him properly today, she wouldn't feel satisfied. Before she even reached home, Gu Yuning heard the sound of celebration. It was lively and noisy. Shulan, Xiangdong has really made something of himself. Not only did he become a platoon leader, but he's also marrying the daughter of a high-ranking officer. His future is bright. Don't forget your big brother when the time comes. Brother, listen to you. Xiangdong is only a deputy platoon leader. Though she spoke modestly, her pride was obvious to everyone. I'll go greet my in-laws now. Yes, my in-law is a brigade commander.
Ha!
They had used the excuse of visiting a sick uncle to trick the original owner into being sold to an old bachelor, just so the twins could take her house and help Chen Xiangdong marry his new bride. The Chen family had truly drained the original owner of everything. Gu Yuning stepped into the courtyard. The first thing she saw upon entering was a big red wedding symbol. It was so bright it almost hurt the eyes. There were 8 full tables of guests, each with 12 dishes, plenty of meat and vegetables. It might not seem much in modern times, but in 1974, it was a grand wedding feast. Each table even had a plate of wedding candies, along with sunflower seeds and peanuts. The atmosphere was cheerful and festive. Thinking back, when the original owner got married, they only registered their marriage quietly. It took a long time before the neighbors even knew, and there hadn't been a single piece of wedding candy. In comparison, Gu Yuning truly felt sorry for the original owner. Caring too much for the wrong man only brought misery. Miss, come sit down. A sharp-looking middle-aged woman pulled Gu Yuning to a seat. I haven't seen you before. Are you from the groom's side? Gu Yuning's eyes lit up. Annie, are you from the bride's family? Perfect. She could gather some information. Yes, I'm the bride's aunt. You can call me Aunt Shuang, the woman said proudly. Even though our Yan Yan is marrying below her status, our Lu family has good manners. We won't look down on anyone. As long as their future children take the Lu family name, that's enough. Gu Yuning couldn't help but smile. So Chen Xiangdong is marrying into your family then? Oh, the Lu family doesn't just accept anyone, Aunt Shuang said with a reserved smile, her tone faintly dismissive. Even though Xiangdong is a deputy platoon leader now, his background is still a bit lacking. In other words, he wasn't even qualified to be considered a son-in-law by marriage. Gu Yuning almost laughed out loud. Suddenly, Gu Yuning noticed that 2 people at the table looked uneasy. After asking around, she learned that they were actually the director and deputy director of the soap factory. Chen Xiangdong's father, Chen Zhonghua, was just a workshop supervisor at that factory. Normally, the son of a small supervisor getting married wouldn't attract the top leaders to attend in person. It seemed Chen Zhonghua had mentioned that his in-laws were quite special, so the 2 leaders came to build a connection. But unexpectedly, they ended up sitting with the bride's aunt, and Chen Xiangdong's family background was completely exposed. Thinking about how awkward it would be for Chen Zhonghua to face his bosses at work later, Gu Yuning almost burst out laughing. The Chen family had really lost face this time. I have to say, Chen Xiangdong is really lucky. Yanran is such an outstanding girl. Even without my brother-in-law status, she's not someone an ordinary man could dream of marrying. Yes, Gu Yuning nodded repeatedly. The braised beef tasted great, tender, and flavorful. I just wonder if Xiangdong can live up to expectations. After 3 years in the army, he's only a deputy platoon leader. His promotion seems a bit slow. Right. The chicken stew with potatoes was delicious, especially with the wild mushrooms added in. It had no bitterness, only a rich, fresh taste. Gu Yuning was very satisfied with the meal. Well, my brother-in-law is a brigade commander. He hopes Xiangdong will do well and have a few sons to carry on the family line.
Cough.
Gu Yuning almost laughed out loud. What if they don't have a son? Will Qin Xiangdong be kicked out? Meeting Gu Yuning's amused gaze, Zhuang Xiu felt a bit uneasy, but couldn't tell why. Of course. Our Lu family doesn't keep useless people.
Ha ha ha.
Qin Xiangdong had really married into quite a family. What a scene. The two factory leaders' expressions kept changing. Unable to stay any longer, they quickly found an excuse to leave. Zhuang Xiu didn't notice anything wrong. Curling her lips, she said disdainfully, his first wife ran off with someone else. A man who can't even keep his wife must be quite incapable. Gu Yuning's face darkened. Was the gossip now about her own family? Who are you saying ran off with someone else? Qin Xiangdong's first wife, of course. You didn't know? Zhuang Xiu said quickly. Well, Xiangdong only married her out of sympathy. She came from a family that had fallen out of favor. Who would have thought that ungrateful brat would betray him and embarrass Xiangdong like that? Gu Yuning picked up the plate of braised eggplant and dumped it right on Zhuang Xiu's face.
Ah!
Zhuang Xiu screamed. What's wrong with you, you crazy woman? How dare you insult me? It was one thing to mock that unfaithful man, but insulting Gu Yuning was something she couldn't stand. Gu Yuning flipped the table over.
Crash.
Plates and bowls shattered all over the floor. Inside the main room, Qin Xiangdong was trying to please his father-in-law when he heard Zhuang Xiu scream. Everyone at the table looked uneasy. Lu Zhenghua frowned. Xiangdong, go check what's going on. It's your wedding day. Let's not have any trouble. Although Lu Yanan was only his stepdaughter, Lu Zhenghua had never really liked Qin Xiangdong. After 3 years in the army, he still looked weak and unimpressive, and he wasn't very tall either. If he hadn't recently earned a big achievement, he wouldn't have been promoted to deputy platoon leader. The problem was, he was too flattering and shallow, hardly someone reliable. But Yanan liked him. So Lu Zhenghua only gave a few words of advice. These days, we're all encouraged to live simply, yet the Qin family prepared 12 dishes and invited so many relatives. It's too extravagant. You should keep that in mind for the future. Mr. and Mrs. Chen's faces darkened, and they instinctively looked toward their in-law, Zhuang Minqiu. Zhuang Minqiu gracefully dabbed her mouth with a napkin, then smiled gently. Old Lu, they just wanted to show their sincerity and how much they care for Yanan. Don't be so serious. Lu Zhenghua's expression softened a little. Qin Xiangdong, however, was secretly upset. Even though he had already married Lu Yanan, he had only met Lu Zhenghua twice. Each time, the man frowned at him, clearly dissatisfied. Yes, Dad, Qin Xiangdong said with a forced smile, though resentment burned inside him. Just a little longer. Once Yanan had a child, everything in the Lu family would be his. But before he could step outside, a loud crash came from the courtyard. Everyone stood up and hurried out. Mr. Chen's face turned dark. Whoever dared to cause trouble on his son's wedding day, he would not let them off. But just as he stepped out the door, something splattered all over his face. I can't take this anymore. My mother-in-law told me to visit relatives in the countryside with my sister-in-law. I barely made it back alive, only to find my husband marrying another woman. Qin Xiangdong, how could you do this to me? When she appeared, Gu Yuning was crying so hard that she looked completely heartbroken. Zhuang Xiu had just finished wiping the dirt off her face, and when she saw Gu Yuning like this, she was stunned. Wait a minute. Just earlier, when Qin Xiangdong was mentioned, Gu Yuning was eating happily and smiling. Who would have thought she was the ex-wife who had disappeared? Qin Xiangdong froze when he saw Gu Yuning and blurted out, "You're still alive." As soon as he said it, he regretted it and quickly added, "Ningning, this is all a misunderstanding. Mom, take Ningning inside to rest." He couldn't let Gu Yuning say anything more, or his life would be ruined. Zhang Shulan hurried to pull Gu Yuning away, but Gu Yuning, shaken and unsteady, dodged her hand and hid behind Zhuang Xiu. She shouted, "So you knew your brother and sister tried to harm me? Qin Xiangdong, if you wanted to marry someone else, you could have just said so. I would have let you go. But you tried to hurt me instead. Help. Call the police." If anything happens to me, it's the Chen family's doing. The crowd gasped in shock. Wasn't this supposed to be a wedding? How did it turn into a crime scene? The guests were stunned, and even the uninvited neighbors gathered around to watch the drama unfold. As more people arrived, Chen Xiangdong grew anxious. Gu Yining, this is my wedding day. Stop making a scene.
Mom.
Zhang Shulan rushed forward, trying to cover Gu Yining's mouth. Gu Yining, stop talking nonsense. You must be confused.
I'll take you to the hospital right now.
Gu Yining stepped aside, causing Zhuang Xiao to lose her balance and tumble into Zhang Shulan. You're trying to silence me because you're guilty. Chen Xiangdong, you betrayed me and married someone else. Your brother and sister have already been caught. Don't even try to deny it. Chen Xiangdong's face turned dark. How did Gu Yining know everything? Had her innocent, trusting act before all been a setup, just to strike back at him today? Ningning, you've misunderstood. Chen Xiangdong tried to calm her, but Gu Yining quickly hid behind Lu Jinghua. Sir, please stand up for me. Right in front of you, the Chen family wants to lock me up. If you don't help me, I really can't survive.
Sobi.
Lu Jinghua looked coldly at Chen Zhonghua, his face dark and stern. He had once led soldiers in battle, and the Chen family's reaction clearly showed guilt. This young woman was most likely Chen Xiangdong's former wife. Outrageous. Chen Xiangdong, what is going on here? If you don't explain clearly, you'll face the law. Divorce and remarriage were one thing, but trying to silence someone was another. If this were a soldier, he would have dealt with him on the spot. Lu Zhenggua's sharp gaze carried such authority that no one in the courtyard dared to speak. Chen Zhonghua and his son Chen Xiangdong both looked pale. Chen Xiangdong even stepped back instinctively, filled with hatred toward Gu Yining. If Gu Yining had died, no one would have cared about a lonely girl. But she had come back alive. Everyone in the neighborhood could confirm her identity, so no amount of denial would help the Chen family now. Seeing her husband and son speechless, Zhang Shulan quickly said, Sir, it was Gu Yining who ran away with another man. That man must have harmed her for money. It has nothing to do with our Chen family. As she spoke, Zhang Shulan tried to hit Gu Yining. You troublemaker. How dare you come back? You're trying to ruin Xiangdong's life. Gu Yining quickly hid behind Lu Jinghua and shouted for help. Commander, they're already treating me like this in front of you. Please arrest them. Lu Jinghua's face turned even darker, and he began to believe Gu Yining's words. He was only a stepfather and hadn't interfered much in Lu Yanran's marriage. But because he hadn't investigated properly, such a huge problem had arisen. Lu Zhenghua had always valued his reputation, yet today he had lost all dignity. Stop. Do you think I'm dead? How dare you act violently? His face was completely black with anger. Two guards quickly stepped forward to protect him. Gu Yining took the chance to stand within the guards' protection and whispered just loud enough for Lu Jinghua to hear, Commander, they're looking down on you. Chen Zhonghua's face turned white. No, sir, I have the utmost respect for you. Gu Yining said, Then why did you let your son deceive me into marriage? Commander Lu, what do you think? Lu Jinghua looked coldly at Gu Yining. This young woman, why was she dragging him into her fight with the Chen family? Since Chen Xiangdong already has a wife, I cannot accept being called his in-law. No matter what, his daughter could never marry a man who is already married. Chen Zhonghua almost wanted to strangle Gu Yining. How had he never noticed before that she could be so sharp-tongued? He quickly signaled to Chen Xiangdong with his eyes, hinting that the most important thing now was to calm Gu Yining down and send her away. Chen Xiangdong hurriedly said, Gu Yining, I only feel sorry for you. I don't love you. Please let me go. Gu Yining finally looked at him. Without her old feelings clouding her view, she realized Chen Xiangdong was only slightly taller than her, about 1.7 meters at most. His body was poorly proportioned, and his legs weren't straight. His face was fair, but overly delicate, lacking any real masculinity. Gu Yining even suspected that he might have some health issues, which was why he had never been close to the original her. You think I'm clinging to you? Maybe you should look in the mirror first. Would I really chase after you? Gu Yining wiped away imaginary tears and said sadly, I'm just standing up for myself. Everyone present instinctively looked at Chen Xiangdong's pale face, then at Gu Yuning's striking beauty. Their expressions grew more and more awkward, as if silently saying that Chen Xiangdong was far too confident. Chen Xiangdong's face turned bright red. He felt burning shame. Lu Zhenghua grew even more displeased with him and said directly, "Dear friends and family, thank you for taking the time to attend the wedding. However, due to certain reasons, the ceremony is cancelled. Please go home for now." Most of the guests were there out of respect for Lu Zhenghua. Since he had spoken, who would dare to stay? That would only offend him. Seeing her wedding end like this, Lu Yanran panicked. "Dad, what are you doing? Everyone, don't leave. Today is my wedding day with Xiangdong. You all have to stay and give us your blessings." She wanted everyone to know that not only did she have a good father, but she was also marrying a good man. Now everything had been ruined by that woman. Dressed in red and round-faced, Lu Yanran suddenly stepped forward, roughly pushed Gu Yuning aside, and shouted angrily, "You shameless woman! Since you ran away with someone else, why did you come back to ruin my wedding with Xiangdong?" Caught off guard, Gu Yuning stumbled and hit the doorframe, pain shooting through her back as if it had been split open. Her temper flared. "Can't you see what kind of man he is? Why keep such a person around?" She spoke so bluntly because she didn't want an innocent girl to be deceived. Who would have thought Lu Yanran would actually start a fight with her? Lu Yanran looked at Gu Yuning's face, which appeared even more striking because of her anger, and felt a deep jealousy she couldn't hide. Chen Xiangdong had thought he was doomed today, but to his surprise, Lu Yanran suddenly spoke up. He quickly looked at her with pleading eyes. "Yanran, I truly love you." Lu Yanran was delighted. She grabbed Chen Xiangdong's arm and declared proudly, "You shameless woman. Chen Xiangdong is my man. Don't think a few words from you can make me leave him. I won't let you get what you want. What use was beauty?" Xiangdong still chose her. Seeing Lu Yanran's smug expression, Gu Yuning laughed angrily. "He tried to harm me just to climb higher by being with you. How can you still want to marry such a man? Who knows if one day, when you're no longer useful, he'll turn against you too." Lu Zhenghua nodded. He was worried about the same thing. Chen Xiangdong's character was bad. He was not suitable for marriage. "Nonsense!" Lu Yanran shouted, pointing at Gu Yuning. "Xiangdong is with me because he truly loves me. You, a woman abandoned by your husband, should stay far away from him." Chen Xiangdong looked deeply moved. "Yanran, thank you. I knew you were the one meant for me. Of course. I'm much better than this spoiled rich girl," she said proudly. "Calling me spoiled?" Gu Yuning said with a bitter smile. "Commander Lu, since your daughter and Chen Xiangdong are so in love, I'm willing to step aside. Let them be together and stop troubling others. However, I'm just a woman trying to survive. The Chen family must return my dowry and my job, or I won't be able to live." Lu Zhenghua, who had never wanted his stepdaughter to marry Chen Xiangdong, said firmly, "Don't worry, young lady. Chen Xiangdong is still your husband. Let's treat today's wedding as if it never happened. Chen Zhenghua, take care of your son. A man should be loyal and live honestly with his wife." He would never let Lu Yanran marry such a man anyway. Chen Xiangdong's legs went weak. He knew he was truly finished. Without Lu Yanran's powerful family, his reputation was ruined. He glared fiercely at Gu Yuning, but she remained calm. She wasn't afraid of him at all. Lu Zhenghua couldn't just wash his hands of this matter and leave the trouble to her. Gu Yuning smiled brightly and said, "Lu Yanran, your father is about to break you two apart. Besides, Chen Xiangdong was mine to begin with. You can't take him from me." Her taunting words made the hesitant Lu Yanran suddenly make up her mind. She shook off her mother's hand, glared fiercely at Gu Yuning, and shouted, "Nonsense. Xiangdong is mine." Afraid that Chen Xiangdong might be taken away, she quickly held onto his arm and said loudly, "Dad, I'm already expecting a baby with Xiangdong. You can't separate us." Lu Zhenghua was so shocked that his head spun.
"What?
What did you just say?" "Old Lu." Zhuang Minqiu hurried to support him. The guard nearby also rushed to help. Lu Yanran proudly straightened her back. and Xiangdong, and I got our marriage certificate yesterday. Dad, marriage is a personal choice. Even you can't interfere. You. Lu Zhenghua was so angry that his hand trembled as he pointed at her. Lu Yanran, have you no sense of shame? Old Lu, calm down. Yanran is still young. Gu Yuning coldly added, your daughter is about to become a mother soon. Zhuang Minqiu's face changed slightly. Young lady, you should learn to be kinder, she said, annoyed by Gu Yuning's sharp tongue. Gu Yuning's eyes instantly filled with tears, looking frightened. Commander Lu, I can't go on living like this. I might as well end it all. She turned her head as if to hit the wall. Lu Zhenghua, clutching his chest in pain, shouted, stop her. If Gu Yuning got hurt here, his reputation would be ruined forever. The guard quickly held her back. But Gu Yuning still struggled. My dowry and job were taken by the Chen family. And now the commander's daughter has taken my husband. I have no way to live. Lu Zhenghua felt his temples throbbing painfully. If he didn't handle this properly today, his lifelong reputation would be destroyed. For the first time, he even felt resentment toward Zhuang Minqiu. Minqiu, if you can't control your daughter, then don't speak. Why did she have to provoke Gu Yuning? What if something terrible happened? Zhuang Minqiu's eyes turned red with anger. What did he mean by your daughter? Hadn't he promised to treat Yanran as his own? But Lu Zhenghua didn't notice her expression. Right now, he only wanted to end this mess quickly. As long as Gu Yuning didn't do anything drastic, he was willing to give her anything she wanted, even the stars in the sky. Chen Zhonghua, return this young woman's dowry and her job to her. Chen Zhonghua instinctively wanted to refuse, but Lu Zhenghua seemed to know what he was about to say. He said coldly, if you don't make proper arrangements for this young woman, I'd rather have Yan end the pregnancy.
No, Commander Lu.
The baby in Yan's belly is my precious grandchild. He was the future of the Chen family.
Dad, I don't want to.
Lu Yan tried to resist, but two guards had already taken hold of her from both sides. It was clear that Lu Zhenghua was serious. Chen Xiangdong hurried to stop them, but Gu Yuning stuck out her foot and tripped him. Seeing him fall flat on his face, Gu Yuning felt even more disgusted. So weak. Xiangdong. Lu Yan glared at Gu Yuning in anger. You spoiled child of the rich. How dare you trip him? Dad, send her to the farm for re-education. She's against the people. Gu Yuning looked gentle but showed no fear. Then let Chen Xiangdong face the consequences. Commander Lu, please stand up for me. Lu Zhenghua's head was pounding. He had never felt such pain before. Mr. and Mrs. Chen rushed forward to help their son, only to see blood running from his nose into his mouth. He choked and spat out two front teeth. Yan.
The baby.
He mumbled unclearly. His pale face turned bright red. Lu Yan froze, a look of disgust flashing in her eyes. Gu Yuning quickly lowered her head, afraid someone would see her smile, and stepped back behind Lu Zhenghua. Watching his precious daughter-in-law being taken away, Chen Zhonghua gritted his teeth. Fine. We'll return everything to Gu Yuning. From now on, both sides will stay out of each other's business. Marriage is a personal choice, but we'll sign an agreement. Gu Yuning said softly, you almost sold me off. Gu Yuning, don't push your luck. Zhang Shulan screamed. Look what you've done to Xiangdong. The Chen family had been so close to success. Gu Yuning's expression turned serious. Chen Xiangdong ended up like this because of his own actions. And his parents and sister aren't any better. What does that have to do with me? Hurting people is against the law. If you don't want to handle this properly, we can go to the police.
No.
The Chen family shouted in unison. They were all people with reputations. What would others think if the police came knocking? Gu Yuning looked innocent. Lu Zhenghua took a deep breath. He couldn't understand how, after living an honest and upright life, he ended up connected to such shameless people. They must pay compensation. Chief, you're wise. Now, even hearing the word chief made Lu Zhenghua's head ache. After flattering him, Gu Yuning said, I'm really hurt and I was almost sold off. I was so scared. I think 2,000 yuan would help comfort my heart.
Fine.
Even if Gu Yuning asked for 10,000, Lu Zhenghua would find a way to make the Chen family pay. Facing Lu Jinghua's sharp, furious gaze, Chen Zhonghua didn't dare refuse.
I'll pay.
Without wasting words, Lu Jinghui told someone to bring paper and pen to write the agreement. Now free, Lu Yanran helped Chen Xiangdong wipe his face with her carrot-like fingers, then looked at Gu Yuning with disdain. You only care about money. No wonder Xiangdong doesn't want you. Gu Yuning smiled gently. Yes, a man like that suits you perfectly. I'm fine with just my money. Her calm and confident tone hit Lu Yanran right in the heart. Suddenly, the man she had fought for didn't seem so appealing anymore. Lu Yanran glanced at the written contract and suddenly exclaimed, How do you have 5,000 yuan as dowry?
What?
Zhuang Minxiu came over to look. Even Lu Zhenghua was surprised. This house is yours too? Lu Yanran stared at Gu Yuning in disbelief, her eyes full of jealousy and resentment. But this house belongs to the Chen family. Before marriage, she had lived in the small red building, and after marriage, she moved into a small courtyard. It already felt like a step down. And now she couldn't even live in this courtyard? Lu Yanran couldn't hold back her anger. No, I don't agree. Why should she, a so-called rich girl, get the house and 7,000 yuan? Those should be mine. The Chen family looked at Lu Yanran hopefully. They didn't want to give anything either. Otherwise, why would they have thought of harming Gu Yuning instead of simply divorcing her?
Slap.
A loud slap cut off Lu Yanran's shouting. Dad? Be quiet. If you still want me to be your father, you'll make the Chen family return the money, the house, and the job to Comrade Gu. This time, Lu Zhenghua was completely disappointed. How could Lu Yanran say such things? You took someone else's husband, and now you want to take their property too? He blushed when he heard that. You actually hit me because of that shameless woman? She's the one who tempted Chen Xiangdong.
Slap.
Gu Yuning didn't hold back at all. She used all her strength. Lu Yanran's face instantly swelled up, turning red and puffy. Miss Lu, that slap is to remind you to watch your words and be polite. My grandfather was the well-known patriotic businessman Gu Xinlin. His contributions to the country can never be erased. Now he left me his granddaughter, this small house, and 5,000 yuan. Is that really too much?
What?
Your grandfather is Gu Xinlin? Lu Zhenghua was stunned, his expression growing more complicated. Gu Yuning noticed his strange expression. Commander, do you know my grandfather? I do. Lu Zhenghua's lips moved, but he didn't say more. Instead, he turned to the Chen family and said, Give Comrade Gu the money right now and move out of her house immediately. Let me make this clear, if anything happens to Comrade Gu or her property, I'll hold your family responsible. Gu Yuning was surprised. After today's scene, not only had the Chen family's reputation suffered, but Lu Zhenghua's would too. If he didn't make things harder for her later, that would already be kind. Protect her? That seemed impossible. When Gu Yuning looked at him curiously, Lu Zhenghua quietly turned his gaze away. Even if he felt guilty toward this young woman, he absolutely couldn't acknowledge her. Otherwise, what? Should his son marry a divorced woman? Not to mention, Gu Yuning's divorce happened because his stepdaughter had taken her husband. The situation was far too complicated. Lu Zhenghua simply did what was right and said no more. He ordered the guards to escort Chen Zhonghua to fetch the money and the property deed for Gu Yuning. After counting the money and checking the deed, Gu Yuning confirmed everything was correct and said, Thank you, Commander Lu. Lu Zhenghua nodded, still avoiding her eyes. He told the guards, send 2 men to watch the Chen family move out. Make sure they clear everything. The 3 members of the Chen family were stunned. Before, even though they had signed the agreement, they insisted they had no money. They thought Gu Yuning, a young woman alone, couldn't do anything. Later, they could use excuses to come back, claiming they hadn't finished moving and the house would still be theirs. But now, with Lu Zhenghua's order, they had no choice but to leave. When Lu Zhenghua saw that everything was settled, he prepared to leave, but Gu Yuning suddenly called out to him. Commander Lu. Lu Zhenghua immediately felt that nothing good would come of this. He tried to pretend he hadn't heard, but Gu Yuning said, Commander Lu, you're being unfair to your own daughter and won't stand up for me. Maybe I should go to the army and ask what I should do in this situation. Lu Xinghua cursed silently. If he wasn't favoring his daughter, was he supposed to favor her instead? But he didn't dare let Gu Yuning cause trouble in the army, so he stopped and said coldly, "Comrade Gu, what else do you need?" Gu Yuning ignored his dark expression and smiled sweetly. "Commander Lu, I have no one to rely on in the capital. If Chen Xiangdong bullies me, what should I do?" He wouldn't dare. Lu Xinghua was furious. If his daughter weren't expecting a child, he would never have accepted such a man with poor character and little ability as a son-in-law. Gu Yuning looked so delicate that she could probably trip him and knock out 2 of his teeth. And that man was supposed to be a soldier. What a disgrace to the army. "Well, Commander Lu," Gu Yuning continued, "why don't you give me your phone number? If he ever tries to harm me, you can stop him from making a mistake." Lu Xinghua really didn't want to give it. But when he stayed silent, Gu Yuning's eyes began to fill with tears. With a headache coming on, Lu Xinghua finally wrote down his number. Gu Yuning looked doubtful. "Will this number really reach you, Commander Lu? Maybe she should find a place to test it first?" But seeing how dark his face had turned, she quickly gave up the idea and smiled. "Thank you, Commander Lu. But if it weren't for Lu Yanran's message, the Chen family wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. I hope you won't take sides and affect the police investigation." Lu Xinghua was afraid that if he said another word, he might explode from anger. He waved his hand and left with Shuang Minxiu and her daughter. "Xiangdong." Lu Yanran looked reluctant, but Shuang Minxiu pulled her away. Right now, calming old Lu down was the most important thing. With him around, that smooth-talking Qin Xiangdong wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Zhang Shulan glared fiercely at Gu Yuning. "You little troublemaker." "Officer, she's calling me names," Gu Yuning said quickly. The guard, with a pistol at his waist, gave Zhang Shulan a single sharp look, and she trembled all over, forced to pack up her things in silence. When Gu Yuning remembered the time her parents were sent away, there had been only a few pieces of furniture left in the house, so she wasn't worried about the Qin family taking too much. Besides, there were several soldiers watching over everything. Today had been busy and full of tension. Gu Yuning couldn't help but yawn softly. Seeing that she looked tired, the orderly quickly brought her a chair. "Comrade Gu, please take a rest. The commander said we should help you organize your things." "Thank you," Gu Yuning replied with a polite smile. Without trying to appear pitiful, her voice sounded softer and sweeter. Xiao Zhang's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned slightly red. Such a kind and gentle young woman. He couldn't understand why Qin Xiangdong preferred Lu Yanran, who always treated him like a servant. "See, Comrade Gu, please rest well," he stammered, then quickly turned to help tidy up the yard. After the wedding banquet and the scene Gu Yuning had caused, the place was a mess, but Xiao Zhang cleaned up quickly. Gu Yuning was too tired to care. She sat in the chair, yawned again, and soon drifted off to sleep. When she woke up, the yard was neat and orderly again. The borrowed tables, chairs, and dishes from the wedding had all been returned. The Chen family had also packed their belongings into several large bundles by the gate. When she woke, Zhang Shulan glared at her and snapped, "You troublemaker. You should have been sent away long ago. Even the commander's guards aren't safe from your tricks." She had noticed how the soldiers kept glancing at Gu Yuning. Gu Yuning didn't get angry. She simply said calmly, "The commander's guards are still here. I'm sure they'll report everything they've seen." Xiao Zhang straightened up and nodded firmly. "Yes, Comrade Gu, don't worry." Zhang Zhonghua, furious with Zhang Shulan's foolishness, slapped her. "Be quiet. Mom, if it weren't for you, none of this would have happened," Qin Xiangdong added, full of blame. He had told her to send Gu Yuning away earlier, but she had made a mess of things. Zhang Shulan burst into tears. "I did it all for you. And now you're blaming me?" But neither her husband nor her son paid her any attention. She cried even louder, but with the soldiers watching closely, the Qin family didn't dare stay any longer. Just then, Qin Xiangdong suddenly turned around and rushed toward Gu Yuning, who was about to close the door, startling her. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Qin Xiangdong had lost 2 teeth, and his upper lip was swollen, making him look rather frightening. But he smiled confidently. "Ning Ning, you did that on purpose, didn't you?"
What?
Seeing Gu Yuning's confused face, Chen Xiangdong became even more convinced that she was just pretending to be distant. A typical trick, he thought. I know you love me, but you think you're not good enough for me, so you're trying to let me go. Don't worry, when I become successful, I won't forget you. Gu Yuning felt disgusted and shouted, Chen Xiangdong, you already have Comrade Liu, and you still want me to be your wife? That's bigamy. Startled by her sudden outburst, Chen Xiangdong tried to cover her mouth.
Keep your voice down.
If the guards heard that, it would be no different from Lu Jinghua hearing it himself. That would completely ruin his future. Disgust flashed in Gu Yuning's eyes. She raised her foot and kicked him.
Get out.
Gu Yuning, you crazy woman. Chen Xiangdong gasped in pain, bending over and clutching his stomach, his face twisted in agony. You crazy woman. By the time he managed to straighten up, Gu Yuning had already closed the door. Standing before him was Xiao Zhang, looking down at him with a serious expression. Chen Xiangdong. He was furious. Xiangdong. Chen Zhonghua quickly pulled his son aside and said with a forced smile, Comrade Xiao Zhang, Gu Yuning is a woman who's been through a lot. She's not in a good state of mind. My son only likes Yanran. His eyes darkened. He was Lu Yanran's father-in-law. If it weren't for Gu Yuning causing trouble, why would he have to lower himself before a mere guard? Once Xiangdong coaxed Lu Yanran back, he would make sure that guard learned his place. And Gu Yuning wouldn't have it easy either. When Lu Jinghua stopped paying attention to her, he would come back for the Gu family's house. Did Gu Yuning really think a lonely woman like her could keep it? A thought suddenly came to Chen Zhonghua. He pulled Xiangdong close and whispered, Gu Yuning has liked you since she was young. Buy her something she likes next time, and win her over again. Do you still have the medicine? When you take her, she will obediently listen to you, right? Thinking about the medicine that could make him a real man, Chen Xiangdong's eyes flashed with excitement. Dad, I understand now. Gu Yuning's money and people will eventually belong to him. Gu Yuning closed the door and locked it directly, planning what to do next. Today's trouble only caused embarrassment for the Chen and Lu families, and it didn't affect Chen Xiangdong's career much. Once the fuss died down, there would still be ways to move upward. How could Gu Yuning let them have their way? Gu Yuning went straight to her room, took out paper and pen, and wrote down everything about Chen Xiangdong trying to climb higher by forcing his sister-in-law to do something wrong. She emphasized the incident in the morning and the marriage in the afternoon. Also, the original owner and Chen Xiangdong were legally married. Who helped Chen Xiangdong get married so quickly to another woman? There are many suspicious things here. Report everything. But Gu Yuning was not foolish enough to confront them directly. When she wrote the letter, she deliberately used an outsider's perspective and changed the font to avoid being traced. She planned to secretly send it out in a remote mailbox tonight. After finishing the letter, Gu Yuning thought about how to hide the 7,000 yuan and the land deed. This money might not be much in modern times, but it was different back then. Chen Zhonghua was a small director, earning only 58 yuan and 60 cents a month. When Chen Xiangdong was a soldier, his third-year allowance was only 10 yuan a month, and the deputy platoon leader earned just over 40. It was clear that 7,000 yuan was a huge sum. But Gu Yuning didn't plan to stay long in the capital. Depositing money in a bank was inconvenient. If only she could hide the money somewhere.
But where?
While Gu Yuning was thinking, her hand suddenly went empty, and she saw that the 7 bundles of documents she had just been holding disappeared. Her heart skipped a beat. What the heck? Where could the money have gone? Gu Yuning felt a sudden dizziness, and she found herself in a bleak little courtyard. There were 3 crooked wooden houses, a rough fence surrounding about half an acre. In the northeast corner of the yard, there was a grape arbor, but the vines were almost all dried up, with only 3 faintly greenish-yellow leaves hanging listlessly on the branches and the dry leaves scattered all over the ground. Gu Yuning carefully looked to confirm that the convenience under the grape trellis was actually a spring. The bottom of the spring seemed to be made of stone, holding a little water. Next to the grapevines was a dried-up pond. The pond used to have lotus flowers, but now the lotus leaves and seed pods are all withered. Gu Yuning hurried inside to look. The house was empty, with no furniture at all. Her 7,000 yuan was just piled on the floor in the leftmost room.
Space.
Gu Yuning happily laughed out loud. This was like a dream come true. But what is the container of this space? Does it appear out of nowhere? Gu Yuning searched up and down, finally noticing her lotus pendant was missing. Only a faint red lotus mark remained on her chest. She recalled that the original owner also had an identical pendant. So, is it this pendant that allowed her to travel through space and gave her the space? Gu Yuning felt a bit excited and went outside. She saw the yard surrounded by cracked, dry land. The hard soil didn't look very good for planting. Gu Yuning roughly measured with her steps about 5 acres of land. Although it wasn't much, it was her personal farm. If she used it well, she wouldn't have to go hungry in this era anymore. Plus, it was early spring outside, but inside the space, it was warm like spring. Just thinking about planting there made her feel happy. She wondered if she could raise animals. If she could, raising chickens and ducks would provide eggs and meat to improve her nutrition. While she was thinking, she suddenly remembered that when she choked on water, she had been here before. At that time, she seemed to wake up after drinking the spring water. Gu Yuning quickly snapped back to her senses and went to the spring, carefully cupping some water to drink. The water was a bit cold, but after drinking it, her body felt warm. The tiredness was gradually leaving her, and she felt more energetic. She took another sip and was surprised to find that the wound on the back of her head itched. She touched it and found the wound had scabbed over and didn't hurt much anymore. How amazing! Gu Yuning hurried out of the space, brought in an enamel cup, and scooped some spring water. The pond still wasn't full enough to fill the cup, but she drank it all quickly. She didn't feel any change in her body. The powerful effect she imagined didn't happen. Could it be that this spring water only helps wounds heal? Just as she was thinking, her stomach suddenly ached badly. She hurried out of the space and ran straight to the outhouse. It was a sudden, unstoppable rush. Gu Yuning ran 8 times before she finally felt her stomach was comfortable. When she returned to her room, she still smelled a sour, rotten odor. She looked down and saw her hands covered in a layer of black oil. She quickly looked in the mirror and was startled by the black face inside. It was all over her body. Could this be the legendary cleansing of muscles and marrow? Since the weather was still cold, Gu Yuning carefully lit a fire to boil water and washed herself. She washed 3 times before she was completely clean. Gu Yuning felt refreshed. Since she came here, she had always felt weak and tired. Walking a few steps made her gasp for breath. Now that feeling was gone, and her body was full of strength. She looked at her body and found no change. She was still thin and fragile, as if a gust of wind could knock her over. The only change was her face, which seemed to have a bit of color, making her look more beautiful. Her face looked exactly like her modern face. Gu Yuning almost wondered if the original owner was her past life. Same pendant, same face. Gu Yuning didn't like emergencies. If she couldn't understand something, she chose not to think about it. She believed she would find the answer someday. She checked her space after wandering around. Old Master Gu was a big businessman, so he wouldn't leave no backup. His property was donated to the country, but he would surely leave something for his descendants. But the original owner's memories didn't show any information about that. Could it be hidden in the house? Gu Yuning's eyes lit up. She started searching the rooms. The small courtyard had 3 rooms. The main room on the east was originally where the old master lived. After he passed away, Gu Yuning's parents moved in, but later it was taken over by the couple Qin Zhonghua. The furniture inside was made of yellow rosewood, polished black. It didn't look special, but it was valuable. Gu Yuning immediately stored everything. Just as she put the items into her space, she suddenly felt dizzy.
Wow.
Gu Yuning hurriedly supported the wall to avoid falling. After 3 or 4 minutes, the dizziness suddenly disappeared. Gu Yuning noticed that her space had expanded. She quickly entered the space and saw that the originally dilapidated wooden house had become much neater, less broken down. There were still 3 rooms, but the area had increased by at least half, totaling about 80 square meters. The grapevines in the yard have started to turn green. Gu Yuning quickly went to check the spring, and sure enough, Water was still seeping out. It was a thin stream, but it kept flowing steadily. Outside, there was also an extra 2 acres of land. Gu Yuning grabbed a handful of soil. The soil's condition had greatly improved. It was loose and darker in color when she gently squeezed it. This means the space has upgraded. It must be because she just received some treasure. Gu Yuning hurried to check her belongings. Soon, she discovered that the back panel of the cabinet was hollow. There was something inside. Carefully, she opened it and found that the back panel was made into a layered compartment. When fully opened, a shining gold surface almost blinded her. It was a spread-out pile of gold bars, nearly blinding her eyes. Gold bars. Gu Yuning loved them so much. Over the years, she only bought a villa with her income, and everything else was stored as gold bars. Her friends joked that she had a fairy-like face, but was very materialistic. She loved money. She thought she would have a tough life after crossing over, but first, she got back 7,000 yuan, and now she had so many gold bars. Gu Yuning was overjoyed and cried happily. She carefully took out the gold bars one by one. There were 30 in total. Each was about the size of a large yellow croaker, weighing 325 grams. Based on 1974 gold prices, these bars were worth over 200,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan in the 1970s was equivalent to about 60 million today. She was rich. Gu Yuning smiled happily as she looked through other compartments. Finally, she found 2 finely carved wooden boxes. When opened, one was empty, and the other contained rings, necklaces, and other jewelry. But all that remained were the empty settings. The embedded gemstones had vanished without a trace. Gu Yuning wondered if the space's strange upgrade was because she absorbed the gemstones. She felt she had uncovered the truth. She also found 2 letters and several documents, all addressed to Chen Zhonghua. Clearly, the gold bars were also hidden by Chen Zhonghua. But Chen Zhonghua, although the director of the soap factory, came from a poor farming family. Where did these big yellow croakers come from? Gu Yuning frowned. The documents recorded some dirt on the factory's top managers, mostly minor issues, but enough to cause trouble if exposed. If they found out Chen Zhonghua was interested in these treasures, how would they deal with him? Gu Yuning grinned mischievously. She carefully stored these items away before taking out 2 letters. The handwriting on the envelopes felt familiar to her. Gu Yuning quickly opened them and found that the letters were written by the original owner's father to Zhang Zhonghua. The message was simple. He left 30 gold bars and some jewelry, hoping Zhang Zhonghua would take care of Gu Yuning. If one day the 2 children couldn't get along, he hoped Zhang Zhonghua could help arrange for Gu Yuning to go to the countryside as a youth. The letter was short, but every word showed a father's deep care and reluctance. Parents love their children and plan for their future. Thinking of the voice she faintly heard when she first arrived, it was probably the original owner's voice. It was to help her seek revenge and take care of her family. Gu Yuning would naturally do her best. She just didn't know where her original parents and elder brother had been sent to, so she needed to find out quickly. Her original parents and elder brother were scholars, weak in health, gentle in nature, and had endured hardships in the tough environment of their exile. She didn't know how much suffering they had gone through in the past year. The other letter was from Northeast China, saying only that everything was settled and there was nothing more to say. Gu Yuning was confused, so she decided to put the letters away and then collected all the belongings from Qin Xiangnan and Qin Yingying's rooms into her space. She found a total of 120 yuan, a gold bracelet, a sewing machine ticket, and over 20 pounds of grain coupons. All these money and items had been borrowed from the original owner by the twins using various excuses, now returned to her. Gu Yuning felt at ease with this. The 2 of them had plenty of clothes, which she wouldn't wear herself, but she could exchange them on the black market. Feeling very happy, Gu Yuning remembered the TV shows and scripts she had watched before, which often featured scenes of hiding things. She started by checking the floor tiles. The real tiles would sound different from gold or silver. At first, she found nothing, but she didn't get discouraged. She planned to check the entire yard and house. Eventually, she discovered that the tile between the corner of the wall and the persimmon tree sounded crisp. She used a knife to pry open the shell, revealing gold bricks inside. The space was narrow, so no one usually passed through there. Gu Yuning quickly went to tap the hard-to-reach corners and edges. Soon, she found 30 more gold bricks. In total, she had 41 bricks. Each of these gold bars weighs exactly 1 kilogram, totaling 39 kilograms of gold. There are no gold bricks built into the walls inside. However, the large pillars at the four corners of the main house are hollow, filled with 12 antique items, porcelain bowls, and small porcelain vases, each worth a fortune. Gu Yuning continued digging downward where she found the gold bars and eventually uncovered 5 boxes of different sizes. 2 of these boxes contained large yellow croaker fish, weighing a total of 200 kilograms. What does 239 kilograms of gold mean? At a gold price of 629 per gram, these items are worth about 150 million yuan. One box held 320 pieces of jade jewelry. With Gu Yuning's keen eye, all are fine pieces, priceless in value. The smaller boxes were carefully wrapped in oil paper, containing famous calligraphy and paintings. There are 49 pieces in total. One painting she saw at an auction house sold for a sky-high price of 120 million yuan. She thought, "I've made a fortune." That was the only thought in Gu Yuning's mind. With these treasures, her family of 4 could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. No, actually, even her children and grandchildren could relax and live well. Gu Yuning decided to break her contract with her previous employer mainly because they didn't treat her like a person. She had worked for 5 years, 4.5 years without a break, and the last half was training. She was only 23 and didn't want to be a beast of burden anymore. She thought coming here would be suffering, but unexpectedly, she became financially free. Happy, Gu Yuning stored her gold, silver, and jewelry in her space, but she wasn't prepared for the sudden, intense dizziness that struck her. She sat heavily on the ground, her eyes almost turning into whirlpools. This time, the dizziness lasted not 3 or 4 minutes, but a full 20 minutes before it subsided. Gu Yuning quickly entered her space and found it had changed dramatically. The small wooden house was replaced by a 2-story building with black tiles and white walls, giving a strong ancient style. In the yard, a small pond about 1 meter in diameter had filled a third of its water with spring water. Nearby, the lotus pond's tender green leaves spread out, looking lush and vibrant. The grapevines were full of new leaves, everywhere full of life. Outside the yard, the land had expanded far outward, adding 20 more acres. Even more surprising, the soil was loose and rich, perfect for planting. Gu Yuning quickly went inside and found that the small building covered about 200 square meters, with 2 floors and 5 rooms in total. Besides the bedroom, there was a storage room, kitchen, cold storage, and a study. The only regret was that everything was empty, with no furniture or decorations. But Gu Yuning was already quite satisfied. All her belongings were stored in the corner of the storage room. Everything else was intact, except all her jewelry and jade stones had disappeared. Gu Yuning felt heartbroken. Most of these jewelry pieces she loved very much are now gone. But then she thought, having 27 acres of black land, a spiritual spring, and a small yard was already priceless, worth more than any amount of gold or jewelry. Gu Yuning first drank a glass of spiritual spring water to relax herself, then organized her belongings. The bed used by the Chen family was thrown into the storage room. The cabinets, desk, and chairs were placed in the study. Fortunately, she could move things with her mind in the space, or she would be exhausted. The most troublesome part was that piece of black land. Gu Yuning really didn't know how to farm, and she was lazy. Her 5 years of work seemed to have drained her energy. Now, she just wanted to lie down and relax. Never mind. The kitchen still had many dishes and semi-prepared foods from the daytime banquet, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat, as well as plenty of vegetables. There were over 30 steamed buns, enough for her to eat for half a month. She also didn't forget to store 2.5 bags of fine rice and flour. The Chen family said they had delicate throats and couldn't eat coarse grains, so they went to the black market every month to buy a lot. Now, it all became a bargain for Gu Yuning. During the day, Gu Yuning learned to start a fire. She chose to heat a boiled chicken and a steamed bun to eat, while the rest was stored in the space's cold storage. She remembered there were 2 state-run restaurants nearby. When she had the chance, she planned to stock up on more food, so she wouldn't have to cook herself. After finishing her chores, Gu Yuning returned to the original owner's room, only to find it had been turned into a new house. The Chen family had only tidied up their own belongings when they left, and Lu Yanran's dowry was still there. There were 6 beds with new quilts, each weighing about 6 jin and 6 liang, soft and comfortable. Gu Yuning took all of them without hesitation. Today, Lu Yanran had scolded and beaten her harshly, so she saw these as a kind of apology. Gu Yuning didn't mind the color of the new bed covers. Since they were new, she set an alarm for midnight and went straight to sleep. Old Lu, Yanran also has the surname Lu. You are her biological father. Now she is also a victim, and you can't ignore her. Zhuang Minqiu wiped her tears, appearing very composed outside, but only in front of Lu Xinghua did she show gentle concern. Lu Xinghua's expression eased slightly, but he looked down on Chen Xiangdong. A young man trying to climb higher, got his teeth knocked out by a woman, and is embarrassing the army. I think his deputy squad leader is not genuine. We must investigate. To prevent Yanran from being affected, get a divorce tomorrow. The child in her belly will carry the Lu surname. Old Lu. Before Zhuang Minqiu could speak, Yanran ran down from upstairs like a cannonball, her rough voice loud and clear. I won't divorce. Xiangdong likes me, not that little brat. Dad, you probably just like that pretty woman and are bullying me, right? I am your daughter. Lu Xinghua's face turned dark with anger, and his hand trembled as he pointed at Yanran. Stop talking nonsense. He had always been honest and upright, and even his own son could only rise through military achievements. He worked harder than others to succeed. Now Yanran was accusing him of scandalous rumors? Old Lu, don't be angry. Zhuang Minqiu quickly realized this was bad. Lu Xinghua was straightforward and cared about reputation. If she touched his bottom line, Yanran wouldn't get a good outcome. She hurriedly signaled to Yanran. Yanran, apologize to your dad quickly, but Yanran stubbornly held her head high. Why should I apologize? Why does my dad favor Gu Yining? She's just a flirt, seducing men everywhere. Smack. A heavy slap interrupted Yanran's tirade. Lu Xinghua, after hitting her, felt a bit regretful. No matter what others do, Chen Xiangdong abandoned his wife to climb higher. He's a traitor. You must cut ties with him. You hit me? Yanran's head buzzed. She didn't care about Lu Xinghua's feelings and collapsed on the ground, rolling around. And you say you're not biased towards that fox spirit. That wicked woman should die outside. Now she's trying to charming my dad. Such a easy woman. Yanran's words grew more vulgar. Lu Xinghua was furious and couldn't stand it anymore. He tried to pull Yanran up, but she kicked him in the face, causing a nosebleed. Yanran. Old Lu, Zhuang Minqiu was frantic, like a fly on hot oil, trying to manage one thing but unable to control the other. Old Lu, you should quickly deal with that woman tomorrow. Give her some money and send her far away. It won't affect Yanran and Xiangdong at all. Clap.
Clap.
As expected, Dr. Zhuang, handling personal matters is easier than dealing with chickens. Impressive. The 3 of them instinctively looked over and saw a tall young man dressed in a green military uniform. His buzz-cut hairstyle made his handsome features stand out even more. His deep, playful eyes looked at them as if watching a show. Lu Lin, Zhuang Minqiu's face suddenly changed. How could this troublemaker come back? She had specifically arranged for him to go on a mission. Just now, Lu Yanran, who had been rolling on the ground, seemed like a mouse seeing a cat. She quickly got up and ran away. Seeing his eldest son, Lu Xinghua scolded him. I only suppressed your request to become squad leader, and you didn't even attend your sister's wedding. Lu Lin, you're a soldier. Instead of protecting the country, you focus on petty things. Is this how I raised you? With this kind of attitude, I won't allow you to be a squad leader. Lu Lin's eyes were full of sarcasm. He sneered. My mother didn't give birth to a sister for me. And she certainly wouldn't give birth to someone who bullies others. steals her husband's affection, and shamelessly joins forces with scoundrels to take power. His voice was cold. But Lu Yanran's behavior is just like your current wife's family. Lu Zhenghua was so angry, he stomped his feet. Lu Lin, this is your manners? Your attitude towards elders? Your mother passed away from illness, and there's no doubt about that. Lu Zhenghua was extremely disappointed. He used to feel proud of his eldest son, but now he felt helpless. Everyone outside said he had a good son, but they didn't know that this son had never spoken to him properly. They had always been at odds. Lu Lin sneered coldly, hatred filling his eyes. My mother was stable before, but your current wife took over and her condition worsened quickly. She passed away in just a few days. Lu Zhenghua, when you think about this at midnight, can you still sleep peacefully? Lu Zhenghua suddenly felt like his head was being hit hard, and stars appeared in his eyes. Zhuang Minxiu cried out, Old Lu, I can't take it anymore. I cared for Alan's mother with all my heart, took care of her without complaint. But Lu Lin falsely accused me of murder. I swear, I wasn't the only doctor treating her at that time. She looked extremely wronged and weak, almost about to fall. Lu Zhenghua hurriedly helped her. Zhuang Minxiu suddenly burst into tears and collapsed into Lu Zhenghua's arms. Old Lu, I really can't go on living. You know about my injuries back then. Why did Lin have to falsely accuse me? Zhuang Minxiu truly hated Lu Lin. Today, Yanran was deeply wronged, and Lu Lin still came back to cause trouble. This troublemaker has been given so many tasks. Why can't he just die outside? Zhuang Minxiu lowered her head, hiding her twisted face from anger. She hated him to the bone. Seeing his wife almost faint, Lu Zhenghua grew angrier at Lu Lin's recklessness. Lu Lin, hurry up and apologize to Aunt Zhuang. Your mother's death was thoroughly investigated and found no abnormalities. Do you think other doctors would harm your mother? The matter had already been confirmed, but Lu Lin refused to let go. He was stubborn. A look of hatred filled Lu Lin's eyes as he tore off his last bit of cover-up, but other doctors didn't marry Lu Zhenghua a month later. Lu Zhenghua felt as if his face had been torn off and stomped on the ground. This person was still his son. Lu Zhenghua told Zhuang Minxiu to sit on the sofa. He unfastened his belt and reached for Lu Lin.
Fool.
Did your grandfather teach you to talk to your father like this? Smack. A large hand grabbed the belt, and Lu Zhenghua struck, but didn't pull back. Suddenly, Lu Zhenghua realized that Lu Lin was half a head taller than him. With a strong build he couldn't shake. Old Lu, Zhuang Minxiu shouted sharply. Lu Lin, are you going to hit your father? Someone help. Help. Lu Lin sneered and didn't move, but Lu Zhenghua immediately let go and turned around to scold. Shut up, old Lu. Zhuang Minxiu was truly wronged. I'm just helping you, Lu Lin said. Fool. He cares most about his reputation. If you call someone to make our family look bad, he won't let you go first. This stepmother has used this trick for so many years, ruining his reputation and letting outsiders criticize him. Unfortunately, he's no longer a 9-year-old child. Zhuang Minxiu hated Lu Lin to the core, but she had to pretend to be kind and gentle. Old Lu, don't be angry. You and your son must not argue because of me. I think he'll understand that I'm not as bad as he thinks when he gets older. Lu Zhenghua felt that his wife was understanding. Unlike his eldest son, who only knew how to make people angry. Clearly, when Lu Lin was a child, he was quite obedient. But as he grew up, he became more rebellious. I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I feel ashamed? Lu Lin threw the belt on the ground and sneered. I couldn't protect my mother back then, but I won't let you hurt another innocent woman now. Lu Lin. Lu Zhenghua's heart sank and his face darkened. I'm your father. Do you really think that way about me? Lu Zhenghua didn't want Lu Lin to get involved with Gu Yuning. That woman seemed gentle on the outside, but was tough and not easy to deal with. If she found out about the engagement, she would definitely cling to Lu Lin. Lu Lin raised an eyebrow and mocked. Are you pretending to be pitiful? Lu Zhenghua, weren't they stealing men and causing trouble right under your nose? You. Lu Zhenghua felt a sharp pain in his chest but couldn't argue back. Angrily and humiliated, he pointed at Lu Lin. Get out. Leave now. This troublemaker was just trying to make him angry. Lu Lin didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Lu Xinghua was so angry he almost spat blood. Stop right there. Lu Lin seemed not to hear and walked even faster. Zhuang Minqiu stepped forward and blocked Lu Xinghua's way, looking distressed. Old Lu, what should we do? Lin hates me so much. I think I should take Yanran and Shengli and leave. Shengli was her and Lu Xinghua's youngest son, 15 years old. Very good at school and Lu Xinghua's favorite. Hearing his son's name, Lu Xinghua's expression softened. Don't talk nonsense. We're married. Where can we go with the kids? But Lin. Lu Xinghua snorted coldly and made a decision. This kid is stubborn. He's still so young and doesn't understand anything. I'll have old Song train him better. Otherwise, he had strength but was a fool. Zhuang Minqiu didn't believe Lu Lin's mother was involved in any wrongdoing, but Lu Lin insisted on being stubborn. Maybe men have different feelings for their eldest sons. Lu Xinghua was like that too. He hoped Lu Lin would grow up quickly, not accuse innocent people over baseless charges. A hint of pride flashed in Zhuang Minqiu's eyes, but she looked worried. Lin is still young. Please ask old Song to be gentle with him. He's going to be a leader someday, and he needs to maintain his reputation. After all, Lu Lin treats you well and you still care so much about him. Reputation is earned by oneself, not just given by his father. Lu Xinghua increasingly believed that it was the right choice to hold back Lu Lin's promotion. Why would I argue with a child? Your child. I will definitely treat him well, Zhuang Minqiu softly comforted, massaging his shoulders. Old Lu, you've been busy all day. Rest first. I'll heat some milk for you. Rest early, and I'll go talk to Yanji. Yes, the marriage must end. Lu Xinghua absolutely would not allow his daughter to marry a useless, unkind man with a bad reputation. Okay. After Lu Xinghua went to rest in his room, Zhuang Minqiu went to the second floor to Yanji's room. As soon as she entered, her gentle smile faded, and she looked at Yanji, who was holding a pig's trotter and gnawing on it, with disappointment. Why did you let Lu Lin run? Stop eating. Look at how fat you are. She snatched the pig's trotter away and set it aside. Yanji shrank back, her small green eyes full of guilt. Mom, he's definitely going to hurt me. Yanji instinctively touched her neck, and the feeling of suffocation made her shiver uncontrollably. Lu Lin is truly dangerous. He could hurt people. He dares, Zhuang Minqiu sneered. He's just lucky. He's escaped dangerous missions several times. But he's probably just as short-lived as his mother. He even dared to come back and mock her and Yanji.
Lu Lin must die.
Zhuang Minqiu's expression twisted with darkness. Yanji, used to her mother's mood swings, hummed as she took the pig's trotter and started eating again, muttering vaguely, I just don't want to see him anyway. Zhuang Minqiu was furious. I'm so strong-willed, and I ended up with a useless kid like you. Tomorrow, tell Chen Xiangdong I want to see him. Mom, you're not really going to make me divorce him, right? Are you stupid? Chen Xiangdong is already a platoon leader. Why divorce? But your dad's still angry these days. Just pretend to separate from him. After Xiangdong makes some more achievements and things settle down, your dad probably won't say anything. Zhuang Minqiu had long figured out Lu Xinghua's temper. As long as she didn't embarrass the Lu family, there was room for negotiation. When the alarm rang, Gu Yuning got up. First, she took off the gauze on her head, then used charcoal ash to darken her face a bit. She changed her hairstyle and clothes, and in just a few moments, she looked like a different person. She looked unremarkable, but taller and stronger. Even people she knows might not recognize her if they saw her tonight. Gu Yuning was sure it was safe to leave, so she stepped out. The early spring night breeze made her shiver, so she quickly put on her scarf and gloves. Today, I must clear out the Chen family's place. Otherwise, all her hard work would be wasted. Gu Yuning put the bicycle in the space inside the yard, then quietly left the alley. Only after she was outside did she take the bicycle out of the space and head toward the soap factory staff compound a few streets away. The soap factory staff housing had 2 buildings and many workers. The Chen family lived on the first floor in the northwest corner, with trees outside the window. Gu Yuning first listened quietly outside the window. She heard only 2 snoring sounds, confirming no one was awake. She then carefully closed the door, confidently walking inside and gently closing it behind her. The factory-provided house was a 1-bedroom, 1-living-room place, much smaller than Gu's family courtyard. Under the moonlight, Gu Yuning saw the living room was empty. The luggage brought back by Chen Zhonghua and his wife was casually piled up, showing they weren't in the mood to tidy up. This made it easier for her. She reached out and touched everything, quickly gathering it all. After collecting the luggage, she moved on to the furniture, tables, chairs, all of it. In less than a minute, the messy living room was completely empty. Even mice wouldn't bother to come. Once she was sure she hadn't missed anything, Gu Yuning closed the bedroom door. The snoring had stopped and suddenly grew louder. She tiptoed and gathered the wardrobe and table inside the room. Only the bed, and the 2 people sleeping on it remained. Moving the bed might wake them up easily. Although Gu Yuning had learned some self-defense, she wasn't confident she could escape if they woke up. But seeing them sleep so soundly, she felt a bit reluctant. Suddenly, she had an idea. She carefully put the quilt into the space and quietly left, removing the door to the room. Satisfied that the cool breeze was comfortable, she left happily. Next, Gu Yuning went to the office building in the front part of the factory area. She found the directors' and deputy directors' offices. The offices were locked, so she put the locks into her space. She left a handwritten report and collected evidence on their desks. She also didn't forget about Qin Xiangdong, the bad man. She found a mailbox near the soap factory, slipped the letter inside, and then returned to her small courtyard. It was already 2 a.m. when she entered, but Gu Yuning was so excited she couldn't sleep. She first washed up and changed clothes, then went straight into her space to look at her loot. Gu Yuning first looked at the packed boxes, a total of 7, 5 of which contained clothes. At first, she thought the couple liked buying clothes, but she quickly realized most of them belonged to the original owner's parents. There were clothes for all 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and they all felt of good quality. Gu Yuning was almost amused by her anger. This family was determined to take all the benefits from the Gu family without leaving anything behind. In the end, Gu Yuning sorted through the clothes. Mr. and Mrs. Chen each had only 2 or 3 outfits, and half a box was not even full. She disliked the underwear and refused to touch it, using a stick to push it aside into a bag. She carefully folded and placed the original owner's parents' clothes into a cabinet. She planned to return them later. But for now, Gu Yuning didn't know where they were, and since her personality was very different from the original owners, she was afraid they might notice she wasn't the real person. So, she decided to first adapt to her current life. In the remaining 2 boxes there was a radio, 2,500 yuan, and a bunch of various tickets. Gu Yuning raised an eyebrow. These 2 are quite wealthy. They gave her 2,000 yuan, hosted a banquet, and still had so much left. But for now, it was all a bargain for her. The furniture used by the Qin family was far inferior to that of the Gu family, but it was still made of elm wood. If sold, it could fetch some money. Gu Yuning thought that since the Qin family had just moved back and hadn't unpacked much, their cabinets probably didn't have many things. She casually looked around. Unexpectedly, when she opened a locked drawer in the cabinet, it was filled with great unity. Gu Yuning counted. There was exactly 10,000 yuan. Where did the Qin family get so much money?
Corruption.
Bribery? It was definitely obtained through improper means. Gu Yuning didn't take the money, planning to wait and see what would happen later. It was already 3:30 p.m., so Gu Yuning continued to sleep. In the morning, she was awakened by knocking on the door. Gu Yuning, come out now. You thief. Murder. You'll never have a good life. The noisy shouting made Gu Yuning, who was still groggy, look very displeased. She sat up quickly, but made sure to wrap her white cloth around her head. Being a victim was her best weapon. Why not use it? When Gu Yuning reached the door, the shouting outside grew louder and more vulgar. But the voices sounded somewhat unfamiliar. Gu Yuning opened the door cautiously and stepped aside. The person knocking hard at the door missed and fell straight into the yard, rolling onto the ground like a flattened gourd. He looked very clumsy. The crowd watching burst into laughter. Director Chen, didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't recognize Gu Yuning as your daughter-in-law anymore? That you would consider her as a godmother instead? You're kneeling so hard. You must be very sincere. Chen Zhonghua got up from the ground, feeling a bump on his forehead from hitting something. He looked dirty and disheveled. He spat and pointed at the people talking, shouting, Gu Yuning stole from my family and hurt Xiangnan and Yingying. I brought the police to arrest her. You troublemakers are probably her accomplices. The people's faces changed, and they quickly waved their hands. We're just here to watch the fun. It has nothing to do with us. They moved aside, and Gu Yuning saw two middle-aged men in police uniforms standing behind the crowd. Police officers, it's her. Quickly arrest her. Cough, cough. Huh. Zhang Shulan pointed at Gu Yuning loudly. But she had caught a cold last night and had been coughing and sneezing since early morning. Now, she was so excited she almost choked herself. Gu Yuning backed away in disgust. Your nose is running. Stay away from me. Zhang Shulan was so angry she lost her mind. Ignoring her muddy clothes, she rushed forward to grab Gu Yuning. You murderer! Return my stolen money. But Gu Yuning spoke even louder than her. Help! Someone's trying to kill me. The old lady is here to steal money in broad daylight. Was she just accusing her? She wasn't afraid to fight back. When Zhang Shulan got close, Gu Yuning dodged behind the crowd. Zhang Shulan, unable to catch her, was even more furious. She yanked someone aside, but Gu Yuning had already skillfully run in front of the police. Police officers, they want to kill me right in front of you. Help! The two police officers quickly stopped Zhang Shulan. Comrade, speak calmly. Gu Yuning peeked out from behind them and nodded. Police officers, yesterday their twin children sold me for 50 yuan and almost beat me to death. Now they come to find me. They must have bad intentions. Zhang Shulan, whose plan was exposed, was furious and ashamed. That's nonsense. We filed a report. We are the victims, Chen Zhonghua added, giving Zhang Shulan a dark look. He also pretended to look pitiful. Comrade Public Security Officer, our family has always been kind to others. The only person who bears a grudge against us is Gu Yuning. Besides her, I really can't think of anyone else who would harm us, stealing our belongings and humiliating us. God knows I was terrified and panicked when I woke up to find our home emptied. And then, Zhang Shulan suddenly shouted loudly. The couple in their underwear was now being watched by neighbors. Looking back now, Chen Zhonghua feels so embarrassed. He looked even more aggrieved. You must quickly arrest Gu Yuning and interrogate her strictly. Chen Zhonghua actually looks quite good, with few wrinkles, but he's gone bald and his hair is thinning. Gu Yuning really felt a bit disgusted. The onlookers' expressions were mostly the same. Both police officers instinctively stepped back. Could she be a troublemaker? They had a colleague who once mediated a dispute and was even touched inappropriately by an old man. Comrade Chun, without evidence, we can't just arrest someone. Exactly, Gu Yuning nodded repeatedly. Comrade Police, I finally escaped from a dangerous place yesterday, with the help of Director Liu. Today, they came to falsely accuse me. Please help me call Director Liu and stand up for me. Gu Yuning kept calling him Director Liu, which made Zhang Shulan feel dizzy. Shut up. Do you think you're anything special? My in-laws won't bother with you. Gu Yuning sneered. Then I'll go to the military to find him. Such a high-ranking officer, if he doesn't keep his promises, someone can surely teach him a lesson. Chen Zhonghua suddenly felt a headache. If this escalated to the military, Director Liu wouldn't just refuse to help. They might even punish us. That would really ruin Xiangnan's future. Why didn't he realize Gu Yuning was so difficult to deal with before? She's sharp-tongued and very annoying. Chen Zhonghua, with a dark face, grabbed the furious Zhang Shulan and coldly said, Gu Yuning, stop changing the subject. You went out with Xiangnan and Yingying, but only you came back. Did you harm them? Before he finished speaking, Chen Zhonghua noticed Gu Yuning looking at him with a strange gaze, which made him feel uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Yuning sighed. Do you have a problem with your brain? You're insulting me. Chen Zhonghua clenched his fists. Gu Yuning looked very innocent. I already told you yesterday, they wanted to sell me out. Now they've been taken away by the police. Chen Zhonghua suddenly remembered that Gu Yuning had indeed said those words yesterday.
But
Wasn't that just angry talk? His face changed slightly, and he looked a bit surprised. Did you really call the police to arrest them? How dare she? Gu Yuning truly dared. She said, of course it's true. I am a law-abiding citizen. When I was bullied, I naturally went to the police. Officers Qin Xiangnan and Qin Yingying are at the Yangyang Town Police Station. You can check with them. Gu Yuning looked serious, and the two police officers believed her words instinctively. Then we will go back and contact them. Qin Zhonghua, you and your wife come with me. Since they already knew where Qin Xiangnan and the others were, it was best to verify quickly and not cause trouble here. Zhang Shulan was so angry she almost fainted. She gritted her teeth and said, police officers, don't be fooled by Gu Yuning. It's not just our two children. Gu Yuning also stole everything from our house yesterday. Quickly arrest her and let her face justice. Let her see if she dares to do evil again. Gu Yuning raised an eyebrow. What did I steal from you? All the furniture, belongings, money, radio, doors and windows, even the quilt we made. You didn't leave anything. Gu Yuning, if I had known you were so malicious, I should have sent you and your parents to the countryside. Zhang Shulan glared fiercely at Gu Yuning. Today, she wanted to expose Gu Yuning's evil deeds to everyone. If looks could kill, Gu Yuning would have died hundreds of times. Gu Yuning was completely calm. Do you have any proof? Yesterday, she wore gloves, disguised herself, and with the help of the space magic tool, she was sure that the Qin family could only suffer silently this time. Zhang Shulan choked. If she had proof, the police would have already arrested Gu Yuning. Why would they still be here wasting time? This matter was so unbelievable that even the police didn't believe it. They sternly criticized, comrade, it's good enough that this woman can take care of herself. If she went to your house to steal furniture and make false accusations, there should be limits. Aside from Ningning's health, she's an orphan girl. Why would she steal from your house? Someone else asked, hey, Director Zhang, you all sleep so soundly at night that you didn't notice your house being emptied. The large items are usually hard to move by oneself, and it's impossible for everything to be taken without any noise. How deeply must you sleep to not notice your house being emptied? Gu Yuning helplessly said, could it be that someone is stealing from us and falsely blaming me? Now, everyone's suspicious eyes turned to the Zhang couple. This possibility definitely exists. Zhang Shulan's face turned red with anger. She was already sick from the cold, and her fury made her lose all restraint. She shouted, it's you, Gu Yuning. You must have hired someone to steal from her house. You wicked woman, no wonder Xiangdong doesn't want you. You should be shot. You police only care about how pretty Gu Yuning looks. I warn you, if you don't arrest her for questioning, I will have my family deal with you. Both police officers' faces darkened. But before they could speak, there was a sharp smack, and Zhang Shulan's face was slapped crooked. The scene fell silent. Everyone looked at Gu Yuning in disbelief. Such a delicate and gentle person, now so fierce. Gu Yuning paid no attention to others. She just looked coldly at Zhang Shulan and said each word clearly. I don't want your short, ugly son. Gu Yuning, didn't want him. You disgusting people, stay away from me. Otherwise, I will hit you every time I see you. Although the original owner loved the bad guy wrongly, she didn't do anything bad. Why should her sincere heart be trampled on like this? Her voice was quiet, but surprisingly satisfying. Even though Gu Yuning still seemed fragile, she gave off a feeling that no one could bully her easily. It was very shocking. Zhang Shulan covered her face and screamed, Gu Yuning, how dare you hit me? Aren't you afraid Xiangdong will be angry? Smack! A heavy slap interrupted Zhang Shulan's words and even swollen her other cheek. Your son is a traitor who clings to power. You usually bully me, and now you come here to falsely accuse me after losing your stuff. Gu Yuning, am not someone you can easily push around. Gu Yuning usually keeps to herself and doesn't cause trouble. She is gentle and doesn't hold grudges. Yesterday, many people knew about the Chen family's remarriage. When the Chen family left in a hurry, now they have come back just to see if Gu Yuning, a single girl, is easy to bully. Some people started whispering. The Chen family is trying to push the previous daughter-in-law to her limit, just to give that daughter more space. This woman has no family, so she can't stand being bullied. Gu Yuning looked at the female officer from the neighborhood office and asked, "Is our neighborhood staff being bullied by factory leaders?" The female officer knew she couldn't ignore this, so she asked, "Chen Zhonghua, you're the director of the soap factory. Why are you falsely accusing people? I will go and talk to your leaders about your actions." Chen Zhonghua was angry. "I really had something stolen. I didn't accuse anyone falsely. He had indeed lost something important. Not just some luggage at home, but also 10,000 yuan from the cabinet." Even Zhang Shulan didn't know about this. Chen Zhonghua suspected that the theft was exposed and that someone was retaliating. But he dared not make a fuss, so he could only try to recover his loss. It wasn't Gu Yuning, it was her people who did it. As long as the police take Gu Yuning away, even for a day, he could take the stuff from the cabinet. Unfortunately, Gu Yuning was not afraid at all and simply said, "Do you have proof?" Chen Zhonghua spat blood. If he had proof, he wouldn't be arguing here. "Police officer, I will take you to search. I believe there are dirty things inside." Chen Zhonghua pointed at the small yard of Gu's house, confidently saying, "If you don't search, you're covering for them." The police were annoyed. "Gu, shall we go in and check if they have anything?" Gu Yuning was not afraid of a search, but she asked, "Director Chen, I am just a young girl. Why do you say I am a thief? What if the police don't find what you say?" It must be you." Chen Zhonghua didn't bother pretending to be kind anymore. His eyes looked dark and angry. "Words are not enough. Fine, if I didn't steal the money, then you and your wife must kowtow and admit your mistake." Chen Zhonghua refused without hesitation.
No.
A man should have integrity. "I, Chen, kneel to heaven, to the earth, and to my parents." "What are you?" Gu Yuning sneered. Still kneeling, Mississippi. Everyone immediately thought of the fat wife Chen Xiangdong married and started laughing. The teasing made Chen Zhonghua's face turn red, but he didn't regret it. "Our family's Xiangdong has a bright future. If you have the ability, don't come asking me later." No one dared to speak after that. Mock the poor, not the good girl. Being able to climb high is also a skill. Maybe someday they'll seek help from the Chen family. Gu Yuning knew human nature well and didn't mind. She simply said, "Then 100 yuan. If you can't find your things, just give me 100 yuan." Chen Zhonghua's eyes flashed with cunning. "What if I find it? Then what happens, happens. The police are watching." "All right." Chen Zhonghua was about to walk into the small courtyard when Gu Yuning suddenly stepped forward and stopped him. Chen Zhonghua looked alert. "What are you doing?" Gu Yuning ignored him and said to the police, "Comrades, Chen Zhonghua and Zhang Shulan have a grudge against me, and they reported the case. I suspect they might hide things inside to frame me, which is hard to explain. It's better if you, the neighbors, and the local officials go in and search together." Chen Zhonghua frowned. "Ning ning, yem yor elder. Do you really think so little of me?" He looked hurt, trying to soften Gu Yuning's attitude. "No, you're even more despicable than I thought." Although Zhang Shulan was the first to step forward, Chen Zhonghua was actually the one who came up with the plan. He pretended to be a good person, making the original owner trust him completely. That's how the 5,000 yuan and the house deed were stolen. Gu Yuning was not the original owner. Chen Zhonghua's expression stiffened. The police nodded in agreement and selected someone to search the small courtyard with the female officer. Of course, they found nothing. Right now, only Gu Yuning's room was normal. Everything else had been taken into her space. The yard was empty and clear. Soon they came out and the police said directly, "Director Chen, there's really nothing missing inside." Chen Zhonghua didn't believe it at all.
Impossible.
It must not have been searched carefully. "Police, I'll go in with you." As soon as they went in, they could catch Gu Yuning. Gu Yuning still blocked him. "Director Chen, are you doubting the police officers or our neighborhood staff?" Both the police and the neighborhood staff looked unhappy. "I only let them search because I was soft-hearted. Otherwise, you have no proof, and if you randomly arrest someone claiming they are a thief, would they cooperate with your search? Does that mean everyone is suspicious?" The neighbors immediately lost patience. "We didn't steal from your house. Go back to your residential area and find the real thief." Exactly, coming from miles away to find a thief, what a joke. It's obvious you just want to trap Ningning and take over the house. Angered by the crowd's outrage, Chen Zhonghua looked very displeased. He secretly signaled Zhang Shulan. Zhang Shulan quickly sat on the ground and started crying. Gu Yuning just hit me, everyone saw it. Both of you police officers, arrest Gu Yuning now. The two police officers, annoyed by the noise, were about to speak when three officers pushed through the crowd and asked coldly, who is Chen Zhonghua and Zhang Shulan? This didn't look like a good sign. Zhang Shulan hurriedly stood up, and all three officers looked at her. Are you Zhang Shulan? Chen Zhonghua cursed silently that Zhang Shulan was good at causing trouble. He stepped forward, smiling and offering a cigarette. I am Chen Zhonghua. Did you catch the thief? But unexpectedly, the police directly handcuffed Chen Zhonghua and his wife. The cigarette fell to the ground. Chen Xiangnan and Chen Yingying are suspected of murder. You two go back for investigation. What? What? The couple was stunned. Chen Zhonghua was panicked. Misunderstanding, comrades, this is all a misunderstanding. How could Xiangnan and Yingying really be taken? He suddenly looked at Gu Yuning. You. Did you really call the police to arrest them? Gu Yuning spread her hands innocently. I told you earlier, but you didn't believe me. Chen Zhonghua almost spat blood. But now it was more important to clear himself. Comrades in the police, I really lost something.
Please check.
My house has been emptied. This is all because of that wicked woman. She resents my son not wanting her, so she's revengeous. Smack. Gu Yuning directly slapped him. I, Gu Yuning, would rather not have a dishonest man. Do I care about him? If he ruins my reputation again, I'll hang myself at your door and make sure you live in constant fear. You dare to hit your father-in-law. Zhang Shulan almost rushed forward to tear Gu Yuning apart, but was stopped by the police. Be honest. These two people came to bully a young girl and falsely accused her of theft. Isn't it normal for her to slap back and vent her anger? People like this, who are unreasonable, are no wonder they raised two killers. Zhang Shulan cried out in anger. My money. I lost all my savings. It must be Gu Yuning's fault.
Boo-hoo.
Why didn't you arrest her? Zhang Shulan felt truly wronged. Unfortunately, the police showed no sympathy. They had already checked inside and found no stolen goods. It was all slander. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. You'll find out when you go back. Take her away. Gu Yuning quickly said, Comrade police, this person still owes me 100 yuan. Could you help me get it back? Chen Zhonghua suddenly turned around, his previously gentle facade gone, replaced by hostility. Gu Yuning gave him a bright smile. Trying to cause trouble for her? She might as well go to the police station herself to explain. The two police officers who had been there quickly followed to communicate, and the neighbors watching the scene were stunned. Just now, Chen Zhonghua and his wife were shouting about arresting Gu Yuning, but now they were the ones being taken away? Has Gu Yuning really stood up for herself? Anyway, Chen Zhonghua and Zhang Shufin are still Gu Yuning's in-laws. For a moment, everyone looked at Gu Yuning with some fear. But Gu Yuning didn't care what others thought of her. Being gentle was just a tactic, but if everyone thought she was easy to bully, she would truly be doomed. After today, she probably would stay quiet for a while. Watching the closed door, people started talking. I never realized before, Gu Yuning is quite capable. She's so ruthless. I thought she was just talking, but she actually went to the police station. Does that mean Chen Xiangnan and Chen Yingying got caught? Maybe they got sent away. Hearing the gossip around, Zhang Chong almost choked on his bun. Boss, was that tough girl Gu Yuning? The one I saw yesterday, so gentle and weak. Zhang Chong couldn't believe it. Lu Lin's eyes flashed with interest. The vague idea he had before was becoming clearer now. Go back first. Boss, where are you going? I'll follow. Lu Lin turned back, his strong and handsome face expressionless, and his deep eyes made Zhang Chong feel nervous.
Then,
I won't go. Lu Lin simply nodded and strode toward the Gu family courtyard. Zhang Chong scratched his head, his face scrunched up like a bun. Didn't the boss say today was a day off, and he wanted to enjoy a good walk in the city? Why is he going to see Comrade Gu again? After sending Chen Zhonghua and his wife inside, Gu Yuning decided to treat herself well. Because of her work, Gu Yuning hadn't had a proper meal in 5 years. Now, arriving in 1974, she felt she should take good care of herself first. It all started with food. Gu Yuning first took some spring water from her space and boiled it. Last night's steamed buns made her want to cook some rice today. She hadn't yet prepared the 4 happiness meatballs, so she took a plate to reheat, then stir-fried some pickled cabbage. Later, she planned to go out and find out about her parents' situation. That was her original wish, and since she was living in the original owner's body, she naturally wanted to fulfill it. Before she could wash the cabbage, there was a knock at the door. It was slow and steady. Curious, Gu Yuning opened the door. Warm sunlight shone on the visitor, as if gilding him in gold. His tall figure resembled a pine tree, and he looked down at her with a smile on his handsome face. Gu Yuning was stunned, feeling a bit incredulous. Captain Liu? Why are you here? Yesterday, Gu Yuning truly thought they might never meet again. She had even planned to buy a watch and a sweater to send to him as a thank you gift. And today, he showed up at her door? Lu Lin looked at Gu Yuning. Today, she was wearing a light blue thin jacket. Because she was too thin, the jacket looked empty, and the gauze on her head made her seem even more fragile. Lu Lin felt pity and said, "Do you want to go for a walk in the street? The girl should wear bright colors, not look so gloomy, and she should eat more nutritious food." Most importantly, she needed to see a doctor. He was very worried about the injury on her head. Before Gu Yuning could speak again, Lu Lin took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. He pointed to the area near her right eyelid with his left hand, saying, "There's some coal ash." Her sharply defined hand covered half of his face, making his chiseled features stand out even more. His deep, steady gaze fixed on her, causing Gu Yuning's heart to skip a beat. Is it just an illusion? Gu Yuning felt that today, Lu Lin had an unusual aura about him. It was like a peacock spreading its feathers. She steadied herself, lowered her eyes, and took the handkerchief. Thank you. The handkerchief smelled faintly of soap and was very clean. Gu Yuning remembered that all of Lu Lin's clothes were always spotless. Being clean is a good trait for a man, and his appearance also matched her taste perfectly. Gu Yuning wiped her eyes and asked, "Are you feeling better now?" Yes. Gu Yuning didn't forget that he was very particular about cleanliness. She said, "I'll wash this handkerchief and give it back to you." "No need to trouble yourself," Lu Lin said as he took the handkerchief, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Standing there like that felt a bit strange. Gu Yuning was about to say something when Lu Lin asked, "Do you want to go for a walk?" Since he had already kindly invited her, Gu Yuning agreed. "I'll lock the door." The two of them went out together. Gu Yuning felt that many neighbors were peeking at them, but Lu Lin seemed unaware, so she didn't mind.
Boss.
Cough cough. Zhang Chong was leaning against the wall smoking when he saw Lu Lin and Gu Yuning come out shoulder to shoulder. He almost choked on his cigarette. "What are you two doing, Comrade Gu?" He looked at them with confusion. Gu Yuning smiled and greeted him. "Comrade Zhang. We're going for a walk. I'll take the car and meet here at 4 in the afternoon," Lu Lin said, already opening the passenger door. Gu Yuning nodded at Zhang Chong and got into the car. Zhang Chong was a bit confused. If he remembered correctly, the boss said they would go shopping together? Was he being left behind? Before Zhang Chong could figure it out, Lu Lin had already driven away. Zhang Chong. In the car, Gu Yuning confidently asked, "Where are we going?" Looking at her, a smile flickered in Lu Lin's eyes, and he simply said, "First to eat." At first, he thought Gu Yuning was gentle and fragile, so yesterday she let Lu Zhenghua suffer a bit. Now he realized he had underestimated her. Today, Lu Lin felt that Gu Yuning was very straightforward and not shy, which made their interaction very comfortable. "Just finished a fight. I think you haven't had time to eat yet." Gu Yuning immediately understood that he saw her cleaning up Chen Zhonghua and his wife. She deliberately asked, "Don't you think I'm too fierce? Protecting your rights, I think you're very brave and smart." "That's very good," Lu Lin sincerely praised, not hiding his admiration. Gu Yuning was very pleased with this answer. Her eyes showed a deeper smile, and she softly said, "Captain Liu, you saved me yesterday. I haven't had a chance to thank you, Lu Lin." Just call me Lu Lin or Ah Lin. My mother used to call me that when I was a child. Cough. Although Gu Yuning suspected he came early for a reason, she was still surprised by how direct Lu Lin was. Her face warmed a little. "Okay, I'll in." Her soft, sweet voice carried a natural closeness, and Lu Lin felt as if his heart was being rubbed by a little kitten. It was a bit ticklish. Lu Lin tightened his grip on the steering wheel and honestly said, "Comrade Gu, I need to tell you something." "Go ahead." "Lu Xinghua is my father." Cough. Gu Yuning almost choked on her saliva. She looked at Lu Lin in surprise, with a hint of caution. "So, you're here today to get revenge for your sister and your father. Could it be more dramatic?" Lu Lin quickly clarified. "No, of course not. My mother only had me." Lu Yanyan was brought by her new husband. Worried Gu Yuning might misunderstand, he added, "I don't have a good relationship with their family. If you dislike them, just don't dislike me." Lu Lin showed his dislike for that family clearly. "Disliking them so much, it seems you've suffered a lot." Gu Yuning felt a bit sorry for Lu Lin. A soldier who didn't hesitate to save her when she fell into the water, Gu Yuning believed he was not a bad person. Having a stepmother means having a stepfather, and she thought there shouldn't be too many of those. Lu Lin felt his heart was struck. When others heard he didn't get along with his father and stepmother, they said he had problems and told him not to judge family members with biased eyes, to keep harmony at home. Only Gu Yuning said he had suffered. Lu Lin said, "I had some hardships when I was young. He didn't suffer much when he grew up." But he didn't say anything about it. Sure enough, Gu Yuning saw a look of pity in his eyes. This poor little guy. Gu Yuning felt she should take good care of him, maybe bring him home. Chen Xiongdong wanted to climb higher up the social ladder, right? Then she would aim even higher. The key was that Lu Lin was handsome, well-groomed, and so proactive in visiting. Not eating would be a shame. Gu Yuning didn't want him to look sad, so she asked on purpose, "If I meet with Leader Lu again, will you make things difficult for me?" "No, I won't. I just hope Comrade Gu can do great things." Gu Yuning was amused by his serious look. "Then I'll take your good wishes." She used to worry that Lu Lin was too old-fashioned because he was from this era. Now she saw he wasn't dull, and she added a point to her opinion of him. While they talked and laughed, they arrived at the state-run restaurant. It was just after breakfast hours. There were steamed buns, fried dough sticks, crispy rings, and pan-fried dumplings. Although not as varied as modern breakfasts, it was still more than Gu Yuning expected. The pan-fried dumplings were beef, and Gu Yuning ordered a portion, with soy milk and salty preserved vegetables. Lu Lin ordered buns with fresh meat and 3 kinds of fillings, crispy rings, and tofu pudding. The table was filled with food. "That's a lot. You probably can't finish it all," Gu Yuning whispered. Although she had money and space, she still felt it was wasteful. With Lu Lin around, she couldn't put leftovers into her space, and they wouldn't taste good if they cooled. Lu Lin took a soda, opened it, and placed it in front of her. He mimicked her tone and whispered, "Eat what you like, I'll take the rest." His deep eyes curved slightly, looking more handsome. Gu Yuning couldn't help but also smile. The more she interacted with Lu Lin, the more she felt he was different from the cold impression she had when they first met. He was a very interesting person. "All right, I'll leave the rest to you." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a cold snort from behind. "How many ordinary people still can't get enough to eat, and you're here wasting resources? Shame on you, soldier. Which unit are you from? Who is your leader? Today I will teach you a lesson so you won't forget." The commanding tone was a bit muffled because of the echo, and it sounded somewhat familiar. Gu Yuning blinked, thinking, could it be a coincidence? Chen Xiongdong thought he had intimidated the man and woman, and finally felt a bit more relaxed. Early this morning, before dawn, he hurried from his lover's place to pick up Lu Yiran at the Lu family estate. But instead of greeting him, the guards turned him away before he even entered. The guard simply said that Lu Yiran wanted a divorce and wanted nothing more to do with him. Chen Xiongdong refused to accept this. But he also knew that causing trouble at the Lu family would only make things worse. So he had no choice but to leave quietly and find a restaurant to eat. Just as he sat down, he saw Lu Lin in front of a big table of food. Lu Lin was also a soldier, young and handsome. He sat taller than Chen Xiongdong, making Chen look small and insignificant. This made Chen even more annoyed, as he was already angry. He is now a platoon leader, though still a deputy, but how could he be overshadowed by such a young soldier? Why are you silent? Military rules strictly prohibit waste. You must be punished. Lu Lin, who had been friendly just moments before, now looked serious and stern. He asked, "Who is the leader here?" Unlike the questioning tone of the other, Lu Lin's voice was calm but very commanding. He exuded authority without anger. Chen Xiangdong suddenly felt nervous and took a step back. "Dubish, what are you doing?" At once, the diners around burst into laughter. Trying to act tough but being scared off by a single look, this was so funny. Chen's face turned red with embarrassment. "What are you laughing at?" "He's wasting food," Lu Lin said. "No investigation, no right to speak. I'm just eating normally. You come in and start accusing without evidence, even trying to scare people with your rank. Is this how soldiers behave?" Chen Xiangdong sneered. "Who says I haven't investigated? You two are just two people, wasting so much food. Are you trying to impress the girl? If I were your soldier, I'd teach you a lesson." He hated people who looked better than him and acted arrogant. He was just a young soldier, yet he dared to yell at his platoon leader. "You're getting a reprimand." Gu Yuning couldn't stand it anymore and said impatiently, "Chen Xiangdong, what are you doing here? Your parents and younger siblings have been taken by the police. If you don't go see them soon, you might never get the chance again." The fun of dating the handsome soldier was ruined by this scoundrel. So unlucky. Chen Xiangdong finally saw clearly that the tall man sitting opposite was actually Gu Yuning. He immediately turned red with anger. "Gu Yuning, you unfaithful woman! How dare you cheat on me with a wild man behind my back?" In Chen Xiangdong's mind, even if they divorced, Gu Yuning was still his woman. "Gu Yuning, are you shameless?" Chen Xiangdong looked betrayed, which made Gu Yuning laugh out loud. "Are you crazy? I have nothing to do with you. Who I eat with is none of your business." Dirty-minded people see dirt everywhere. The diners didn't expect to see such gossip and suddenly got excited, pointing at Gu Yuning and whispering, "You are clearly my woman." Before he finished, Chen Xiangdong felt a blackness in front of his eyes. It was Lu Lin standing up. "Chen Xiangdong, right? You got married yesterday and your bride isn't Comrade Gu." As a man, he couldn't let Gu Yuning's reputation be damaged because of him. Chen Xiangdong felt like there was an extra mountain in front of him. He tried hard to lift his head but couldn't see his face clearly, only backing away awkwardly. He shouted angrily, "Stop. She was my wife before. What right do you have to be with her? Homewrecker." A heavy punch interrupted Chen Xiangdong's foul words. Lu Lin grabbed his wrist and twisted it behind his back, causing Chen Xiangdong to scream in pain. Chen Xiangdong finally felt scared. He struggled desperately but couldn't move at all, only furious and helpless. "Darn it, do you know who my brother is? How dare you treat me like this? Insulting an active soldier, no matter who your brother is, won't save you." Lu Lin dragged him outside without fear. "Comrade Gu, you can continue eating. I'll handle this person." "All right." Gu Yuning smiled sweetly as she watched Chen Xiangdong get into trouble. Chen Xiangdong struggled hard, turning red in the face, but was dragged away like a dead dog. It was obvious what would happen next. He secretly regretted and shouted loudly, "My brother is Lu Lin, a fighting hero, the champion of the military competition last year. You must know him, right? I tell you, if you offend me, he won't let you go." Cough. Gu Yuning choked on her soda and looked at Chen Xiangdong with a strange expression. "Who are you talking about?" Lu Lin also stopped. Chen Xiangdong thought his threat worked and proudly said, "Lu Lin, Battalion Commander Lu. He is my brother." "Gu Yuning, do you think you can just find someone to oppose me? I tell you, this man is far worse than my brother. Hurry up and let me go." Chen Xiangdong was feeling very proud, as if he had already seen the scene of this big fool begging for mercy. But in the next second, he was grabbed by the collar and lifted up. Chen Xiangdong panicked and struggled, but his short legs couldn't reach the ground, making him look more awkward and causing a burst of laughter. "What are you doing? Could it be that he doesn't recognize Lu Lin? Darn it!" In the past, soldiers would always praise him when they heard his brother was Lu Lin, just trying to flatter him. Today, He was so unlucky to meet a naive young man. Lu Lin saw all of Chen Xiangdong's changing expressions and grew more disgusted. I am Lu Lin. That mother and daughter are really disgusting. One stole his father and drove him out. The other stole Gu Yuning's husband and completely destroyed him. Now, they even let such a young man act wildly under his name. From Chen Xiangdong's reaction, it was clear this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. Lu Lin's eyes grew colder. Everyone around fell silent. The spectators gawked, unable to believe what they saw. Trying to show off with someone else, but ending up in front of the main character? The most exaggerated part was that Chen Xiangdong didn't even recognize Lu Lin. At this moment, Chen Xiangdong's expression looked like a colorful palette, very amusing. How can you be Lu Lin? His eyes widened, and his mind went blank. Did he just curse Lu Lin? Lu Yanran had said that Lu Lin rarely took leave over the years and never came to the city. If that weren't true, Chen Xiangdong wouldn't dare be so reckless. Big brother, I'm sorry, I was blind and didn't recognize you. Chen Xiangdong raised his hand and slapped himself. His face burned with pain, but he forced a smile, revealing the hole where he lost his front tooth yesterday, looking very funny. Big brother, you are generous, don't bother with me. This brother-in-law had to be appeased. Everyone around looked like they were watching a clown, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, he's got crooked teeth. No wonder he talks with a lisp. Still calling me brother? Nobody even knows you, haha. Chen Xiangdong has never felt so embarrassed in his life. Gu Yuning watched the show calmly. Is this like fake Li meeting the real Li? Chen Xiangdong, what are you trying to do? This comment received many nods of agreement. Chen Xiangdong's face twisted with anger. He suddenly looked at Gu Yuning, grinding his teeth. Gu Yuning, we made things clear yesterday. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Yet today, you go complain to brother Yan Yan. I warn you, I will never leave Yan Yan. I love Yan Yan, and you can't keep bothering me. Gu Yuning felt disgusted. Chen Xiangdong, it seems you didn't look in the mirror yesterday. Sometimes I really admire your shamelessness. Let me say it again. You, with your crooked teeth and short stature, I wouldn't look at you even if I were blind. She showed her disdain openly. Chen Xiangdong felt like he had been slapped in the face from above. You shrew. Flirt. A cold look flashed in Gu Yuning's eyes. You call me a shrew? I should give you a little punishment. Commander Lu, I wonder if you can take me to see Commander Lu? I want to ask, how can such a scoundrel not only be an official but also come out to bully a poor woman like me? Gu Yuning was pretending to be pitiful, but the original girl was truly pitiful. She was harmed by a scumbag and lost her life. The revenge was far from over. Chen Xiangdong absolutely wouldn't have a good time. Lu Lin spoke upright. Of course, no problem. Protecting the people is our soldiers' duty. The two of them responded in unison. Chen Xiangdong felt a very bad feeling. He angrily accused. Gu Yuning, you dare. Chen Xiangdong, who fell into a squat, felt like his tailbone was about to break. Lu Lin slightly curled his lips. Sorry, I didn't catch it. Chen Xiangdong didn't feel any apology from him at all. But under Lu Lin's commanding gaze, Chen Xiangdong could only force a smile. It's okay, big brother. Are you okay with your arm? Lu Lin suddenly turned hostile. Who are you calling big brother? Be serious. Your problem is very serious. Don't think you can escape punishment just because you're trying to get close to me. Chen Xiangdong was stunned. But before he could mention Lu Yanyan, Lu Lin grabbed a cloth nearby and stuffed it into his mouth. Gu Yuning silently asked the waiter for some rope and handed it over. Lu Lin directly tied Chen Xiangdong from behind. Sniff, sniff. Chen Xiangdong sobbed but couldn't break free. Gu Yuning wanted to take the food away, but Lu Lin sat down directly and stepped on Chen Xiangdong's struggling leg, saying, Comrade Gu, finish eating quickly so we can leave. Since he said that, Gu Yuning didn't feel disappointed. She sat down happily and ate a plate of fried dumplings and crispy rings, drinking soda. Lu Lin ate all the remaining food right in front of Chen Xiangdong, one bite at a time. After finishing, he showed no signs of being full and clearly wasn't stuffed. Everyone started criticizing Chen Xiangdong for meddling. He was trying to interfere because he cared, acting like he was important. The other's disdain made Chen Xiangdong angry and tearful, but Lu Lin simply picked him up and threw him into the back seat of the car, then took Gu Yuning straight to the military district. Achoo! Lu Zhenghua rubbed his nose and frowned. Could it be that brat was insulting him again? Seeing his dark expression, Commissar Lin smiled and brewed him a cup of tea. Comrade Zhenghua, your daughter, Yuan, just got married yesterday. Are you really that upset? Unlike Lu Zhenghua's cold and serious attitude, Commissar Lin, who was the same age, looked elegant and handsome. He wore thick black glasses, and although his temples were graying, it couldn't hide his graceful demeanor. Lu Zhenghua's sharp eyes widened in anger and said, I have nothing to be upset about. He was already annoyed enough. Lu Yuan's marriage was a topic he was too embarrassed to mention to others. He just hoped this matter would be handled calmly, and after some time, when no one mentioned it anymore, Chen Xiangdong and Lu Yuan would divorce. It would be better if everything went back to normal. Old Lu, I think your attitude is a bit off. Commissar Lin frowned and said seriously, Old Lu, Yuan is a girl. Don't treat her the same way you treat Lin. Kids, you get closer to them, and they'll get closer to you. Thinking about Lu Lin's words last night, Lu Zhenghua snorted coldly. He holds a grudge against me. How can I get close? Old Lin, stop persuading me. I called you here to ask you to help that kid find a partner quickly. He's so old, and still not married. I don't know what he's thinking. Once he got married, he wasn't afraid even if Gu Yuning came to him because of the engagement. He could just make up for it in other ways later. He would never risk his bright future and his son's life. Talking about Lu Lin's personal issues, Commissar Lin also felt troubled. I introduced him to a few girls before. They were all pretty and capable, but he kept a cold face and didn't speak at all, which killed the girls' enthusiasm, he said. Then, he couldn't help but look at Lu Zhenghua and advise. Old Lu, you usually care a lot about your soldiers. Why can't you be more patient with Lu Lin? Over the years, Lu Lin had a poor relationship with his family, and there were many rumors outside. For example, people said Lu Lin had a bad temper, disrespected elders, and bullied his younger siblings. Lu Zhenghua was especially strict with Lu Lin, even to the point of being harsh. For instance, Lu Lin had achieved many military honors and logically, he should have been promoted to battalion commander long ago. Other leaders had no problem, but Lu Zhenghua, his own father, kept holding him back. People said outside that Lu Zhenghua didn't like his son Lu Lin, and that Lu Lin would never get promoted. Some good-looking girls wouldn't consider a partner whose future was uncertain. Sometimes I really think you don't care about how Lu Lin is doing. Why do you keep trying to set him up with someone? Lin Commissar said. Lu Zhenghua frowned. He's my son. Of course I care. Just introduce a few more. I don't ask for much: marriage, intelligence, and looks that are about the same. He's a young man, and he can't even find a partner? He's useless. Gu Yuning was pretty, but she had a bit of a reputation for being trouble unlucky in love. That's why she was abandoned. Commissar Lin chuckled. I think you should stop pressuring him. If he becomes a battalion commander, marriage will be easier. Not letting him get promoted? He'll never marry in his life? That's ridiculous. Lu Zhenghua snorted, feeling more convinced that Lu Lin's refusal to marry was just to oppose him. He didn't want to work hard for a promotion, just kept thinking of sneaky ways. Suddenly, the office door was forcefully pushed open. Lu Zhenghua looked up and saw Lu Lin walk in. He was so angry, he slammed the table and scolded. Lu Lin, are you out of your mind? Can't you knock? He was utterly rude and lacked manners. Lu Lin didn't care about his attitude at all. He casually threw someone onto the desk. What is this? Commissar Lin was startled and quickly stood up. Lu Zhenghua was a tough general, so he looked down and saw Chen Xiangdong. He suddenly turned to Lu Lin, furious. Lu Lin, what are you doing? Even if he made a mistake, the discipline department handles it. How dare you use private punishment? Don't think that just because you are my son, you have the right to do this. Lu Lin's eyes flashed with sarcasm. Just because I am your son, does that mean I only face suppression? I earn every bit of my pride through hard work, unlike ordinary people. Lu Lin feels no guilt. His question as a son makes Lu Zhenghua feel unexpectedly guilty for a moment. But it's only a moment. His guilt is quickly replaced by anger. Then tell me, what are you doing now? Lu Lin, if you keep acting out, I will send you to the disciplinary department. As a son, daring to talk back to his father is reckless and unruly. It's outrageous. The father and son just met, and they are already arguing fiercely. Commissar Lin quickly tries to mediate. Old Lu, let's talk calmly. Lu Lin, your father cares about you. Family matters should be discussed gently. Yesterday, Commissar Lin didn't attend the wedding banquet, but he knew Chen Xiangdong was Lu Yiran's new husband. Are you having a conflict with your brother-in-law? Quickly let him go. Lu Zhenghua doesn't like Chen Xiangdong, but he is Lu Yiran's husband and family issues shouldn't be made public. Gu Yuning then speaks gracefully. Commander Lu, I'm afraid we can't let him go just yet. Commissar Lin looks up and sees a stunning young girl walking out from behind Lu Lin. She's dressed simply, but she exudes a unique charm. She is definitely the most eye-catching person in the crowd. She looks a bit delicate, but standing next to Lu Lin, they seem perfectly matched. Commissar Lin instinctively looks at Lu Zhenghua, exchanging a glance. Does Lu Lin have a partner now? Lu Zhenghua is too focused on Lu Lin and Gu Yuning to notice. He stares intensely and asks, how did you two come together? Could it be that Gu Yuning knows about Lu Lin's engagement and came specifically to bother him? Darn it! Yesterday, Gu Yuning pretended not to know, probably to lower his guard, so she could find Lu Lin directly. Shameless. His dislike for Gu Yuning rises to the top. Gu Yuning, you got everything you wanted yesterday, and now you're still bothering him. How did your parents raise you? Gu Yuning's face turns cold. My parents raised me well. At least I didn't steal someone else's husband, nor did I do anything shameful like premarital pregnancy. I don't bully others either. You don't need to worry about Commander Lu. The words directly tore apart Lu Zhenghua's face, as if to peel off his skin and step on it. Lu Zhenghua suddenly stood up and Lu Lin stepped forward to block Gu Yuning, facing Lu Zhenghua directly. Leader Lu, you should first ask your son-in-law and his family how they harassed my ex-wife before lecturing others. Otherwise, it's the Lu family that will lose face. Lu Zhenghua's face turned red with anger as he pointed at Lu Lin. What did you say, old Lu? Commissar Lin hurriedly stopped Lu Zhenghua. This old man, even at his age, still gets so angry. Be careful not to make him worse. Take it easy, young lady. This is the army, not a place for playing around. I'll have someone take you back. Come here. Commissar Lin. Gu Yuning interrupted him, pretending to be confused. I know this is the army, but I always thought the army was a place to protect ordinary people. Why, before I even raise a problem, you want to send me away? Are you trying to protect Chen Xiangdong? Well, he is the leader's son-in-law, after all, not on the same level as us common folks. It's normal for you to defend him. Commissar Lin looked serious and said, Young lady Lin Xiangqian always acts fairly. So, are you going to stand up for me? Commissar Lin didn't expect Gu Yuning to be so clever, suddenly putting him in a difficult position. He instinctively looked at Lu Zhenghua. Lu Zhenghua snorted coldly. Just handle it fairly. Last night, he had already checked. Chen Xiangdong had divorced Gu Yuning half a year ago. At that time, Yanran didn't even know Chen Xiangdong. He had initially thought that Gu Yuning had some connection to the Lu family and the 2,000 yuan was just compensation, so he wouldn't pursue it further. But Gu Yuning actually dared to come to the army to cause trouble. She's ungrateful. Lu Zhenghua decided to teach this girl a lesson today, or she might really think she can always take advantage. Commissioner Lin regained his senses and saw Chen Xiangdong tied up on the ground, struggling weakly. His strength was small, and even when he moved, he looked powerless. Such a lack of discipline in a soldier made Commissioner Lin frown. Lu Zhenghua felt even more ashamed. He ordered the guard to untie Chen Xiangdong and asked, Chen Xiangdong, why did you go to see Gu Yuning again? Even if he didn't like the son-in-law, he was still officially his son-in-law. But Chen Xiangdong had secretly gone to see his ex-wife. Wasn't that embarrassing for the Lu family? A trace of guilt flashed in Chen Xiangdong's eyes, but he was clever and immediately knelt down, crying, Dad, I just wanted to see Yuning. When she didn't see me, I thought I'd buy her favorite food. He naturally knew that Lu Zhenghua didn't want him to see Lu Yuning, but revealing this directly would leave no room for compromise. I just happened to see my older brother being confused by Gu Yuning at the state-run restaurant, and she directly tied me up to see you. Chen Xiangdong didn't mention his own petty schemes or his arrogance at all. He was Lu Lin's brother-in-law, but Lu Lin had simply dragged him past the military district. Seeing so many people witness his embarrassment, Chen Xiangdong was furious and accused Lu Lin unfairly. Lu Xingguo naturally knew Lu Lin's dislike for Lu Yuning. Especially after that incident, Lu Lin almost strangled Lu Yuning to death. So Lu Lin's attitude towards Chen Xiangdong was understandable. Lu Xingguo, feeling disappointed, scolded. Lu Lin, even if you're unhappy with Yuning, you can't bully her husband. Where's your manners? Seeing that Lu Xingguo judged him without even asking, Lu Lin felt a sharp pain in his heart, though he had already lost hope in his father. Lu Lin looked at Chen Xiangdong with deep eyes, making Chen Xiangdong feel a sudden chill, as if a fierce beast was staring at him. He was so scared that he quickly moved closer to Lu Xingguo. Dad. Chen Xiangdong looked pitiful. Lu Xingguo was disgusted and said, "Get up and speak." A grown man kneeling so easily, like a weakling.
Ah, Chen Xiangdong smiled happily.
Seeing Gu Yuning and Lu Lin sitting together so well-matched, he felt a sharp pang of jealousy. Big brother, Gu Yuning is the best at flirting, like a charming fox. At first, she was the one flirting with me, but I stayed firm in my resolve. Hearing him slander the original owner, Gu Yuning angrily grabbed the nearby ashtray and smashed it hard. Chen Xiangdong dodged but was hit right on the forehead. Chen Xiangdong instinctively reached for his head, feeling the warm blood, and was startled.
I'm bleeding.
Gu Yuning, you shrew. Gu Yuning's gentle and obedient appearance was all a lie. Gu Yuning looked wronged. Chen Xiangdong, marrying you was just a temporary solution. You even said you and I had no relationship. Now you're ruining my reputation. Were you lying yesterday? Seeing Lu Xingguo right in front of them, Chen Xiangdong dared not admit anything. Dad, Gu Yuning hit me. Gu Yuning immediately retorted, "If you get hit, you complain." "Are you a primary school student, Chen Xiangdong?" Lu Lin echoed. "My dad likes people who complain like that." When others whimper and cry, Lu Xingguo softens. "It seems you've suffered a lot," Gu Yuning said sympathetically to Lu Lin. Lu Lin sighed. The two of them kept talking back and forth, making Commissar Lin look at his old partner. Lu Xingguo's face turned red from embarrassment. He kicked Chen Xiangdong away, who was trying to cling to his leg. "Don't call me dad. As a soldier, it's shameful to be beaten by a weak woman." He even had the nerve to complain. Gu Yuning smiled sweetly. "It's just that Commander Lu has good judgment, choosing a good son-in-law. My daughter won't be afraid of being bullied in the future." Lu Xingguo felt his heart tighten. This girl was actually mocking him. His face darkened. "Gu Yuning, if you want to talk about Chen Xiangdong marrying someone else, I've already arranged for Yanji to divorce him. From now on, Chen Xiangdong will have nothing to do with our family. The army will also discipline him for his actions. So, from now on, this girl should stay away from him. Better yet, never appear in front of him again." Old Lu. Commissar Lin looked at his old partner in surprise. Lu Xingguo gave him a later talk look and said to Gu Yuning, "You can go now." But Gu Yuning didn't move. "Commander Lu, you're really loyal to your family, but whether Chen Xiangdong divorces or not has nothing to do with me. Today, I came not only to accuse Chen Xiangdong of slandering my reputation, but also to report that he falsely claimed credit and deceived the organization." Chen Xiangdong's face turned pale instantly. "You're talking nonsense. How could Gu Yuning know?" Everything had already been handled. Gu Yuning took an envelope out of her canvas bag. Chen Xiangdong hurriedly rushed forward to try to grab it, but Lu Lin kicked him away. Lu Lin stood up. His tall figure protected Gu Yuning firmly. Seeing Chen Xiangdong look guilty, everyone guessed that Gu Yuning probably didn't falsely accuse him. "Give it to me." Lu Xingguo wanted to take it, but Gu Yuning stood up and handed it to Commissar Lin. This letter was found by accident in the hidden compartment of Gu's cabinet while she was organizing things early in the morning. The compartment was well hidden, and she didn't find it on the first try. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to send the report yesterday. It's hard to say whether the Chen family is too stupid or too confident. They dared to keep such a thing. Commissar Lin, you should take a look. After all, there's only this one piece of evidence. It would be bad if it gets destroyed. Lu Xingguo's face darkened. He asked coldly, "You little girl, do you think I would tear up the evidence?" How could he be so mean? Gu Yuning pretended to be scared. "Chief Lu, I didn't say that. But Chen Xiongdong is still your son-in-law. You should keep some distance." Lu Lin nodded in agreement. "Chief Lu, you've been in the army for many years. You should understand the basic principles." He really should understand. Lu Xingguo's face turned black and red. His heavy breathing made Gu Yuning worried he might get too angry and have a heart attack. She instinctively looked at Lu Lin. Lu Lin said, "Don't worry. Chief Lu is generous. Even if he's angry, he won't trouble you. That's a relief." Gu Yuning sighed in relief. "Thank you, Chief Lu." Lu Xingguo was forcibly held in midair, unable to sit down or get down. It was the security guard Xiao Zhang who stepped forward to help him sit down. Chen Xiongdong took the opportunity to flatter him. "Dad, don't be angry. I am innocent. I stand straight and upright. Gu Yuning is trying to frame me. You have to stand up for me." Chen Xiongdong was very confident and left no evidence against himself. He wanted to use this chance to accuse Gu Yuning of framing a soldier so that she would be imprisoned for life. By this time, Commissar Lin had finished reading the letter. He looked at Chen Xiongdong with a strange expression but spoke very seriously. "Old Lu, come and take a look." Seeing his old partner like this, Lu Xingguo had a bad premonition. Lu Xingguo quickly read the letter. He was so angry, he slammed the table. "Xiao Zhang, lock this scoundrel up." His hand clenched tightly, almost crushing the paper. Gu Yuning quickly poked Lu Lin's arm, and Lu Lin understood and stepped forward. "Commander Lu, don't think about destroying the evidence." His eyes were intense, ready to act at the slightest sign of trouble from Lu Xingguo. Lu Xingguo was nearly spitting blood. What does this kid think of him? "Get out of here." He threw the letter to Lu Lin. Chen Xiongdong cried as he clung to Lu Xingguo's leg. "Dad, this is all false accusations. I am innocent." Today, he absolutely could not be taken away, otherwise he was finished. After enduring so much, all he wanted was a chance to rise quickly. "Gu Yuning, why do you want to harm me?" The key question was, how did Gu Yuning get this letter? He had clearly handed it to his father. In that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Chen Xiongdong's mind, but in the end, they all turned into hatred for Gu Yuning. Gu Yuning looked very innocent. "I was just doing a good deed, no need to thank me." Chen Xiongdong really wished Gu Yuning would just go away. "Dad, I am truly innocent." "Innocent." Lu Xingguo kicked Chen Xiongdong in the chest. The force was so strong that Chen Xiongdong let out a painful cry, curling up like a shrimp, unable to fight back. Lu Xingguo's face was dark as a pot. With one kick, he had ruined Chen Xiongdong completely. This useless person. Take him away. It was embarrassing, so embarrassing. Lu Xingguo, who had been brave all his life, now had such a son-in-law. How could others not mock him? Feeling the leader's anger, Xiao Zhang shrank his neck and hurriedly dragged the person away. Lu Xingguo tried to calm his expression, but his trembling hand revealed his true feelings. "Gu Yuning, can you guarantee the truth of this letter?" Although it was a question, the handwriting on the letter made him almost certain. "Absolutely true," Gu Yuning said seriously. Chen Xiongdong took credit for others' work and suppressed the real heroes, forcing them to retire. Someone wrote a blood letter to report him, but the report was blocked and handed over to Chen Xiongdong. "Commander Lu, you are a veteran hero who has served all your life. You should know how much effort it takes to handle this. If it's not dealt with, it will truly discourage the soldiers. Just afraid someone doesn't want to handle it," Lu Lin said coolly. After all, heroes often face the beauty's challenge. "Commissar Lin, I hope you protect the evidence well and don't let the real heroes suffer injustice," Commissioner Lin said. Lin, speak properly." Old Lu isn't that kind of person, however, he didn't pause and took the letter from Lu Xingguo's hand. He actually believed Lu Xingguo. After all, Lu Xingguo's harsh treatment of Lu Lin was excessive and very strict. Everyone knew it was because Lu Xingguo was too honest and didn't want others to think he was giving his son special treatment. People like that wouldn't bend the rules for personal gain. But just as Lu Lin said, heroes often face difficult challenges, so he had to be careful. Lu Lin mocked. Maybe he's not important, but the matter definitely started because of him. Neither Commissioner Lin nor Lu Jinghua could argue with that. Today, when Lu Lin saw Chen Xiongdong, he was using his name to say he wanted to punish him severely. Lu Lin looked at Lu Jinghua. That's what I know. When I didn't know, I didn't realize how much bad stuff he did using my name. Commander Lu, you can't be completely innocent either. Lu Jinghua felt his eldest son was very annoying. Could he have guessed? Enough talking. Get lost. Stop bothering him all the time. Gu Yuning had finished what she needed to do and was too tired of the irritable old man, so she got up and left directly. Lu Lin, however, fell back a step and said to Commissioner Lin, "Commissioner, the young lady provided important clues. According to the rules, if it's true, she should be rewarded." "I know." Commissioner Lin waved his hand, urging him to leave quickly. Didn't he see how angry old Lu was? And he still cared about helping the young girl get something. By the way, Gu Yuning was really beautiful. She looked gentle and fragile, but in fact, even facing old Lu, she wasn't afraid at all. Old Lu was a veteran who had fought on the battlefield with a fierce aura that would make ordinary people avoid him. She was brave, good-looking, and seemed smart. Not everyone could make old Lu so angry. It's a pity Gu Yuning was married. Otherwise, she and Lu Lin would be a perfect match. After everyone left, Commissioner Lin asked, "Old Lu, how do you want to handle this?" Lu Jinghua didn't hesitate. "Whatever needs to be done, do it. No matter who it is, no one should bend the rules for personal gain." Commissioner Lin sighed. "Then go home and have a good talk with your wife. This matter is too big. If it really happened, Lu Jinghua would definitely be affected too." But Lu Jinghua was thinking about how Lu Lin had just stood in front of Gu Yuning the whole time. This kid probably doesn't know about his engagement with Gu Yuning, right? No, I must find a woman for Lu Lin quickly. Old Lin, have you found a match for Lu Lin? That's such a short time. Can a match just fall from the sky? Old Lu is really becoming less reliable. Lu Lin and Gu Yuning walk down the stairs side by side. "Comrade Gu, I'll see you off." Gu Yuning nods. "All right, thank you, Comrade Lu." He looks handsome, tough, and serious, but he's actually quick-witted. They didn't talk much just now, but they worked together very smoothly. Just standing next to her makes her feel very safe. Gu Yuning feels more and more satisfied, and naturally has no reason to refuse. Lu Lin took her shopping, and Gu Yuning also wanted to buy him some clothes. But Lu Lin said, "Since you're in the army now, I'll take you to see a doctor." Gu Yuning quickly refused. No need. I've already treated my wound. It doesn't hurt much anymore, and it'll be fine in a few days." After drinking spiritual spring water, her wound healed completely. The bandage was just to hide it. If she went to see a doctor, it would be obvious. Although Lu Lin was a bit worried, he didn't insist when she was determined. He just reminded her, "If you feel uncomfortable, tell me, okay?" But Gu Yuning was still a bit worried. "Your father won't interfere with Commissar Lin's judgment, right? Gu Yuning isn't that noble. She just wants her enemies to get what they deserve." No, although she doesn't get along with her father, Lu Lin's opinion is honest. He's proud, but he's an old soldier. Discipline and law are deeply ingrained in him. If that weren't the case, the mother and daughter wouldn't hide things from everyone. Seeing Lu Lin's open mockery, Gu Yuning asked, "Are they always bullying you?" When she first met Lu Lin, he risked everything to save people. He's good at caring for others and is very decisive like a soldier. You wouldn't think he came from such a good background. Lu Yanyan is just a stepdaughter. When she married, she threw a big banquet and even got her handsome husband a deputy platoon leader position. Compared to Lu Lin, she's really below him. Thinking this, Gu Yuning felt a bit sorry for Lu Lin. Lu Lin is very good at noticing subtle expressions. How could he not see her concern? At that moment, Lu Lin felt as if his heart was soaking in warm water, and his whole body felt cozy. Lu Lin opened the car door for her. After she got in, he began to speak slowly. "When Commander Lu married that woman, I was already 9 years old and knew a lot. At first, she didn't dare to bully me, but after 2 months, she got pregnant. When Commander Lu said he was upset and was about to punish me, she would beg him to forgive me. Lu Lin sneered, but instead, Commander Lu got angrier and hit me. She pretended to be kind on the outside but was secretly scheming. Gu Yuning was familiar with her. Although Lu Lin now spoke casually, a 9-year-old child facing such a cunning stepmother would definitely have a hard time. After he hit me twice, my grandfather took me away to raise me. I only saw them during holidays, so I wasn't bullied much by her. But as soon as he was taken by his grandfather, Lu Yanyan was brought to the Lu family, changed her surname, and even moved into his room. And then, Lu Lin refused to call her Dad, now instead calling him Commander Lu. Something serious must have happened to make the father and son grow apart completely. Later, Lu Lin's expression looked strange, as if he had stepped on dog poop. Gu Yuning was curious and asked, "Later, what happened?" He said, "Later, Yan Yan developed feelings for me. 9 years ago, they drugged me." Cough. Gu Yuning choked on her saliva. Could it be the kind of drug she was thinking of? 9 years ago, Lu Lin was only 16, not even an adult. That's really crazy. But thinking about how handsome soldier brother was also harmed by Yan Yan, Gu Yuning felt sorry. Lu Lin shot her a glance, and his look made her quickly hide her expression and say seriously, "Sorry for your loss." Lu Lin was speechless. "I had training to resist drugs and they didn't succeed." Gu Yuning coughed lightly. This Commander Lu was so honest. He answered everything without treating her like an outsider. "Does Commander Lu know about this?" Lu Lin sneered. "Of course he does. He said I was lowly. Even his sister wasn't spared, and I wasn't allowed to return to the Lu family." Lu Jingguo's words were 10 times worse. Lu Lin didn't want Gu Yuning's ears to be dirted. Isn't he crazy? When something happens, doesn't he ask questions first? He just believes what others say. Gu Yuning was starting to get angry. After marrying, the wife drove out her own son and brought her stepdaughter to live with them, which is quite normal. When something like this happens, people blame the biological son. Even if Lu Jingguo had some trust in Lu Lin, he probably wouldn't believe Lu Lin was interested in Yanran, right? Does Lu Jingguo even know what Yanran looks like? She's not pretty, and she has a face full of pimples. Men can also be victims. Seeing her so angry, Lu Lin asked uncertainly, "Do you believe me?" Lu Lin said this because he didn't want to lie to Gu Yuning. Since the incident with Yanran, Lu Lin has felt a physical disgust towards women and can't allow himself to get close to them. He often has nightmares. But since saving Gu Yuning, Lu Lin doesn't seem to reject her and even wants to get closer. Last night, he rarely didn't dream and slept peacefully until morning. This made Lu Lin realize his true feelings, but he didn't know what Gu Yuning thought. A woman who was just betrayed by her husband would naturally be cautious around other men. Lu Lin isn't afraid to reveal his feelings, but he's worried she won't trust him. His cautiousness makes Gu Yuning feel sad. She's a tall, handsome soldier, but she's living like a little helpless girl.
Trust.
With your looks and figure, there's no type of woman you can't have. Why force others? Plus, you saved me, so I know your character better. She looked in the mirror. Her body is too thin now, but her face still looks exactly like her original appearance. She's definitely a beauty. Gu Yuning, although a talent agent, is also highly sought after because of her stunning looks, comparable to female stars. But when Lu Lin saved her yesterday, he didn't cross any boundaries. Gu Yuning doesn't believe that a man who wouldn't even touch her wouldn't do the same to Yanran. Lu Lin was flattered and smiled. "Thank you, Comrade Gu. Would you be willing to?" Before he finished, Lu Lin's face suddenly changed, and he slammed on the brakes.
Crash.
Her head hit Lu Lin's palm, and she was a bit stunned. Lu Lin helped her sit up and asked worriedly, "How do you feel?" Gu Yuning looked around. Everything was spinning, but Lu Lin's handsome face was so attractive that it immediately caught her attention. "I'm fine." Gu Yuning blinked and saw blood on the back of Lu Lin's hand. "Are you hurt?" She hurriedly pulled Lu Lin's hand to look at it, and saw a wound at the knuckles with blood flowing freely, revealing white tendons underneath. It looked very painful. However, Lu Lin seemed fine, not caring and casually shaking his hand. "It's nothing. I'll go see how the others are." Gu Yuning was very worried. She reached into her canvas bag and took out a roll of gauze from her space, pressing it against Lu Lin's wound. Press here to stop the bleeding. I'll go down the car with you. Lu Lin wanted to object, but Gu Yuning had already opened the car door. He had to quickly get out and follow her. They saw an old man dressed in patched clothes, with white hair, clutching his waist and groaning on the road. My back. Someone in the military hit someone. Help! Seeing his legs trembling and one shoe fallen off, Gu Yuning couldn't help but laugh. Sir, where did you get hit? She had been in a car accident before, and when she encountered someone, her car would shake.
But there was no such feeling just now.
The old man looked up at her, his deeply wrinkled, dark face, thin enough to see his bones, and fierce triangular eyes that looked very intimidating. Young girl, I saw it. It was the soldier who was driving.
I saw it.
You have to pay with food. His energetic tone didn't sound like someone who had been hit. Gu Yuning didn't expect to encounter a scammer in the 1970s. She believed Lu Lin also saw it, but Lu Lin said, Sir, I will take you to see a doctor. The old man's eyes flickered cunningly. I have a fragile life. No need to see a doctor. Just give me some food, Lu Lin insisted. I'll take you to see a doctor first. You're a soldier? So naive? I told you. My life is fragile. Why are you doing this? The old man rolled on the ground, quickly dodging Lu Lin's hand. I warn you, don't touch me. His movements were very agile. Lu Lin remained calm. Sir, I just want to take you to see a doctor. The old man was so angry, he puffed out his cheeks and glared. Naive girl, you're his girlfriend, right? Men who don't understand common sense. You'll definitely suffer with him. Lu Lin instinctively looked at Gu Yuning, a worry in his eyes that he hadn't even realized. Could she be thinking the same way? Noticing his gaze, Gu Yuning looked at him and smiled, saying, I like him just the way he is. Old man, your opinion doesn't count. Lu Lin's serious, icy expression instantly melted away. TSK. Youngster. The old man shivered in frustration. That's improper. He quickly turned his eyes, and before Gu Yuning could react, he suddenly grabbed her canvas bag and ran away. Hey! Gu Yuning was caught off guard and nearly fell. Fortunately, Lu Lin reacted quickly and caught her. Are you okay? But she saw that his wound had reopened and was bleeding again. She said, I'm fine. You're the one hurt. However, since her bag was stolen, she had nothing to hide with and could only urge him to press his wound. I'm going to get the bag back. Gu Yuning was genuinely angry now. This old man was just causing trouble and even stealing. Together, the old man was clever and ran straight into the farmland. The wheat was just starting to turn green, so they couldn't drive over it. The two of them could only run after him. Although Gu Yuning drank some spiritual spring water, it only made her weak body feel normal again. Since she had never worked in the fields before, she almost tripped after running for a while. Be careful. Lu Lin's strong arms supported her. Since they were in a remote countryside, he didn't want Gu Yuning to stay alone, so he crouched down. Comrade Gu, I'll carry you. Okay, but if you can't carry me, just put me down. Lu Lin responded with a hum and felt her soft body press against his back. The different sensation made Lu Lin tense up, his muscles tightening, but he also felt Gu Yuning wrapping her arms around his neck. A faint fragrance surrounded them, and Lu Lin's heart beat faster. He forced himself to stay calm, carried Gu Yuning securely, and quickly headed in the direction the old man had gone. Gu Yuning saw that Lu Lin's ears were visibly reddening. Before she could look more, Lu Lin was already running. Gu Yuning had never seen anyone run so fast. It was like a leopard, agile and powerful. The key was Lu Lin was carrying someone, yet he still moved at this speed. His physical condition was truly exceptional. Fortunately, the old man was not very strong and didn't run far. After crossing the farmland and entering the woods, they saw a cattle shed. Gu Yuning watched as the old man went inside. Gu Yuning quickly patted Lu Lin's shoulder and softly whispered in his ear, "Put me down." Just as Lu Lin turned his head, Gu Yuning felt her lips brush against something. She suddenly widened her eyes, and Lu Lin carefully set her down. Gu Yuning looked up and saw his light brown skin flush with redness. Her shyness faded, and she held back a smile as she quietly took Lu Lin's hand and moved forward. As they approached, they heard an old man speaking softly, soothing. "Chunxia, the snacks from Daoxiang village. You loved them the most before. Try some and see if they taste the same. Where came from?" Cough, cough. His voice was gentle but weak. He only managed a few words before coughing nonstop. "Old Chung. Don't do bad things. I didn't do anything bad." The old man's voice sounded a bit weak. "Everyone's life has a set path. Cough, cough. I just want you to stay pure and honest. Cough, cough. Chunxia, I listen to you. Don't say any more." The old man's voice became clearly anxious. "Drink some water." Suddenly, a cracking sound of porcelain breaking was heard, and his coughs grew weaker. "Chunxia," the old man exclaimed nervously, "you're coughing up blood." "Chunxia, I'll go get some hot water for you. I'll prepare some food." "No, medicine," but all he got in response was an endless series of coughs. "Chunxia, I'll find medicine for you." "Chunxia." His voice sounded like a lonely wolf howling in despair. It was heartbreaking to hear. Gu Yuning's eyes filled with tears. She gently tugged at Lu Lin's sleeve. "Lu Lin, let's save her." "Yes." Lu Lin nodded without hesitation. The two quickly walked into the cow shed. The cow shed had no door and was near the woods, filled with the smell of decay and cow dung mixed with the cold breeze. As they entered, they saw a frail, white-haired old woman half-conscious on a collapsed bed in the corner of a dilapidated mud hut, wrapped in a blanket that was a dull color and filled with cotton. The old man who had just snatched Gu Yuning's bag didn't notice them. He was supporting his wife with one hand and holding her tightly with the other, softly whispering her name. "Chunxia. It's me. I caused all this." Bright red blood splattered across the old man's fierce face, making his shriveled face look even more terrifying, like a ghost. Tears fell from his cloudy eyes, full of pain and despair. Suddenly, he pulled out a rusty knife from under the bed and was about to cut his own neck. Gu Yuning was so scared her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Lu Lin rushed over quickly, grabbing the old man's hand holding the knife and knocking the knife away. He also supported the elderly woman. Gu Yuning ran over and slapped the old man in the face as he tried to grab the knife, scolding, "She's not dead yet. If you kill her, there will be no hope." The old man paused with the knife in his hand. Gu Yuning hurriedly said, "I have medicine here. Find some water and give her the pills." She truly couldn't bear to see a life disappear right in front of her. If she was careful, she might not be discovered. Seeing the old man stay still, Gu Yuning snapped, "Hurry up. Don't you want her to live?" The old man quickly got up to fetch a bowl. Gu Yuning told Lu Lin, "Help support the elderly lady." By then, the old man had brought water, and the broken bowl was mostly intact, filled with water. Gu Yuning took the bowl and pretended to take 2 pills from her clothes pocket, ready to feed them to the elderly woman. "Wait," the old man spoke to stop her. "Could it be poison?" His hoarse voice was cold, and his sharp, triangular eyes were full of suspicion. It was as if Gu Yuning was trying to harm someone. Although he was a thin, old man, at this moment, his presence was very strong, with a murderous look in his eyes. Lu Lin, still supporting the elderly woman, stepped forward quickly, his gaze sharp, as if he might explode at any moment. Gu Yuning rolled her eyes at the old man and said impatiently, "If she doesn't take the medicine, she really won't survive. Step aside." She pushed the old man away. His cheeks twitched, and his eyes flashed with hostility. Gu Yuning ignored him and moved straight ahead. In the end, the old man only stared at Gu Yuning but didn't dare to make a move. Gu Yuning said, "Open her mouth." "I'll do it." The old man didn't trust these 2 young people. Suddenly, the old lady's throat moved, and she drank the water. Slowly, she began to swallow large gulps. "Chunxia," the old man kept watching her reaction, and he was very happy. "Chunxia." Tears streamed down his face, blurring his vision. He quickly wiped his tears and carefully watched his wife's response. After drinking a bowl of water, her breathing became stronger, no longer faint. The blue color on her face, caused by lack of oxygen, faded quite a bit, making her look less frightening. Maybe she is no longer in danger? Gu Yuning's tense body finally relaxed, but she felt a sharp pain in her waist. Be careful. Lu Lin held her wrist, took the bowl, and placed it on a nearby wooden board. Gu Yuning realized she had been too tense and focused, which caused her waist to twist. Her arm ached, and her hands were trembling. In the end, she couldn't bear to see a person disappear right in front of her. I'm fine, Gu Yuning said. But it's best to have a doctor check on this old lady and maybe get some more food. The house was so empty that it was almost a compliment. The floor was very damp. The two elderly people were so thin that their bones showed, clearly having no food. Looking carefully, there weren't many complete items in the house. You could see signs of damage and breakage. They even lived in a barn. Gu Yuning suddenly realized that these two elders must have been sent away from their home. She couldn't help but think of her own parents and older brother, who had also been sent away. Were they suffering as badly as these two? Maybe it was her lingering feelings for her original family, but just thinking about it made Gu Yuning feel very sad. Lu Lin saw her expression change and suddenly remembered the information he had found. Her parents and brother had also been sent away. Was this emotional pain triggered by the scene? Lu Lin couldn't ignore Gu Yuning's feelings, but before he knew more about her family, he didn't know how to comfort her. He simply picked up her canvas bag from the ground, brushed off the dirt, and handed it to her. I'm taking them to the hospital. Check if anything is missing. Gu Yuning turned around and shook her head. No, thank you. There's nothing valuable in my bag. She kept her valuables in her space. The canvas bag was just to hide her belongings, which included some snacks and a scarf. All right then, let's take the old people to the hospital first. The old man strongly opposed, spreading his arms like an eagle protecting its chicks, blocking in front of his wife. Chuanxia can't go to the hospital. Young lady, you have medicine. Please give me some more. As long as Chuanxia gets better, Cheng Sanpao, will definitely repay you. Cheng Sanpao looked at Gu Yuning anxiously. Gu Yuning knew there was no real medicine. What worked was the spiritual spring water. The spring water could heal muscles and promote wound recovery. Gu Yuning had never used it on others before. It was a last resort, a shot in the dark. Now that the person was saved, Gu Yuning didn't plan to use the spring water again, as the old man was too quick and drew too much attention. Even if Gu Yuning saved someone, she would never risk her own life. Old Master Cheng, I only have 2 pills and I just gave them to the elderly lady. Cheng Sanpao persisted. Where did you buy this medicine? It was left by my grandfather. He passed away 2 years ago. There was no other source. Cheng Sanpao became anxious. Your grandfather is dead, but the medicine must have a source. Where did you get it? Are you hiding something from me? His eyes flashed with hostility, and his face twisted in anger as he reached out to grab Gu Yuning. The old man's hand was like an eagle's claw. Being caught would surely hurt.
Bang!
Lu Lin stepped forward, shielding Gu Yuning behind him, blocking Cheng Sanpao's hand. But somehow, Cheng Sanpao's wrist became extremely weak, and his entire arm seemed to turn into a snake, attacking Lu Lin. In just a moment, the two exchanged several moves. The speed was so fast that Gu Yuning couldn't see clearly. But the fierce killing intent made her face sting. Give me the medicine, Cheng Sanpao roared, glaring at Gu Yuning. Or I'll kill you all. Know your place. Lu Lin sidestepped just in time to block his gaze. As a soldier, he couldn't hurt a weak old man. But even a gentle person has a temper. Lu Lin pulled Gu Yuning back to retreat. Cheng Sanpao kept chasing relentlessly. If they left, Chuanxia truly wouldn't survive. Suddenly, Cheng Sanpao's finger moved. The rusty dagger appeared at his fingertips. Lu Lin's expression darkened, ready to act, when he heard a weak voice. Old Cheng. That voice, if not listened to carefully, could be ignored. But the fierce-looking Cheng Sanpao seemed to be paused, no longer paying attention as Lu Lin turned and ran to the bed. Chuanxia, are you awake? The tone that was once harsh now sounded gentle and tender. If he had a tail, it would definitely be wagging like a helicopter rotor. Just moments ago, he was full of murderous intent, but Gu Yuning didn't expect to be suddenly fed a mouthful of dog food after turning around. She instinctively looked at Lu Lin. But Lu Lin seemed to have eyes behind him too, quickly turning his head and softly asking, "Did I scare you?" His deep, caring eyes made Gu Yuning feel better instantly. "I'm fine. Sorry, both of you," the old lady spoke. She ignored her husband and struggled to sit up. "My husband is straightforward. He was just worried about me and accidentally upset you. I apologize on his behalf." Her long string of words made her gasp for breath. Chung Sanpao felt heartbroken. "Chuanxia, rest well. I'll kneel and apologize to them." "You shouldn't tire yourself." Ning Chuanxia glared at him. "Old Chung isn't ungrateful. But someone is watching us, and we can't leave Shijia village even a step. You two should leave quickly, so you won't get involved." She naturally knew these two young people had saved her. It was a life-saving kindness. But she and old Chung couldn't repay them. The only thing she could do was not to drag her benefactors into trouble. Just listening to the old lady speak, Gu Yuning felt she must have received very good education before. Looking closely, although she was very thin and bony, her bone structure was good. She must have been a great beauty in her youth. Now she had endured many hardships, but her eyes remained clear, making it hard not to feel sympathy. She was a poor person. "Old lady, doctors need to be seen," Gu Yuning advised gently. Ning Chuanxia shook her head. "Thank you, young girl. I won't trouble you anymore." "No." Chung Sanpao looked at his wife, who now had a spark in her eyes. He gritted his teeth and said to Gu Yuning, "Young girl, if you give medicine to save my wife, I will teach you how to be a real man." Gu Yuning blushed slightly. She instinctively looked at Lu Lin, only to find that his ears were also red, and he dared not look at her. Men of this era are truly innocent. This big guy's moves are so silly. It's obvious he's from the army, but he hasn't learned proper martial arts. He's only stronger and more muscular, so he can overpower me, the old man. If this had happened 10 years ago, I would have already knocked him down. He looked at Lu Lin with a critical eye, as if he thought Lu Lin was getting a big advantage. But the admiration in his eyes didn't escape Gu Yuning's notice. This hypocritical old man. Gu Yuning quietly tugged on Lu Lin's sleeve and whispered, "Do you want to learn from him?" She didn't understand martial arts, but this old man was very thin and old, yet he moved so quickly and strangely when fighting Lu Lin. He must be quite skilled. Lu Lin's eyes showed warmth. He lowered his head and whispered back, "Leave this to me." Lu Lin knew his own skills best. When he was 9, he trained with his grandfather, and by 11, he was a child soldier. He was very good at military tactics and weapons, but his fighting skills were mostly learned from senior soldiers, mainly for killing, and weren't usually useful in everyday life. If he could learn martial arts systematically, it would definitely improve him a lot. But Lu Lin didn't want Gu Yuning to get into trouble because of him. The medicine could save someone close to death, but if others found out, they might come after him. Even if Gu Yuning had such medicine, Lu Lin didn't want her to use it. He said, "Old master, tonight I will bring a doctor and some food. I won't bother you now." As he spoke, he took Gu Yuning's wrist and started to walk out. Third Gunner Chung was stunned for a moment, then angrily puffed out his cheeks and glared. "That brat, I never agreed to teach him." Ning Chuanxia watched her husband get angry and couldn't help but smile. You're just eager for a hunt and want to take a disciple again." They had lived together for a lifetime, so she knew her husband well. This old man loved talented people the most. If you want to take a disciple, just do it. Don't be so stubborn. But Chung Sanpao, who usually listened to her, suddenly looked cold. "I don't want a disciple." Ning Chuanxia also remembered what those so-called disciples had done over the years. She felt more distressed for her husband. She was also a bit angry. Not because she was suffering, but because her husband treated them like his own children, yet they turned out to be ungrateful. The past few years of being sent away had been tough, but it was only physical hardship. The deepest wounds were in the heart, and those took the longest to heal. Old Chung. Chung Sanpao saw his wife's eyes turn red and quickly came over, worriedly holding her hand. "Are you feeling unwell?" It was his fault. Spring Xia hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. Those people took all the food, trying to starve them. He was the reason Spring Xia was suffering.
Food.
Suddenly, Chung Sanpao remembered the snack he had given Spring Xia earlier. She hadn't eaten it yet. He hurried to get it but found that next to the snack was a whole box of treats. He froze. Ning tunchia sikhet. That little girl just snuck it in. Today they met a kind person, even a benefactor. She had been feeling a burning pain in her chest, dizzy and headache, but she hadn't told Ching Sanpao because she was worried about him. But since taking the medicine, the burning in her chest eased a lot. It was like gentle water slowly putting out a fire. Although her body was still weak, she felt very comfortable. She had a feeling that maybe she wouldn't have to die this time. On the way back, Gu Yuning was a bit distracted. She saw two very thin old people struggling to survive, just like her parents. She didn't know how to find out where they were. Comrade Gu. Gu Yuning looked up and saw Lu Lin looking at her with concern. I will help you find your parents and older brother. Don't worry too much. Gu Yuning felt warm inside. Thank you. Lu Lin wasn't very talkative, but he was careful and thoughtful in what he said and did. He was gentle and considerate, making Gu Yuning feel very comfortable around him. But you call me Lu Lin and you call me Comrade Gu, it feels a bit distant. Why not call me Ning Ning? Lu Lin looked at Gu Yuning, his serious face softening. All right, Ning Ning, it was a way of speaking they both were used to, but hearing it from Lu Lin made Gu Yuning blush. For the first time, Gu Yuning looked away. By the way, where are you going to find a doctor? Is it safe? Dealing with those who were sent away was risky. If the doctor's story got out, even Lu Lin, as the commander, might not benefit. Lu Lin had saved her life after all. I still have 2 pills here in case you need them. No need. Lu Lin interrupted Gu Yuning for the first time. He stopped the car by the roadside and looked at her seriously. Ning Ning, keep this life-saving medicine for yourself. It's best not to let others know. Do you understand? The most fragile thing in this world is human nature. Protect yourself, okay? Gu Yuning could tell that Lu Lin was genuinely worried about her, with no other motives. Her heart moved, and she asked, Lu Lin, do you have a partner? What do you think of me? Gu Yuning liked Lu Lin. She trusted her judgment of people and didn't want to waste time. Good men are rare. Hesitating might mean losing him to someone else. Her time was precious, and if Lu Lin had no interest in her, she wouldn't waste hers. Playing games or flirting was something only young girls did. Gu Yuning preferred straightforward honesty. Cough. Lu Lin almost choked on his saliva, his skin turning visibly red. The efficient Captain Lu looked like a soldier being inspected. He instinctively straightened his chest, but his hands didn't know where to go. He looked flustered, like a young boy. Gu Yuning couldn't help but smile and teased him. It seems, Comrade Lu, you don't have any feelings for me. Well, Lu Lin quickly blurted out. That's not true. It was like opening a door. Ning Ning, I'm very sure I want to be with you. You're smart and beautiful, and you won't be bullied. I think we're very compatible. Lu Lin blushed deeply, tidied his clothes, put on his military cap, and looked at her very seriously, asking a question he had been thinking about all along. Lu Lin's expression was very serious, carrying the sincerity typical of his era. Comrade Gu Yuning, may I ask if you are willing to be my revolutionary partner? I will be loyal to you, as I am to the party, never betraying you. He stood tall and straight, like a birch tree standing on the borderlands. He looked very attractive. Gu Yuning finally understood the feeling people talk about when they say good men are dedicated to the country. A straightforward soldier is really handsome. Gu Yuning's heart was pounding fast. But she still had to say what she needed to. Lu Lin, I was married before and my parents and older brother were sent away. My background isn't good. Marrying me will definitely affect you. Gu Yuning had seen many lovers turn into resentful spouses. In such cases, their flaws would be greatly exaggerated. Her own situation was special, and while she didn't think much of it herself, she was reluctant to face her husband's criticism. As a man, if marrying a wife affects me so much, I might as well give up. Lu Lin spoke confidently and calmly. Gu Yuning knew he had considered everything he said. Acting impulsively, without thinking, would be irresponsible for both of them. I joined the army at 11, started missions at 12. With my military achievements, I could have become a regiment commander long ago. But Commander Lu thinks I'm his son, so I shouldn't stand out too much. Compared to her real father, Gu Yuning's background wasn't a big deal. Lu Lin's honesty made Gu Yuning very happy, but also a little sad. Although Lu Lin seemed to not care much, no one likes being treated unfairly. Especially when it's someone so close, his own father. Gu Yuning couldn't help but curse. That Commander Lu really isn't a good person, allowing his wife and stepdaughter to take credit for military achievements and steal someone else's husband, while suppressing his own son. Double standards. He only cares about a good reputation but doesn't do anything meaningful. Seeing her angry and determined expression, a smile appeared in Lu Lin's eyes. He nodded in agreement. You're right. Commander Lu really isn't a good person. But when he talked about this before, others would advise him to be understanding, saying a father only wants what's best for his son. That's all nonsense. He didn't realize how painful it was when the knife was pointed at himself. No one had spoken up for Lu Lin before. Now, finally, Gu Yuning was standing with him against the injustice. That feeling was wonderful. Lu Lin increasingly felt that marrying Gu Yuning was the best decision. His eyes sparkled as he looked at her. So, do you agree to marry me? Gu Yuning nodded. The next moment, she was surprised to find a small cloth bag in her hand. She didn't even see where Lu Lin had taken it from. She instinctively shook it, finding it not too heavy. What is this? Betrothal gift. Lu Lin grinned, handsome and bright. From now on, every penny I earn will go to you. Just don't ask me for too much pocket money. Even though Gu Yuning had faced many storms, she felt a shock now. This guy, just after confirming their relationship, was giving her all his savings? Lu Lin, you planned this all along. Lu Lin didn't feel ashamed at all and said proudly, when you kissed me, it was already decided that you would be my woman. His confident look made Gu Yuning want to ask if his nervousness just now was fake. But Lu Lin's smile was so handsome, with bright eyes full of happiness. Gu Yuning couldn't bear to pour cold water on him. Can I open it and take a look? Of course. Gu Yuning opened the box and found that most of it was various banknotes. There were only a little over 300 yuan in cash, but the main items were 2 bank books from the People's Bank of China. Lu Lin explained, this one, 10,000 yuan, was given to me by my grandfather before he passed away. He said it was for me to get married. And what about this one? Gu Yuning, curious, opened it and saw it contained 6,800 yuan. This is my savings for my wages and task allowances over the years. Before I was 16, I was a child soldier and didn't earn much. These are what I saved later. In the future, I will earn more money to give you a good life. Lu Lin looked at Gu Yuning's slim figure with tenderness. You can eat whatever you want in the future. Sincerity was the greatest weapon. Gu Yuning nodded seriously. Okay, I will eat delicious food in the future. Good. Lu Lin's smile became even brighter. Looking at Gu Yuning, he felt his heart warm. He wished they could get married right now and have a wife who was happily plump. Ning Ning, go back and wait for me. I'll have Commissar Lin approve our marriage application right away. Lu Lin's eyes sparkled. Gu Yuning felt herself being enchanted. She couldn't help but touch Lu Lin's hair. Okay, I'll wait for you. His hair looked thick and strong, but felt soft to the touch. They say soft hair means a soft heart, and Lu Lin was definitely kind-hearted. That's why he was often bullied by his bad father and stepmother. From now on, Lu Lin belonged to her, and she had to protect him well. Thinking of this, Gu Yuning started to regret. In the 2 times she met Lu Zhenghua, she had been too gentle and hadn't shown her true strength. Next time, she would do better. Since Lu Lin was willing to give, Gu Yuning didn't refuse. She gave Lu Lin 100 jin of national grain coupons and 200 yuan. If you want to learn skills, we can't be stingy. Find someone to treat the 2 elders' illnesses properly, with medicine and food arranged. But you have to control yourself. Learning skills is good, but don't risk yourself. The 2 elderly people looked pitiful, but Lu Lin was truly one of their own. Gu Yuning understood the importance of priorities. Lu Lin smiled even more brightly, a little silly. Is this what it feels like to have a wife watching over you? No wonder those comrades who are married always look like they don't understand. Having a wife is really great. Suddenly, Lu Lin felt like he had a home again. He seriously said, I understand now, but I don't need that much money. 100 yuan and 20 pounds of grain coupons are enough. They aren't in a good state right now, and too much luxury would attract attention. Grandpa once said that a couple should discuss things together to have a lasting life. I'll visit them often in the future if I get the chance. Okay. Lu Lin is from this era and is a company commander. He definitely understands some rules better. Gu Yuning chose to trust him. The car couldn't go into the alley, and Gu Yuning didn't want to attract too much attention. She refused Lu Lin's offer to see her home and got off at the alley entrance. Lu Lin looked at Gu Yuning eagerly and said, "Yuning, I only have today off. Once I finish the marriage application, I'll go get the marriage license directly." He had already decided. Tonight, he would go straight to see Commander Song. If he didn't get her signature, Commander Song wouldn't have his wife and children warm at home. Okay. Since Gu Yuning agreed, she wouldn't be picky. Seeing her confident answer, Lu Lin reluctantly drove away. After changing the grain and picking up the doctor to go to the cattle shed, Lu Lin suddenly felt like he had forgotten something. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Chang appeared at the alley entrance, carrying bags and packages. It was rare to have a day off, and many comrades asked him to bring things. Zhang Chang hurriedly bought everything he could and waited for the boss. But after waiting and waiting, it got dark, and Zhang Chang still hadn't seen him. He tightened his clothes against the cold wind and finally realized a harsh truth. Maybe, perhaps, the boss had forgotten about him.
Wah.
Gu Yuning returned home and immediately locked the door. She first stored everything Lu Lin gave her in her space, then entered the space herself. There was so much land left unused, and she felt it wasn't right. She had planned to buy some leafy vegetable seeds first. These grow quickly, and Gu Yuning could also monitor whether the plants inside and outside the space grew at the same rate. But in the end, she didn't buy anything. Gu Yuning decided to plant some soybeans and corn first. These items were already at home. Although she had never farmed before, she loved watching mountain running videos and had some understanding of farming. The first step was to plow the land to loosen the soil, helping the plants grow better. After upgrading her space, the land inside was no longer just black soil. It was very loose and ready for planting. Gu Yuning found a coal shovel in the storage room, dug small holes, and placed 2 or 3 seeds in each, spacing them about 30 to 40 centimeters apart. She worked for 2 hours and managed to plant soybeans and corn on about 3 mu of land. Her back was already aching. Previously, Gu Yuning thought 10 acres was not enough, especially since in novels, the space was often hundreds or thousands of acres, or even a separate world. She planned to find ways to get more gems to upgrade her space so she could own a large farm and enjoy a carefree life. Now, she just wanted to give her ambitious self a slap. Farming was really hard work. 10 acres was quite enough. After finishing, Gu Yuning took some spiritual spring water from the fridge, which was boiling hot and just as hot as in the morning. Drinking a glass of it instantly made her feel refreshed and free of fatigue. She increasingly believed in the magic of her space. In the future, she could store more cooked food in the fridge to eat when cooking was inconvenient. Thinking of Lu Lin's big appetite, Gu Yuning decided to stock up more. Just as she was thinking about food, her stomach made a loud growl. She was about to prepare something to eat when the doorbell rang. Gu Yuning frowned, put away the ingredients, but didn't rush to open the door. "Who is it?" she asked. "Ning Ning, it's me, Aunt Wang from the family." A very enthusiastic female voice came from outside. "Today, Brother Chilin gets his salary, and we made fried crispy pork at home. I want to invite you over to eat." Gu Yuning finally remembered who it was. Aunt Wang lived in a large courtyard on the right side of the small yard, with her husband, both workers at a soap factory. They had 1 son and 1 daughter. Her son, Wang Qiulin, was 26, a temporary worker at the soap factory. He was short and chubby, known as a lazy person in the neighborhood. Wang's daughter, who just turned 18 last year, was married to a second marriage man with a limp, with a bride price of 500 yuan. Since then, Aunt Wang started looking for a match for her son, saying she would give a bride price of 500 yuan. But in a normal family, who would agree to let their daughter marry into such a family? Gu Yuning, who has worked in the entertainment industry, clearly sees through the Wang family's intentions. These people are just troublemakers. Giving her some sunshine would make her shine even more. Gu Yuning didn't open the door at all. No need, I've already eaten. But Aunt Wang was not willing to give up. She knocked harder and shouted, "Ning Ning, you're a rich girl and don't know how to cook. I've prepared ready-made food for you. Wouldn't it be better for you to eat?" Brother Chiolin said you loved talking to him the most. Suddenly, the door swung open with a creak, startling Aunt Wang. Before she could react, a bucket of water was poured over her head. Instantly, she felt freezing cold.
Ah,
What's that strange smell? Spit, spit, ugh. The smell was both fishy and foul, making Aunt Wang gag uncontrollably.
bang.
Gu Yuning placed the bucket of waste water heavily on the ground. Her beautiful face showed no emotion as she looked down from the steps. Her commanding presence made Aunt Wang feel nervous and afraid to speak. Gu Yuning's gaze swept over the crowd watching the scene. Everyone instinctively shut their mouths when they saw her. Her eyes finally landed on Aunt Wang. That leftover water from yesterday is just right for you to wash your mouth. Your family's Chiolin has nothing to do with me. If you keep talking nonsense, next time it won't be so simple. Although her tone was gentle, Aunt Wang felt a cold chill run down her spine. A spring breeze made her shiver.
Why you?
Are you crazy? Gu Yuning sneered. I'm alone now with no reputation or status. Don't come near me, or I might really lose my mind. She slammed the door shut loudly. Aunt Wang looked as if she had been slapped in the face from above, her face turning extremely ugly. Gu Yuning used to be such a well-behaved girl. Why is she so fierce now? Someone behind her patted their chest nervously, clearly frightened by what just happened. Now, with housing difficult to find, Gu Yuning lives alone in a small yard. Who wouldn't be jealous? Not to mention, Gu Yuning has money. She's like a delicacy everyone wants to taste. But suddenly, this delicacy turned into a hard stone, making everyone feel uncomfortable. Others also felt nervous. Since this morning, I've thought that Gu Yuning is very powerful. Do you know? Chen Zhonghua and his wife have been taken away and haven't come back yet. The factory director even said he might fire them. Is this a serious mistake? Gu Yuning is really ruthless. TSK, from the Wang family, and you want such a strong daughter-in-law. Be careful. You might end up losing everything. Everyone was talking, completely forgetting that Gu Yuning was actually the victim. Aunt Wang was furious, but after hearing about the terrible situation of Chen Zhonghua and his wife, she didn't dare to argue with Gu Yuning anymore and quietly went home. Behind the door, Gu Yuning heard that Chen Zhonghua and his wife were fired, and she knew the factory director saw the information she provided. Gu Yuning felt very happy. As for the others, they were just jealous and talking sour words, but they couldn't hurt her. Gu Yuning went straight into the kitchen. She turned on the coal stove's air valve, and soon the coal turned red. She added cold water to the pot, put in chopped pig's feet, ginger slices, star anise, and a few peppercorns to remove the fishy smell. Then she started heating oil again, added a few pieces of rock sugar to make caramel, put in the pig's feet, and stirred to release the meat's aroma and color. When adding water, Gu Yuning's heart moved, and she added a spoonful of spiritual spring water. The aroma instantly became richer. People outside, who were gossiping about Gu Yuning, suddenly couldn't speak and sniffed. Meat. Whose house is this? Eating meat out of season? Aren't they afraid of overstuffing themselves? Even in the capital, meat was limited and only available once a month for ordinary families. But the smell was so good that it made everyone drool. What kind of meat is this? It smells so good. Everyone was talking excitedly, and finally, they realized the smell seemed to come from Gu's small courtyard. They became even more jealous. As expected of a young lady of wealth, she's still eating meat late at night. She doesn't know how to live frugally. No wonder the Chen family doesn't want her. But no matter what they said, who wouldn't want to eat meat? That night, many children nearby cried loudly. They all wanted to eat meat. But after making a fuss, no one dared to come and ask Gu Yuning for meat. They could only take care of their children, and the crying grew louder. Gu Yuning didn't bother with them and focused on cooking. She prepared braised pig's feet with soybeans, spicy and sour cabbage, and a seaweed egg drop soup. Although she is a celebrity, Gu Yuning always thinks she can skip cooking, but basic skills are necessary. Since she is picky about food, Gu Yuning's cooking is actually quite good. She used to have an assistant and a nutritionist, so she didn't have much chance to cook herself. Honestly, since she gained some fame, life has been pretty good. Except for eating. Every day, she eats healthy, low-calorie meals. Gu Yuning hasn't eaten high-calorie foods like pig's trotters for 5 years. Just one bite of them made her so touched, she almost cried. Paired with a chewy steamed bun, she finished both pig's trotters in one go. She enjoyed the spicy and sour cabbage to clear her palate, then finished with some seaweed and egg drop soup.
It was so satisfying.
Unfortunately, there's not much entertainment now, so she can't watch TV while eating. She has a radio, but there are no interesting programs at this time. Gu Yuning patted her bloated stomach and decided to go plant some crops in her space. At this moment, Zhuang Minqiu finally learned that Chen Xiangdong had been arrested. Her face immediately looked unhappy and she spoke coldly. "Why didn't you call me earlier?" The other person said something, making Zhuang Minqiu's expression grow even more grim. She hung up directly. "Mom, what's wrong?" Lu Yanran, sitting on the sofa eating roasted duck leg, asked casually. She looked greasy and said unhappily, "This morning, Xiangdong even came to see me. I just asked the security guard to stop him, and he really left. Mom, help me think of a way to deal with him properly. This man gave up so easily. He clearly didn't take her seriously." Lu Yanran's small eyes looked dark with jealousy. "Maybe we should find someone to beat up his parents? He promised to give me 1,000 yuan as a marriage fee, but he gave that brat Gu Yuning 5,000. He's so self-centered, just break his arms and legs. And then scratch her face, so she can't show her face. That girl is always flirting with men." Her daughter spoke harsh, dirty words, but Zhuang Minqiu didn't scold her. She just said impatiently, "Chen Xiangdong has been arrested by the military." "What?" Lu Yanran suddenly stood up, looking fierce. "Who dares? Even a dog needs to be looked after. Xiangdong is my father's son-in-law." Zhuang Minqiu helped Lu Yanran sit down and comforted her. "All right, such a small matter shouldn't make you so angry. Be careful of the baby inside you." However, Chen Xiangdong was indeed disappointing. He didn't even have the ability to be a platoon leader and needed my help to manage things. Zhuang Minqiu felt very regretful. She realized she shouldn't have agreed to let Chen Xiangdong become her son-in-law. He was a proper platoon leader, even if just a deputy, yet he was silently controlled by others and couldn't even ask for help. Clearly, Chen Xiangdong and Lu Jingwen knew about their relationship. He was truly useless. Lu Yanjin immediately understood her mother's thoughts and hurriedly said, "Mom, you must save Xiangdong. My child can't be without a father." Lu Yanjin had always been unattractive, but she liked handsome men. Unfortunately, most good-looking men ignored her. Even using Lu Jingguo's name didn't help. She only managed to get close to handsome guys with medicine, but once they woke up, they would stay far away. Only Chen Xiangdong was different. After she drugged him, he woke up and agreed to marry her. Chen Xiangdong was special to Lu Yanjin. "Once I find someone to get him out, you two can live happily. And give me all the remaining medicine, she said. Hearing medicine, Lu Yanjin felt guilty and looked away. "I don't know where I put it." Zhuang Minqiu knew her daughter best and immediately frowned. "Lu Yanjin, you're pregnant now, so you can't use those medicines anymore. Are you still not satisfied with Chen Xiangdong?" Lu Yanjin snorted. Chen Xiangdong was caught. "We don't know when he'll be out, but I still have medicine." "No way." Zhuang Minqiu didn't want to involve Lu Jingguo, but seeing her daughter still desperately needed a man, she gritted her teeth and said, "I'll ask your dad to pull some strings and get Chen Xiangdong out. You can't use the medicine anymore." Suddenly, the door was pushed open forcefully. Tall Lu Jingguo walked in with a grim face, furious. "Zhuang Minqiu, are you always scheming to get me to pull strings? What do you think I am?" Zhuang Minqiu was startled and hurriedly stepped back, but she bumped into Lu Yanjin. Instinctively, Lu Yanjin pushed her away. Lu Yanjin's weight and strength caused Zhuang Minqiu to fall hard, and she felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Ah, Zhuang Minxiu cried out in pain. Usually my wife and I get along well, but today she looked so helpless. I instinctively went to help her up. Zhuang Minxiu leaned into my arms and started crying loudly. Zhonghua, what should we do? Yanzren is just pregnant, and you're telling her to divorce and even arrest her husband. I just found out Yanzren has been secretly taking medicine to sleep. Oh no, if she takes too much, she and the baby will be in danger. Tears fell one by one, but her face didn't look twisted, her eyes were red, and she looked very pitiful. She is just a helpless mother. My heart softened instantly. Yanzren saw her mother giving her a look, so she knelt in front of me. Dad, it's all my fault. I forced Mom. I'm already 24. When Lulin tried to assault me, I was afraid of men. Dad, I just want to be with Dong. She knocked her head repeatedly. Yanzren. Minxiu hurriedly said, Yanzren, you still have a child. Get up quickly. Oh, why is our family's life so hard? I've never done anything bad. She said this without any guilt. People do things for themselves. She just wanted her and her child to live well. My heart was full of pity.
All right.
Yanzren, get up quickly. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're crying and making a fuss, I said. I knew Dad loves me. Yanzren quickly got up from the ground. Though she was quite chubby, she moved very nimbly. I couldn't help but twitch my mouth and said awkwardly, Yanzren, Alin was just drunk that day. Let's agree not to mention this again. Lulin's own foolish actions, every time I think about them, make my face burn. But Lulin is irresponsible. He dares to do things but won't admit them. My anger towards my son grew, but I didn't forget the main issue. Zhuang Minxiu, I ask you, did you help Chen Xiangdong claim someone else's credit? My wife's heart skipped a beat. How could old Lu know? She had done this flawlessly. Old Lu, what are you talking about? Zhuang Minxiu looked confused. I'm just a doctor, not part of your army. How could I interfere in military affairs? I always keep a distance from your work. Thinking about her usual behavior, she didn't seem to have done anything wrong. My suspicion eased a little. Are you sure you haven't done anything against the rules? Of course not. Zhuang Minxiu did not hide her gaze from Lu Xinghua at all. Lu Xinghua increasingly felt that she was not the one responsible. But he quickly remembered the letter Gu Yuning had shown him. Since the matter was not yet fully investigated, Lu Xinghua could not reveal details according to the rules. He could only warn her, Zhuang Minxiu, you know what kind of person I am. I keep my personal and professional life separate. Even if you did something illegal, I would never favor you. Lu Xinghua looked at Zhuang Minxiu with sharp eyes, like a sword ready to cut through all her disguises. Zhuang Minxiu felt more nervous. Old Lu is a person who clearly loves and hates. If he trusts you, he will believe in you forever. But once he starts doubting, it's very hard to regain his trust. Although she has made connections now, all of that is based on her being Lu Xinghua's favored wife. If Lu Xinghua changes his attitude, she will lose everything. She must buy time to find out where she might have slipped up. Suddenly, Zhuang Minxiu clutched her stomach in pain. Old Lu, my stomach hurts so much. Please take me to the hospital. Gu Yuning was awakened early in the morning by knocking on the door. She thought it was some careless person, but when she opened the door, she saw Lu Lin's handsome face again. Gu Yuning thought she must be dreaming, so she instinctively rubbed her eyes. But Lu Lin's smile grew even brighter. Maybe because they had already cleared the air, Lu Lin's confident, proud aura was more obvious than yesterday, making him look especially pleasing to the eye. Good morning, Alin. Good morning, Ningning. Have you eaten? Lu Lin said this as he handed her some snacks, fried buns, and soy milk. No, I haven't. Gu Yuning naturally took them. Lu Lin had already shared everything with her yesterday, knowing he was well off, so she didn't hold back. She moved aside to let him in and asked, Have you eaten? That small amount of food wasn't enough for Lu Lin to fill his teeth.
Eve eaten.
You should eat quickly or it'll get cold. Okay. Gu Yuning was not polite. Since there was no special dining room in the small courtyard, she ate in the main hall. The snacks were crispy, and the fried buns, surprisingly made with beef, were even tastier than yesterday. Seeing Gu Yuning contentedly squinting her eyes, Lu Lin finally realized what her expression resembled. It was like a well-behaved, soft little cat. Lu Lin's hands itched a little. He restrained himself and gently rubbed his palms, shifting his attention. The tiles around the yard had been lifted, looking messy. Lu Lin simply rolled up his sleeves and laid the tiles back in place. Gu Yuning suddenly remembered that she had only taken away the gold bricks before, but forgot to tidy up the yard. Fortunately, Lu Lin didn't think much of it and just assumed the Chen family didn't take good care of it. "Wait for me. I'll find some tiles to lay down," Lu Lin said, turning to sweep the yard. Seeing that he didn't overthink, Gu Yuning didn't explain and just nodded in agreement. Eating a delicious breakfast leisurely while watching the tall, handsome soldier clean the yard was also a kind of enjoyment. By the time Gu Yuning finished eating, Lu Lin had already cleaned the yard thoroughly. Some clutter that was casually leaned against the wall during the wedding had not yet been sorted out by her, but now Lu Lin had organized everything neatly. The yard was still small, but it looked completely different, more lively and spirited. After breakfast, Gu Yuning couldn't help but praise, "Lu Lin, you're so amazing. This was even better than the professional organizer she had hired before." Lu Lin, being praised, smiled brightly and felt even more motivated. "During the military housekeeping competition, I was also first place." Lu Lin had specifically asked married comrades for advice, and combined with what he had seen and heard before, he summarized some ways to get along with his wife. In short, everything his wife said was right. He must never let her do dirty or tiring work. If she's upset, he should obediently accept any scolding or punishment. Lu Lin was confident no one could do better than him at these. Gu Yuning was happily content, and that made her feel like she had a home. Gu Yuning always felt that at this moment, Lu Lin's gaze on her was like a loyal dog seeking approval, which was very mismatched with his cool, handsome appearance. She followed her heart and praised, "Lin, you're so impressive." She couldn't help but reach out and touch Lu Lin's handsome face. The curve of his jaw was truly perfect, strong and beautiful. Just a small gesture between lovers, but Lu Lin's face visibly turned red. However, his eyes stayed fixed on Gu Yuning, shy yet with a hint of wildness. A tall, strong man, even if he was simple, was not someone to be taken lightly. Gu Yuning pretended to casually withdraw her hand and asked, "Lu Lin, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yesterday, Lu Lin had said he only had one day off, and he wouldn't see her today. Lu Lin restrained himself and pursed his lips, saying, "I'm here to pick you up to go get the marriage certificate." Gu Yuning thought she must have heard wrong and instinctively said, "Don't soldiers need to apply for marriage first? This isn't something that can be done in just a day or two. It's all arranged now." Commander Lin approved it personally. "We just need to go to the registry office with our household registration books. Oh, and bring your passbook and tickets too, so you can buy something you like. If others can get married, Ningning should have that too." Lu Lin was thinking about his own tickets, which still needed a sewing machine ticket. He planned to find someone to exchange it when he went back. "Ningning, where do you want to live after we get married?" Once Ningning is settled, he can go exchange the sewing machine ticket. Looking at the tall, steady man in front of her, Gu Yuning finally felt a real sense of getting married. "Lu Lin, where do you want me to live? I respect your decision. The small courtyard is probably better than living with the troops, but it's a complicated place. As a young girl living alone here at night, I think it might not be very safe. After all, he doesn't always have leave. The military base is 100 kilometers from the city, and he can't come back every day." Last night, Lu Lin kept thinking and couldn't sleep. He found a married comrade to teach him how to write a marriage application, then went to knock on Commander Lin's door. Gu Yuning's background is simple. Although her parents were sent away, she has her father's letter of severance, which doesn't affect getting the marriage certificate. However, he found it strange that he couldn't find any record of Qin Xiangdong registering a marriage with Gu Yuning. Otherwise, if there had been an investigation before, the political review could have gone faster, and it wouldn't have delayed a day. Gu Yuning thought Lu Lin's words made sense. Since they want to be together, Gu Yuning felt they should clarify some things first. "Actually, I want to find my parents and older brother first." If possible, I want to see them. Then I can decide where to live. If possible, I want to be closer to them. Yesterday, the couple she met showed her the real situation of displaced people. Since she took on the original owner's identity, caring for her parents and older brother is her responsibility. Only by meeting them in person can Gu Yuning subtly use spiritual spring water to help improve their health. But would Lu Lin agree to this request? Without hesitation, Lu Lin nodded. Of course. Your parents and older brother are like my own family. Living nearby makes it easier for us to take care of them. Seeing Gu Yuning hesitate to speak, Lu Lin smiled and said, "Don't worry about my promotion. With Chief Lu around, it's not so easy to move up. Maybe it's better to transfer to another military district where there might be better opportunities." If he wasn't thinking clearly about these things, Lu Lin wouldn't have brought it up with Gu Yuning. Seeing his calm expression and no sign of dissatisfaction, Gu Yuning finally realized that this man had already considered all the possibilities, both those she had thought of and those she hadn't. Gu Yuning suddenly felt a little touched. In this life, and the last, besides her parents, no one else had ever truly thought about her like this. Originally, she only wanted to get married out of greed and to find a strong backing. Now, Gu Yuning realized she actually wanted to marry Lu Lin. Then wait for me to change my clothes, and we'll go register our marriage. On such an important day, Gu Yuning still hoped to look beautiful. Her previous wardrobe had only 5 or 6 pieces for each season, not as many as before, but for this era, it was quite a lot. Gu Yuning searched for a while and found a deep red, suit-like jacket. She wore a white collared shirt underneath, a black wool vest, black trousers, and small black leather shoes. She took off the gauze on her head, styled her long hair into 2 braids, and added a little trick, making the braids look fluffy and fashionable. Since drinking the spiritual spring water, Gu Yuning's skin had become even more fair and radiant, her eyebrows like dark ink, and her lips rosy. She looked beautiful without makeup. But she still applied face oil and lip balm, tidied her bangs, and when she stepped out of the room, she immediately stunned Lu Lin. "Ning Ning, you look so beautiful." Lu Lin had always known Gu Yuning was pretty, but every time they met before, she was either soaked or looked dull. This was the first time she looked so lively. She must look best in red. Lu Lin's heart was pounding faster and faster. His sun-kissed skin was slightly red, whether from the sun or something else. His straightforward reaction was the best compliment to Gu Yuning, and her vanity as a woman was greatly satisfied. "You look very handsome today, too." Gu Yuning noticed Lu Lin had washed his hands and face. His hair was still a bit damp, and his clothes were tidy, without a speck of dust. He looked like a tall, cool pine tree, cold and refreshing to the touch. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she was. She reached out her hand toward Lu Lin. Lu Lin was tense and his heart was pounding, but when he looked into Gu Yuning's smiling eyes, he couldn't help but reach out and hold her hand. Her soft little hand made Lu Lin feel a warm wave in his heart, and he more clearly understood that women are naturally different from men. Lu Lin isn't someone who speaks sweet words, but from this moment on, protecting Gu Yuning became a mission engraved deep in his bones. "Let's go." Gu Yuning pushed open the door and saw someone peeking from the nearby yard. Sure enough, he's a man. Together with a man in broad daylight. It's too improper, so shameless. Gu Yuning was about to speak, but Lu Lin stepped in front of her, coldly looking at the gossipers. "My wife and I are legally married after being reviewed by the organization. Are you trying to smear our military marriage? Do you want a lesson in proper conduct?" The area fell silent. Everyone looked at Lu Lin in disbelief. Aunt Wang reacted the fastest. She stopped pretending to knit and shouted loudly, "Are you a soldier who has been fooled? Gu Yuning has a man." Lu Lin's expression remained unchanged. "Chen Xiangdong betrayed Comrade Gu and will face the punishment he deserves." "You actually know?" Aunt Wang screamed. Others also looked surprised, but afraid of being accused of smearing the military marriage, they dared not speak and just watched Lu Lin with fear. Gu Yuning looked at the tall figure in front of her, a smile appearing on her lips. This man seemed very reliable. When the two of them left in a car, the big courtyard erupted in chaos. Still driving a jeep, this man must be important, probably an official. Yesterday they said Gu Yuning was abandoned, but today she's already a wife of an official. How is Gu Yuning so lucky? Said a girl in her 20s, a well-known old girl from the alley. Her jealousy was obvious in her eyes as she said harshly, "It must be that Chen Xiangdong's father-in-law is afraid Gu Yuning and Chen Xiangdong are still connected, so he paid her off with the man." Otherwise, she couldn't understand why a woman with a second marriage like Gu Yuning would still have someone interested in her. Such a handsome soldier should come and marry her. This comment made the neighbors suddenly realize. That must be it. A high-ranking official wouldn't let Gu Yuning bother his son-in-law directly. High officials care about face. They wouldn't attack Gu Yuning openly. But in the future, Gu Yuning definitely won't have a good life. Why? Why else? Gu Yuning is the ex-wife of Xiang Dong. Do you think the daughter of a high-ranking official would feel comfortable seeing Gu Yuning? Gu Yuning is just showing off now. She will face her consequences later. So, Gu Yuning was compensated with a husband by the high official, but news spread that she would definitely have a tough life afterward. In the car, Gu Yuning was in a good mood listening to Lu Lin talk about how he got Commissar Lin to sign for him. "I stayed up late last night persuading Commissar Lin, and early this morning I waited outside his house. He almost bumped into me when he left, which scared him." Gu Yuning found Lu Lin to be a very interesting person. He looked cool and handsome, but he was calm and also had a good sense of humor.
They talked happily. "So, he signed for you?"
"No, that didn't happen," Lu Lin honestly replied. "Later, he kept walking wherever I followed him. He was so annoyed that he called Commander Lu. Can Commander Lu agree to us getting married?" Gu Yuning couldn't believe it at all. From these two meetings, Gu Yuning could feel that Lu Xinghua had a strange dislike for her. It was as if he hoped never to see Gu Yuning again in his life. Even though Lu Lin was not favored, he was still his son. Lu Xinghua would just want Lu Lin to stay far away from her. Talking about Lu Xinghua, Lu Lin's expression turned a bit cold, and he sneered. He didn't even listen to what Commissar Lin said. He just said his wife was pregnant and needed to rest, told Lin to handle it, and then hung up. Lin felt sorry for me, so he agreed. He still remembered the sympathetic look Lin gave him back then. Since he was young, Lu Lin had seen many such looks. As long as it meant he could marry Ningning, none of it mattered. "Ningning, you wouldn't refuse to marry me just because Commander Lu doesn't agree, right?" That was so unfair to him. Gu Yuning didn't expect Lu Lin, who was tall and strong, to worry about this. But since they decided to be together, giving each other a sense of security was necessary. She said seriously, "You are you, and he is he. Drive carefully, and let's go get the marriage certificate." Lu Lin felt relieved, a smile in his eyes, making Gu Yuning feel excited. So handsome. Before, Gu Yuning thought that Commander Lu was at least Lu Lin's father, and she didn't want the father and son to cause trouble for her.
But now,
forget it. His wife was pregnant, and he was ignoring the big event of their son's marriage? What a scoundrel. Fortunately, he was quite irresponsible, so Lu Lin definitely favored her more. But I have to say, Lin, your dad is really strong for his age. At his age, he can still have a third child.
Lu Lin, no need to praise that.
With the marriage application approved, the process of getting the marriage license was simple, signing vows. Soon, they received a marriage certificate that looked like a certificate of achievement. Lu Lin bought some candies in advance and shared a few pieces with the staff. Candy was rare, so everyone's mouths were sweetened, and they kept saying things like, "a happy marriage" and "blessed with a child." Gu Yuning had never been married before. She didn't expect that Lu Lin would be so thoughtful even when giving out wedding favors. She became more satisfied. Now, marriage certificates don't need photos attached. Gu Yuning found it interesting, but soon felt something was off. "Lu Lin, is last year's marriage certificate the same as this year's? What's wrong?" Lu Lin noticed her strange expression. He took the marriage certificate to check. It had their names, but nothing seemed wrong. But Ningning said, "I'll ask about it. I'll go with you." When they returned, the staff thought something had happened. After hearing their questions, the staff smiled and said, "Marriage certificates haven't changed in the past 5 years." He thought they were just curious newlyweds. Gu Yuning thanked him and pulled Lu Lin out. As soon as they stepped outside, Gu Yuning couldn't help but curse. "Darn Chen Xiangdong, Lulin thought she was so lively and adorable even when swearing. Yeah, Chen Xiangdong is no good. Ningning, don't be angry because of him. It's not worth ruining your health. Chen Xiangdong made Ningning unhappy, but he had ways to deal with him. Gu Yuning angrily said, "The marriage certificate Chen Xiangdong gave me was fake." Lulin became serious. He lied about the marriage. Faking a marriage certificate was a serious matter. Gu Yuning remembered the message from the original owner, and she didn't even bother to sign. She hurried back, but didn't have time to see her parents one last time. Later, Chen Xiangdong took another marriage certificate for her to sign, claiming it was a special case. But today's marriage certificate felt different in texture and format from that day. Only the original owner was naive enough, and after experiencing setbacks, she didn't notice those details. All the promises to protect her marriage were lies. She also thought that the Chen family had someone alter the original marriage records, which is why she married Lu Yanran. However, Chen Xiangdong never officially registered their marriage. The Chen family. Lulin looked at Gu Yuning's information. Gu Yuning indeed avoided being sent away because of her marriage. If the marriage certificate was fake and involved the list of people to be sent away, this was not something that Chen Zhonghua, a small soap factory director, could do alone. Lulin's expression grew more serious. "Yuning, wait for me in the car." But Gu Yuning held on to Lulin and insisted, "Lulin, I want to go with you. This is my matter, and I need to know the truth." All right, if Yuning was really in danger, being with him would keep her safe. Their repeated return made the staff very curious. Gu Yuning approached the middle-aged woman she had spoken to before. "Big sister, I need your help with something." Before the woman could speak, she was handed a handful of candies. Not fruit candies, but white rabbit milk candies. These candies cost 1 yuan and 50 cents per jean, about 500 grams. Although her family both worked, they had 4 children to support and couldn't afford such expensive treats. Now, this handful of white rabbit candies was at least 10 yuan, enough to make the children happy. She immediately looked at Gu Yuning warmly. "Girl, if you need help, just say it. I promise to do my best for you. Actually, I want to ask if you can help me find out whether I am on my first marriage or second marriage." The middle-aged woman was stunned. "What did you say?" She instinctively looked at Lulin beside her. Could it be that the newlyweds just had a disagreement? "First marriage, second marriage. I remember you are on your first marriage." This couple in front of her was handsome and beautiful. She had worked for nearly 20 years and had rarely seen such a good-looking couple, so she took a few extra glances. "You are on your first marriage," she was sure of it. To avoid mistakes, she even checked the information again. "Yes, girl, you are on your first marriage," Gu Yuning was certain. There was something suspicious about her staying in the city. Chen Xiangdong was irresponsible, but still young and naive. Chen Zhonghua was different. Gu Yuning thought about the letter and things her biological father gave her, as well as the 10,000 yuan in the Qin family cabinet. Clearly, these things were unknown to Zhang Shulan. Chen Zhonghua remained calm and hidden, managing to deceive everyone. The old silver coin was the only clue, and Gu Yuning believed he was the most likely person to know the full truth. Gu Yuning regretted sending someone in yesterday. Now, it was hard to see him, and she could only look to Lulin for help. Softly, she asked, "Alin, can you help me meet Chen Zhonghua alone?" Her wife looked at him with a helpless expression, as if she couldn't live without him. Which man could refuse? At least, Lulin couldn't. Chen Xiangdong's father? No problem. Gu Yuning's eyes lit up. She whispered to Lulin, then looked at him eagerly. "Is that okay?" Lulin was surprised. Then his eyes brightened. "Ningning, you're so clever. I promise to get it done." Inside the detention center, Chen Zhonghua felt like he was cursed. He had previously found the treasure map, and his son had married a high-ranking official's daughter. He was about to reach the peak of his life, but at his happiest moment, he was brought down again. First, his daughter-in-law was taken away, then his belongings were stolen. He had gone to settle accounts with Gu Yuning, but instead, he was arrested and repeatedly interrogated. Chen Zhonghua, who loved to think, had been reflecting these past days. His plan was perfect, the only variable was Gu Yuning. If she were dead, everything would be fine. Darn Chen Xiangnan. He had told him to get Gu Yuning to a remote mountain and kill her, but instead, he did something stupid over 50 yuan. When he got out, he would definitely deal with this narrow-minded person. Chen Zhonghua. Interrogation. The door was slammed open. Before Chen Zhonghua could react, he was roughly grabbed like a chicken. "What are you doing?" The man immediately covered his mouth. Ugh ugh ugh. Realizing the danger, Chen Zhonghua struggled hard, but the man was incredibly strong. It seemed as if everyone in the detention center had disappeared. No one tried to stop him. The man dragged Chen Zhonghua out. Breathing in the fresh air, Chen Zhonghua felt no happiness, only fear. This is definitely not a normal interrogation. He wanted to be taken back. He wanted to return to the detention center. As the car started, Chen Zhonghua struggled fiercely, then was hit hard in the stomach. Chen Zhonghua felt as if his internal organs were shattered, and he was so pained that he curled up like a shrimp. "Be quiet," the warning was deep and threatening, and Chen Zhonghua no longer dared to resist. He shrank back and begged, "Comrade, there must be a mistake." "Who said you're my comrade?" "Officer, it's a misunderstanding. I'm a good citizen." Smack. A slap silenced Chen Zhonghua completely. He dared not speak and saw the small driver ahead driving the car further into a deserted area. The sky grew darker, and eventually, the car stopped in an abandoned house. Within 3 kilometers, there was not a single person in sight. When Chen Zhonghua was pulled out of the car, his legs trembled. "Boss," he said to settle this quickly. The driver said, his voice rough and out of place with his build. Chen Zhonghua trembled even more. In that moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. The tall man didn't waste words and dragged him into the abandoned house. Suddenly, he heard a click. It was the sound of a gun being cocked. Chen Zhonghua's hair stood on end, and his eyes widened with fear. "Big brother, please show mercy. I have money, I'll pay you. Whatever reason you're here for, I'll double the payment," he shouted almost desperately because a cold gun was pressed against the back of his head. Death had never felt so close. 3 times. No, 10 times the money. Tears of fear streamed down uncontrollably. Just as Chen Zhonghua thought he was going to die, he heard a hoarse voice say, "You know what our boss wants is the treasure of the Gu family." His heart skipped a beat, and he guessed it was true. This was a betrayal. Chen Zhonghua was furious and unwilling to give up the treasure that was so close. "Where is it?" In the next second, his head was pressed down by the gun. He was helpless, but overwhelmed by fear. I buried it in my ancestral grave." Chen Zhonghua's heart was bleeding. So much gold and silver, he could spend it for 10 lifetimes. And now it was gone. "Anything else?" Chen Zhonghua hurriedly shook his head. "No, nothing else." Bang! The next moment he was kicked to the ground. The man's strength was enormous, and Chen Zhonghua felt like he was losing half his life. That fierce killing intent. He knew he would be killed. Chen Zhonghua felt more and more wronged. His anger reached its peak, but he suppressed his fear and cursed. "Zhuang Xingxiong, that jerk, clearly took most of it. I stepped in to handle things, and he only paid a small fee, then tried to take it all. Is there no justice? Darn it." Lu Lin punched Chen Zhonghua on the back of his head, knocking him out. He probably really told everything. "Next, just go find Zhuang Xingxiong." The small driver, Gu Yuning, took off her hat and scarf. Her face was red, and she looked at Lu Lin with concern. "Lu Lin, do you know who Zhuang Xingxiong really is? Could he be the real mastermind?" "Yes." Lu Lin put away his gun gently, helping Gu Yuning brush away her hair from her face. "He's the 3rd in command of the Tail-Cutting Society, and also Zhuang Minqiu's cousin, Zhuang's wife." "Yes," Gu Yuning said coldly. "No wonder I didn't like Zhuang Minqiu when I saw her. I thought she was just a naive girl, but it turns out her relatives aren't good people either." "Exactly, none of her family are good," Lu Lin agreed deeply. He remembered meeting Zhuang Xingxiong when he was a child. At that time, Zhuang Minqiu had just given birth to Lu Xingli, and Zhuang Xingxiong came to visit. Lu Lin was just holding a small wooden gun at the door when Zhuang Xingxiong kicked him. He even told Lu Xinghua that Lu Xingli was the baby he was pointing the wooden gun at, implying bad intentions. Because of this, Lu Xinghua slapped Lu Lin. Gu Yuning listened to Lu Lin's story and felt heartbroken. A 10-year-old child, kicked and falsely accused at home, and the father even slapped him. Gu Yuning grabbed Lu Lin's hand tightly. Do you know where Zhuang Xingxiong's family lives? I'll go get revenge for you. If she didn't clear out Zhuang Xingxiong's house, she would never forgive him. Although Gu Yuning looked delicate, her protective attitude made Lu Lin think she was very brave. From the first time he saw Gu Yuning, he thought her eyes were so steady and smart, even after falling into the water. She was extraordinary. Indeed, his Ningning was the best girl. Lu Lin held Gu Yuning's hand. Ningning, let's first take Qin Zhonghua back, then dig up the grave and finally find Zhuang Xingxiong. Otherwise, if Qin Zhonghua wakes up and talks nonsense, Zhuang Xingxiong might find out and rush to take the stuff first. Those things belong to Ningning's family, and no one can take them away. Gu Yuning thought for a moment and nodded. Same surname, not far from the Chen family home. We're in a hurry. Let's go quickly. Lu Lin carried the unconscious Qin Zhonghua back to the detention center and told the person in charge that the investigation was not finished, so no one was allowed near Qin Zhonghua to prevent tampering with evidence. He took Qin Zhonghua out using the excuse of investigating the case of Chen Xiangdong. The person in charge agreed readily, and only then did Lu Lin bring Gu Yuning to Qin Xiangdong's old home in a town near Beijing. The car didn't go into the town. Gu Yuning, following her memory of the original owner's words, found Chen's family grave to pay respects. Lu Lin was worried she might be scared, so he asked, "Would you like to wait in the car?" "I'd rather be with you. You're strong and brave," she replied, noting he was a soldier with a righteous spirit. In such a place, Gu Yuning felt safe only when she was with him. After all, she had traveled through time. Who knew if there was anything unnatural around? The more she thought about it, the more nervous she became. Lu Lin felt her fear and, noticing her warmth, also felt his own confidence grow. After getting the official documents and completing the legal procedures, Lu Lin felt a rush of heat whenever he was near Gu Yuning. He looked away and said, "All right, help me turn on the flashlight." "Start digging directly? Isn't that a bit risky?" Gu Yuning was actually a little afraid of hitting bones or something similar. Lu Lin comforted her. The last grave should be fairly new, and there are signs of paper money burning on the others, but not on this one. So the thing is probably inside. Chen Zhonghua probably wouldn't be crazy enough to dig up his own ancestor's grave. No matter how much they wanted to break old traditions, some customs are deeply ingrained. Gu Yuning was convinced and followed Lu Lin forward. Soon, she saw that everything matched what he had described. "You're amazing." Both of them had come together, but Gu Yuning hadn't noticed anything yet. Lu Lin had already found the spot. Under the faint moonlight, a beautiful young girl looked up at him with admiration. Lu Lin, already a bit restless, couldn't hold back anymore and embraced her tightly. He held her close. Gu Yuning felt herself surrounded by a pure, clean scent. His broad arms felt warm, blocking out the night breeze. His slim waist in his arms made her face flush and her heart race. It was addictive. Lu Lin's strong arms lifted her easily and placed her in an open space nearby. "There's lots of dry grass on the ground. Stand here." "Oh, okay." Gu Yuning still felt a bit dizzy. Seeing she was not moving, Lu Lin gently covered her small hand with his warm, big hand. Gu Yuning instinctively looked up at him, but Lu Lin had already turned on his flashlight. Her hand was very cold, so Lu Lin took off his military coat and draped it over her shoulders. "Don't catch a cold." The coat, carrying Lu Lin's scent and warmth, wrapped her completely, blocking out the cold wind. Gu Yuning saw he was only wearing a thin shirt and quickly asked, "What about you?" "I'm not afraid of the cold." Lu Lin had already started digging. The heavy shovel in Lu Lin's hands felt like a toy with no weight. He moved very quickly, and Gu Yuning felt like the grave was being opened in the blink of an eye. He rolled up half of his sleeve, revealing a strong but not overly exaggerated arm. The smooth muscles moved with his actions, full of strength, very manly. Just now, Lu Lin had carried her so easily. If they were on the bed, his arm strength. Ahem. Gu Yuning hurriedly pushed away her wandering thoughts when she suddenly heard a click. "There's something." Gu Yuning asked, "What is it?" They didn't dare to shine the flashlight in that direction. Seeing Gu Yuning's fear, Lu Lin's heart softened a little. It was normal for a delicate girl to be scared of these things. Lu Lin felt a bit regretful for bringing Gu Yuning to such a place. He quickened his pace and soon cleared the dirt from the top. It's a box. There should be more than one. Hearing that it wasn't something she was afraid of, Gu Yuning hurried forward. Be careful. Lu Lin jumped out of the pit and caught Gu Yuning just as she was about to trip over a stone. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Gu Yuning didn't care about herself at all and was eager to see the boxes. Lu Lin didn't want her to get her clothes dirty, so he jumped back into the pit and carried the boxes out. There were 3 layers stacked, with a total of 8 boxes of different sizes. Gu Yuning noticed these boxes looked similar to the ones found in the yard, probably made by the same company. It was truly the family's treasure. Gu Yuning wanted to open them, but her hand was held back. Ningning, these are your family's things. Take them home and store them well. Don't let others find out, Lu Lin said seriously when he saw her confused. And don't let me see them either. The more people who knew, the more dangerous it was for Gu Yuning. There are many boxes, and 3 large ones are especially heavy and dense, probably containing valuable metals. No wonder Zhuang Xingxiong wants to target the Gu family. Lu Lin is glad he came tonight. If Zhuang Xingxiong finds out tomorrow and takes the items away, they might never get them back. Feeling his worry, Gu Yuning pauses for a moment before saying, "These must be very valuable treasures, like gold and silver. But they all belong to you." Lu Lin, who has been a soldier for over 10 years, is used to life and death. Money doesn't attract him much. The country provides enough for him to live well and save some to support his family. Even in ancient times, a wife's dowry was looked down upon, and as a soldier, Lu Lin wouldn't be interested. Gu Yuning looks at him and makes a decision. Lu Lin, have you thought about where to put these things if we take them back?
She asks.
Even Chen Zhonghua wouldn't dare bring these into the city. With my background, if anyone finds these in my small yard, I'll be finished. Lu Lin frowns, knowing this is a problem. Sorry, I didn't think this through. It's impossible to leave these here. If you trust me, I'll think of a way. Of course, I trust you. I want to tell you a secret. In Lu Lin's confused gaze, Gu Yuning's hand touches a box, and it instantly disappears. Lu Lin's pupils constrict. Gu Yuning touches another box. Soon, all 8 boxes stacked together vanish. Lu Lin instinctively steps forward. The spot where the boxes were is now completely empty. It's not an illusion. Lu Lin quickly looks at Gu Yuning. Under the moonlight, her skin is as white as snow, stunningly beautiful, almost like a fairy, not real. Lu Lin suddenly steps forward and holds her hand to confirm she's real. Only then does he breathe a sigh of relief. Although he tries to dismiss superstitions, Lu Lin grew up hearing stories about Dong Yong and the 7th fairy. Fairies with magical powers are quite normal. Lu Lin quickly convinces himself, but he tightens his grip on Gu Yuning's hand. Are you leaving him? Lu Lin doesn't realize how fragile his expression has become. Today, he has a lover and feels the warmth of home again. If he loses her now. Suddenly, Lu Lin is embraced. The girl wrapped her arms around his waist, leaning trustingly against Lu Lin's chest, softly saying, Lu Lin, the day you saved me, I suddenly gained a special ability. I have a small yard and land to plant things, and I can store items there. I'm a bit scared. Can you help me understand what's happening? Lu Lin instinctively held her closer. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Could the sudden appearance of this thing really harm Ningning? Lu Lin didn't think further and asked worriedly, Are you feeling okay?
Dizzy?
Unwell? I'm fine, but since this thing appeared, my head wound is healed. I haven't let anyone see, so I've been bandaging it these past few days. Gu Yuning's voice was naturally gentle, and softening it made her sound a bit like she was acting cute. Lu Lin's tense body finally relaxed, and he held Gu Yuning even tighter, as if holding a precious treasure he thought he had lost. I'm glad you're okay. Good, she's safe. Gu Yuning, being held so tightly by Lu Lin, felt her nose sting a little. When Lu Lin was a child, he was happy living with his mother, but that happiness ended abruptly when he was 9. His mother passed away, and his father, who was rarely home, remarried. Under the influence of his stepmother, their relationship was very strained. Later, he was taken in by his grandfather, but since his grandfather was old, he couldn't care for him properly. At 11, he joined the army. The army was like a big family, but it was not a real home. His life had been very hard. But since being with her, Lulin always protected her as if she were a fragile treasure, afraid she would suffer. Gu Yuning's heart was soft and tender. In the future, if Lulin treated her well, she would also treat him well. The reason Gu Yuning told Lulin about the space was mainly because she didn't want to have a treasure trove she couldn't use, living cautiously and hesitantly. If she had to start over in this life, she didn't want to hold back. Lulin had saved her and even registered their relationship, making him her natural ally. Gu Yuning was confident she could keep Lulin by her side for a lifetime. "All in. I want to take you to the space." Lulin felt a sudden dizziness and found himself in front of a wooden house. Inside the space, the grape trellis was lush and green. Nearby, the lotus pond had bright green leaves, and beyond it was a vast black land. The small yard was only accessible during the day, with the right temperature and fresh air, clearly different from the outside. It was truly a magical place. Lulin looked around and confirmed that nothing dangerous could harm Gu Yuning before he advised her, "Don't tell anyone else about this space." Yuning had only known him for a short time, yet she shared such an important secret with him. She was too naive. Lulin was very worried. From now on, he needed to protect Yuning more. He naturally wouldn't refuse to care about Gu Yuning. She obediently nodded and introduced, "All the items I just stored in the space are here. The others are things I found in my yard yesterday." Lulin thought about the ground he cleaned this morning, which was probably the marks Yuning had dug. "I'll find some bricks when I get home and redo the small yard." Listening to Lulin plan to help erase the traces, Yuning felt even more that telling him about the space was the right choice. Lulin didn't stay long in the space. "Yuning, since we have this amazing place, we should quickly get back everything that Zhou Xingxiong took. Yuning's belongings must not be taken away by anyone." "Okay." Gu Yuning was never someone to be bullied easily, and the two quickly agreed. After leaving the space, Lulin quickly filled in the grave and then took Gu Yuning straight to an old, rundown house near the tail-cutting meeting. Yuning pinched her nose and looked at the shabby house next to the outhouse, feeling strange. Is this Zhou Xingxiong's home? Although he was just a minor figure in the tail-cutting meeting, this was the capital city. Someone like Zhou Xingxiong wasn't a small official. Why would he live in such a place? It was too smelly. Yuning almost couldn't bear to stay. "No, he only stores things here." While speaking, Lulin somehow found a piece of wire, poked it into the lock, and within seconds, there was a click, and the lock opened. "I'll go in and open the door for you." Before Yuning could react, Lulin suddenly jumped onto the wall and disappeared. Yuning was stunned. Is this some kind of light skill? It seemed she had found an incredible man. Soon, Lulin quietly opened the door to the yard. Yuning went inside and saw that the place was overgrown with weeds and uninhabited. When she opened the house door, it was empty inside. No treasures, not even furniture. Lulin was surprised. "I saw Zhou Xingxiong bring things here, but he left empty-handed." Gu Yuning had read many novels and watched many movies, so she suspected there was probably a secret room. She shared her guess, and the two of them went separate ways to look. Soon, Lulin found a suspicious floor tile that sounded different. "Ning-ning." Gu Yuning quickly went over, and they nodded to each other, placing their hands on the tile. In the next second, the floor disappeared. It turned out to be the entrance to a cellar. They went down and saw two small rooms filled with items. Boxes. Gu Yuning immediately spotted 12 boxes stacked in the corner, exactly the same as the ones she had collected before. All of these belonged to the Gu family. Gu Yuning was straightforward and started collecting them. She also didn't hesitate to gather other items, putting everything together. She didn't ask Lulin about it. She just wanted to see if Lulin was someone with a strong sense of morality. But Lulin didn't stop her. Instead, he helped by stacking everything neatly for easier storage. Gu Yuning was very pleased with his reaction. Her man should stand by her side. With Lulin's help, In less than 3 minutes, Gu Yuning cleared out the entire basement. She had taken everything. Before she could feel happy, a strong dizziness hit her, almost causing her to fall. Darn it! She forgot that the space could upgrade. This dizziness was the worst she had felt before. Gu Yuning wanted to speak but couldn't. Luckily, Lu Lin kept an eye on her and caught her in his arms, preventing her from falling. Ning. Lu Lin looked at her with concern, completely losing his composure. But he couldn't see any injuries on Gu Yuning. Could it be that taking so many items at once caused a problem with the space? No matter what, saving her was the most important thing. Lu Lin immediately picked her up and ran outside. He was a bit loud, and 2 strong men rushed out of the nearby room. Who's there? Stop. The 2 men were clearly not ordinary people. One of them quickly jumped over the wall and chased after Lu Lin, holding a knife. The cold gleam was intimidating. Gu Yuning was very worried, but her dizziness was too strong, and she couldn't do anything. In her panic, she fainted again.
Lu Lin.
When she woke up again, Gu Yuning heard Lu Lin's anxious voice. Li Duobao, didn't you check if she was okay? Why is she still unconscious after a day? Please find a doctor to check on her. Li Duobao muttered. Boss, I told you before, you have special talent and plenty of confidence. If you get married, take it easy. Now, you made your wife faint, and you're so worried. Lu Lin was so annoyed he blushed deeply. Don't talk nonsense, Lu Lin felt embarrassed and couldn't speak. He was angry and said, You little brat, you don't even have a woman. What do you know? I haven't been with a woman, but I'm a doctor. I've studied this. After a few seconds, Lu Lin lowered his voice and asked, What should I do then? Ning is so delicate. She definitely can't handle this. Boss, men should be gentle with women, move softly, and don't bite. At this moment, Gu Yuning wasn't sure if she should wake up or not. Li Duobao, why haven't you finished yet? A cheerful, loud voice came from outside, and a well-fed, middle-aged nurse entered. Why is my aunt here again? Li Duobao wanted to run away, but was slapped on the back. Hurry up. The young girl is waiting. You, kid, at your age, still not looking for a partner. Do you want to be a lonely star like Captain Liu? Aunt Li scolded her nephew. But when she looked up, she saw the tall, serious Lu Lin standing quietly by the bed, looking at her calmly. How could this stubborn guy talk so fast? He didn't even notice that this star was also here. Aunt Li felt guilty and looked away, but then she saw a pair of incredibly beautiful eyes. It was a girl about 17 or 18, with delicate features, snow-white skin, and long black hair casually flowing. She looked stunning and charming, making people want to protect her. Oh my, is there really such a beautiful girl in the world? Her heart melted just looking at her, and she even wanted to take her home. Hello, Auntie, Gu Yuning politely greeted. Good. Aunt Li smiled happily, wanting to chat more with Gu Yuning, but Lu Lin was standing like a gatekeeper, so she didn't dare approach. Little girl, what's your name? Do you have a boyfriend? Auntie is the most famous matchmaker in the military district. If you don't have a partner, I can introduce someone to you. Seeing that Lu Lin's expression was getting worse, Li Duobao quickly grabbed Aunt Li. Auntie, you have something to tell me? Let's go. Not yet. Lie Kai withdrew her hand, just wanting to look at the young lady a bit longer, thinking about what kind of talented young man could be suitable for such a girl. Then she heard Gu Yuning say, Thank you, Auntie. I am already married. Lu Lin frowned and stepped forward to hold Gu Yuning's hand. Ning, how do you feel? Auntie Li Duobao loved introducing people to others. He wanted to make sure Ning was well taken care of. He didn't know when Ning woke up or if she heard him talking to Li Duobao. Although he didn't say anything inappropriate, just the thought of Ning hearing it made Lu Lin feel uncomfortable. He looked restless, like a prisoner waiting for judgment, a tall man of about 1.9 meters, unable to sit still. Gu Yuning's eyes instinctively glanced at Lu Lin, who looked uneasy. He really looked capable. She pretended to be calm. I'm fine, Lin. Did you take me to the hospital? Are you okay? Gu Yuning was telling the truth. She felt her energy had improved after her space was upgraded. The original owner had mild nearsightedness, so things looked blurry at a distance. But now, Gu Yuning felt the world was clearer than ever. Her hearing also seemed sharper. She wondered how Lu Lin managed to escape with her last night. Was he hurt? Did she miss anything? Lu Lin let out a breath of relief and stepped closer. I'm fine, just worried about you. Are you hungry? I borrowed a stove from the hospital kitchen and made chicken soup. We can add some noodles. Hearing this, Gu Yunning really felt hungry. Add some vegetables too, okay? Auntie Li A Kai watched their interaction, so surprised her mouth almost could fit an egg. These two called each other to Lin and Ning Ning. She excitedly nudged Li Duo Bao with her shoulder. Li Duo Bao, your company commander, is quite something. Remember, Lu Lin was well known in their military district. It was said that Lu Lin had killed at least hundreds of people. Though those were all enemies, killing so many people made his aura very fierce. People said Lu Lin's fierce energy was so strong that even Commander Lu couldn't suppress it, so he was expelled from his family. It was rumored that because of Lu Lin, his stepmother's twin babies were lost. Many secretly said that Lu Lin was cursed with a lonely, unlucky fate, and anyone close to him wouldn't have a good ending. But he was good-looking, and no matter how fierce he was, pretty young girls still liked him. There was no shortage of people chasing after Lu Lin, but none of them succeeded. Everyone thought of Lu Lin as tough and cold, no warmth at all, which is why he earned the nickname, Bad Luck Star. Over time, no one dared to introduce him to anyone. People believed Lu Lin would never get married in his life. But now, doesn't it seem thoughtful? He even makes chicken soup for the girl. Seeing how excited his aunt was, Li Duo Bao knew her gossiping habit had kicked in. Aunt, they're a married couple. Boss, once your wife wakes up, it will be fine. Just take care of her. Captain Lu is married. Li Duo Bao quickly covered his aunt's mouth and pulled her outside, still smiling. Oh, it's nothing. We still have work to do, so we won't bother you and boss anymore. Sniffle. Li Duo Kai tried to pull Li Duo Bao's hand away, but he walked faster. And, weren't you going to introduce me to someone? Let's go quickly. Finding a wife for him, who was known as the Evergreen Tree because he rarely found a partner, wasn't easy. If his aunt scared her away, he would be in big trouble. Lu Lin felt a bit embarrassed. When he looked up, he saw Gu Yuning staring at him eagerly. Lu Lin paused, and Gu Yuning asked curiously, Lin, why are you so surprised that I know you're married? Lu Lin was tall and handsome, young and talented. Most importantly, he was gentle and caring. Such a man was highly sought after, even in modern times. Finding him was like winning the lottery. Lu Lin thought for a moment. Maybe it's because I have a bad temper? Lu Lin wasn't dead. He knew how others viewed him. Not to mention, Zhuang Minxiu had done her best to smear him. But Lu Lin didn't care. Now that he was with Ning Ning and lucky enough to marry her, Lu Lin suddenly didn't want Ning Ning to know those harsh judgments. Gu Yuning looked a bit upset and took his big hand. Your temper is actually very good. I worry that your patience might get you bullied outside. Since they first met, Lu Lin had never refused her, except for few quiet moments at the beginning. Gu Yuning thought that Lu Lin, who was so easy to talk to, must have been bullied a lot by Zhuang Minxiu and her daughter. In social news, there are many stories of children being bullied by bad stepmothers. Gu Yuning naturally imagined Lu Lin in those situations. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became at Zhuang Minxiu. Lu Lin felt his hand being gently held by a soft little hand, and his heart seemed to be soaking in warm spring water. He couldn't help but smile. Ning Ning is right. Having a very good temper isn't good. You shouldn't let others bully you. Okay, only Ning Ning can bully me. Well, that's not entirely impossible, although that wasn't what she really meant. Lu Lin was a bit reluctant to let go of her hand, but Ning Ning had been unconscious all day and must be hungry. He advised gently, Ning Ning, rest for a while. I'll cook some chicken soup noodles for you. Close the door tightly. Gu Yuning felt that Lu Lin was a bit like scolding a child, full of care and tenderness. Okay. After Lu Lin left, Gu Yuning was about to check the space, curious about how much it had upgraded. She was initially worried that it might be inconvenient to access the space from a hospital, but as soon as she closed her eyes and thought of the space, a bird's-eye view appeared in her mind. She immediately saw a charming two-story old-style building. Not only had the space expanded inside, but many antique-style furniture also appeared, elegant yet cozy. It felt just like home. The yard hadn't grown much, but the grapes were already ripe. The bunches looked like purple crystals, clear and beautiful. Next to the lotus pond, a uniquely shaped pavilion appeared, perfect for enjoying the lotus flowers and scenery. The biggest change was on the black soil land. Its area had increased from about 10 acres to 100 acres. The soybeans and corn she had planted had already matured. It was a wonderful surprise. Because she was looking from above, Gu Yuning discovered that the entire space was shaped like a half-circle. The area behind the small courtyard seemed to be cut off completely, looking very unnatural. Could it be that this space is only half? Gu Yuning couldn't figure it out and decided not to bother too much. She also took a special look at the items she got from Zhuang Xingxiong. They were all well stored in the storage room. There were so many. She would organize them later. "Mom, you said you would help me." Just as Gu Yuning withdrew her consciousness, she heard a proud voice from outside. "How can you go back on your word?" That voice sounded a bit familiar. Gu Yuning's heart moved, and she got out of bed quietly, tiptoeing to the door to listen secretly. "Stop crying, help me find someone first." This lowered voice made Gu Yuning recognize it. Zhuang Minxiu. And the other person should be Lu Yanyan? But wasn't it said that Zhuang Minxiu was supposed to be pregnant? Whose family is so kind that they are running around causing trouble with the pregnancy? Gu Yuning felt something was wrong. Zhuang Minxiu, regardless of her pregnancy, was also looking for someone. Who could it be? "Mom, what about Dong Dong?" "Shut up." Zhuang Minxiu glared at her fiercely and whispered sharply. Although there weren't many people nearby, the hospital was full of acquaintances. Could she really be talking nonsense? Seeing her mother was truly angry, Lu Yanran quietly shut her mouth, feeling wronged. They circled around again, but still couldn't find the person they were looking for. Lu Yanran, who didn't like to exercise, impatiently said, "Mom, did Lu Lin really come to the hospital? Or am I seeing things? No way. Lu Lin must have come because a comrade was hurt on a mission. He wouldn't leave so quickly after visiting." Zhuang Minxiu instinctively touched her faintly aching belly, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. Hurry up and find him. If they delayed any longer, she didn't know if she could find the right chance. Gu Yuning, quietly following behind, never expected Zhuang Minxiu to actually be looking for Lu Lin. Her stepmother was definitely up to no good. No matter what Zhuang Minxiu wanted to do, she absolutely couldn't let her succeed. Ning Ning, Lu Lin had just finished preparing chicken soup with vegetables and was about to go upstairs when he saw Gu Yuning peeking around the corner. "Don't move." Gu Yuning hurriedly tiptoed to Lu Lin's side, pulling him toward a nearby corner. "Your stepmother is looking for you. I think she's up to no good." Lu Lin's face darkened with a cold expression, sneering. "I think I know what she's planning." Huh? Gu Yuning had never seen Lu Lin look so fierce before. She couldn't help but worry. "Aylin." Until he scared Gu Yuning, Lu Lin relaxed his expression and said coldly, "A few years ago, Zhuang Minxiu was pregnant too, supposedly with twins. Commander Lu was very happy and called me back for dinner. Back then, because of the drug incident, my relationship with him was tense. Commissioner Lin advised me, and I went back. Since he was persuaded to return, it showed that Lu Lin still wanted to reconcile with his father at that time. Boys naturally admire their fathers. If nothing particularly serious had happened, Lu Lin would never have secretly done anything, and he wouldn't even want to call him father." Gu Yuning looked at her with concern. Lu Lin smiled at her, but his expression was cold, as if he was telling someone else's story. Zhuang Minxiu made 4 dishes. She asked Commander Lu to get the wine. When she was carrying the dishes, she almost fell. I wanted to help her, but she screamed and pushed me away. Commander Lu hurried downstairs, and she had already fallen to the ground, bleeding. Gu Yuning's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, she remembered that when Lu Lin introduced his family situation before, he said Lu Jinghua had a son with Zhuang Minxiu, who was 9 years younger than Lu Lin. There were no twins. Could it be? Her child was gone later. Exactly. Gu Yuning was furious. That old witch. Ugh. I think she can't have children at all, so she used the child to trap you. It's not like there's a throne to inherit, so why play palace intrigues? No wonder Aunt Lee looked so strange when she heard Lu Lin was getting married. It was all Zhuang Minqiu's fault. As a stepchild, she harmed her stepmother's child. If Lu Lin weren't so capable, his life would be over. She definitely wants to trap you again today. Gu Yuning directly accused Zhuang Minqiu. Not having evidence and still making assumptions is what good people do. Zhuang Minqiu doesn't deserve it. Lu Lin was a bit angry at first, but seeing Gu Yuning defend him so fiercely, he felt like a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. He felt incredibly relieved. Lu Lin thought that calling her old witch suited Zhuang Minqiu perfectly. On the surface, she was a doctor saving lives, but in reality, she was poisonously harmful. What else could she be but an old witch? Ningning is right. No wonder comrades wanted to get married. Having a wife was really great. Lu Lin carried his lunchbox. Ningning, you eat first, ignore that old witch. The biggest thing in the world is that his wife is full. If the batter gets cold, it won't taste good. I added an egg to the plain noodles. It's really delicious. Listening to him, Gu Yuning also felt it smelled wonderful. But she wasn't willing to just let Zhuang Minqiu go. Gu Yuning's eyes twinkled as an idea formed. She wanted to whisper to Lu Lin, but she realized he was too tall. Even standing on tiptoe, she couldn't reach his ear. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Lin bent down and leaned his ear toward her. Gu Yuning's heart softened completely. Such a gentle person, falsely accused by Zhuang Minqiu. It's truly despicable. She whispered her plan to Lu Lin, and his eyes grew brighter. Dr. Zhuang, Dr. Zhuang. Zhuang Minqiu smiled and greeted her colleagues, but when no one was paying attention, she could hardly hide her growing anxiety inside. Where did Lu Lin go? Feeling more and more uncomfortable in her stomach, Zhuang Minqiu stopped a colleague and asked, Shaolin, have you seen our Lin? Nurse Shaolin, who had known Zhuang Minqiu for many years, replied, Dr. Zhuang, you mean Lu Lin or Captain Lu? Yes. Shaolin thought for a moment. I think I saw him over by the kitchen just now. The kitchen, this mischievous kid really likes to run around. No wonder I couldn't find him. Zhuang Minqiu cursed inwardly, but showed a gentle smile on her face. Thank you, Shaolin. This child, his father asked me to bring him some soup, but I didn't expect him to go to the kitchen. Shaolin looked puzzled. But I didn't see Captain Lu bring any soup. No soup. Zhuang Minqiu pretended to be surprised, then looked a bit distressed but shy to admit it. She forced a smile. I'll go check. This kid has never been very close to me since he was little. After she left, the little nurse beside her quickly pulled Shaolin aside. Sister Lin, isn't Dr. Zhuang supposed to be resting to protect the baby? Why is she running around? Her stepchild is just a handful. Well, you're new here, and you'll soon see how hard it is for Dr. Zhuang. Every family has its own struggles. Zhuang Minqiu quickly took her daughter to the kitchen, but before she could go in, she saw Lu Lin leaving through another door. Zhuang Minqiu was furious. Lu Lin was just here to cause trouble for her, wasn't he? No way. There are many people in the hospital, and this time Lu Zhengguo won't be able to suppress him. This time, she must ruin Lu Lin's reputation completely. Then Lu Zhengguo will have no choice but to rely on her son, Shengli. Everything in the Lu family belongs to Shengli. Lin, wait a moment. Zhuang Minqiu hurriedly chased after Lu Lin. Lu Lin seemed not to hear her and walked straight toward the small grove near the hospital area. Suddenly, Zhuang Minqiu remembered that yesterday a prominent figure had come from the inpatient department. If that person found out, Lu Lin would have no chance to turn things around. Lin, wait for Annie. She lowered her voice and said, Yanjin, call me Big Brother. Today, as long as Lu Lin's reputation is ruined, everything will be fine. Lu Yanjin's eyes lit up and she shouted loudly, Big Brother, wait for me and Mom. This attracted many people's attention, and they started pointing and whispering. Zhuang Minqiu felt proud inside. Now everyone saw that Lu Lin's ignorance caused her to chase after him. Lu Lin, who had just entered the small woods, also stopped when he heard the noise. Zhuang Minqiu quickly pulled Lu Yanjin forward and said, Lin, I know, no matter what I do, you don't like me. But I am your stepmother, and we are family. Please don't always shout at your father. While speaking, Zhuang Minxiu gave Yanjin a look. Big brother, soon we will have a little brother or sister. This time, please don't be as naughty as before, pushing mom on purpose and causing her to have a miscarriage. I promise we won't compete with you. Everything in the house belongs to you. Lu Yanjin's voice was very loud, shocking everyone who was already paying attention. A stepchild causing the stepmother to have a miscarriage? Oh my goodness. That's so cruel. Seeing others heading this way, Zhuang Minxiu quickened her pace. She couldn't let others see the details. Only the outcome mattered. Today, Lu Lin pushed her down in front of everyone, causing her to miscarry. She wanted not only to ruin Lu Lin's reputation but also to have him expelled from the army, so he could never recover. Getting closer. Even closer. Zhuang Minxiu raised her hand to grab Lu Lin, but unexpectedly, Lu Lin suddenly darted forward as if he had eyes behind his back. Lu Lin. She missed her chance. Mom. Lu Yanjin wanted to help her, but her legs suddenly hurt, and she lost control, crashing into Zhuang Minxiu and knocking her down. Zhuang Minxiu felt like she had lost half her life. But even in this moment, she didn't forget her goal. Lu Lin, catch him. It was him who pushed me. Her scream drew the crowd closer. Seeing the two women fall together, someone shouted, "Isn't she pregnant?" The pregnant woman was hit. Don't let the bad kid who pushed her get away. Quick, chase. Zhuang Minxiu endured the pain, her face twisted as she said, "My stepson is very tall, about 1.9 meters.
And he's in the army.
Please help me find him. This child, he ran away after doing something wrong." There are many witnesses, including some soldiers, so Lu Lin can't really argue. Minxiu. Lu Zhenghua brought over some chicken soup, but the nurse said Zhuang Minxiu had gone for a walk with her daughter. After asking around, he heard someone shouting that the stepson had beaten his stepmother into a miscarriage. Lu Zhenghua's heart sank. He hurried over and saw Minxiu's face was pale, and she was bleeding from below. Scoundrel, this scoundrel. Lu Zhenghua was so angry that his hands trembled. He truly regrets it. When Lu Lin first attacked, he should have stopped him then. If he had, Minxiu wouldn't have lost her baby a second time. It's his fault. Old Lu. Zhuang Minxiu was carried onto a stretcher by medical staff. Lu Zhenghua quickly stepped forward and held her hand tightly. Don't be afraid. I will deal with that troublemaker. Minxiu cried, and tears streamed down her face. Don't let this cause a rift between you and your son. The baby in my belly isn't meant to be with us. Lu Zhenghua's heart felt like it was being torn apart. His hatred for Lu Lin reached its peak. I will never forgive him this time. Mom, my stomach hurts too. Lu Yanjin also cried out loudly. Lu Zhenghua then realized Lu Yanjin was on the ground. Before he could ask, Lu Yanjin started crying and complaining. Dad, it was Lu Lin who pushed Mom down.
He also pushed me.
He just wants to kill us.
Boo.
He already hurt Xiangdong, and now he wants to hurt us too. Dad. Lu Zhenghua's face darkened with anger. He ordered someone to take Lu Yanjin for a checkup but couldn't suppress his fury. You unfilial son. You good for nothing. His face was completely ruined because of Lu Lin. Lu Zhenghua felt mostly disappointed. Lu Lin was the eldest son, and he thought he would set an example for his younger siblings. But it turned out he was so narrow-minded and cruel, causing the death of his unborn sister or brother. 3 lives lost. Zhuang Minxiu knew she would definitely succeed in punishing Lu Lin this time. This was a military hospital, and within an hour, Lu Lin's evil deeds would spread throughout the military district. If it weren't for the pain and the chaos, Zhuang Minxiu really wanted to laugh out loud. Old Lu, don't blame Ailin. He's still young, just a kid. Zhuang Minxiu knew better than anyone how important reputation was. She had to be a gentle stepmother who could never be wrong, so she could keep Lu Lin firmly on the shameful pillar. Some medical staff couldn't bear to watch anymore. They all said with anger, Dr. Zhuang, you are hurt so badly, yet you still try to defend your stepson. Commander Lu, look at what your son has done to hurt Dr. Zhuang. Exactly, they say stepmothers have a hard time. How much has Dr. Zhuang suffered over the years? Lu Lin is really bullying people, and he's just a company commander. When they mention military personnel bullying others, the discussion became more serious. It could easily lead to a conflict between the military and civilians. Lu Lin is the culprit. Lu Xinghua clenched his fists, but couldn't defend his eldest son. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. "What's going on?" A few guards parted the crowd, revealing an older man in a military uniform, slightly overweight. He was in his 50s, with thick hair, a square face, a beard, and a strong, commanding presence that made people afraid to look directly at him. Lu Xinghua quickly stood up and saluted. "Commander Zheng, a few days ago, he heard that Commander Zheng was unwell and receiving treatment. He didn't expect to meet him today." "Commander Zheng? Sorry to bother you." Zhuang Minxiu struggled to get up, but Commander Zheng said seriously, "Nonsense. You're injured, so hurry and get treatment. Why are you here apologizing to me? I don't even know you." He waved his hand. "Hurry up and get treatment. What if delaying causes more problems? Do you understand? How could you not know to care for your wife?" "Yes, Commander Zheng." Lu Xinghua also realized he had been thoughtless. Lu Lin can't run away, but if he doesn't get treated quickly, Minxiu will be in danger. "Minxiu, don't worry, go get treatment. I will give you an explanation." But Zhuang Minxiu didn't want to leave. Last time she planned something, Lu Xinghua said the same thing. But wasn't Lu Lin still a soldier and doing well? He wasn't affected at all. Commander Zheng is Lu Xinghua's superior. She must clarify what Lu Lin did wrong so that Lu Lin can't turn things around. "Commander Zheng, although my stepson Lu Lin pushed me down, I still ask you not to punish him. He's always misunderstood me." Zhuang Minxiu choked up, looking deeply wronged but still patient. It was very touching. But unexpectedly, Commander Zheng frowned and interrupted her. "Who are you talking about? This reaction was wrong." Zhuang Minxiu guessed. "Commander Zheng, do you know Lin?" "Of course I do. He's a good soldier." Zhuang Minxiu felt a bit dissatisfied. This Commander Zheng didn't seem to understand, or something. She already said that Lu Lin pushed her down. Why is he still praising Lu Lin? Everyone says Commander Zheng is a very upright person who doesn't tolerate any nonsense. So today, when they heard Lu Lin was coming, Zhuang Minxiu made a plan, and Commander Zheng was the most important part of it. Zhuang Minxiu forced a smile and said, "Even good soldiers can't always be good people." "Commander Zheng, you can't be biased." "Minxiu," Lu Xinghua quickly scolded, "don't talk nonsense. Commander Zheng is the most fair." Commander Zheng didn't reply. He just looked at Lu Xinghua. "Xinghua, what do you think?" Faced with his boss's question about such an embarrassing matter, Lu Xinghua's face turned red. He stood straight and said after a long pause, "I hope the organization punishes Lu Lin severely." "So, you believe Lu Lin did it?" Lu Xinghua clenched his teeth, feeling that Commander Zheng was asking on purpose. His face darkened. Many people saw it. I don't think they would wrong him. It's so shameful to let others see the family trouble. People around nodded. It was that young man who pushed his stepmother down. Poor thing, being a stepmother is hard enough, and now she's being bullied like this. That Lu Lin is no good. "Commander Zheng, you must punish him strictly." A smug smile appeared on Zhuang Minxiu's lips. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Lu Lin was definitely finished. Commander Zheng observed everyone's reactions and snorted coldly. "You all say Lu Lin harmed someone, but where's the proof? Who saw it with their own eyes?" Seeing him say this, Zhuang Minxiu couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. "Commander Zheng, even if you know Lin, you can't defend him. Her plan was perfect, and now everyone was calling Lu Lin a troublemaker. Why was Commander Zheng joining in? Didn't they say Lu Lin was too rebellious and not liked by the higher-ups?" Minxiu, Lu Xinghua, though feeling that Commander Zheng's attitude was strange, didn't dare to say anything. But Zhuang Minxiu seemed not to notice her husband's warning. She cried, "It's okay if I feel wronged, but I can't accept someone helping the culprit escape justice. Can I still recognize Lin?" Commander Zheng's eyes turned cold. "Huh, what a good stepmother. Lu Lin, come out quickly. Talk to your stepmother properly. What were you doing earlier?" Everyone present was stunned. Just then Lu Lin and Gu Yuning walked in from outside. Lu Lin had not yet spoken when Zhuang Minxiu began to sob. "Lin, it's okay if you dislike me, but why did you hurt my children?" They are your brothers and sisters. All 3 children died because of you. Boo. Gu Yuning suddenly stepped forward. Stepmom, you've been crying for so long and must be thirsty. Here, drink some water. Gu Yuning directly poured water into Zhuang Minqiu's mouth. Cough, cough. Unprepared, Zhuang Minqiu coughed for a long time, her face suddenly changing color. Gu Yuning, you poisoned me. Lu Jingguo reacted quickly and stepped forward to hold Gu Yuning back. Lu Lin quickly moved to stand in front of Gu Yuning, grabbing his father's hand firmly. Lu Jingguo tried to pull back his hand, but Lu Lin's grip was like a clamp, making him unable to move. Lu Lin, how dare you hit me? Seeing his injured look, Lu Lin remained unmoved. You protect your wife, I protect mine. It's only right. What? Lu Jingguo felt a sharp blow to his head, ringing loudly. Gu Yuning peeked out from behind Lu Lin, smiling and waving. Hello, Dad. Lu Jingguo almost spat blood. Lu Lin, what nonsense are you talking? Gu Yuning has nothing to do with you. She's a woman remarried. Commander Lu, your wife is also remarried. Who are you to judge others? Lu Lin looked at Lu Jingguo with a cold expression, his eyes making Lu Jingguo feel a chill. Lu Jingguo had never felt so clearly that Lu Lin had turned his heart away from him. Just because of a woman? Is this Lu Lin? Handsome but cruel, hurting his stepmother while she's pregnant. Scoundrel. People around began to curse. Lu Lin looked over. The people speaking quickly shut their mouths in fear. At this moment, Lu Jingguo finally calmed down a little. Lu Lin, kneel to Aunt Zhuang. You're 25, and jealousy over your unborn siblings is harmful. How can you be so vicious? Seeing his father sternly condemning him, Lu Lin felt no hope for him but still felt a sharp pain in his heart. You really don't believe me at all, he sneered, straightening his back. His father was unreliable. He had to fight for himself and protect Ningning. Gu Yuning held his hand, giving him warmth and support. Dad, Lu Lin has been with me all along. How can you accuse him just because he saw his stepmother? He's your son. Gu Yuning truly believes that Lu Lin is not worth it. She doesn't want such a good son, but she treats her stepdaughter, Lu Yanran, very well. No wonder they say that when you have a stepmother, you also get a stepfather. Lu Lin never thought he would be so firmly defended. He turned around and smiled at Gu Yuning, saying, Ningning, I'm glad to have you. The word, Dad, sounded harsh, and the scene of the young couple being affectionate made it even more uncomfortable. Zheng Shizhong couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Shut up, you shameless person. Who are you to call him Dad? I will discipline my son, and no one can interfere. Ha! If my wife can't call you that, then we won't be father and son anymore. Lu Lin firmly stood by his wife. Lu Jingguo's body swayed, and his face turned pale. Unfilial son. Zheng Shizhong couldn't bear to watch anymore. Zhengguo, you have a hot temper, but when handling matters, you need to have proof. Are you just accusing Lu Lin without evidence? Zheng Shizhong, there's so many people watching. Really? If he wanted to attack, would he let everyone see? Lu Jingguo trembled, thinking about Lu Lin's skills and abilities. Even 100 Zhuang Minqius wouldn't be a match. Zheng Shizhong didn't bother with more words. Today, Lu Lin brought his wife to deliver wedding candies. While we were talking, I heard noise downstairs. Guess what I saw when I went down? He opened his hand, revealing a large white rabbit candy. Lu Jingguo finally realized what was happening. He instinctively looked at Lu Lin, then at Zheng Shizhong. This, Zheng Shizhong snorted coldly. I don't know how the person talking to me can run out halfway and cause trouble. No way, Zhuang Minqiu screamed. Zheng Shizhong, I know you love talent, but you can't protect the culprit. I clearly saw. Yes, I saw Lu Lin too, Zheng Shizhong said seriously. Just now, Commissar Lin came to visit me, and other medical staff saw it too. Surely so many people can't all be lying. Zhuang Minqiu's face suddenly changed. She finally realized that the person she saw earlier was not Lu Lin at all. Commissar Lin, who had worked with Lu Jingguo for many years, couldn't bear to see him continue to embarrass himself. Old Lu, hurry and let your wife go for treatment. Earlier, he had thought Lu Lin was stubborn and immature, always causing trouble at home. Now he saw that the one being bullied was probably not the stepmother, Zhuang Minxiu, but Lu Lin. Zhuang Minxiu is a doctor who appears educated and reasonable and treats her stepson well. But who would have thought? People should not judge by appearances. Lu Xingguo's mind was in chaos. No, this can't be. Everyone clearly said it was Lu Lin, so how could it not be? He instinctively looked at Zhuang Minxiu. But Zhuang Minxiu had already rolled her eyes and fainted on the stretcher. Lu Xingguo didn't care about doubts anymore and hurriedly asked the medical staff to take Zhuang Minxiu for treatment. Earlier, those who scolded Lu Lin felt guilty and dared not look at him, so they quietly left. Commander Zheng patted Lu Lin's shoulder. Young man, once you're married, just live well and work hard. Things will get better. When Zheng first saw Gu Yuning, he thought she was too delicate. He worried that she wouldn't get along with Lu Lin, a hero in battle. But just now, Gu Yuning was the first to stand up for Lu Lin, showing a brave spirit. Your wife married well. Gu Yuning smiled happily. Thank you, Commander Zheng, for your compliment. Seeing her confident and natural, Zheng liked her even more. Lu Lin was happier hearing his wife praised than if he was praised himself. Ningning is the best girl. Zheng smiled and nodded at Lu Lin, joking. Looks like you're a good listener too. Listening to your wife is promising. This caused a wave of kind laughter. Only Lu Xingguo looked very unhappy. Commissioner Lin was anxiously tugging at his sleeve. Lu Xingguo was grinding his teeth, not paying attention. Why did Lu Lin end up with Gu Yuning, a woman who was remarried? He was also surprised that Lu Lin came back on the night Lu Yanjun got married after many years away, even threatening him. It seemed all for Gu Yuning. Zheng noticed Lu Xingguo's expression and left, reminding him. Xingguo, don't focus only on work. A stable family makes work go smoothly. And your daughter-in-law is a good choice. There was a conflict between father and son, but it could be resolved. Lu Xingguo awkwardly agreed. Before leaving, Zheng specifically asked Commissioner Lin to come along. But Lu Xingguo, feeling uninterested, was about to leave too. Suddenly, Gu Yuning called out to him. Dad, who is your dad? Lu Xingguo didn't get angry directly. He was just being polite. I disagree with you being together. Gu Yuning was not upset and changed her tone politely. Commander Lu, I actually don't want a father who isn't clear-minded. She felt even more frustrated. What should she do? Gu Yuning didn't care how he felt. She was very angry now. If she hadn't responded quickly, Lu Lin would have been falsely accused, and his life would have been ruined. Lu Lin was her person, and she couldn't let him be bullied. You falsely accused Lu Lin with your new wife, and I don't expect you, a biased father, to care more about Lu Lin. You should apologize, right? Who are you calling biased? Lu Lin glared at Gu Yuning angrily. Everyone said Gu Yuning looked gentle and weak, but she was not kind-hearted. Gu Yuning, I don't know what your relationship with Lu Lin is, but you and Lu Lin are not a good match. I don't agree with this marriage. Lu Lin coldly said, Yuning and I already got our marriage certificate. Whether you agree or not doesn't matter. What? Lu Xingguo pointed at Lu Lin, furious. Lu Lin, you've become so confident that you didn't even tell the family about your marriage. Darn old Lin. He secretly signed the application for Lu Lin. When he gets back, he will confront old Lin. He felt a little sad inside. This was his hoped-for eldest son, but now they were so distant. You little brat. Lu Lin remained unmoved. Tell you, and then let your new wife and I be harmed together. Lu Xingguo wanted to argue, but saw Lu Lin's mocking look. He couldn't say anything. Gu Yuning sneered and said, If we hadn't been with Commander Zheng, today Lu Lin would be covered in mouths and still not clear. Then, Lu Lin, you be the troublemaker who harms your stepmother's child, and you'd definitely be kicked out of the military. You wouldn't find a job. And as a father, you'd just criticize and be disappointed, without even investigating. Gu Yuning had seen too many such things. Lu Lin felt the coldest about this too. Such an important matter, Commander Lu, a brigade commander, didn't even investigate before assuming he was the culprit. Gu Yuning bluntly said, Commander Lu, you still haven't apologized to Lu Lin. Do you just think your stepmother is wronged? Are you biased? Lu Xingguo's face darkened. I'm his father. Who would a father apologize to his son? Even the king of heaven must apologize when he makes a mistake, Lu Lin said firmly, with a cold expression that made Lu Jinghua even angrier. You're unreasonable. I won't agree to your marriage. Lu Lin looked stubborn. Your words don't count. Lu Jinghua pointed at Lu Lin, his face turning red with anger, and finally he shook his sleeve and left. Such an old stubborn. Gu Yuning gently touched Lu Lin's hand, feeling sorry for him. Having a father like that, you're really having a hard time. He is old-fashioned and set in his ways. Maybe Jinghua is a good soldier, but he's not a good father. Fortunately, Lu Lin didn't go astray. Lu Lin firmly believed, when we have children in the future, I will definitely not be like that as a father. Gu Yuning agreed. A parent's love is very important for children. She had a happy childhood, which kept her mentally healthy. Even when she faced setbacks later, the good memories from childhood helped her persevere. She wouldn't walk down a dark path. Lu Lin didn't forget that Gu Yuning had been busy all day and hadn't eaten. Eat some noodles first to fill your stomach. To make it easier to move around, Gu Yuning put the chicken soup noodles aside. Gu Yuning thought for a moment. Thanks to Li Duobao's help today. Let's invite Li Duobao to a nice restaurant. Li Duobao was a bit shorter than Lu Lin, about 5 centimeters shorter. Gu Yuning helped him put on a padded shoulder and added 2 pairs of insoles, making him look taller immediately. People who aren't very familiar can easily mistake someone, which is how they distracted Zhuang Minqiu, making her think their plan had succeeded and revealing her own mistake. Lu Lin looked at Gu Yuning with a gentle gaze, as tender as water. For the first time, he didn't act tough in front of his father and stepmother, but instead won completely. Having a wife is really wonderful. Everyone listened to Ningning. Gu Yuning felt pleased and lifted her chin. Let's go. The young couple happily held hands and went to find Li Duobao for dinner. Meanwhile, Lu Jinghua, standing at the door of the emergency room, felt a bit confused. Lu Lin was clearly with Commander Zheng, yet Minqiu said Lu Lin pushed her. Could she be deliberately framing him? No, that's impossible. Minqiu loves her child so much, she wouldn't use her unborn baby to trap Lu Lin. Maybe she just saw things wrong. Minqiu cares a lot about Lu Lin in her daily life. Although they are not very close, Minqiu gives half of her monthly salary to Lu Lin every month, and she also prepares clothes for all seasons. Even if she is pretending, how can she keep up the act for over 10 years? Lu Jinghua feels very anxious. Commander Lu, Lie Kai has already gone over and sees him standing here. Then she comes back and asks, "What are you doing here?" Lu Jinghua recognizes her and forces a smile. "I'm waiting for Minqiu." Since the child is gone, Minqiu must be very upset. It's a huge emotional and physical blow. Lu Jinghua hopes she will be the first to see him after coming out of the emergency room. But Dr. Zhuang isn't inside, Lie Kai says with a strange look. She's in the ward. At first, I thought she lost the baby because she was bleeding, but Dr. Wen checked and said the baby is fine. Nothing, everything's okay? Lu Jinghua is stunned. How can the baby be fine? Look at you. Why aren't you happy that the baby is okay? Dr. Zhuang is in good health, and the pregnancy is stable. She can go home directly. There's really no need to keep the pregnancy. She speaks very tactfully. Dr. Wen is a top obstetrician. When he returned from his clinic, he immediately heard about Zhuang Minqiu being beaten and rushed over. He happened to meet Zhuang Minqiu being carried in. Who knew, after checking her pulse, there was nothing wrong at all. At that time, Dr. Wen said Zhuang Minqiu was pretending to be sick. The medical staff around looked very interesting. They all felt sorry for Zhuang Minqiu and demanded strict punishment for Lu Lin. But Lu Lin was with Commander Zheng and never approached Zhuang Minqiu. Everyone felt ashamed, but they thought at least they saved Zhuang Minqiu and the baby, so it was a good deed. Who knew Zhuang Minqiu's so-called discomfort was all an act? No wonder her surname is Zhuang. Everyone secretly talks badly about Zhuang Minqiu behind her back. After all, no one can stay calm after being deceived for so many years. Especially Lie Kai, who has worked with Zhuang Minqiu for many years. Naturally, her heart leans toward Zhuang Minqiu. Even her nephew's relationship with Lu Lin makes her feel that Lu Lin, as the adopted son, is not a good person. But it turns out, all of it was a scheme by Zhuang Minxiu herself. It's really disgusting. Li Kai doesn't know how she will face Lu Lin next time. Lu Xingguo was thinking about Zhuang Minxiu's good health. She had seemed so distressed before, but maybe it was all fake? Old Lu, Dad. Lu Xingguo snapped out of his thoughts and realized he had already arrived at Zhuang Minxiu's hospital room. This room had previously housed Zhuang Minxiu, and now there was also Lu Yanyan. Lu Yanyan had fallen earlier and seemed to be worried about her pregnancy. Seeing Lu Xingguo, the mother and daughter looked very upset, and Zhuang Minxiu was crying uncontrollably. In the past, if she showed emotional distress, many colleagues would have cared. But today, after hearing she was fine, everyone seemed to be avoiding her as if chased by ghosts, leaving no one around. Zhuang Minxiu hated these people who flattered others and looked down on her. She was sure they thought Lu Lin had backing from Director Zheng, so they ignored her. Old Lu, I feel so terrible, but Lu Xingguo didn't come over to comfort her as usual. Instead, he stood there, looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Zhuang Minxiu's heart skipped a beat. Old Lu, Minxiu, did you intentionally set a trap for Lu Lin today? She was using his child to trap his son. Do you really dislike Lu Lin that much? He hardly comes home after all these years. Isn't that enough? His stern voice sounded unfamiliar to Zhuang Minxiu. It reminded her of the first time she saw Lu Xingguo, tall, about 1.85 meters, with a buzz cut that made his handsome face stand out even more. What made her envious was that he ignored others' advances and only paid attention to his wife. That woman was already worn out from illness and not very attractive. Repeated setbacks only made Zhuang Minxiu more obsessed. She was determined to have this man. So, Zhuang Minxiu changed her approach. She no longer tried to meet Lu Xingguo by chance, but instead interacted more with that woman. The woman seemed overly protected and quite naive. During ward rounds, she showed a bit more concern, and Zhuang Minxiu was accepted as a good friend. Because of her trust, Lu Xingguo also trusted Zhuang Minxiu more. Until the woman passed away, and Lu Xingguo was heartbroken. Zhuang Minxiu took the opportunity to give him medicine, leading to her pregnancy with Lu Xingli. Lu Xingguo still believed he had caused trouble by drinking to drown his sorrows. Since then, he stopped drinking altogether. But he had given his wife everything she deserved. Now, Lu Xingguo's suspicion caused Zhuang Minxiu's heart to ache. Old Lu, Zhuang Minxiu quickly grabbed Lu Xingguo's hand and said urgently, I didn't do it, Old Lu. The person in my stomach and Lu Lin are both your children. I love you so much. How could I hurt them?
It was
because that person's silhouette looked too much like Lu Lin, so I made a mistake. You know he hates me. I was really scared, so I misunderstood. Zhuang Minxiu started crying. That person pushed Yanren down and bumped into me. Someone must have seen it. You should investigate. I'm sure you'll find out. Sure enough, it wasn't Lu Lin. Lu Xingguo felt a strange mix of feelings, part relief, part fear. Almost, Lu Lin's life would have been ruined. With so many things happening before, how could I not think badly? Lu Xingguo deeply agreed. It was Lu Lin's immaturity and many wrongdoings that caused this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have doubted Lu Lin. Old Lu, seeing him silent, Zhuang Minxiu was about to kneel. Lu Xingguo quickly helped her. What are you doing? Our marriage has lasted nearly 20 years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? I was truly framed this time. She took out a note from her pocket. I was so scared that I misunderstood. Lu Xingguo took the note and looked at it. Don't want to have a jerk. At first glance, the handwriting looked like Lu Lin's. Where did this note come from? Why didn't you tell me? Lu Xingguo's temper, which he had just suppressed, flared up again. The little brat. He had always thought Minxiu was kind and understanding, good to Lu Lin. How could she deliberately frame him? It was clear that Lu Lin had provoked first, and even went to find Commander Zheng to testify. All premeditated. It was placed under my pillow this morning. You weren't here, and I was scared, so I went out for a walk. I thought if there were more people around, he wouldn't dare to attack. It's all my fault. Zhuang Minxiu regretfully slapped herself. Her face immediately swelled. Lu Xingguo's heart softened. After all, she was pregnant. I didn't say anything wrong. Why are you so upset? Old Lu, Zhuang Minqiu cried and threw herself into Lu Jingguo's arms. Seeing Lu Jingguo's expression soften, Lu Yanran quickly said, Dad, I am pregnant now and injured. Please let Xiangdong come and see me. Her mother was getting older and had a man by her side, but she had none. She felt so pitiful. Before Lu Jingguo spoke, Zhuang Minqiu had already scolded, Lu Yanyan, I told you, what did I say? Your dad has his plans when he does things. Don't use your power for personal gain. If Dongdong didn't do anything wrong, he should be out soon. Lu Yanyan immediately didn't dare to say anything. Seeing her so sensible, Lu Jingguo's doubts lessened a bit. But since Zhuang Minqiu was now healthy, she couldn't stay in the hospital to occupy a bed. She went home first, and Lulin would talk to her properly tomorrow. After all, it was all a misunderstanding. In the state-run restaurant, Gu Yuning ordered 5 dishes: braised pork, fried chicken, radish balls, cabbage with vermicelli, and eggplant with potatoes. The main bread was large steamed buns. These buns were kneaded very well, chewy and fragrant with wheat aroma. They were made from just a few handfuls of flour, big and fluffy. Gu Yuning ate half of one, Li Duobao ate 2, and Lu Lin ate 4. Seeing Li Duobao's casual attitude, it was clear that Lu Lin was just eating normally. Gu Yuning felt a sense of urgency. She needed to plant more food soon. Otherwise, with the current grain supply, Lu Lin wouldn't be able to eat well. None of the 3 drank alcohol. Gu Yuning used soda as a substitute and raised a glass to Li Duobao. Thank you so much today, Comrade Li. Li Duobao kept waving his hands. Sister-in-law, the boss is a lifesaver to me. No need to thank me. I should be thanking you. If you hadn't noticed, our boss would have been taken advantage of again. This time, he only pretended to be the boss and took a walk around. He didn't even bump into Zhuang Minqiu and her daughter, but he was still accused of a crime. Our boss had such a tough time. Li Duobao felt worse the more he thought about it. Gu Yuning strongly agreed. Comrade Li, Lu Lin has a good temper and doesn't talk much. He's easy to bully. Please help him more in the future. Li Duobao was stunned. Their boss was clearly very cunning, famous for tricky tactics, and every drill was chaotic for the other side. He was about to speak when he saw Lu Lin's cold gaze. He immediately felt scared and forced a smile. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will definitely help the boss. She was so beautiful, but her eyesight wasn't very good. After dinner, Li Duobao looked for an excuse to leave first. He was afraid he couldn't resist his conscience if he told the truth, that their boss was a troublemaker. Thinking about Vice Commander Wang, Commander Ding, and the instructor before. And of course, Commander Lu's own father, General Lu. None of them are to blame. They are all victims. Li Duobao doesn't want to be the next, so he quickly slipped away. Gu Yuning pulled Lu Lin into the car and asked curiously, Do you think after today, General Lu will trust that mother and daughter less than before? Not necessarily, Lu Lin sneered. If General Lu could see through Zhuang Minqiu's true nature so easily, he wouldn't have been fooled for so many years. Especially since Zhuang Minqiu has no children, he probably still feels sorry for her. His tone was full of sarcasm. Gu Yuning looked innocent and said, Well, Zhuang Minqiu's child might not have been lost. Lu Lin was confused, and Gu Yuning didn't hide anything. I gave her some spiritual medicine. She explained the clever use of the space water. Lu Lin immediately smiled. So, Zhuang Minqiu used her own belly to frame me, but now that it's been exposed, her child is still safe? That just proves she did it on purpose. That was really clever. Yuning, you're so smart. Lu Lin looked at Gu Yuning with admiration. It was clear that Yuning wouldn't lose against Zhuang Minqiu and her daughter, and this marriage was very good. Gu Yuning said, That's just the beginning. Today, Zhuang Minqiu wanted to directly kill you. Didn't you have any ideas? Lu Lin frowned, feeling a bit troubled. I don't hate women. That's why you're so easy to bully. Gu Yuning knew it would turn out like this. Lu Lin was a soldier, still a young recruit. Military rules and discipline were deeply ingrained in him, and his way of acting wouldn't change. At work, Lu Lin was undoubtedly excellent, but someone with principles like him would easily suffer when dealing with that White Lotus at home. If Lu Lin used force, he would definitely be criticized more, so he could only hold back. Zhuang Minxiu was a white lotus, but Gu Yuning was a green tea. Gu Yuning wasn't afraid of her. Lu Lin, I won't interfere in outside matters, but the family issues are mine to handle. You must firmly stand with me. Gu Yuning spoke seriously. She wanted a partner who could support her, not someone who might betray her and stab her in the back at any moment. Treat others with respect first, then use force. Even between a husband and wife, it's better to say unpleasant truths up front. Even if I were to confront your father or other relatives, if you help others, we will get a divorce. Ningning, I agree with everything you said, but we will not divorce in the future. Lu Lin spoke very seriously, even firmly. When we are married, we are the closest to each other. I understand that clearly. Although we haven't known each other long, we have shared many experiences. Lu Lin trusts Gu Yuning's character. I will always stand by your side. A soldier's vow is so serious, and Gu Yuning can feel it. She held Lu Lin's hand, her eyes shining brightly. Lu Lin, do you have cleanliness habits? Huh? Gu Yuning felt a little wronged. The clothes you borrowed from me before, you didn't want them back. I was wondering, do you dislike me? Can we still sleep together tonight? Gu Yuning finally found a handsome guy to talk to, and she didn't plan to be plain. Since they're talking, they should settle it once and for all. Gu Yuning thought she was speaking normally, but she didn't realize how bold her words were in this era. Lu Lin's face suddenly turned red. He was a bit afraid to look into Gu Yuning's beautiful big eyes, his heart pounding. I thought you had a husband back then, and I knew it was impossible to be with you. Gu Yuning suddenly understood. So, you kept those clothes as a keepsake for me. Her secret and petty thoughts were exposed just like that, and Lu Lin felt extremely embarrassed. But he didn't deny it. Gu Yuning could understand clearly. She leaned forward, staring at Lu Lin without blinking. So, you liked me so early? Although he was a brave general, at this moment he looked more innocent than a young boy. How could Gu Yuning not love? As Gu Yuning approached, a faint fragrance surrounded him. Lu Lin stiffened all over. Ningning. His voice carried a hint of pleading, making Gu Yuning want to tease him even more. Suddenly, Gu Yuning leaned in and kissed his lips. The soft touch almost made Lu Lin explode. This gentle kiss seemed to turn on some mysterious switch. Lu Lin couldn't control himself anymore. He reached out his long arm, pulling Gu Yuning back, his large hand gripping her neck, making her unable to escape. The kiss was clumsy and lacked technique, but it was full of aggression. Gu Yuning felt her legs go weak from the kiss. Fortunately, Lu Lin quickly regained his senses and restrained himself, releasing her carefully. Ningning. His deep voice became more charming. Gu Yuning felt her whole body warm up. For the first time, her usually harsh attitude made her afraid to look directly into Lu Lin's eyes. Lu Lin thought that Gu Yuning now looked like a playful kitten, softly curling up into a ball, making him want to pick stars from the sky just for her. Ningning, come with the army. I know you're worried about your parents, but there are many eyes watching the Gu family. You'll be safer in the military zone. He didn't tell Gu Yuning that last night those two people were skilled fighters with guns. Anyone else would have had a hard time escaping last night. Lu Lin was worried about Gu Yuning. Gu Yuning knew that Lu Lin truly cared for her. She had hesitated before because she was worried about her parents and older brother. She still wanted to be close to her family to show her respect. But now things had changed, and Gu Yuning was no longer hesitant. Okay, I will go with the army. After learning about her parents and brother, she planned to visit them and then decide what to do next. Lu Lin was very happy. Ningning agreeing to go with the army was a sign of her trust and approval of him. I'll apply for a house right away. Ningning, do you want to live in an apartment or a small house? Of course, a small house. Most of the current apartment buildings have shared bathrooms and kitchens are not always available. Talking upstairs and downstairs, you have to be careful not to be overheard by neighbors. Gu Yuning didn't want to live there. She preferred her own space and wanted to stay away from others. All right, Lu Lin was about to drive back to the military zone when Gu Yuning quickly stopped him. Lin, now that we're married, we need to be organized. Your stepmother is in the hospital, pregnant, and we should go see her. See her? I'll go see her after she passes away. Lu Lin said coldly, showing his dislike for Zhuang Minqiu. Your stepmother is having a baby, a precious child for the Lu family. Of course, we should go and congratulate her, Gu Yuning said, having drunk diluted spiritual spring water, confident she was healthy. With her usual manipulative style, her first move would be to repair Lu Jingguo's opinion of her, so she would be discharged from the hospital. Back at the family residence, Zhuang Minqiu would spread false rumors to blame Lu Lin, so her scheme to frame him would be less noticeable. She might even say that Lu Lin was unkind to her, which caused her to misjudge others and blame Lu Lin. Gu Yuning planned to anticipate her plans and block all her moves. Gu Yuning looked a bit shy and said, and the new daughter-in-law also needs to meet the parents and let the neighbors get to know her. Does Lu Jingguo not want to acknowledge her as his daughter-in-law? Then let the whole world know that she is Lu Lin's wife. When the time comes, will Lu Jingguo's refusal matter? Lu Lin also thought about Lu Jingguo's words and coldly said, bring the marriage certificate so everyone can see. His wife must not be looked down upon by anyone, not even her own father. Gu Yuning's heart moved, and she quietly said a few words. Lu Lin's eyes lit up when he looked at her. Ning Ning, you're so clever. Not at all, Gu Yuning modestly smiled. Both of them were very excited. They quickly tidied up and headed to the Lu family. Gu Yuning also specially brought a gift for Zhuang Minqiu, hoping she would like it. Zhuang Minqiu felt nervous and anxious when she just got home, as if a big disaster was about to happen. Old Lu Jingguo put down his luggage and looked at her. Although Lu Jingguo said he forgave her, Zhuang Minqiu always felt that his gaze was different from before, more cold. Her heart sank. It was clear that Lu Jingguo liked Lu Lin more. He liked that woman. She was the one who had been by Lu Jingguo's side all these years. She had been so sincere and caring, but it never warmed his heart. Just as she was feeling sad, loud noises of drums and gongs came from outside. It was noisy and overwhelming. Zhuang Minqiu, already upset and irritable, couldn't stand the noise and snapped, Jingguo, you'd better go and deal with this. This is the small red building in the family compound, not a place for playing tricks. Lu Jingguo also found the noise harsh. Before going downstairs, he heard a knock on the door. Open up. Dr. Zhuang, I know you're home. Tell me, with your family having 3 happy events, why didn't you notify everyone? The loud voice belonged to Luo Fong, the wife of Deputy Commander Wang next door. She was very loud and boisterous. Hearing her speak gave Lu Jingguo a headache. Zhuang Minqiu also looked annoyed. She had never gotten along well with Luo Fong. Since Lu Lin barged into Deputy Commander Wang's office 3 years ago, their relationship had become even more strained. Now Luo Fong was here, probably just to watch the show. Zhuang Minqiu was about to return to her room when, unexpectedly, the door was opened from outside. This made Zhuang Minqiu uneasy, and she hurried downstairs with Lu Jingguo. As a result, Zhuang Minqiu saw Lu Lin, the troublemaker, with a big red flower tied to his chest, holding hands with Gu Yuning, who also had a big red flower on her chest. One of his hands was still giving out candies. Behind them was a drum team formed by idle women from the family compound. Usually, they would volunteer to help whenever there was a celebration in someone's family. To Zhuang Minqiu, these women seemed to just enjoy watching the excitement. But before, she was watching others' fun. Now, it was her turn to be the center of attention. Her head suddenly felt dizzy. If Lu Jingguo hadn't supported her, she might have fallen. What are you all doing? Lu Jingguo's eyes widened, full of authority without needing to be angry. But in the big yard, who was in the drum team? Most of them weren't kind-hearted. They weren't afraid at all. Instead, they smiled and said, Old Lu, your children are getting married, and your wife is pregnant. That's great. Why didn't you tell everyone? Are you afraid we'll want to share your happiness? Lu Jingguo didn't expect these things to spread so quickly. Originally, these were all good news. But now, he didn't want to mention any of them. Especially seeing Gu Yuning standing obediently beside these women, Lu Jingguo's head started to hurt. Why are you here? Gu Yuning didn't seem to notice Lu Jingguo's frustration. She politely said, Commander Lu, I heard Annie Zhuang was discharged from the hospital. We came to visit. She was naturally pretty, looking delicate but not spoiled. She gave a comfortable feeling to anyone who saw her. When she heard from Lu Lin that there was a drum team in the family compound, Gu Yuning asked him to take her to see it. Using her strong friendliness, she directly invited the drum team to help celebrate. Seeing Commander Lu and the elegant lady's surprised expressions, they must be very pleased. Luo Fong said, "Ningning, you're Lu Lin's wife. Why haven't you changed your way of addressing him?" "Aunt Luo." Gu Yuning quickly glanced at Lu Jinghua, who looked unhappy, and said, "Commander Lu doesn't allow it. I respect him, so it's okay not to change. Auntie Zhuang, this is a gift I brought for you to celebrate your discharge." She handed the gift to Zhuang Minqiu. Lu Lin was a soldier. Although he had a fiery temper, he was honest and upright. He definitely couldn't imagine making a scene like this. Only Gu Yuning. It's clear she's just looking for trouble. And now she's even giving her gifts? Zhuang Minqiu reached out and slapped them away. She was so angry she didn't even notice she hadn't touched Gu Yuning's hand before the gifts flew out and scattered everywhere. "Zhuang Minqiu, it's one thing to bully me, but how dare you bully my wife?" Lu Lin stepped forward. Gu Yuning quickly stopped him, crying, "Ailin, I'm fine. Please don't get angry, or others will say you're not a good husband." But Lu Lin saw Gu Yuning secretly signaling to him. It seemed she wasn't hurt. Lu Lin let out a breath, but his face was tense and angry as he stared at Zhuang Minqiu, pretending to be patient. Most people here weren't fools and started to understand what was happening. They had heard before that Lu Lin had a bad temper and often argued with his father, and that he was unfilial. But it was usually Zhuang Minqiu talking about it, and they rarely saw it themselves. Could it be that every time Zhuang Minqiu annoyed someone and Lu Lin dared to fight back, it was considered unfilial? Luo Fong, who was hot-tempered herself, said directly, "No wonder they say once you have a stepmother, you get a stepfather. Kids, without a mother to protect them, are so sad." Everyone agreed with her. It showed that appearances could be deceiving. Some people just pretend. Lu Jinghua frowned and said unhappily, "Luo Fong, I've always done my best for Lu Lin. He's only 25 and already a battalion commander with a bright future. What you said is very inappropriate. He wasn't a stepfather." Luo Fong couldn't really argue with that. Lu Lin was indeed excellent. He was the youngest battalion commander in their military district. Lu Lin's eyes turned cold. He worked hard himself. So how did he become Lu Jinghua's devoted son? Gu Yuning flicked her handkerchief and started wiping away non-existent tears. "Commander Lu Lin started as a child soldier at 11. He's worked tirelessly for years, never lazy. He's risked everything on missions, with countless scars to prove it. Commander Lu, think about it. What has Lu Lin relied on you for?" Lu Lin snorted coldly. "Ningning, you can't wake a person who's pretending to sleep." Lu Jinghua's face darkened. "Lu Lin." This kid insisted on arguing with him in front of others, making their family issues public? Gu Yuning burst into tears and collapsed into Lu Lin's arms. "Ailin, life is so hard for you." She casually kicked with her toes, just enough to scatter the items that Zhuang Minqiu had knocked over. "Hey, what's this?" Someone with sharp eyes quickly picked up a photo to look at. When they saw what was in the photo, their face immediately changed. Everyone was familiar with the people in the picture. Seeing the strange expression, others gathered around. Once they understood what the photo showed, the shy person quickly covered their red face and scolded, "How shameless. It's hard to believe Yan Ran is like this. She always said she was a good girl. TSK, people are not always what they seem. She has a real mother, unlike some kids without a good reputation." The sarcastic voice belonged to Luo Fong. Gu Yuning looked at Luo Fong and thought she was very brave and bold. She dared to say and do anything. Such a good person. Gu Yuning quickly grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and handed them to Luo Fong. "Aunt Luo, have some seeds." Luo Fong's eyes lit up. "Oh, I was just thinking about missing some seeds. I won't refuse now." Everyone got more interested in watching. Just as Zhuang Minqiu was about to go back inside, she heard her daughter's name and hurriedly turned around to grab the photo. The person who was about to take it was startled and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? But Zhuang Minqiu ignored everything else and stared intensely at the photo of a woman with her upper body exposed and only a blanket covering her lower body, striking a pose. It was clearly Lu Yanran. "Nobody look at this," Zhuang Minqiu screamed, trying to snatch the other people's photos. Since they had already seen what they needed, everyone let go. "Isn't this kind of photo meant to be seen?" Luo Fong scoffed while munching on sunflower seeds. Gu Yuning nodded, seeing her enjoying herself, and started eating too. She wasn't selfish with her food. She even grabbed some seeds for Lu Lin. Lu Lin thought the seeds were dry and didn't like them. With her slender fingers, she gently cracked the shells open. Lu Lin left the insides of the seeds for Gu Yuning. Gu Yuning didn't want to get seed teeth, so she pinched the seeds carefully. But her fingers hurt, and now that Lu Lin was feeding her, she didn't bother to do it herself. She just waited for the next feed. Lu Lin thought Gu Yuning looked like a little squirrel during winter training, holding a pine cone and standing on a branch with big, round eyes, watching him. It made his heart flutter, and he wanted to put her in his pocket and take her home. Zhuang Minqiu was still screaming. This scene was photographed and seen by many gossiping women, and Yanran wondered how she would live her life in the future. She angrily warned, "None of you are allowed to tell anyone." Clack, clack. Looking at other people's photos carelessly, "Aren't you afraid of getting eye infections?" Clack, clack. Zhuang Minqiu was so angry she almost lost her mind. She rushed directly toward Lu Lin and shouted, "Lu Lin, you are deliberately mocking me. It must be you. All your plan. You have bad intentions toward Yanran." Lu Lin's eyes turned cold. His deep gaze was full of icy killing intent. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared in front of Lu Lin. Slap. A heavy slap interrupted Zhuang Minqiu's nonsense. Phew. Gu Yuning was so angry she put her hands on her hips. "Don't think that just because you married Commander Lu, you can smear Lu Lin's name. He is tall, handsome, young, and talented. I think it's Yanran who's addicted to stealing men, even ignoring her own brother." Lu Lin's hands are meant to protect the country, not to be dirted by Zhuang Minqiu. Everyone else also realized what was happening. Just by looking at Lu Yanran and Lu Lin, they could tell Lu Lin definitely didn't like Lu Yanran. Luo Fong watched Gu Yuning with admiration. The young girl was really brave. No wonder I saw Lu Yanran cling to Lu Lin before, and Lu Lin looked serious and distant. Did you also hear that Lu Lin isn't friendly to his sister and has a bad temper? If I were Lu Lin, I wouldn't just have a bad temper. I'd also hit people. Living in the same residential area, everyone else also remembered that this was true. No one can stand being pursued by a younger sister-in-law. Lu Lin has a good temper. You're talking nonsense. My daughter doesn't like that little rascal Lu Lin at all. Zhuang Minqiu was so furious her dialect slipped out. She was about to hit Gu Yuning, who was just about to slap her back, but Lu Lin stepped in front of her, his gaze cold and stern. "Try touching my wife once." Lu Lin doesn't hit women, but anyone who dares to hurt his loved one. What's breaking the rules? Lu Lin is tall, standing like a small mountain. Plus, the fierce aura from walking out of a mountain of corpses and blood, Zhuang Minqiu's slap couldn't land. She had a feeling that if she really made a move, Lu Lin would kill her. Zhuang Minqiu's eyes flickered, and she closed her eyes, about to faint. Gu Yuning hurriedly pulled Lu Lin back, saying, "Everyone, please testify for us. We didn't touch her. She fainted on her own." "Okay, we can all testify," Luo Fong said. Others agreed. Zhuang Minqiu's legs suddenly gained strength, and she didn't fall. Zhu Jingui stepped forward, grabbed Minqiu, and said coldly, "Everyone, today there are some private family matters, so I won't keep you any longer." Zhu Jinggui's authority was still strong, and hearing this, everyone felt it was best not to say anything more, so they left with their things. As they left, Luo Fong gave Gu Yuning and Lu Lin a thumbs up. "You protect me, I protect you. That's what a couple does. Young people are really impressive." Gu Yuning smiled in return, but then her hand was held. Looking up, she saw Lu Lin's caring eyes. "Your hand is turning red. Does it hurt?" Gu Yuning then noticed her palm was red. She thought for a moment and honestly said, "It doesn't hurt. It feels pretty good. Next time, I'll do the dirty work myself, Lu Lin said sincerely, showing his care. He clearly married Ningning to protect her, but in fact, Ningning was protecting him. Seeing the young couple being so affectionate and carefree, Zhu Jinghua, who was angry but now calmer, coldly said, "Today, we've already lost face enough. Lu Lin, you better take your people and leave." Old Zhu, Zhuang Minxiu threw herself into Zhu Jinghua's arms, sobbing. "I and Yan Yan have no face left to live. Lu Lin, if you hate me, just say it. Why did you ruin Yan Yan's reputation?" Seeing her like this, Zhu Jinghua also felt upset. Yan Yan had called him Dad for over 10 years. A girl's reputation is very important, and Lu Lin was too ruthless. As the couple criticized Lu Lin harshly, Gu Yuning was unhappy and said, "You too, you're mistaken. That was given by me. Lu Lin didn't know anything about it." "How dare you say that?" Zhu Jinghua scolded coldly. "You're a woman too. Why ruin a woman's reputation like this? You're so vicious." Gu Yuning was fed up with this biased father-in-law. "Vicious? Look at the date on the photo, 6 months ago. We weren't divorced then. Your daughter charming my ex-husband, and you sent these photos for him to enjoy every night." The victim, kindly returned the photos to their owner to prevent them from spreading. "And I'm vicious." Gu Yuning pulled Lu Lin and said, "Let's go find Commissar Lin and ask him to judge this matter." Lu Lin replied, "Commissar Lin is on the same side as Commander Lu. Let's go directly to Commander Zheng." "Okay." Zheng Guoguo's face suddenly darkened. He ignored his role as an elder and scolded angrily, "Come back here." The young couple seemed not to hear him. Zheng Guoguo took a deep breath. Seeing they were about to leave, he could only say coldly, "Please come back quickly." "Hey, Lin, since Commander Lu cares so much, let's go inside and sit." Lu Lin was straightforward. "If he makes you unhappy, we'll leave. Marrying me shouldn't mean you have to suffer." "All right." Zheng Guoguo's face darkened further. What a troublemaker. Really a troublemaker. But outside, neighbors were peeking around, so they couldn't talk openly. When they entered the house, Gu Yuning looked around. The living room was about 20 square meters, furnished with solid wood furniture. The TV and radio were covered with cloth, and there were a few small flowers by the window. TSK, kicking out the stepson, and stepmother Zhuang Minxiu, seems to be living quite well. However, Zhuang Minxiu misunderstood Gu Yuning's gaze and snorted coldly, "Country bumpkin." Gu Yuning chuckled softly. "Aunt Zhuang, you don't need to be so modest. Although your taste is a bit poor, and the place isn't big, it's still much better than most." Zhuang Minxiu was furious. "I'm talking about you. You look like you've never seen anything good. Are you blind? What good things do you have here?" Gu Yuning was surprised. "Oh my! Commander Lu, didn't you tell her who my grandfather is? I just find it strange. These are all worthless things, yet they're all carefully covered. Do you never watch TV at home, just for show?" As the granddaughter of Gu Banqing, how could she not have seen good things? For the first time, Zheng Guoguo felt ashamed that Zhuang Minxiu was so ignorant. "Hurry up and pour some tea. I'll just have plain water." "Thank you." Gu Yuning sat down on her own, not forgetting to pull Lu Lin to sit as well. Why suffer in silence when you can be comfortable? Lu Lin sat down and noticed Zhuang Minxiu's expression growing uglier. Suddenly, he realized he had truly made a mistake earlier. He thought that not sitting or eating when he returned was a sign of disrespect to them, but in fact, it was just making things easier for them. Since that is the case, Lu Lin was not polite. "Commander Lu, Ningning is coming for the first time. Remember to give a bigger red envelope." Just as Lu Jingguo was about to scold, Lu Lin said, "After all, Commander Zheng has always praised Ningning. If the red envelope is too small, Commander Zheng will think you're not satisfied with Ningning and doubt his judgment." Lu Jingguo seemed to be seeing his eldest son for the first time. This kid used to be so sharp with him, and now he's even trying to take advantage of the situation. It must be that Gu Yuning has influenced him. But Lu Jingguo really didn't dare to oppose his superior, so he only looked away and said, "Minxiu, go get the red envelope. Also, you can put the photo out." Lu Jingguo looked away. He didn't want to protect Zhuang Minxiu, but one of the photos had fallen at his feet. He instinctively glanced at it and felt like his eyes were dirty. Despite having layers of fat like a seal, She still twisted her body into strange shapes. If she weren't his biological daughter, Lu Xingguo would have broken her leg. Zhuang Minqiu suddenly remembered that she still had some inappropriate photos of her daughter. She felt ashamed and angry, glaring fiercely at Gu Yunning, then went upstairs to get the red envelope. Gu Yunning looked innocent. To avoid offending the neighbors, she only shared these photos within the small family area. She really is too kind. Lu Xingguo was about to speak, but Lu Lin said, "Commander Lu, Vice Captain Wang's wife came here for the first time." The two of them gave 100 yuan red envelope. Lu Xingguo's temples suddenly throbbed with pain. He directly handed 2 red envelopes to Zhuang Minqiu. 60. No, 80 yuan for one. He didn't want this rebellious son to always bring up a few dozen yuan later. Zhuang Minqiu almost cried out of anger. She wanted to speak, but saw Gu Yuning smiling warmly at her, with a strong, threatening look in her eyes. Suddenly, she remembered her daughter's photos. "Xingguo, just give 100 yuan each," Gu Yuning said with a smile. 200 yuan will cover what you want to say." Lu Xingguo frowned. Before he could object, Gu Yuning said, "Thank you, Annie Zhuang. I will definitely tell Aunt Luo you're very generous." Zhuang Minqiu's face twisted in frustration. She had never felt so upset about spending money. She handed the red envelopes again, and Gu Yuning took them without hesitation. Zhuang Minqiu said, "Ningning, let's have a chat." She needed to find out if Gu Yuning still had any photos of Yan Yan. "We're not close, so please call me by my full name." Gu Yuning looked at her watch and smiled. "Auntie, I have some things to do with Lu Lin, so I won't stay long." She took the red envelope and left immediately, not bothering to argue with them. Anyway, Gu Yuning didn't care whether they accepted her as their daughter-in-law. Lu Lin followed closely behind. Lu Xingguo frowned and said, "Lu Lin, are you just here for a red envelope? I'm your father. Can I ask about your marriage?" Lu Lin turned back. "Being born and raised by you makes you my father, but Commander Lu, I'm past the age where I need a father." As he spoke, he held Gu Yuning's hand and left directly. Zhuang Minqiu was truly furious this time, her face turning pale from anger, and she slumped weakly onto the sofa. 200 yuan. But Gu Yuning wouldn't even say whether she still had the photos. She had lost her husband and her strength. Old Lu Xingguo watched Lu Lin's back, lost in thought, not hearing her words. Zhuang Minqiu felt even more uncomfortable. Lu Xingguo arranged for that woman's son to join the army, sent her son to a workers' and peasants' university, but he spent most of the year away. After coming out, he had no prospects compared to Lu Lin. The more Zhuang Minqiu thought about it, the angrier she became. She said, "Victory hasn't come back for a long time. Xingguo, I miss victory." When victory is within reach, Lu Xingguo will surely stop caring about Lu Lin, that troublemaker. Lu Xingguo snapped back to himself and said firmly, "Nonsense. Victory is going to college, not playing. It's not holiday time yet, so he can't come back. Xingguo, I just want the child. He's only 16. Leaving home, aren't you worried?" Lu Xingguo said nothing. How could he not worry about the child he raised since he was young? But Lu Lin's words just hit him harder. He and Lu Lin's mother were busy, so Lu Lin spent time at his grandparent house. Later, Lu Lin's grandparents unexpectedly passed away, and he was brought back home. But within 2 years, Lu Lin's mother fell ill and passed away within a year. All in all, Lu Lin only spent about 3 years at home, and Lu Xingguo was mostly away. Suddenly, Lu Xingguo wondered, maybe because Lu Lin was sent back and forth so often as a child, he wasn't raised properly, so he always argued with him? Old Lu, seeing Lu Xingguo ignore her, Zhuang Minqiu almost cried out of frustration. Today, what kind of trouble did her daughter and she get into? It's embarrassing. But Lu Xingguo said nothing, showing no support for her. Zhuang Minqiu's eyes turned cold. If that's the case, then she wouldn't hesitate to use her methods. Gu Yuning and the other girl came out and saw Luo Feng sitting at her door, knitting a sweater. When she saw them, she smiled and said, "Today is rare, not arguing with your dad and coming out. Truly, being married makes a difference." Her familiar tone clearly showed they didn't have the bad relationship rumors suggested. Uncle Luo, it's because I married a good wife that things are different, Lu Lin said, emphasizing to Gu Yuning. After all, we have a bad example at home. Luo Fong chuckled. You sneaky. But you're right. I just can't stand Zhuang Minxiu. She's just a doctor. Always with her eyes on her forehead. Who in the neighborhood says she's good? Only your dad. Thinking about how it wasn't good to criticize her husband in front of his son, Luo Fong stopped herself. The thing you asked me to find out is coming along. The other day, Director Lin moved to a new apartment, and 2 rooms were left empty behind. It has a small yard, but because the yard is all stones and can't grow vegetables, people aren't very interested. No one has taken it. In addition, the other 3 cottages have issues like leaks or are too old and not in good condition. Thank you, Aunt Luo. Gu Yining was very grateful and quickly took out a big bag of white rabbit candies. Where would Aunt Luo want to accept them? You already gave wedding candies before and even gave some to the elderly. It's not that Aunt Luo values material things. Her husband is a deputy battalion commander, and her children are working. It's just that from Gu Yuning's way of doing things, it's clear she is young but very considerate of others. Lu Lin will be lucky to marry such a wife in the future. Gu Yuning forcefully handed her some candies. I heard your sister-in-law is pregnant. These are for her sweet tooth. We'll visit again once everything is settled. Okay. You and your husband just got married and need to apply for housing, so go ahead and get busy. After saying goodbye to Aunt Luo, Gu Yuning couldn't help but ask, everyone says you once slammed the table at Vice Commander Wang, but I see you get along well. The family compound isn't small, and Aunt Luo quickly found out the news, showing she's very attentive. Lu Lin said, I didn't stay with my parents for long when I was young. Back then, Commander Lu wasn't a commander yet and was very busy. My mom is a teacher and couldn't take me to work, so she locked me at home and asked Aunt Luo to bring me food. So, does that mean Mom and Aunt Luo are very close? Not close enough to bother her with meals unless they are close. But how come Lu Jingui seems completely unaware? Gu Yuning suddenly understood. He just didn't know because Lu Jingui didn't care. She felt even more sorry for Lu Lin and comforted him. I'm grown up now, so these things don't affect me. Once, because of a task and some issues with condolence money, I spoke loudly to Uncle Wang, and it caused rumors that we weren't on good terms. But I later realized that as long as I get along well with Uncle Wang, Commander Lu is very easy to talk to, and we sometimes have little disagreements. Gu Yuning was amused listening. If Commander Lu knew, he'd be furious. Who cares? Lu Lin had no expectations for his father. As long as he didn't cause trouble, they could live peacefully. The 2 went straight to Commissar Lin's office. When he heard their purpose, he didn't hesitate and approved immediately. Since Lu Lin's position allowed him to move with the army, it didn't violate any rules. They both took the approval slips to the logistics office to choose a house. In the end, they picked the one that Luo Fong recommended. Soon after, they received the keys and went to see the house. Gu Yuning was very happy with it. The house has only 2 rooms, but both are large. It is the easternmost house, and the yard is 1/3 larger than the others. Although they can't grow vegetables there, the ground is flat and the previous tenant left the house clean. So once they buy furniture and daily necessities, they can move in right away. However, Lu Lin still tidied up a bit. Gu Yuning wanted to help, but Lu Lin disagreed. You just got out of the hospital, and today you've been with me all day. Rest now, Lu Lin said, placing a stone by the window. This spot is bright and breezy. Rest here for a while, and tonight I'll take you to a nice restaurant. When he mentioned tonight, Lu Lin's eyes sparkled like a wolf. Gu Yuning couldn't help but blush. She was actually looking forward to tonight too. After cleaning up, Gu Yuning prepared a shopping list for what to buy. Although she had space for furniture, some of her furniture was old from the Chen family, and she didn't want to use it. The Chen family's furniture was too high quality to put in the communal yard, so she needed to buy new furniture. The logistics department had some, and before leaving, Lu Lin paid a deposit. The furniture would be delivered tomorrow. Since they were married, Lu Lin had a marriage leave. That evening, he took Gu Yuning back to the city. They didn't cook. Instead, they ordered 3 dishes from a state-run restaurant: crispy pork, stir-fried fish slices, and sweet bean sauce shredded pork. The crispy pork batter was well-made, crispy, and tasty. It had fragrant, ground Sichuan peppercorns inside, which made it flavorful without being greasy or numbing. The dish was golden, crispy outside, tender inside, shiny with sauce, boneless, and free of bones or spines. It had a mix of sour, sweet, salty, and savory flavors. Although making shredded pork with bean sauce is simple, it really tests the chef's skill. Gu Yuning liked all three dishes very much. In her previous life, she was from the south, but after working in different places across the country, her taste changed. She also liked northern food and could eat spicy food. Back then, seasonings might not have been as rich as today, but they were free of additives, very fragrant, and the chefs focused on their craft. The food was actually better and healthier than what's common now. Seeing her enjoy the meal, Lu Lin's eyes showed a satisfied smile as he quietly said, "The chef is a descendant of imperial cooks, and his skills are exceptional." But as she got older, she only cooked at night. "Next time, I will bring you here again." Okay. While chatting, Gu Yuning looked at this era without night or bright lights, and for the first time, she felt a peaceful sense of time passing. It was late, and at the small courtyard gate, they didn't meet anyone. Lu Lin took out the toothbrush he had prepared earlier. "Let's wash separately. I'll boil water and you take a shower." Gu Yuning didn't say anything, but even in the hospital, she would wash up when she woke and she always smelled nice. She liked to stay clean. Okay. Tonight was their wedding night, so they naturally prepared well. Lu Lin worked quickly and soon boiled the water. Since there was no bath basin, a sitting bath was impossible, so they could only wash themselves. Gu Yuning felt a little shy. She handed Lu Lin a wash basin, then went to the space to wash herself. She changed into a new inner garment, applied lotion, and brushed her teeth thoroughly before coming out of the space. In the room, Lu Lin had already finished his shower. He was doing push-ups in his military pants. His short hair was still damp, with water vapor making his face look flushed and his heartbeat quickened. His muscles, full of strength, were firm and well-proportioned. As his body moved up and down, it looked very attractive. Gu Yuning hurriedly covered her nose, afraid she couldn't resist and might faint from the scent. At that moment, Gu Yuning noticed a long scar that looked like a centipede running almost across his entire back, along with many other scars of different sizes. They still looked fierce and terrifying. How painful must it have been when he was injured? Gu Yuning couldn't help but reach out to touch the scar. But at that moment, Lu Lin suddenly stood up and pulled her into his arms. His hot body seemed ready to melt her. Gu Yuning hurriedly looked up and met his wolf-like gaze. It was full of aggression, wild and beautiful. Gu Yuning, feeling helpless, swallowed hard. "Lu Lin, have you never been in a relationship? Who could handle this scene? Isn't it said that people in this era are conservative?" "No." Lu Lin said this firmly and confidently. He even looked a little proud. He had never been in a relationship, so he could stand confidently in front of Ningning. Gu Yuning found this Lu Lin unexpectedly adorable. She couldn't help but step forward, hooking her arms around his neck, and tiptoed to kiss him. Suddenly, loud knocking on the door startled Gu Yuning. She hadn't tasted the flavor yet when she looked up, and her teeth bumped into his, causing both of them to gasp in pain. "Ningning, I'm fine," Gu Yuning said, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. The young couple was finally about to go into the bridal chamber, but they were interrupted. This was so unlucky. There was knocking outside the door.
And shouting.
Lu Lin's face darkened. He pulled on his clothes quickly, not forgetting to help Gu Yuning with her outfit. "Wear more clothes so you don't catch a cold. I'll go see what's going on." Commander Lu was really angry now. He stormed to the door and opened it. Outside, the people saw a furious man with a fierce look, full of anger and hostility, as if he wanted to fight everyone. 7 people shivered in fear. The leader was a middle-aged man with a beard about 1.7 meters tall, weighing at least 200 pounds. His face was full of flesh, looking fierce, but he kept a wary eye on Lu Lin. He was the first to react. He looked at Lu Lin carefully, his eyes shining with suspicion. "Where is the Gu family? We received a report that they are hiding illegal items and engaging in capitalist activities. We must investigate thoroughly. Lu Lin stayed calm. Where's the evidence? Zhang Xingxiong, did you report this yourself? You're right, I do know you. When Zhang Xingxiong received a call from his cousin, he was a bit surprised. He remembered Lu Lin as a skinny kid from over 10 years ago, with the only impression being his fierce, wolf-like gaze. What threat could such a small person pose? Could he really let his cousin suffer? But when he saw Lu Lin in person, Zhang Xingxiong realized he had underestimated him. Lu Lin had a fierce aura, like someone who had seen blood. Definitely not an easy person. Zhang Xingxiong grinned. His face was already full of flesh, making him look even more fierce. He pulled out a letter of complaint. Don't think I'll go easy on you. Look, this is a report written by Chen Zhonghua, a relative of the Gu family. A family member reporting on another family member. Lu Lin, you're just a kid. Stay out of this. He stepped closer and whispered so only they could hear. You're after Gu Yuning because you want her family's stuff, right? You took what you wanted from the Chen family's ancestral tomb. Don't expect more. It was clear that Lu Lin's interrogation of Chen Zhonghua had been exposed. Zhang Xingxiong thought this would give him leverage over Lu Lin. Lu Lin's face showed a mocking smile. He stepped forward. What are you doing? Zhang Xingxiong looked wary. Lu Lin moved even closer. His tall body was like an unshakable mountain, full of fierce energy. Even Zhuang Xingxiong, a man of high status and power, couldn't resist and hurriedly retreated. Zhuang Xingxiong's face darkened further, angry. Lu Lin, I am your uncle. I won't argue with you, but you're pushing your luck, huh? He pulled out a gun, pointing it directly at Lu Lin's forehead. Lu Lin didn't blink an eye. Stop trying to make relatives with me. My uncle is dead. And if he were alive, he might be dead too, Lu Lin said coldly, with a calm but intense look that made Zhuang Xingxiong feel uneasy. Zhuang Xingxiong realized he was caught in a difficult position, unable to move forward or back. Suddenly, he stepped on something and was forced to retreat outside the Gu family's gate. He felt humiliated and embarrassed, especially since he was being pushed back by a young man in his 20s. His eyes narrowed with a sinister look as he clicked open the safety latch. He had ways to cover up the death of one person. Just at a critical moment. Lu Lin, let them investigate. Ugh, Chen Zhonghua always thought my family had treasures. When he found out there was nothing, he got angry and wanted to kill me. Now, let this officer investigate clearly, and I can finally live peacefully. Lu Lin turned around just in time to see Gu Yuning, who was crying and covering her face, run over and throw herself into his arms. Lu Lin quietly held Gu Yuning's small hand that was clutching his waist. Gu Yuning was still angry. This guy dared to walk forward with a gun pointed at him. What if Zhuang Xingxiong had shot? The more Gu Yuning thought about it, the angrier he got, and he pinched Lu Lin hard. It hurt a little, and it also made him feel a bit ticklish. Lu Lin's stern expression softened, and the lone wolf obediently lowered his head. I promise I won't do that next time. Earlier, there was no one behind him, and he only moved forward without hesitation. But now he had someone to protect. She would be worried and upset if he got hurt. He had a family. Zhuang Xingxiong ordered his men to search. Gold, jewelry, money. He wanted it all. He hoped to find the items he had lost. An entire basement filled with gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and paintings, half of what Zhuang Xingxiong had accumulated over the years. In the past 2 days, Zhuang Xingxiong had been so anxious he couldn't sleep, suspecting everyone. If he hadn't gone to find Chen Zhonghua, he wouldn't have discovered Lu Lin's background. This young man not only sent Chen Xiongdong to the military discipline office, but also uncovered Chen Zhonghua's hidden treasures. Chen's ancestral grave had already been dug up and emptied. It was definitely Lu Lin who did it. Zhuang Xingxiong's eyes looked dark and his face twitched. He suddenly smiled at the two, who looked tired of each other. Lu Lin, whether you admit it or not, at the end of the day, we are family. If you want to say something, just say it. Why risk yourself and marry such a second-hand person? Gu Yuning was just a hostage chosen by the higher-ups. With her there, the Gu family's biggest secret would eventually be revealed. Almost, this hostage was ruined by short-sighted members of the Chen family. Ningning, come here. I heard you got married. As your uncle, I have a gift for you. The thick red envelope in his short hand looked very full. Does Gu Yuning like money? Then he would give her some. When wealth reaches a certain level, money is just a number. Zhuang Xingxiong's gaze was dark and sticky, not the kind a man looks at a woman with, but more like he was looking at a private treasure, which made Gu Yuning very uncomfortable. Gu Yuning looked at Lu Lin. Lu Lin stepped forward, took the red envelope, and casually put it in his pocket. I'll take it for Ningning, Lu Lin said, pulling Gu Yuning back into his arms. Zhuang Xingxiong's face darkened a little. Big nephew, it's better not to be too greedy. No way, it's natural, Lu Lin replied firmly. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Boss, we didn't find anything. Zhuang Xingxiong frowned and coldly scolded. Did you search carefully? Didn't I tell you to bring back the cabinets and furniture for inspection? The gold and jewelry inside the cabinets could make up for some loss. His subordinates looked troubled. But the Gu family doesn't have any cabinets. Impossible. Zhuang Xingxiong didn't believe it at all. He pushed away his subordinates and went to look himself. But every room was empty. No cabinets, not even a bed. How could this be? Gu Yuning. Before the furious Zhuang Xingxiong could reach Gu Yuning, Lu Lin blocked him with a quick move. He coldly said, "Speak properly. Don't touch her." Zhuang Xingxiong stared at Gu Yuning fiercely. Tell me, where did the things go? What things? Gu Yuning looked confused. Yesterday, after our wedding, Lu Lin and I went to the military district and only came back at night. But our house was already emptied. You're lying, Lu Lin impatiently said. If you don't believe me, go ask your sister. During the day, we were still at the military district and we even gave her a gift. Why didn't you react when you lost something? Zhuang Xingxiong stared at Gu Yuning, seeming to want to see through her. Gu Yuning snorted coldly. It's just some old furniture used by the Chen family. I don't care for it. If someone likes it, they can take it. Zhuang Xingxiong took a deep breath, barely avoiding getting too angry. All right, Gu Yuning. In the future, let's interact more. Zhuang Xingxiong secretly cursed Chen Zhonghua to death. He had told them to be nicer to Gu Yuning and to comfort the young girl so they could find out the secret, but they couldn't even handle this small matter well. He wanted to help her? Bah! Let him stay in the detention center. Zhuang Xingxiong directly led his people away. Lu Lin closed the door, but was stopped by Gu Yuning. Ah Lin, have you noticed? Zhuang Xingxiong's look at me just now was very strange. It's like he knew me long ago. Even though he was here to search, it seemed like he wanted to get along with me. This reaction was really odd. Lu Lin nodded. Yes, it's not right. Zhuang Xingxiong is a ruthless man. The reason he became a top figure at the dock is because he's very fierce. Many people have suffered because of Zhuang Xingxiong's family. This kind of person, tonight, treated Gu Yuning quite gently. It seems he wanted your old furniture. Lu Lin was confused, but Gu Yuning understood the reason. The cabinet was used by my parents. It has a hidden compartment. Chen Zhonghua put a large yellow croaker he got from my father inside. Gu Yuning explained the whole story. Lu Lin suddenly understood and felt touched. Your father-in-law really cares about you. No wonder Ningning was always worried about finding her parents and older brother. It seems the Gu family is a very loving family. Lu Lin suddenly felt a bit eager to meet them and hoped they would accept him too. Originally, tonight was supposed to be their wedding night, but Zhuang Xingxiong ruined it. Gu Yuning was getting angrier the more she thought about it. If I don't beat Zhuang Xingxiong up tonight, I won't be able to sleep. Me too. The young couple looked at each other and decided to act. Zhuang Xingxiong left his men halfway and went to a small alley in the south of the city. It was already past 10 at night, and the alley was silent. Zhuang Xingxiong knocked on a door in the middle of a house. Soon a slit opened, and he slipped inside. Lu Lin looked at the terrain and quickly carried Gu Yuning around to the back of the house. Sure enough, he heard two people talking. That soldier. What's going on? Their voices were hoarse, like a bellows, each word sounding very effortful. He's Lu Zhengguo's son. It seems he saved Gu Yuning, and the two of them got together. I found out too late. They already registered their marriage. Zhuang Xingxiong was very angry. I told Chen Zhonghua, and Chen Xiangdong to treat Gu Yuning better. We should have gotten the real marriage certificate quickly. But they, the father and son, betrayed us. They almost killed Gu Yuning just to climb higher. Such fools. If there had been a marriage certificate, Gu Yuning wouldn't have registered her marriage with Lu Lin. She would still be under control. Now, with Lu Lin here, many new problems arose. Cough, cough. The Chen family father and son have low vision. It's a pity we didn't have more time to find a better person. No worries as long as Gu Yuning stays in the capital. The person coughed softly again. She wants to find her parents, right? Give her some clues. When Gu Yuning heard him mention her parents, her heart tightened. But his voice grew quieter and quieter, and she couldn't hear him clearly. Just as Gu Yuning was feeling anxious, the person said, "Since the Chen family father and son can't be used, quickly move the things stored in the basement." "Yes, godfather." "Don't worry." Gu Yuning heard Zhuang Xingxiong stand up, and then there was no more sound. After about 10 minutes, there was still no movement inside. Lu Lin felt something was wrong. He whispered, "I'll go in and check. Be careful." Lu Lin responded with a nod. Like a swift, silent leopard, he leapt over the wall. It only took about 10 seconds before he returned. Seeing his serious expression, Gu Yuning asked, "What happened?" "They're gone." He didn't know who Zhuang Xingxiong's godfather was, but it was clear he was the mastermind behind Chen's family and Zhuang Xingxiong. Someone like that wouldn't want to control a young girl like Gu Yuning just for money. Lu Lin wasn't afraid. He was only worried he couldn't protect Gu Yuning well. Gu Yuning didn't think much. She knew the fox would eventually reveal itself. She held Lu Lin's hand excitedly and said, "I think I know where they mention the thing." "Really? The family of the soap factory has a basement, and so does the Chen family. But I heard Chen Xiangnan say they lent it to someone else." Li Lin immediately understood Gu Yuning's meaning. The two of them exchanged a knowing smile and quickly drove to the soap factory's residential area. It was late at night, the perfect time to do something sneaky. They found the basement corresponding to the house number. It was easy to locate Chen's basement. At first glance, the door looked the same as others, but when touched, it felt different. Most doors were made of wood, but Chen's door was an iron door with a wooden covering. Gu Yuning wanted to take the door away directly, but Li Lin stopped her. His eyes sparkled as he said, "Ning Ning, soon Zhuang Xingxiong should come to deliver things. Let's leave him a little gift." Gu Yuning was confused. Li Lin quickly unlocked the door with a few moves. "You go get the stuff. I'll be back soon, okay?" Gu Yuning turned on her flashlight and saw that Chen's basement was connected to 3 other basements nearby, covering more than 50 square meters. Right now, the space was filled with identical-sized wooden boxes. Counting them, there were over 70. More than what was in the previous basement. Gu Yuning didn't care what was inside. She simply stored everything in her space. After finishing, it wasn't long before Li Lin returned. "Ning Ning, come out quickly." Hearing his excitement, Gu Yuning found it strange. When she looked up, she saw Li Lin leading 3 black dogs with their tails between their legs. The 3 dogs looked like they saw a predator. They were scared but didn't dare to move, so Li Lin simply put them into the basement. "Ning Ning, can you give them some food and water?" "Of course. But what are you going to do with them here?" Gu Yuning took a chicken, steamed buns, and meat buns from her space, along with a big red basin filled with water. The 3 dogs looked at Li Lin and didn't dare to move until he nodded. Only then did they go forward to eat and drink. Li Lin said, "I heard from Lu Xingli that Zhuang Xingxiong almost got bitten by wild dogs when he was a child. Since then, he's been afraid of dogs. The last treasure room was lost, so this time he will come personally to move things. When that happens, they would be in big trouble." Thinking of that scene, Gu Yuning couldn't help but laugh. Since these 3 dogs played such an important role, Gu Yuning wouldn't treat them badly. She added some spiritual spring water to a basin. The 3 dogs immediately started gobbling up the food. Gu Yuning then remembered she hadn't told Li Lin about the special use of the spiritual spring water. When she got home, she took out a water jar filled with it. "Drink it openly and happily." Lu Lin didn't ask questions and simply started drinking eagerly. Clearly, he trusted Gu Yuning very much. Gu Yuning felt happy inside, but deliberately didn't tell Lu Lin what he was drinking. After he finished, Lu Lin quickly felt different. Unlike Gu Yuning, Lu Lin was a soldier trained professionally for over 10 years. After drinking the water, Lu Lin felt warm all over, his strength increasing and his senses sharpening. But before he could think much, his stomach started to rumble uncontrollably. Lu Lin ran to the bathroom several times, while Gu Yuning had already boiled some hot water. "Hurry up and wash." Lu Lin then realized he was covered in dirt, as if he had rolled in mud. Although he wasn't obsessed with cleanliness, he liked to stay clean, so he quickly took water to wash outside. When he finished cleaning and went back inside, he saw Gu Yuning lying on the bed, smiling and watching him. Did Lu Lin still have questions? He pounced like a hungry wolf and hugged her tightly. "Ningning is deliberately watching me look so helpless." This accusation left Gu Yuning unable to refute. She mischievously bit Lu Lin's lips, wrapped her arms around his neck, and softly said, "Are you sure you want to discuss this with me?" With her soft and tender partner in his arms, Lu Lin wanted to resist touching her, but that would mean he wasn't a real man. People say lovers' eyes are the eighth great ocean, but Gu Yuning thought a man's stamina was the true vast ocean, endless and boundless. Gu Yuning regretted it deeply. Why did she rush to give him well water? Now it all came back to bite her. Lu Lin was simply too strong. He was naturally very powerful, with boundless strength. After drinking the spiritual spring water, his stamina doubled or more, like an endless motion machine. It was truly exhilarating, but also exhausting. In the end, Gu Yuning held him and cried, making Lu Lin feel like a beast and afraid to touch her again. But holding his soft and fragrant wife, Lu Lin felt incredibly satisfied. Late at night, Zhuang Xingxiong finally arranged for someone quietly to come to the family compound of the soap factory. Since Chun Zhonghua was stolen, other residents in the compound and the factory reported it. The factory had specially brought in 3 dogs to guard the place. Zhuang Xingxiong also prepared poison meat, intending to kill these 3 animals. The result leader looked around but couldn't find the 3 dogs. Zhuang Xingxiong felt strange, but didn't think much of it. They are just animals. It's normal for them to run around randomly. Worried about making noise, everyone's shoes were stuffed with thick cotton to keep them silent. Quietly, they went down to the basement. Zhuang Xingxiong unlocked the door and pushed it open forcefully. Suddenly, he heard a low hissing sound. The strong sense of threat made Zhuang Xingxiong's hair stand on end. He wanted to run, but it was too late. The 3 big dogs shot toward him like arrows, opening their mouths wide to bite. 1 arm, 2 legs. Zhuang Xingxiong screamed loudly and hurriedly ran outside. His subordinates behind him didn't know what was happening and were knocked over by him in the chaos.
Ah!
Deputy Director. Someone loyal tried to pull Zhuang Xingxiong back, but a black dog's paw struck his chest, knocking him to the ground. His head hit the wall, and he rolled his eyes. Seeing him in such a bad state, the others didn't dare to go forward. Zhuang Xingxiong felt he was about to die. The 3 dogs didn't know why, but once they bit into flesh, they wouldn't let go, even if it hurt. He struggled to shake them off, but one of the dogs tore a piece of flesh from his arm. Before Zhuang Xingxiong could feel relief, the dog let out a ugh, spat out the meat, and lunged at him again with a fierce bite.
Ah!
Zhuang Xingxiong kept screaming. Usually, his eyes would roll to his forehead, but now he was crying out in pain. "Hurry up and come save me.
Quickly.
If you don't, I'll kill you." His fierce threats made his subordinates no longer hesitate. They hurried forward, but the dogs, surprisingly clever, jumped and dodged, still biting Zhuang Xingxiong and refusing to let go.
Yowl.
Use sticks.
Bang!
In the chaos, someone hit Zhuang Xingxiong on the head with a stick. He rolled his eyes and fainted completely. The commotion woke up the entire family compound, with people shouting to catch the thief. The remaining subordinates who could run hurriedly fled. Zhuang Xingxiong didn't know how many kicks he took, but was finally caught. Gu Yuning woke up when it was already bright outside. She was lazy and didn't want to open her eyes, but she felt her body was very clean, probably cleaned by Lu Lin. The quilt was thick, and the smell of food wafted in through the cracks in the door and window, making Gu Yuning hungrier than ever. "Ningning, you're awake." Lulin pushed the door open. He had just finished boxing and was wearing a white shirt with military pants. Although it was early spring, he seemed unaware of the cold, with a slight sweat on his forehead, looking very handsome. Seeing Gu Yuning's dreamy eyes, Lulin felt a little restless. But he quickly suppressed his feelings. Yuning was delicate, and being too bold might hurt her. Lulin turned and went out again. "I'll get you something to eat." Watching his energetic appearance, Gu Yuning couldn't help but think about what she saw and touched last night. Six-pack abs, a slim waist. His stamina was surprisingly strong. Gu Yuning considered whether she should also exercise, or she'd fall too far behind Lulin. The look he gave earlier was like a hungry wolf, making her feel nervous. In the morning, Lulin cooked millet and red date porridge, made steamed buns, and boiled old duck soup. She didn't know where he found the pickled radish, but it was fresh and tangy, and a sip of the soup made her feel very hungry. She was so tired she didn't want to eat, but she ate a big steamed bun, a duck leg, and 2 bowls of soup. Suddenly, she felt energized. She thought she had eaten a lot, but in the end, Lulin still served her half a bowl of red date millet porridge, insisting she drink it. But Gu Yuning was already full. There was no room left. Reluctantly, Lulin mumbled that he had heard from others that red date millet porridge helps with blood, which made Gu Yuning laugh so hard her stomach hurt. "Don't worry, women bleed every month and don't die from it. That little bit of blood last night didn't need replenishing." Seeing that Lulin was still worried, Gu Yuning didn't say more. She simply pulled him into the space to work. They carried 2 treasure chests from Zhuang Xingxiong, but hadn't even sorted the items yet. Once inside the space, Gu Yuning remembered that this time, the items collected hadn't upgraded the space. It couldn't be that last night's items didn't include gemstones and jade, right? Lulin went to categorize the boxes, while Gu Yuning checked the boxes from the Gu family. To her surprise, there were many boxes. Only 1 contained gold bars, 3 held jewelry from ancestors, and 2 had precious fabrics. The rest were famous calligraphy, paintings, and ancient books. She roughly estimated there were 132 paintings and several thousand ancient books. Not all of these were valuable, but many were rare and priceless, like some unique medical books. Suddenly, Gu Yuning understood what Grandpa Gu meant. Respect for cultural heritage is more important than money. "I sincerely admire this elderly man." "Ningning, come take a look." Gu Yuning walked over and saw Lulin holding a list with a serious face. She leaned in and saw that the page listed the names of Gu Laoyi and his descendants. The name of Gu Laoyi was marked with a red cross, which looked very frightening. "What's this?" Gu Yuning took the list and looked through it. On the back, there was a story about the Gu family's rise to wealth, ending with a note. It is said that the ancestors of the Gu family had a mysterious medicine called living dead flesh and white bones. Alin, the person we saw last night, seemed very weak, probably seriously ill. So, he was targeting the Gu family because of this supposed magical medicine? Look at the other pages. Gu Yuning quickly flipped through the pages. There were about a dozen pages, each showing a family, with rumors written on the back. Some stories said they had great medical skills. Others claimed the family possessed the mysterious medicine. Some even said they were disciples of a legendary master. And the red crosses marked on each page probably represented real lives lost. Who could be so cruel? Gu Yuning's heart was pounding. She had been through many dangerous situations, but now she felt a chill down her spine. Maybe, right now, someone is secretly watching her from outside. "Don't be afraid," Lu Lin comforted her, holding her in his arms. "If they can really watch you anytime and anywhere, then it might be hard for us to get married." Lu Lin felt relieved. If he hadn't acted quickly, it would have been much harder for him and Ningning to be together. He had seen the darkest side of this world and knew how cruel people could be. Ningning was still alive, and that was a blessing. Gu Yuning calmed down and clenched her teeth in anger. These scoundrels will be caught and dealt with sooner or later. Thinking about the possibility that Gu Laoyi was harmed made her feel upset. In her memory, Gu Laoyi was a gentle, elegant old man, very kind to her and never treated her differently because she was a girl. In fact, he always called Ningning his little princess. Seeing her upset, Lu Lin didn't know how to comfort her, so he said, "Everything is ready. Do you want to take a look?" Yes. Gu Yuning gathered her strength and stepped forward, only to find that all of Lu's boxes had been opened. In one box, there was money and tickets. Gu Yuning didn't count carefully, but estimated about 30,000 yuan, along with some rare tickets and supplies. There were over 20 watches. There were thousands of pounds of refined rice and flour, and over 500 pounds of dried goods like ham and sausages. There was plenty of cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Additionally, there were 5 boxes of large yellow croaker fish and more than 30 boxes of cultural relics. One very large box contained a huge bronze cauldron. Even though Gu Yuning didn't know much about antiques, she could tell this was definitely a national treasure. What surprised her most was that there were also $5,000 in cash. In today's world, foreign currency is rare, and ordinary people rarely see it. Looking at all these stored items, Gu Yuning suddenly had an idea. "Lin, do you think Zhuang Xingxiong is involved in illegal trading? Handling goods and tickets on the black market, and these antiques, could they be sold overseas?" Lu Lin instinctively replied, "Wouldn't that make him a traitor?" The couple exchanged a look. "Let's see if there's a ledger," but they were disappointed this time. The ledger wasn't here. It was clear that quickly bringing down Zhuang Xingxiong was impossible. Gu Yuning wasn't discouraged. Those scoundrels probably want spiritual spring water. They will come back sooner or later. I don't believe they can stay hidden forever. Yes, Ningning. Today, let's tidy up and move to the military district. That way, your safety will be better protected. Okay, Gu Yuning wasn't being overly dramatic. She had already emptied the yard and could leave at any time. But now, housing was tight. Many families were living in small rooms, and leaving the small courtyard empty wasn't practical. Plus, her job as a broadcaster. Originally, Chen Yingying had taken over her position, but Chen was just filling in temporarily. The job still belonged to Gu Yuning. Chen Yingying was taking a week off, and that time was almost up. Since Gu Yuning was going to follow the army, she couldn't continue with this job. Gu Yuning planned to sell it. The small courtyard needed many things if she wanted to move in. She considered and said, "The local street office is nearby. I remember their conditions are poor. There are leaks in the roof." "Lu, what do you think about renting the house to the street office?" "No rent needed, just help with maintaining the house. In 3 years, policies will change. The educated youth returning home and officials being reinstated will have their confiscated houses returned. It's easier if the house is occupied by the government, but if a private person lives there, it can take a long time to sort out disputes, which is very troublesome." Lu Lin thought for a moment and said, "I think it's okay." Lu Lin fully supports Ningning's decision to sell her work. Ningning is so fragile, she should be well taken care of. Perhaps because he has seen much life and death, Lu Lin always believes that people are more important than money. Then it's settled. Today was a busy day. Gu Yuning originally thought it would be safer during the day, so she let Lu Lin go ahead to open things. But Lu Lin was worried, so they both went to the street office together. The small entrance led to uneven ground. A serious-looking middle-aged woman was arguing with someone. "Earlier, you said fixing the roof would only cost 1.2 yuan, but now you say 3.8 yuan. Isn't that raising the price unfairly?" "Absolutely not." The worker in front of her was unhappy. "You said you only needed 10 tiles to fix the roof, but now even 30 tiles can't cover it. The price I quoted is according to the rules, and I haven't charged you extra. If you don't want the repair, I'll leave now." He said this and, ignoring the woman's pleas, took his tools and left. Gu Yuning moved a little slower and almost got bumped by the worker. Lu Lin pulled her close, just as a serious female voice asked, "Do you have any business here?" Song Kun also looked helpless. Due to the tight housing situation in the city, their street office could only be assigned to a hudong. The house was very old. The roof had collapsed once in winter, and someone had even added a repair. They finally managed to fix it, barely blocking the snow, but it couldn't stop the rain. The street office had little income, so they couldn't afford to repair the roof properly, not even 3.2 yuan. "Big sister, what should I call you?" Gu Yuning handed over 2 pieces of fruit candy and smiled. "Here's the thing. Big sister, we just got married and have applied for military family status. But I live alone, and no one is there to take care of the house. I wanted to ask if your street office might rent out the house? When she heard about the house, Song-kun forgot about the candy. But he knew they had no money, and he sighed. Young girl, thank you for the candy. I wish you a happy marriage and a long life together. But as you can see, the street office is in no financial position to pay rent. Gu Yuning smiled sweetly and said, It's free. I just hope the neighborhood office won't change the structure of the house and yard, and that they can help maintain it regularly. But the house is good. Free? Song-kun couldn't believe it. Are you sure? Really, no charge? Absolutely, Gu Yuning repeatedly assured him, and since the place wasn't far, she took Song-kun to see it. When they saw the small yard, Song-kun almost cried with excitement. The main house has only 3 rooms, plus 3 side rooms, a kitchen, and a toilet. If she worked here, she could bring her lunch and avoid the hassle of going back and forth. It would also solve many issues for other staff members. Since Gu Yuning didn't want rent, and even though the lease was only for 3 years, Song-kun decided to rent the place immediately. Ning, you've really helped me a lot today. Song-kun took Gu Yuning's hand affectionately. Don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye on the house for you. Thank you, Sister Song. With your help, I feel more at ease. The neighborhood office already manages the property, so the rental agreement was quickly arranged. Gu Yuning also told Song-kun about her difficulty working with the military and her wish to sell her job. Song-kun immediately patted her thigh. Isn't that perfect? I have a friend who wants to buy a job for her sister. I'll call her now. She'll definitely be interested. Jobs these days are very scarce. There's no extra for others to take. It's very rare to find someone willing to sell a job, especially a good position like a broadcaster. She must get it. Song-kun quickly called her friend, and soon there was a reply. Ning, how about 1,000 yuan? Can we do the handover at 3 p.m.? She works far away and needs to take leave. Previously, a broadcaster's monthly salary was only 33 yuan. Gu Yuning's asking price was around 800 yuan. Since she could sell it today for an extra 200 yuan, she naturally had no objections. Okay, we need to buy some things anyway. Let's meet directly at the entrance of the workplace at 3 p.m. Deal. Gu Yuning and Lu Lin went to buy some items. But just as they reached the alley entrance, they overheard people talking. Did you hear? Yesterday, they caught a thief at the family compound. The elongated tone immediately caught Gu Yuning's attention. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly pulled Lu Lin over to listen to the gossip. Andy, which residential area is that? Of course, it's the soap factory's neighborhood. Their soap factory is known for having the best benefits nearby. Yesterday, they caught a thief, and the person speaking looks proud. But Lu Lin is so tall that when she stands there, her strong presence makes people too afraid to gossip. The crowd begins to disperse. Gu Yuning quickly takes out a handful of sunflower seeds from her canvas bag. She shares some with everyone present, and they become more friendly. How many did you catch? Auntie, tell us. She obediently pulls Lu Lin to sit down. People are quick to talk, and since Lu Lin looks serious but doesn't scold them for gossiping, the auntie feels brave. You don't know, those people work in a gang. There are nearly 10 of them, all big and tall, not good people. Luckily, the security team brought back 3 dogs and they did a great job. They even bit the leader, the big bearded guy, so badly that he had no good flesh left on him. Listening to the expert story, Gu Yuning is sure that the one who got bitten the worst is Zhuang Xingxiong.
That feels so satisfying.
The 3 dogs did a great job, worth all the effort she put into feeding them spiritual spring water last night. Girl, are you married yet? The auntie suddenly looks mysterious. Gu Yuning glances at Lu Lin and shyly says, This is my boyfriend. Married, huh? Then you can tell us. Do you know how small the man who got bitten last night was? Gu Yuning hasn't fully understood yet, but the auntie already laughs and sticks out her little finger. Just this small. A group of women burst into laughter. Big tree with chili peppers. Exactly. That's what they say. Don't judge a book by its cover. The more outspoken auntie looks at Lu Lin. With that head and build, she probably. Her meaningful gaze is very direct, making Lu Lin's face change color. But Lu Lin can't explain to these aunties that she's definitely not a little chili pepper, so she just coldly pulls Gu Yuning away. The laughter behind them becomes even more daring. Gu Yuning finally understands what the aunties meant earlier. No wonder they called him Zhuang Xingxiong. He himself didn't have it. The aunties are impressive too. They can even drive that broken motorcycle. Still laughing, Lu Lin looks at Gu Yuning with a bit of sadness. Like a wolf king falsely accused and unable to get comfort, his ears seem to droop. Gu Yuning quickly pretends to be serious. Lin, you have extraordinary talent, especially. Lu Lin's ears turn red as if they could bleed. Stop talking. Gu Yuning's eyes were full of a gentle smile as she nodded repeatedly. Lin was really so innocent. Knowing that Zhuang Xingxiong had encountered trouble, Gu Yuning, feeling very happy, decided to buy more things today. The military area was over 100 kilometers from the city, so it was not very convenient to go back and forth, saving her the trouble. Gu Yuning had money, and Lu Lin had given her a lot. Yesterday, she also tricked her stepmother out of 200 yuan, so she wasn't short of money. She started her shopping spree. She liked a short, dark blue wool coat with a loose fit. Pairing it with a white scarf, it looked very elegant on her, but not too flashy. Since she would live in the family housing area, Gu Yuning didn't want to be too showy. She bought 2 white shirts, 2 dark blue cloth jackets, and 3 pairs of pants in different colors. She also remembered the pants Yao Shui lent her, so she bought a pair just like them. She bought 2 pairs of simple yet elegant small lambskin shoes. Although it was early spring and the weather was still cold, she could still wear sweaters. She bought 2 for herself and 2 for Lu Lin. They were all very simple styles. She chose red and milky white, while Lu Lin picked earthy yellow and dark blue. Lu Lin didn't like wearing leather shoes, so he bought 2 pairs of cloth shoes. The army would issue clothes, but Gu Yuning thought he couldn't wear military uniforms all the time. So she bought him a Zhongshan suit, a jacket similar to a blazer, and 2 pairs of long trousers made of Dacron fabric. They also couldn't forget daily necessities. When they got married, Commissar Lin specially approved some vouchers. Gu Yuning bought 2 thermos flasks for enamel basins and as many pots and utensils as she could find. Although the army had a canteen, she still wanted to cook good food herself, so she bought salt, oil, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings. They bought some meat, eggs, sugar, vegetables, and snacks, anything they could find. To avoid attracting attention, they only put some items in the car and continued shopping. When the car was almost full, Gu Yuning secretly stored some things in her space, so it wouldn't look too obvious. Passing by the post office, Gu Yuning sent back the pants she borrowed from Yao Shui. She wrote a short letter to thank her and included a pound of brown sugar as a gift. Brown sugar was precious, so giving it as a gift was quite meaningful. It was a good opportunity to return the favor and also to settle a matter on Gu Yuning's mind. Seeing that they still had some time, Gu Yuning and her companion went to the seed market, where they bought seeds for grains and vegetables, covering all the varieties available. Unfortunately, there were no rare medicinal seed varieties available. Otherwise, Gu Yuning really wanted to buy some ginseng or similar plants, not for profit but for emergency use. After buying almost everything, the couple went to the radio station where Gu Yuning used to work. As soon as they got out of the car, they heard someone scream, "Give him back! Give him to me!" Gu Yuning turned around and saw a young woman in dark blue work clothes clutching her stomach and shouting. Before Gu Yuning could get a clear look, Lu Lin rushed out like an arrow, quickly catching up to a man riding a bicycle who was fleeing, and pulled him off the bike.
Bang!
The man was thrown to the ground and immediately subdued. Darn it, let me go. Gu Yuning's tense heart finally relaxed. She was about to step forward when someone called her. Ning Ning? Gu Yuning turned around and saw Song Kun and another person running over, both sweaty and anxious. Seeing Yao Shui appear here, Gu Yuning was very surprised.
Song Ye.
Yao Shui ran straight to the young woman across the street, showing concern. Xiaoning, how can you run around like this? Do you have a stomach ache? Song Kun didn't expect Gu Yuning to know Yao Shui either, so she quickly explained to her friend. This work was bought for Yao Shui's sister. We didn't expect that the girl, I don't know why, suddenly grabbed the money and ran when she heard about buying the job. After chasing for a while, Song Kun was out of breath. Gu Yuning helped Song Kun sit on the curb, just as she saw the young woman pulled by Yao Shui suddenly rush over and tear at Lu Lin. Let go. Let go. Who gave you permission to touch my man? Lu Lin, caught off guard, had a scratch on his face from the attack. Gu Yuning's face suddenly darkened. She quickly stepped forward and pulled Lu Lin away from the crazy woman. Does it hurt? As she got closer, she saw the wound was deeper than she thought, with edges that were bleeding and might leave a scar. Gu Yuning's fists clenched tightly, ready to go and teach that crazy woman a lesson. Lu Lin hurriedly held her back. Ningning, I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. But even with her small frame, just a bump from rushing forward made him feel distressed. Piao Ning. Piao Ning. Yao Shui quickly held on to Yao Ning, feeling both angry and worried. What are you doing? Don't delay Major Lu's work. Yao Shui arrived late and didn't know what had happened. But seeing Yao Ning constantly scolding the man on the ground, she guessed who he was. Yao Shui's face turned cold. Where's the money? Hurry up, get your work done, and don't associate with this troublemaker in the future, Yao Ning stubbornly said. Sister, I don't want to leave Zhang Chen. Who do you think you're calling a troublemaker? Zhang Chen finally got up from the ground and raised his hand to slap Yao Shui. Don't hit my sister. Get out of the way. Zhang Chen pushed Yao Ning aside. If you block me again, don't expect to follow me. Yao Ning immediately dared not move. Yao Shui felt a sharp pain in her heart. Yao Ning, are you just going to watch me get beaten? Yao Ning looked at Yao Shui, then at Zhang Chen, covered her face, and started crying. Sister, I can't lose Zhang Chen. I was born for him, and I will be his ghost after I die. Zhang Chen, looking proud, hugged Yao Ning. For Xiao Ning's sake, I won't argue with you, old woman. Yao Ning blushed shyly. Sister, look how good Zhang Chen is to me. He stopped hitting you, so hurry and thank him. Yao Shui's eyes darkened with anger. You're crazy. Where's the money? Give it to me now. Zhang Chen, seeming to be reminded, shouted loudly. Big fool. Give me the money quickly. Darn you meddling. Gu Yuning grabbed her canvas bag and swung it directly at Zhang Chen's head. The force knocked Zhang Chen heavily to the ground. Still feeling angry, Gu Yuning stepped forward and kicked him. Why are you messing around? Why don't you go mess with your mom? Scum. Yao public security, if you steal 1,000 yuan, how will you be sentenced? Yao Shui was stunned. Sentenced to 3 to 10 years in prison. Good. Now we're all witnesses. This guy failed at robbery and insulted a soldier. That should be enough to increase his sentence. Gu Yuning looked coldly at Zhang Chen, making him panic. His face turned pale with fear. You're lying. I was just joking around with my partner. Then tell the police. Seeing Yao Shui still hesitating, Gu Yuning said, Hurry up and call the police. Yes, call the police. As long as she called the police, Xiao Ning wouldn't be fooled anymore. I'm calling now. Zhang Chen, seeing Yao Shui serious, angrily pushed Yao Ning away. You darn it, help me quickly. It's all your fault, this bad luck charm. Yao Ning suddenly knelt in front of Yao Shui. Big sister, don't arrest Zhang Chen. I love him. Love is the greatest. If you arrest him, I won't want to live anymore. Seeing her daughter so distressed, Yao Shui also had tears in her eyes. Xiao Ning, big sister, I will listen to you. From now on, I will listen to you. Don't arrest Zhang Chen. Yao Shui hesitated and gritted her teeth. Then come with me to handle the paperwork. Later, become a radio host and work hard. Big sister. Yao Shui made a firm decision. Either you go to work, or I will arrest Zhang Chen. I can work, right? Yao Ning looked helpless and resigned. Yao Shui was very pleased. Song Kun, has the person selling jobs come? Song Kun hurriedly replied, It's Gu Yuning selling jobs. Yao Ning immediately looked at Gu Yuning as if she were an enemy. Gu Yuning sneret goldli. She's ungrateful and loves blindly. Just go away. I've changed my mind. I won't sell this job anymore. Everyone present was stunned. Yao Ning was even more surprised. Lu Lin also looked at Gu Yuning. She took the money bag from his hand, handed it to Song Kun, and pulled Lu Lin to leave. Although Lu Lin didn't understand why Gu Yuning changed her mind, as her husband, he only needed to support Ning Ning. Seeing the two really leaving, Yao Shui hurriedly called out, Ning Ning, didn't we agree before? We did, but I don't want to sell anymore. Is that okay? Gu Yunning was too lazy to explain and simply said coldly, no one said you can't change your mind, right? That's true, but it still made people unhappy when she said she was selling a job and then didn't. If you think it's too cheap, I can add more money. Gu Yunning's expression grew colder. I just don't want to sell to you. Yao and Gong, I've already sent out the pants. Thank you for your help before. Today, we've settled everything. Even if she couldn't sell the job, she wouldn't sell it to Yao Ning. Before Yao Shui could speak, Gu Yunning had already pulled Lu Lin away. Song Kun. Seeing her friend confused, Song Kun sighed. Shui, Ning Ning's boyfriend helped you keep the 1,000 yuan. Xiao Ning not only didn't thank him but also scratched his face and didn't apologize. It's normal for Ning Ning to be upset. Yao Shui was surprised. Luing Zhang is Ning Ning's boyfriend. Just a few days ago, Ning Ning was sold by her in-laws, and now she's suddenly with Luing Zhang? Song Kun was speechless. Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Yao Xueming is a very kind person, hardworking and caring. But whenever it comes to Xiao Ning, Yao Shui seems to become confused and distracted. Song Kun didn't want to say much, but with Xiao Ning's unclear mind, she might cause trouble even if she sells her work. Yao Shui responded awkwardly. I didn't mean anything bad, but how can she change her mind?
Oh, sorry.
Can you talk to Ning Ning again? I'm willing to pay 1,200 to get this job. Being a radio announcer is not an ordinary job, and it will make it easier for Xiao Ning to find a partner in the future. Since they are old classmates, Song Kun agreed to help ask about it, but she couldn't promise the result. Lu Lin watched Gu Yunning, who was angrily pulling him along, feeling like his heart was soaking in warm water. Ning Ning, are you protecting me? All these years, even if he was hurt badly, he always bore it himself. But now, his wife is caring for him. Gu Yunning stopped and gave him a sharp look. What do you think? She caught you and didn't even realize to hide. And she's still happy about it. His handsome face was marked with deep scars, which looked quite disturbing. Let's go home quickly. When they get back, using the spiritual spring water should prevent scars, right? Okay. Lu Lin smiled happily, acting like he would listen to whatever Gu Yunning said, showing a very good temper that made Gu Yunning almost too angry to speak. I just didn't expect her to be so crazy that she hid slowly. I promise next time I'll stay far away if I see this happening again. If you still encounter such a love-crazy person next time, that would be really unlucky. Gu Yunning really didn't want to see Yao Ning again. Their car was parked outside the radio station. As they approached, they heard someone begging. Sir, please help. I signed up earlier, but I was late because I was busy helping with a runaway carriage.
Please let me in.
Gu Yunning looked over and saw a girl with short hair being pushed out by the security guard. She stumbled and fell to the ground. The old man glanced at her lightly, closed the door, and leaned back on the lounge chair in the guardhouse, humming The Red Lantern, happily and ignoring everyone. Gu Yunning felt annoyed and was about to step forward, but she was stopped. Little sister, don't bother him. It's not worth it. Gu Yunning turned around and saw a pair of smiling eyes. It was a cute young girl with a round face, big eyes, slightly thick lips. She wasn't especially beautiful, but she was still a charming little girl. Very likable and friendly. Lin Huanhuan covered her waist and carefully pulled Gu Yunning's arm.
Wow.
How can someone have such thin arms? She didn't dare to use much force, afraid of hurting her. Thank you for helping me. You're such a good person. You look so nice. Probably the most handsome person I've ever seen. To sound more convincing, Lin Huanhuan nodded hard, but that pulled on her injury, making her grimace in pain. Gu Yunning, thank you. Are you hurt? She looked at the old guard. She was already injured. Don't come near me. The old man's singing grew louder. Gu Yunning rolled up her sleeves, ready to step forward, but Lu Lin pulled her into his arms. Ning Ning, this girl hurt herself. Look. Ning Ning, why are you so adorable? She's the most righteous and caring person here. Hearing him call her so affectionately, Gu Yunning suddenly turned around. Do you know her? Lu Lin straightened his face and said to Lin Huanhuan, aren't you going to call her sister-in-law? Now it was Lin Huanhuan's turn to look surprised. No, brother Lin, how can you be so cheeky and still get a wife? After Lu Lin's introduction, Gu Yuning learned that Lin Huanhuan was actually the daughter of Commissar Lin. She was a year older than Gu Yuning, 20 this year. Lu Jinghua and Commissar Lin had been old partners for a long time, so Lu Lin and Lin Huanhuan had grown up together. They weren't siblings, but they were like siblings. Lin Huanhuan was straightforward and cheerful, not like the modern brother witch type, but a real brother. Gu Yuning liked her quite a lot. With Lin Huanhuan, she didn't have to think too much, just speak honestly. Suddenly, Lin Huanhuan remembered something and hurriedly said, "Brother Lin, be careful of your stepmother. When I left the compound today, I heard her crying with someone." Lu Lin raised an eyebrow. Why was she crying? Talking about Lu Yenji's partner or something? I was in a hurry and didn't listen carefully. Lin Huanhuan scratched her head awkwardly. I didn't hear her mention you, or I would have listened more. I understand, thank you. Come on, we're brothers, no need to be so polite. After sitting nearby for a while and feeling better, Lin Huanhuan was about to leave. Gu Yuning stopped her. Huanhuan, do you want to be a radio host? Yes. When talking about her dream, Lin Huanhuan's eyes lit up. If I could be a radio host, I would have no regrets in life. Lu Lin guessed what Gu Yuning was planning and didn't say anything. Sure enough, Gu Yuning said, I'm a radio host, but I need to go with the army, so I can't do that job now. I plan to sell it for 800 yuan. Do you want it? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Huanhuan stood up excitedly, her eyes turning red. Sister-in-law, are you really going to sell your job for only 800 yuan? But I don't have that much money now. I need to ask my dad when I get home. Sell it. We can handle the paperwork now. When you have the money, just give it to me. Also, my leave is about to end. If I don't sell the job quickly, I will go with the army and still have to come back to work. That's too far. Meeting Lin Huanhuan was a happy surprise. Lu Lin added, I don't want to be apart from Ningning. Lin Huanhuan shivered in discomfort, looking sad. Brother Lin, your sharp tongue, how can you say such sweet words? Before, Lu Lin only spoke to women. Get out of the way, you're blocking, too noisy. Shut up. After Lin Huanhuan finished explaining, Gu Yuning couldn't help but smile as she looked at Lu Lin. Lu Lin awkwardly touched his nose. That's for others. He definitely wouldn't say that to Ningning. He just wanted to hug and kiss Ningning, then see her cry. Lu Lin blushed and dared not think further. But last night's wedding night kept replaying in his mind. This time, Gu Yuning took her work ID to the security guard. The old man looked at it again. Are you a radio host? Any problem? Gu Yuning's face was completely serious, and the old man looked a bit embarrassed, so he let them in. Lin Huanhuan's voice was quite good, and she had trained specifically, so the handover went smoothly. When they left the broadcasting station, Lin Huanhuan couldn't believe it and kept thanking Gu Yuning. Gu Yuning suggested she give her a ride, but Lin Huanhuan said she had plans with her classmates nearby, so she left on her own. This girl is really tough. Even with muscle strains, she ran so fast.
Lu Lin was used to it.
Kids without mothers are like that. When they get hurt, they just bear it themselves. His calm tone made Gu Yuning feel a little sad. Lu Lin was also a kid without a mother. He became a child soldier at 11, and all his scars showed the tough path he had walked. I will take care of you from now on. My man, I will care for him. When he heard this, Lu Lin smiled widely, showing a proud, slightly teasing grin. I knew Ningning loves me the most. Only at this moment did Lu Lin look like a man in his 20s, not the mature and serious army commander Lu. They finished handling things in the city. Instead of returning to their small home, they went straight to the family courtyard. Passing by rows of houses, their car soon stopped at the gate of their yard. Gu Yuning looked at the wooden gate and suddenly felt something hard to describe. Lin, this is our home now. Yes, maybe because he had always been wandering, Lu Lin was very attached to the idea of home, thinking that this was his and Ningning's home. Even this old, shabby house seemed warm to him. It made him look forward to moving in even more. Lu Lin first unloaded the big and small bags from the car, telling Gu Yuning to rest while he went to get furniture from the logistics department. Gu Yuning thought about this being her home for the coming days. She couldn't sit still. On the right side outside the door, along the wall, was the only small vegetable patch in the yard, about 2 square meters. The previous family probably grew spinach, which had already been harvested. leaving only some stalks. The frame for beans was still there, looking a bit messy, so Gu Yuning decided to tidy it up first. Wearing gloves, she started working. But just after pulling out 2 sticks, someone called her. "Hey, what are you doing? Is this your stuff? Why are you touching it?" A short, sturdy woman came out from the small yard on the west side. She looked stern and snatched the sticks from Gu Yuning's hands. "These are all mine, you know." Seeing the situation was not right, Gu Yuning let go, but her hand was cut by a wooden splinter from the sticks. Her temper flared instantly. She snatched the sticks back without hesitation. The woman initially thought Gu Yuning was thin and weak, looking like she had no presence and was easy to bully. But unexpectedly, Gu Yuning was very strong and almost made her fall. Her hand was also scraped painfully on the bars. She was stunned. Newcomers to the residential compound usually keep a low profile. It was just a few bars after all. How dare Gu Yuning offend anyone? No wonder Dr. Zhuang said that Gu Yuning, who was moving in, was not someone to mess with and worried she might get hurt. When she asked further, Dr. Zhuang revealed the truth. Gu Yuning failed to flirt with her son-in-law, so she turned to Lu Lin, a crazy person, and falsely accused her son-in-law, causing him to be detained by the military discipline department. A wicked woman. The woman looked at her with disdain. "Ha, you want to take even a few wooden bars? No wonder your reputation is so bad. Don't think just because you look a little attractive that you can flirt with anyone. If you dare to have bad intentions, I'll cut off your claws." "Xiaofan, who are you scolding just because you're not cooking?" An elderly woman peeked out from behind the fence. "Oh, the fox spirit is here, mother-in-law. Don't cause trouble." The woman inside pulled the elderly woman back. Soon, others from nearby also peeked out. But when they saw it was Gu Yuning, they quickly withdrew, as if she were a plague, afraid of any connection to her. From the moment Gu Yuning arrived at the residential compound, she was completely isolated. If she still didn't know who was behind this, she would truly be a fool. TSK. Lin Huanhuan said that her cheap mother-in-law was crying and complaining about Lu Yanron's marriage. Now, it's probably not much different. She probably said a lot of bad things about her. And not good ones. Gu Yuning sneered. If someone wronged her, she would return the favor. Gu Yuning was a very polite person. Old Lu, sit down quickly. Zhuang Minxiu, wearing an apron, had her long hair tied up in a bun. She was dressed in a modified lady's Zhongshan suit, making her look more gentle despite her serious appearance. She looked like she was living a good, proper life. "I made your favorite dishes. Let's see if they suit your taste." 4 dishes and 1 soup were on the table, looking colorful and fragrant, clearly made with care. Lu Zhenghua, who had just arrived home, looked a bit calmer and sat down. He said, "You're not feeling well, just eat in the cafeteria. The food there is pretty good." Zhuang Minxiu, who had been busy all afternoon, froze in surprise. The cafeteria serves large pots of food, so how can it compare to the carefully prepared meals she makes? But ever since she suggested that Lu Xingli come back, Lu Zhenghua has been very cold to her. Before, Lu Lin stayed in a dormitory, far from the family compound, north and south, so the father and son rarely saw each other. But now that Lu Lin lives in the family compound, things are different. The yard is less than 200 meters from their small red building. It's very likely that in the future, father and son will come home together at night, and their relationship will grow closer. Just thinking about that makes Zhuang Minxiu feel a sharp pain in her chest. Although Lu Zhenghua often scolds Lu Lin, he can't hide his pride when talking about him outside. Lu Lin became a soldier king at 19, and by 24, he was already a battalion commander. Since before the new year, some leaders have suggested promoting Lu Lin again. It's fine if he becomes a battalion commander at 25, but if he becomes a regiment commander at that age, it would be a huge honor. What would she do then? What about Yanran and Xingli? Fortunately, Lu Lin was tempted by a woman and married a twice-divorced capitalist. That gives her many opportunities to cause trouble. Gu Yuning even called those gossiping women to come see her embarrass themselves, and she prepared a big gift for Gu Yuning. Thinking about how Gu Yuning is probably crying at home now, Zhuang Minxiu feels a little better. She poured a cup of medicinal wine for Lu Zhenghua. "Old Lu, you've had a hard day too. Eat well and rest a bit. As long as she can keep old Lu on her side, she still controls this family. Lu Lin is nothing. A gentle wife and steaming hot food. Which working man coming home after a day's work can resist such an attack? Lu Xinguo's attitude completely softened. You've worked hard too. You're pregnant and still busy.
Sit down and eat.
I'll wash up and come down soon. As soon as Lu Lin left, Zhuang Minxiu heard 2 loud knocks outside the door. Commander Lu, we've moved into the family compound. Come have dinner with us. Lu Lin's voice was loud, and everyone nearby came out to see. Luo Feng took off her apron and came out, smiling when she saw Lu Lin and his wife. She deliberately asked, Lu Lin, what are you holding in your hands? She had also heard some rumors and was thinking of finding a chance to talk to Lu Lin and his wife now that they lived in the family compound. But she didn't expect them to come directly. Luo Feng didn't think these 2 little ones were really easy to manipulate. Today there will be more good shows to watch. Lu Lin smiled shyly, looking very innocent. Ning Ning said I shouldn't go empty-handed, so I made some food for us to eat together. Also, my wife prepared some gifts for Commander Lu. People around then noticed that Lu Lin wasn't just carrying a pot. In his net bag, there was a good cigarette and a bottle of Mao Tai. All good things. Any son who brings these kinds of gifts home to see his parents must be very proud. A middle-aged man with a big beard immediately praised. Indeed, men only grow up when they start a family. Lin has become much more sensible. Just take good care of your life and don't argue with your dad all the time. Lu Lin stood straight. Comrade Wu. Comrade Wu was the political officer of the unit, living on the other side of the residential area. Today, he came to talk to Deputy Commander Wang but unexpectedly saw this scene. Of course, and we should work hard too, yes. In the past, Lu Lin would get annoyed hearing such words, but now he accepted them humbly and even thanked Wu, which made Wu more pleased. By the way, today's conversation also related to Lu Lin. He looked back at Deputy Commander Wang, who had just come out, and whispered a few words. Deputy Commander Wang, with a stern face, looked at Lu Lin, nodded, and went inside with Wu. Others, who had heard the drum team say Lu Lin had improved, were initially skeptical. Today, seeing him, they realized he had changed a lot. Even the most stubborn men have a day when they soften like steel into gentle silk. Then, looking at Gu Yuning standing obediently beside Lu Lin, so beautiful, someone praised, Lu Lin, your wife really married well. Hearing the compliment about his wife, Lu Lin's face lit up with a brighter smile. Yes, Ning Ning is very good. Uncles and aunts, please help take care of Ning Ning in the future. Of course, no problem. Luo Feng saw that the Lu family door wasn't opening and asked deliberately, Hey, we've been talking for a while, but Dr. Zhuang still hasn't opened the door? Surely they welcome you back, right? Gu Yuning gently pinched Lu Lin, who looked disappointed but forced a smile. It shouldn't be like that. We moved, so they should let us come home for dinner. Once she said that, everyone hesitated and didn't dare to speak. Gu Yuning leaned closer to Lu Lin, looking caring. It's okay. If it really doesn't work, we can go back and eat by ourselves. Then let's go back. Zhuang Minxiu was so angry she was trembling. This was clearly a tactic to retreat and gain advantage. In front of so many comrades and family members, if Lu Lin and his wife just took the dishes and left, Lu Xinguo's and her reputation would be ruined. The study was soundproof, so Lu Xinguo only heard the noise outside when he came out. Minxiu, who's here? Zhuang Minxiu's mouth twitched. It's all Lin and his wife. Lu Xinguo frowned upon hearing this. What are they here for? Thinking about the last time Lu Lin and Gu Yuning came, Lu Xinguo didn't want to see them. He was already wary of Gu Yuning. After her divorce, she quickly got involved with Lin. Such a woman was not suitable for him. He spoke coldly. Tell them to go back. Zhuang Minxiu's face lit up with a smile. With Lu Xinguo's words, she felt relieved. This was no longer her problem. But the next second, Lu Xinguo said again, Let them come in. Zhuang Minxiu's smile froze on her face. Reluctantly, she opened the door. Lu Xinguo immediately saw Gu Yuning, who was handing out candies and sunflower seeds to the people around. Hearing the door open, Gu Yuning politely said, Commander Lu, good evening. This title made Lu Jingguo's head buzz with discomfort, a natural feeling of dislike. But with so many people watching at the door, Lu Jingguo couldn't lose his temper. He could only coldly reprimand. "It's dinner time. How can you be so rude as to disturb others?" Thinking that these people were invited by Gu Yuning to watch the show, Lu Jingguo felt suffocated. What a shameful family to have such a daughter-in-law. Gu Yuning quickly withdrew her hand, looking helpless. "Yes, I'm sorry." Her pitiful look made Lu Jingguo feel a chill down his spine, increasing his suspicion. This woman was scheming and didn't seem to be afraid of anything. Pretending to be innocent was just a trick. Before he could figure out what was wrong, Lu Lin stepped forward angrily, glaring at him and mocking. "Commander Lu has such a big attitude. We've been waiting here for 20 minutes and weren't allowed in. The uncles and aunts kindly came to chat with us." Ningning was just worried everyone would be bored, so she shared sunflower seeds and candies with everyone. But now it's all wrong. Others also felt they should speak up. "Exactly. Ningning is a good girl and doesn't cause us any trouble. At first, I thought Commander Lu was strict but approachable. I didn't expect him to be so unreasonable. Ningning is also a hardworking girl. Everyone living in the little red building are leaders. Although Lu Jingguo is a battalion commander, these women are not afraid of him." Luo Fong added fuel to the fire. "Commander Lu, the young couple just moved into the housing area and brought food and gifts to visit you, the father. Yet you immediately start accusing them." TSK. Her meaningful look made Lu Jingguo feel very uncomfortable. He finally saw what Lu Lin was holding. He looked at his wife in surprise. "Minxiu, what's going on? Why didn't you open the door?" "I didn't." Her accusatory gaze made Zhuang Minxiu feel nervous. She dared not say she didn't want to see Lu Lin and his wife. Suddenly, Zhuang Minxiu had a bright idea. "No, old Lu Lin has a key to the house. He deliberately didn't come in, making everyone blame us." Zhuang Minxiu felt wronged but still tried to link herself with Lu Jingguo. Lu Jingguo also remembered giving Lu Lin a key. But because of this, Lu Jingguo felt embarrassed in front of many comrades and family members and couldn't help but get angry and scold. How can you use these petty tricks like women? More than anger, there was disappointment. As a soldier, one should act with integrity. Lu Lin had learned bad habits from Gu Yuning and was ignoring his soldiers' principles. That look stabbed Lu Lin in the heart. He sneered and said, "What does it matter if a woman plays you? Women are not even as good as them." Lu Lin, seeing the father and son about to argue again, some perceptive people quickly left. Gu Yuning looked at Lu Lin, who was tense like a ready-to-attack leopard. He was now on the edge of a cliff. Any further step could be disastrous. "Lin." Gu Yuning gently held Lu Lin's arms and said softly, "Getting angry only makes enemies happy and loved ones hurt." Gu Yuning looked at Zhuang Minxiu. Her sudden appearance made Zhuang Minxiu's pride show on her face, but she didn't have time to hide it. Zhuang Minxiu awkwardly looked away. But in the housing area, many people were not lacking in intelligence and saw everything. Lu Lin listened carefully to Gu Yuning's words. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, "That key was already taken back by your wife a long time ago." "Impossible." Lu Jingguo instinctively denied it, which made Lu Lin even more annoyed. "How is that impossible? Go check if Lu Yanjin is using that key." When he left home, Lu Jingguo solemnly hung the key around his young neck, saying that this place was always his home. But in reality, after Lu Jingguo agreed to let Lu Yanjin move in, Zhuang Minxiu borrowed the key under some excuse to take it back. "Lin, your room will be for Yanjin from now on. There are no extra rooms at home. Your younger brother Xingli also needs his own room. That's his home. Aren't you just a little soldier? You probably don't have time to come back, so having the key is useless." Zhuang Minxiu's voice was very gentle, but she said the most vicious words in the softest tone, completely destroying a child's sense of home. No. Zhuang Minxiu kept denying. This wicked woman. She hadn't said anything for so many years, but now, in front of so many people, she suddenly revealed everything. It was obvious she wanted to harm her. She absolutely couldn't let Lu Lin's plan succeed. "Lin, did you lose the key? Just tell the truth. Auntie and your dad won't blame you." "You really won't blame Lu Lin. only gloat over his misfortune. Gu Yuning directly exposed her hypocrisy. She felt deeply sorry for Lu Lin and said coldly, "Annie Zhuang, you're also a mother. How can you be so cruel to a child? Aren't you afraid of karma coming back to you? What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhuang Minxiu glared at Gu Yuning angrily. These two children are her lifeblood, and she wouldn't allow anyone to say otherwise. "Gu Yuning, this is a military zone, not a place for you to spread superstitions. There is no such thing as karma in this world. Otherwise, she wouldn't be living such a good life now." But Gu Yuning didn't miss her expression. "If you haven't done anything wrong, what are you afraid of? You." All kinds of eyes fell on Zhuang Minxiu. Most of them were suspicious. Although Lu Lin had a hot temper, his character had been tested by the country. Unless Lu Lin was willing to give up his future, no one dared to accuse him falsely. Now, even Lu Zhenghua looked at her with suspicion. His silent questioning was like a needle, almost driving Zhuang Minxiu crazy. "Lu Lin, you're just talking nonsense. Don't try to frame me. Stepmother is a difficult role. I treat you so well, yet you still slander me. The keyhole on that key has the character Lin carved inside. Just by looking at Lu Yanran's key, you can tell." Zhuang Minxiu's face suddenly changed. She hadn't noticed any writing there before. Zhuang Minxiu's pupils trembled, her lips quivered, but she couldn't speak. Lu Zhenghua sternly told Xiaozhang, "Go to the hospital and get Yanran's key." Zhuang Minxiu hurriedly said, "Stop. Don't go." As soon as she spoke, her face turned pale. She knew she was truly caught by Lu Lin this time. Lu Lin was only 11 years old then. Not only did he set a trap for her, but he had also endured silently for so many years. Zhuang Minxiu shivered, fear spreading through her body. Demon Star. He is the Demon Star. Suddenly, Zhuang Minxiu looked at Lu Lin. His deep eyes, more profound than ordinary people's, were looking at her. She felt a bit dizzy. That woman has eyes similar to Lu Lin's. Karma. Gu Yuning's words just now suddenly appeared in her mind, making Zhuang Minxiu's face turn even paler. "TSK, let's go home," Luo Feng suddenly said and turned back to her room. Everyone else hurriedly dispersed. It's fine to watch a show, but it's not good to interfere in others' family affairs. Gu Yuning looked at Lu Zhenghua, expressionless, and whispered to Lu Lin, "Your dad probably won't be able to handle the anger, right? It looked pretty scary." "Don't worry. My mom was killed by someone. He slept with the murderer for over 10 years and didn't die from fear. He shouldn't be scared to death now." "Lu Lin, come in." Lu Zhenghua didn't expect Lu Lin to tell Gu Yuning his suspicions. Family's secrets shouldn't be revealed. Lu Lin wasn't afraid. He simply took Gu Yuning into the house. "Old Lu," Zhuang Minxiu begged Lu Zhenghua, but he, though angry, didn't want her to make a scene outside. "Come in." Zhuang Minxiu's face lit up with relief, and she hurried inside. Lu Lin had already placed everything on the dining table and sat down heavily with Gu Yuning. "Dr. Zhuang may not be very kind, and she kills without blinking, but she can cook. Especially when making meals for Director Lu, she puts in extra effort. Got it." "She's trying to please Director Lu." The couple echoed each other, openly mocking Lu Zhenghua and making him lose face. "I'll go get you some chopsticks. Try this." Lu Lin stood up to serve rice and chopsticks to Gu Yuning, quickly helping her pick out some dishes. When Lu Zhenghua and Zhuang Minxiu came in, the meat and vegetables in Gu Yuning's bowl were overflowing. Zhuang Minxiu almost cried out of anger. These were the dishes she specially prepared for Lu Zhenghua, and she hadn't even eaten yet. In the end, these two troublemakers got the benefit. But she didn't dare to speak up, fearing she might cry and be mocked by Lu Lin. So, Zhuang Minxiu turned around and went to the kitchen to make tea. She was determined not to be defeated by such small matters. If she could soothe Lu Zhenghua, she would be in a strong position. Lu Zhenghua sat down in front of Lu Lin and said seriously, "All Lin, what you're saying is nonsense. You also need to think about Victory. He's your younger brother. If it gets out that his mother is a troublemaker, his future will be ruined." Lu Lin chewed his food, pretending not to hear. Gu Yuning ate very delicately. After swallowing her food, she calmly said, "Chief Lu, Making Lu Xingli look bad is his troublemaker mother, not all in. Refusing moral blackmail, enjoying a happy life. Ningning is right. He stopped eating and showed full support for his wife.
À rebelution.
Lu Xingguo's heart almost burst with anger. His temples throbbed fiercely. Everything had been smooth before, so why did it turn out like this? Lu Xingguo felt like he was becoming a joke in the family compound. Suddenly, he looked at Gu Yuning. It was all because of her. Gu Yuning, your background isn't good, and you've been married before. Don't you think you're not worthy of Lu Lin? I don't think so. Gu Yuning smiled confidently. As an agent, she had seen all kinds of strange people. A few words couldn't shake her integrity. Lu Xingguo looked at Lu Lin. What do you like about her? You're blinded by lust. Lu Lin looked down on him. Report to Chief Lu. You only judge by appearance. I see Ningning's strong and interesting inner self. Reputation is what others say, but only you know how well you're doing. He himself married a second time. Why should he dislike Ningning? Old fool. The young couple talked without interrupting their meal, and soon all the dishes on the table were finished. When Lu Xingguo calmed down and wanted to eat, only 4 empty plates remained on the table. What kind of dishes did you bring? Gu Yuning looked innocent under Lu Xingguo's stare. I don't know. Aylin prepared it, she said. Even if she had money and supplies, she wouldn't give them to someone she disliked. Besides, she had come today expecting trouble, so she only gave Lu Lin a cabbage to show some courtesy. Lu Xingguo was stunned for a moment. Aylin, you can cook? Of course. Otherwise, how would I eat? That casual reply made Lu Xingguo's heart ache. He knew he had failed his eldest son. Since his son had shown some thoughtfulness, Lu Xingguo decided to give him face and eat everything, even if it didn't taste good. He lifted the pot lid, but couldn't tell what the white and yellow mixture was. It looked like vegetables? Gu Yuning, curious, leaned over to look but couldn't figure it out either. She glanced at Lu Lin for an answer. It's cold mixed cabbage roots, Lu Lin said. Gu Yuning was confused. You can eat that? Lu Lin wasn't sure either. I washed it and added salt. It's safe to eat. You ungrateful child. He came home for dinner and brought this? Lu Xingguo was so angry he almost threw the pot at him. Lu Lin quickly grabbed it and poured the dish onto a plate. Don't break my pot. I just bought it. I'm your father. Are you saying I'm worth less than a pot? Lu Xingguo shouted, furious.
Get out.
Both of you. He glared at Gu Yuning, who sat there calmly. Lu Lin must have learned this attitude from her. Hearing the commotion, Zhuang Minqiu came out of the kitchen with a tray of tea. Old Lu, don't be angry. Let's talk calmly. I know Lu Lin still resents me. Gu Yuning raised an eyebrow. And Zhuang, at least you're self-aware. Zhuang Minqiu's lips twitched. She regretted coming out at all. Lu Lin, unfazed, picked up his bag of supplies and took Gu Yuning's hand. Since the commander doesn't welcome us, let's go. After spending so much time with Gu Yuning, he had learned how to handle his father with ease. Gu Yuning stood up without hesitation. But Lu Xingguo, thinking of the hardships his son had endured, felt uneasy.
Wait.
Minqiu, give your keys to Aylin.
What?
Zhuang Minqiu's first reaction was refusal. As the hostess, she shouldn't have handed over the house keys.
What kind of hostess is that?
Old Lu. Actually, Lin doesn't come back often and is often on missions. Gu Yuning couldn't stand the way the White Lotus lady acted, so self-righteous. She immediately said, Aunt Zhuang, don't worry. If Lu Lin doesn't have time, I will come back often to help him show filial piety. Why shouldn't Lu Lin have the keys to the house? Even if he doesn't come back, it can annoy Zhuang Minqiu. Lu Lin has already realized that his wife is better at handling family matters than he is. Listening to his wife is always the right choice. Thank you, Aunt Zhuang. That one sentence completely put Zhuang Minqiu in her place. She couldn't refuse, but she also didn't want to give the keys. Zhuang Minqiu was so angry she almost cried. She really didn't want to give them. But if she didn't, Lu Xingguo would give them instead. This was a way for Lu Xingguo to help her step down. If she didn't accept, she might never be able to. No need to thank me. Zhuang Minqiu forced a stiff smile as she took the house key from a keychain and reluctantly handed it over. Lu Lin didn't care. He simply snatched the keys. Old Lu were leaving. Little brat, you're so rude, Lu Jingwa scolded. After they left, he started to realize something was off. Aren't those things supposed to be for me? Why did they all get taken? Zhuang Minqiu blurted out in anger. He was just pretending, just for reputation. Do you really believe that? Lu Jingwa's expression immediately turned cold. What did you say? He hadn't noticed before, but although Zhuang Minqiu always smiled at Lu Lin, she never tried to stop him when he was leaving. It's not a big deal, but when people have different thoughts, small things can be blown out of proportion and taken as something else. Lu Jingwa thought his marriage was harmonious and that Zhuang Minqiu treated his children like her own. But just from a key, he could see how harsh Zhuang Minqiu was to Lu Lin. Lu Lin was only 11, yet he had already lost the house keys to come home. Thinking about the occasional disagreements between father and son over the years, for the first time, Lu Jingwa felt a pang of sadness. And all this was caused by Zhuang Minqiu. How many things had she been hiding from him? His gaze grew colder and colder, making Zhuang Minqiu more and more nervous, sweating on her forehead. Old Lu. She looked at Lu Jingwa with pleading eyes, her stomach tightening painfully. I have a stomach ache, Lu Jingwa coldly said, then let Xiaozhang take you to the hospital. Before, whenever she said she felt unwell, Lu Jingwa would personally take her. Now, he just sent Xiaozhang instead. It was clear he no longer cared for her. Zhuang Minqiu couldn't hold back any longer and started crying. After leaving the house, Gu Yuning quickly put the net bag into her space as night fell. Lu Lin, at 11 years old, had lost his house key. Lu Jingwa, the father, was a high-ranking official, yet he hadn't noticed for over 10 years. It showed he didn't care much about Lu Lin. Gu Yuning was very angry and also felt sad for her husband, who had suffered so much. She wouldn't be foolish enough to give her family's belongings to a bad father. She definitely wouldn't consider her stepmother. Tonight, your cooking was great. From now on, just do this when you come to Little Red House. Proud of her praise, Lu Lin smiled widely. Okay, I'll listen to Ningning. Gu Yuning felt very happy too. Before they got married, she had hesitated. Now, she thought she had married very well. Lin, do you still know how to carve? No, Lu Lin said mischievously, leaning down and whispering in her ear. I was just pretending to scare Zhuang Minqiu. Before, he only hated Zhuang Minqiu and was determined to stay far away from her until he found proof to get rid of her. But after seeing Ningning deal with Zhuang Minqiu, Lu Lin realized he was completely wrong. If he didn't like her, he should just make her disgusted and leave her. Gu Yuning chuckled secretly. You're so naughty. Lu Lin used to be too straightforward and often got into trouble. Luckily, he was clever and learned to adapt. But I like it. Gu Yuning smiled, her eyes curved and beautiful. Lu Lin felt his heart pounding wildly. Without thinking, he picked up his wife and rushed back home. Lin Xiufan came out to wash her feet, but saw a shadow dart past. Oh my gosh! She was so scared she trembled, and the water splashed all over her. The man was sweaty from training all day, and the smell of his feet was strong. Lin Xiufan couldn't help but gag, and her injured hand from the wooden stick was burning with pain. Who's there? Ghosts at this hour? She cursed, then saw the shadow stop at the next door and open the door. Sweetheart, you look so beautiful. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. No one paid her any attention. Lin Xiufan gritted her teeth in anger. You fox spirit. One day, I'll drain all the men out of him. She cursed and stormed into the house. Qian Fuxing looked at her soaked and covered in water, his face dark and gloomy like a resentful ghost, and was startled. Lin Xiufan, who are you trying to scare at this late hour? What's that smell? Stay away from me. Although Lin Xiufan was tough outside, at home she dared not speak up when scolded. She only said with a sad face, I scared the neighbor and I spilled the foot-washing water. Hearing that Lin Xiufan was covered in foot-washing water, Qian Fuxing completely lost interest. He turned over and faced away on the bed. Hurry up and wash yourself clean. I need to get up early tomorrow. Be quiet. While he was speaking, Qian Fuxing had already started to snore, making Lin Xiufan feel wronged and tearful. But Qian Fuxing was very clean, and if she didn't wash, She might get scolded for going to bed dirty. She could only tiptoe and clean herself, while secretly cursing Gu Yuning over and over again. She was determined to teach this sly woman a lesson. Men who start eating meat are like wolves, and Gu Yuning never gets enough sleep at night. Fortunately, her leave was only a few days, and Lu Lin had to return to training. Before the morning call, Lu Lin was already up. He kissed the still-sleeping Gu Yuning fiercely twice before leaving. When Gu Yuning woke up, it was already bright outside. Before sleeping, Lu Lin had specially fed her some space water, so today she felt no discomfort, only a lazy exhaustion after feeling satisfied. The wooden bed in the logistics department was comfortable, sturdy, and quiet. Gu Yuning was very happy. She lay down for a while longer, then got up at 9. In the morning, Gu Yuning didn't want to cook, so she took some stored meat buns from the space and ate them, then started tidying up the house. The furniture had been arranged yesterday, but other small items still needed organizing. Lu Lin's clothes were still at the dormitory and wouldn't be back until the afternoon. Gu Yuning first took out her seasonal clothes to hang and organize. She separated her underwear and socks, and the rice jar was placed in the kitchen. She also took out rice, flour, and oil from the space, and placed some carrots and potatoes on a small shelf next to the wash basin. After organizing all the small items, the simple red brick house started to feel a bit more like home. Gu Yuning was thinking about adding a curtain and was about to cut a piece of cloth when she heard loud, angry voices outside. It's noon, and she's still lying in her nest, not laying eggs. Useless thing, always flirting with the rooster. One day, I'll kill you and eat you. The sharp voice was full of resentment, criticizing her indirectly. Gu Yuning raised an eyebrow, her eyes turning cold. It seemed someone didn't want to live peacefully and came to cause trouble for her. Gu Yuning didn't hold back. She took a basin of water and poured it at the wall. Oh no, Lin Xiufan, standing by the wall with a sarcastic tone, felt a cold splash on her head. Is it raining? After a couple of seconds, she realized she had been splashed. The wall of the courtyard was only about waist high, and the water could easily splash outside if poured higher. Gu Yuning, seeing her mistake, Lin Xiufan excitedly grabbed a chair, stood on the wall, pointed at Gu Yuning, and scolded her. You did this on purpose. I knew you weren't a good person, but I didn't think you would go so far. Pouring water on me. Oh no, another basin of water was poured over her head, making Lin Xiufan cough from choking. Gu Yuning looked at her as if she just saw her. Her big eyes widened like a frightened little deer. Sorry, sister-in-law. I didn't expect a head to suddenly appear on the wall and scare me. I slipped. Are you okay? She held a basin of red double happiness, looking helpless, which made Lin Xiufan so angry her hair was about to stand. This was the third time since last night she had been splashed. Ah! I will kill you, Lin Xiufan screamed and jumped off the chair, rushing to knock on Gu Yuning's door. You wicked girl, come out. Get out here. Don't hide inside. Oh! Suddenly, the door swung open. Lin Xiufan, overdoing it, fell straight to the ground. Gu Yuning asked worriedly, Sister-in-law, are you okay? We're neighbors. I can't run away. Please don't get too upset. Be careful not to hurt yourself. She stepped forward to help her. Hearing footsteps behind her, Gu Yuning lost her balance and fell to the ground with a cry of, oh no. Everyone rushed over and saw Lin Xiufan push Gu Yuning down heavily. The thin, weak girl looked very fragile and immediately gained everyone's sympathy, forming a stark contrast with the short, sturdy Lin Xiufan. For a moment, no one knew whether to worry more about Gu Yuning or Lin Xiufan. But since they knew Lin Xiufan better and had heard about Gu Yuning's past, no one dared to get too close to Gu Yuning. Xiufan, what's wrong with you? Lin Xiufan heard everyone only caring about her, feeling like she had found a strong supporter. She quickly got up from the ground and pointed fiercely at Gu Yuning. This little troublemaker poured water on me. Gu Yuning sat on the ground, looking wronged but unable to speak, which made people feel sympathetic. Cheng Min hurried forward to help Gu Yuning up. Are you okay? Gu Yuning shook her head and said sadly, I was just pouring water when this sister-in-law suddenly stood on the wall and scolded me. I accidentally splashed water on her, and she got very angry. Gu Yanning sniffled and forced a small smile. Sorry, I was dizzy from the previous family issues, so I didn't control myself well. It was obvious that Zhuang Minqiu had already spread rumors about her past, twisting the story. As an agent, Gu Yanning didn't care much about public opinion, but she knew how powerful it could be. Zhuang Minqiu seemed to be talking about her, but actually, she was targeting Lu Lin. As a soldier, if someone easily charming her, who would dare to use her as a leader? So Gu Yanning took this chance to clarify everything openly. She confidently talked about her previous family situation, and everyone present had different expressions. Wasn't she called a scheming woman who charmings men? But she didn't look like that at all. Listening to Gu Yanning, Xiaofan seemed to feel something was off but wasn't quite sure what. Yesterday, the old lady peeked and couldn't help but gossip, asking, "Did you get caught trying to charming a man, so they broke your head?" Gu Yanning blushed with embarrassment and anger. "You're talking nonsense. It was him who wanted to climb higher, so he had his sister-in-law sell me out. If Lu Lin hadn't passed by and saved me, I wouldn't know where I was." As she spoke, she covered her face and started crying. "The police can testify for me. Old lady, if you say that, I don't even have the face to live. I want to find the political officer to judge for me." Finding the political officer was no small matter. If not careful, it could affect the family's future. For a moment, no one paid attention to Xiaofan and hurriedly comforted Gu Yanning. "Comrade Gu, it was all rumors spread by others. We believe in you. Yes, we believe in you. Please don't cry anymore. Oh my." Gu Yanning was so fragile that a gust of wind could knock her over. What if she cried herself into trouble? Someone remembered that Gu Yanning was Lu Lin's wife. She dares to slap her elders on the table. If Lu Lin comes back and finds that they made his wife upset, it would be very dangerous. Chengmin is even more worried. Her mother-in-law speaks without thinking and makes people cry. If Lu Lin finds out, he will blame their family first. "Mother-in-law, you should apologize to Gu Tongji." "Me apologize?" Grandma Gong's first reaction is to refuse. "It's just a casual chat. What's there to apologize for?" Chengmin frowns. "Then I will tell Chengjun." Gong Chengjun is her boyfriend and also the instructor of Lu Lin's group. He is on the same level as Lin Xiaofan's husband. Grandma Gong fears her son the most. Though reluctant, she mumbles, "Sorry, Grandma Gong, was talking nonsense. If this girl keeps holding on, even if her son asks her to apologize, she won't do it." Grandma Gong cares about her dignity. But Gu Yanning sniffles with red eyes and says, "It's okay, Grandma. As long as you know I am not that kind of person." The pretty young girl, with her face flushed from crying, has innocent big eyes that look very pure. Grandma Gong, who usually has a tough heart, feels a bit embarrassed for the first time. "Oh, I understand. Seeing how easygoing Gu Yanning is, everyone else relaxes." "Comrade Gu." Gu Yanning smiles shyly. "Just call me Ningning. I just moved here, so I don't have much to entertain everyone. Please have some sunflower seeds and candies." She turns around and quickly brings out a basket of sunflower seeds and candies to share. She is generous, making others feel even more embarrassed. Lin Xiaofan was waiting for everyone to support her, but in a flash, everyone was won over by Gu Yanning. "Did you forget? She's married but still flirting with other men." Smack. A heavy slap interrupted Lin Xiaofan's scream. Before Lin Xiaofan could speak, Gu Yanning covered her face and started crying. "I don't know what I did to offend this sister-in-law. She scolds me whenever she sees me, ruining my reputation. I really can't go on living." "Ningning, don't." Everyone hurriedly tries to stop her. But Gu Yanning keeps crying nonstop. Suddenly, someone remembers Lin Xiaofan as the main culprit. "Xiaofan, you always cause trouble. Hurry up and apologize." "Yes, you should apologize quickly." Lin Xiaofan is stunned. These people probably haven't forgotten that it was she who was splashed with water and hit. Why should she apologize to Gu Yun? "Why should I apologize?" Lin Xiaofan felt very unfair. Lu Lin saw many people gathered outside his house and felt a pang in his heart. He quickly walked over, pushed through the crowd, and saw Gu Yanning crying sadly. His face darkened immediately, and he protectively held Gu Yanning in his arms. He, who is nearly 2 meters tall, looked down at the person in front of him and quickly focused on Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a chill down her back. "What are you doing?" The residential area was full of soldiers, and everyone had seen high-ranking officials before, so they were all calm. But Lu Lin was different now. The fierce aura from the mountain of corpses and blood was not something an ordinary person could resist. Even Gu Yuning felt a little nervous. At this moment, Lu Lin was also a stranger to her. But Gu Yuning could feel that Lu Lin just wanted to protect her, and she was not afraid. She also worried that Lu Lin might go too far, so she quietly pinched his waist to show she was fine. But Lu Lin held Gu Yuning's small hand, closed his eyes, and suppressed his anger, saying, "Gu Yuning is my wife, whom I worked hard to marry. I respect her and love her. I won't allow anyone to slander her. If anyone dares to be disrespectful again, don't blame me for being rude." His fierce gaze made everyone afraid to look directly at him. Only then did they remember that Lu Lin's temper was as famous as his military achievements. Such a person should not be provoked. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Xiaofan also wanted to leave, but Lu Lin called her back. "Tell Qian Fuxing I'll talk to him later." Just that cold, frightening tone made it obvious what they would discuss. This time, Lin Xiaofan really cried. She was so scared. Ridiculous. Nonsense. Commander Lin was so angry he slammed the table. He pointed at the tall Lu Lin in front of him, his finger trembling. Lu Lin saw this and poured tea for Commander Lin, saying, "Commander, have some tea." After setting down the teacup, he took a step back, stood straight at the desk, with a perfect military posture, tall and upright, impossible to find fault with. Commander Lin was so angry he laughed. "Lu Lin, do you think you're brave for threatening the family members?" He couldn't help but slam the table again. "As the battalion commander, why are you talking to the deputy regimental commander? What do you want to discuss?" "Lu Lin, this is the army." "Yes, I know." Lu Lin nodded politely. "If it's not the army, I would have just gone ahead. A man letting his family members bully other female comrades. That's unstable and affects unity back here. Commissar Lin, you really should have a serious talk with Qian Fuxing." And he even reported it. Lu Lin looked serious, as if he meant every word. "I don't believe, Commissar Lin, that you haven't heard that Qian Fuxing hasn't managed his family members well." Commissar Lin had indeed heard about it but couldn't find a good reply at the moment. "Well, you shouldn't say that openly. It might cause trouble. All right, I'll be more careful next time and talk privately." You really shouldn't have said that, but seeing Lu Lin pouring tea and being so apologetic and polite, Commissar Lin really couldn't say anything more. He was also feeling troubled. Although Lu Lin was just a battalion commander, he was very capable. The regimental commander and political commissar couldn't control him, and they had to report everything to him. But handling things this way, skipping levels, wasn't good either. After thinking it over, he decided to blame old Lu. If this kid were a regimental commander, the responsibility might be more manageable and stable. After finishing official matters, Commissar Lin took out an envelope. Here, Lu Lin saw the size and knew it was money. More than before. Previously, Ning Ning had told Lin Huan that she sold work for 800 yuan. But this thickness was more. Commissar Lin said, "It's 860 yuan in total. The remaining 60 yuan is your wedding gift. As a grown man, I can't do much to help. If you want to buy something, just buy it." Probably Zhuang Minqiu wouldn't help Lu Lin with the wedding arrangements, but it wasn't his place to interfere in family matters. Getting married means you need to be careful with your words and actions. You keep getting called in for criticism. Can your wife still be proud? Lu Lin was momentarily stunned but finally nodded. "I understand. Thank you, Commissar Lin." Commissar Lin felt relieved. He stood up and patted his shoulder. "You're maturing now that you're married. First settle down, then build your career. Live a good life. And thank your wife for me for helping with Huan's matter." Yes. After leaving the office building, Lu Lin saw Gu Yuning sitting pensively by the flower bed. His serious expression suddenly softened, and he strode forward. "Lin." Gu Yuning quickly stood up and reached out to hold his hand, worried. "Are you okay?" "It's okay. This is from Commander Lin for you." Seeing the envelope handed to her, Gu Yuning widened her eyes and lowered her voice. Did you bribe Commander Lin? It's rare to see Gu Yuning so stunned, and Lu Lin chuckled. It's for buying work and some pocket money. Gu Yuning realized she had panicked and fainted. She put away the envelope. Lu Lin comforted her. There's really nothing to worry about. Fu Sheng is not a man who dares to tell me. So, he went to complain to Commander Lin. There was disdain in his eyes. His wife causing trouble with gossip, and he didn't manage her well, but instead went to complain. Such a person isn't a real man. Gu Yuning was curious. Then how did he become deputy squad leader? Flattery. Sure enough, there are all kinds of people. Lu Lin said, if you don't like it, we can change to another yard. No need. Gu Yuning refused without thinking. Just moved in, and if we leave now, people might think we're afraid of them. That would be embarrassing. Seeing her insist, Lu Lin didn't push. Then if you're unhappy, we can move. His pride was nothing compared to his wife. Oh, Commander Lin asked me to reflect this afternoon.
Where do you want to go?
I can take you. The so-called reflection was just a kind of break, understanding that he was newly married. Gu Yuning thought for a moment. We have food at home, or maybe we can visit the two elders. Gu Yuning was also worried about Lu Lin's learning. His future teacher couldn't be careless, so she wanted to go see for herself. Her consideration made Lu Lin very happy. But going out during the day was too obvious, so Lu Lin planned to take Gu Yuning for a walk nearby first. The military area was near the mountains, with fields around. In early spring, wild vegetables like chard and shepherd's purse were at their freshest. Many military families would go out to pick wild vegetables, adding some dishes to their meals. From afar, Lin Xiufan saw Lu Lin riding his bike with Gu Yuning passing by and felt very jealous. Just after they got married, Fu Sheng didn't even take her for a walk. Others were also talking. Captain Lu is usually cold and distant, but he's quite good to his wife. He's tall and handsome, and she's delicate and beautiful. They look very matching. Captain Lu's wife married well. Hearing Gu Yuning being praised, Lin Xiufan sneered and deliberately said, I heard his wife is very clever. She tried to flirt with the daughter of Commander Lu but failed, then turned to flirt with Lu Lin. Gu Yuning dared to confront her, so she wanted Gu Yuning to ruin her reputation. But in the next second, she was proven wrong. Nonsense. Commander Lu's wife is a poor victim who was taken advantage of. Commander Lu saved her, and they got married. Lin Xiufan was unhappy. You're talking nonsense. Everything you said is false. The woman was annoyed. She shouted loudly. My husband heard from the guard of the commander that it was the commander himself who said it. If you don't believe it, go ask the commander. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The commander's words must be true. Lin Xiufan was so angry she gasped for air and said stubbornly, Can the commander even interfere in these matters? Didn't you also gossip here? The woman replied. Everyone knows that Commander Lu asked your family's Qian Fuxing to talk, but Qian Fuxing was too scared to meet Commander Lu and even reported it to Instructor Lin. Now you're here ruining someone's reputation. Be careful, or Commander Lu might come after your family. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. A deputy battalion commander, scared enough to go complain to the small officer. What a coward. Lin Xiufan's face turned red with embarrassment. Fuxing just doesn't want to escalate the conflict. Yes. The woman responded dismissively, then simply grabbed her basket. I'm going to dig some dandelions to cool off. Does anyone want to come? I'll go. I'll go too. Everyone stood up eagerly. Except for Lin Xiufan. Everyone left, and no one called her. Lin Xiufan was so angry she threw her small shovel down. The spring breeze in March blew tears on her face, making her feel a sharp pain. These fair-weather friends are all afraid of Lu Lin. Clearly, Gu Yuning is no good, bullying her like this. No, she must find a way to deal with Gu Yuning. Gu Yuning didn't care what others thought. Until the instructor spoke, she knew her crying had completely settled the matter. From now on, if anyone mentions her and Qin Xiangdong again, she will go to the political commissar or the instructor. In the afternoon, Lu Lin took Gu Yuning around the military camp to familiarize her with the environment. By the afternoon, she returned with Lu Lin to prepare some food, which she then brought to Third Canon and Grandma Ning in the evening. Grandmother Ning looks much better now. Although she occasionally coughs, her eyes are bright, very different from when she was near death. Chung San Pao didn't expect them to come over so late at night. His attitude was still a bit awkward, but he finally relaxed a little, allowing Lu Lin to come over at night to learn martial arts. Gu Yanning was very happy. The stronger her man becomes, the better her life will be. After confirming that the two elders were in good health, Gu Yanning took the opportunity to give them some space water. The amount was enough to help their bodies a little, but not so much that it would be obvious. Only Lu Lin, who knew about the space, noticed this small action. When they got home, Lu Lin immediately picked up Gu Yanning. She was startled, but before she could speak, Lu Lin's head was already buried in her neck. "Ning Ning, why are you so good to me?" His muffled voice sounded like he was acting spoiled, which softened Gu Yanning's heart completely. She naturally replied, "You're my man. If I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well?" Lu Lin felt like fireworks exploded in his heart. Since childhood, his father chose work, his mother chose her husband, and he was always the one abandoned. Only Ning Ning unhesitatingly treated him well and cared for him. "Yes, I only treat Ning Ning well too." Lu Lin hugged Gu Yanning tightly, as if holding on to his only salvation. The next day, Gu Yanning still woke up naturally. There was food left for her in the pot, cooked by Lu Lin. It was a thick millet porridge with an egg inside. Lu Lin also added brown sugar, making it slightly sweet but not too greasy. In the past few days, they had developed a good understanding. Lu Lin cooked breakfast, and Gu Yanning was responsible for lunch and dinner. Lu Lin was easy to take care of. He ate everything and praised Gu Yanning's cooking, which made her feel very happy. Since there was nothing else to do, Gu Yanning also wanted to take care of her health, and cooking was quite relaxing. In the morning, Gu Yanning picked small vegetables like green vegetables and spinach from the space. This was a new feature she discovered. Plants that mature inside the space could be cut down and would automatically be stored in the storage room, kept fresh and sorted automatically, which was very convenient. Even straw had a special place to be stored. Unfortunately, Gu Yanning's current place didn't have a heated bed, so she couldn't burn fire and could only burn coal. Otherwise, it would be much more convenient. Lu Lin knew how to farm, so he was responsible for this part. Plants inside the space grow faster than outside, about 1/3 of the usual time. Gu Yanning is even more eager to grow valuable medicinal herbs. When leaving the space, Gu Yanning also picked 2 bunches of grapes. These grapes are unknown in variety, very sweet but not cloying, with a hint of floral scent. Gu Yanning likes them very much and eats a bunch almost every day. Lu Lin doesn't like fruits much, but Gu Yanning thinks the space-grown produce must be good, so she pulls Lu Lin to eat together. Fortunately, once grapes are picked, new ones will grow back, so there's no worry about running out of food. After leaving the space, Gu Yanning begins preparing lunch. The small green vegetables that just sprouted are very tender, so Gu Yanning plans to stir-fry them with cured meat. She wonders if Zhuang Xingxiong is doing well and thinks about getting more from him next time. She washes the cured meat thoroughly and boils it in water. Just eating cured meat isn't enough, so Gu Yanning plans to stir-fry shredded potatoes and sauté some celery. Unfortunately, the chili peppers in the space are still seedlings and spring markets are scarce, so Gu Yanning asks Lu Lin to buy some dried chili peppers, which will add flavor to the dishes. Since frying meat makes the kitchen too smoky and the neighbors are not on good terms, Gu Yanning cooks meat and vegetables inside the space every day, then comes out to cook vegetarian dishes. When Lu Lin returns, Gu Yanning takes the cooked food out of the space, just at the right temperature. Today, as they start eating, someone knocks on the door. Lu Lin says, "Ning Ning, you eat first. I'll go see who it is." Gu Yanning responds with a sound of acknowledgement, then hears a voice outside. "Uncle, Auntie." It's the voice of a young girl. Not knowing if she's a soldier's child, Gu Yanning gets up and goes to the door. Outside stands a girl about 7 or 8 years old, with messy hair, dirt and mucus on her face, and her clothes are so dirty they're almost unrecognizable. Gu Yanning remembers her. She's the daughter of Qian Fuxing and Lin Xiufan next door. But the two families don't get along well, and Gu Yanning has never spoken to her before. However, The last time Gu Yuning saw her, she was clean and tidy. Why does she look so disheveled today? She's just a child, so Gu Yuning doesn't want to involve her in adult conflicts. She asks, "What's the matter with you?" Seeing Gu Yuning speak, Qian Yingying's eyes turn red with grievance as she says, "Auntie, I'm very hungry. Can you give me something to eat? I am not picky. I can eat anything." She took out a bowl from behind her, looking shy and timid. Lu Lin pursed his lips, his expression serious. Gu Yuning understood that he was feeling some empathy. Her own mother-in-law was also very love-struck, always thinking about her husband and son, often asking others to bring food even when they were nearby. Some people are kind. Like Luo Fong, she would definitely remember to bring food. Sometimes, if the person in charge couldn't, Lu Lin would go hungry. Gu Yuning originally didn't want to interfere with Lin Xiufan's children, but when she thought about Lu Lin starving, she hoped someone would give him some food. So she took the bowl, filled it with half a bowl of rice and some vegetables. The little girl was very happy to get the food. She poked at it with her chopsticks, but frowned in dissatisfaction. When she looked up again, her eyes were filled with tears. "Auntie, is there no meat?" Gu Yuning smiled gently and asked, "Little girl, how do you know I have meat at home?" She had sensed something was off earlier. When she was serving the food, she suddenly remembered that a girl who is truly hungry every day would be very thin. It was like how the original owner looked when she first arrived. But although this girl was a bit thin, she wasn't that thin. "My mom saw you throw away the bones." Gu Yuning had a feeling that this was true. Lu Lin immediately frowned. "Are you here to ask for meat?" She had said before she would eat anything, and Gu Yuning kindly served her food, but now it seemed like she was not. Lu Lin couldn't stand to see Gu Yuning's kindness being taken for granted. When Lu Lin became serious, his aura was very strong. Even new soldiers had been scared into tears by him, not to mention 8-year-old Qian Yingying. She immediately burst into tears. Her crying was very sharp, and since it was lunchtime, everyone peeked out to see. When they saw it was Qian Yingying, someone asked, "Yingying, why are you crying?" Yingying cried even louder. "Uncle Lu, I'm sorry. I'm just hungry. So hungry. I won't ask for food from you again." When children cry, Lu Lin felt a bit helpless. He didn't mean to scare the child. "Don't cry. My wife cooks very well. There's enough for you to eat." But Gu Yuning looked toward the next room. Lin Xiufan hadn't come out directly. This was very unusual. "Lu Lin, what are you doing?" An unbelievable voice sounded. Gu Yuning and the others looked over and saw Lu Jinghua and his wife, along with Commissar Lin, approaching. Lu Jinghua scolded angrily. "Lu Lin, you've really grown up. Is the army training you just to bully kids?" Just then, old Lin still wanted to talk about Lu Lin's promotion. "What promotion?" "Old Lu, don't be angry. There might be some hidden reasons behind this. I believe Lin isn't someone who bullies the weak," Zhuang Minqiu gently comforted, looking at Lu Lin with deep meaning. Seeing them, Lu Lin sneered. "Zhuang Minqiu, stop pretending to be a good person here. It's just annoying." "Lu Lin." Lu Jinghua frowned and scolded. "Where are your manners? I have a life, not a upbringing." "No manners, you." Just as the father and son were about to argue again, Commissar Lin quickly played peacemaker. "Lin, why don't you invite us in for a sit? We can chat. Today there was an important matter to discuss." Commissar Lin said seriously. "Whose kid is crying so loudly at someone else's house?" "No one is watching, so they sent her to the logistics department." Lin Xiufan, hiding behind the door, hurried out. "Oh, Commissar Lin. Look, I was busy just now. I didn't expect Ying to run out." Commissar Lin frowned. Just now, the child was crying so loudly. How could Lin Xiufan not hear? Lin Xiufan felt nervous under the leader's gaze. She didn't know what to do at the moment, instinctively looking at Zhuang Minqiu, who signaled her with a look. Lin Xiufan cursed loudly. "You brat, kneel down quickly and apologize to Uncle Lu. Anyway, it's all your fault." These words were very unpleasant, making everyone present frown. Gu Yuning looked at Zhuang Minqiu and saw her eyes full of excitement that she couldn't hide. Gu Yuning's face darkened. Lin Xiufan was still scolding. Who told you to be so annoying? Kneel down quickly. She pinched Qian Yingying's back hard. The child couldn't bear the pain and instinctively knelt down. Stop. Lu Lin reacted fastest, trying to pull the child down, but Lin Xiufan stepped forward and blocked him. If today, forcing the child to kneel with so many people watching, Lu Lin's reputation would be completely ruined. Lin Xiufan felt proud inside. Does Lu Lin just rely on Commander Lu to be so arrogant? This caused Qian Fuxing to be scolded and herself to be beaten. Today, she wants to make sure Lu Lin can't be proud anymore. Lu Zhenghua and Commissar Lin wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and pulled Qian Yingying away from her kneeling position. The hand pushed her, just enough to make her fall into Zhuang Minqiu's arms. Zhuang Minqiu was happily watching the scene, but suddenly someone was in her arms, and the strong smell almost made her vomit. Hey, what are you doing? Such a dirty child with a runny nose was disgusting. Zhuang Minqiu instinctively pushed the person away. Qian Yingying fell to the ground directly. Her bowl broke, and the food spilled everywhere. Gu Yuning exclaimed, "Oh my God, Aunt Zhuang, how can you push someone?" Everyone looked at Zhuang Minqiu with disapproval, making her almost unable to breathe. It wasn't me. Zhuang Minqiu felt nervous. She instinctively grabbed Lu Jinggua's hand, but he shook her off without thinking and warned, "Be serious." Zhuang Minqiu was furious. Fake politeness. Is it just because she dislikes someone? But everyone knew about the couple's issues. Otherwise, where would the child come from? At this moment, Lin Xiufan was stunned. Zhuang Minqiu had given her 2 signals, but she didn't react. She could only say, "Comrade Lin, sorry, I was just startled and accidentally pushed the child down. You won't blame me, will you?" No. Her plan was interrupted and Lin Xiufan didn't know what to do. She could only go along with Zhuang Minqiu's words. Afterward, she stood there like a fool, while Commissar Lin stepped forward to help the child up. At this moment, Qian Yingying was crying so hard that her throat was hoarse. Zhuang Minqiu was furious. No wonder Lin Xiufan was beaten badly when facing Gu Yuning. She was too stupid. Zhuang Minqiu coughed and said, "We haven't even finished talking. Lu Lin, you're an adult. How did you make the child cry?" Lu Lin coldly replied, "None of your business." Gu Yuning nodded in agreement. "Aunt Zhuang, could it be that you're causing trouble? I was about to eat when this child came over wanting food. Lu Lin and I didn't want her to go hungry, so we served her some rice. But she cried because there was no meat. Now Aunt Zhuang keeps talking about Lu Lin, and it's hard not to suspect that this has something to do with you." Lu Lin nodded. "After all, she's the stepmother. She didn't even give us a key to the house and keeps saying how good she is to me." The couple spoke in unison, making Zhuang Minqiu so angry that her hands trembled. The next morning, she went to the hospital to get a key from Lu Yanran. She looked at it with a magnifying glass until her eyes nearly hurt, but she couldn't find the so-called micro-engraving. But the key issue was already over. Talking about it only makes things worse. Zhuang Minqiu finally realized she had been played by Lu Lin. All these years, she had been setting traps for Lu Lin to fall into. Now, she was the one being tricked. She couldn't sleep. Then she overheard Lu Lin talking about a promotion. Zhuang Minqiu couldn't sit still anymore. She had to ruin this troublemaker. Otherwise, how could her family possibly win against her? Zhuang Minqiu's nails almost dug into her palms, but she pretended to be helpless. "Lin, you don't like me. Just tell me directly. You shouldn't bully children." People nearby couldn't help but nod in agreement. Gu Yuning said, "Auntie, which I saw us bullying a child. We feed her, and now we're the ones at fault? If we keep doing good deeds, who will dare to help anymore? It's just acting innocent. Who doesn't know how to pretend? Then why don't you give her something good? You won't even part with a piece of meat. Do you expect us to be grateful?" Lin Xiufan said angrily, wanting to hit Gu Yuning when she saw her pretending to be pitiful. Last time, Gu Yuning did the same. Everything was her fault. That night, Qian Fuxing almost beat her to death. He called her shameful. Gu Yuning looked serious. "Are you saying that your child comes asking for food, but because we don't have meat, we don't deserve to give her any? These days, who eats meat every day? Not even every day. Eating meat twice a month is considered very good. For a moment, the onlookers felt uncomfortable. They secretly reminded themselves, never sympathize with others easily. Otherwise, kind-hearted people might think your food isn't good enough. Lin Xiaofeng blurted out, but you have meat, so why don't you give some? Gu Yuning was relieved when Lin Xiaofeng finally said this. Today, when Lin Zhengwei and Lu Jinghua came together, Gu Yuning sensed something was wrong. Lin Xiaofeng was probably acting on orders from Zhuang Minqiu. But no matter what, today's issue was mostly about personal character. It's harmless and unimportant. Based on Gu Yuning's understanding of her stepmother, she would never waste effort unnecessarily. Otherwise, she wouldn't be faced with criticism and endure it. Is it something related to character? Gu Yuning's eyes flickered with relief, glad she had just sensed something was wrong and put away the preserved meat. Now is a good time to go along with the flow. Gu Yuning immediately said, Commander Lin, since you and everyone are here today, please also be a witness to see if I really ate the meat. We haven't even started eating yet. The food is just on the table. I'll go check, Lin Xiaofeng said without hesitation. She had long wanted to find a reason to catch Gu Yuning doing something wrong. Others also wanted to see, but not everyone could go in. Commander Lin talked to Lu Jinghua, and in the end, 6 people went inside. Gu Yuning had just moved here not long ago, and there wasn't much stuff. Right now, there were only 2 vegetable dishes and 2 bowls of rice on the table. Clearly, no one had started eating yet. Only about a third of the food had been taken. I just saw that the young couple gave Ying plain rice and these 2 dishes. Since everything was spilled on the ground, everyone could see. Although many people were reluctant to eat plain rice, Lu Lin had a high salary and could support his wife, so he wasn't poor. Moreover, Gu Yuning was so pretty, looking delicate and charming. Marrying such a wife, would she really eat corn cakes? That wouldn't look proper. Lin Xiaofeng didn't believe it and wanted to lift the curtain to look inside, but Gu Yuning quickly grabbed her. Our little family doesn't invite visitors to see where we live. Who knows if you've hidden the meat inside? Zhuang Minqiu smiled warmly. Maybe I want to take a look? I won't touch anything. Gu Yuning's actions only proved there was something suspicious. She knew Gu Yuning was wealthy. A capitalist's child wouldn't miss out on enjoying life. She would definitely eat meat every day. Before joining the army, Gu Yuning used to eat at state-run restaurants every day. Even if she couldn't find meat, finding something else would be enough for Lu Lin to be satisfied. Marrying Gu Yuning meant Lu Lin was risking his future. He couldn't get promoted, so he would surely resent Gu Yuning. They would end up as a couple full of resentment. But unexpectedly, Gu Yuning still refused. Aunt Zhuang, our relationship, you really need to keep some distance. Commander Lu Jinghua felt uneasy when he heard her call himself that. Minqiu, don't interfere in other people's affairs. Gu Yuning was not surprised at all. Lu Jinghua was a very traditional man who believed in the idea that men should work outside and women should stay at home. He also firmly believed that family problems should not be shared publicly. Zhuang Minqiu had been involved today, which was already a big mistake in Lu Jinghua's eyes. Zhuang Minqiu felt very hurt. She had been married to Lu Jinghua for many years, but did she still compare to a son who was raised away from her since childhood? Such favoritism. Uncle Zhuang, please come in. Everyone else looked on, realizing there was no meat in the house and feeling embarrassed to stay any longer. Commissioner Lin sternly scolded Lin Xiaofeng. Where is Qian Fuxing? He asked, not remembering him being on duty. He must be at home. Seeing Lin Xiaofeng silent, Commissioner Lin said directly, should I go get him myself? Qian Fuxing. At this point, Qian Fuxing had to come out. He was not tall, but had served in the army for many years, with strong muscles, dark skin, a square face, and small eyes. He looked honest, but his sharp eyes hinted he was not so simple. However, Gu Yuning did not like him at all. Although Lin Xiaofeng was causing trouble, he, as her husband, did not stop her and even pretended not to see. It was clear he was irresponsible. Rubbing his eyes and yawning, Qian Fuxing seemed to have just noticed these 2 people and quickly saluted. Commander Lu, Commissioner Lin, Commissioner Lin looked at him coldly and said, "Is it that the army's salary can't support the children or buy food?" Qian Fuxing was a deputy regiment commander earning a level 15 salary, about 127 yuan a month. With extra allowances for missions, he could support 3 children easily, even 6 or 7. But Qian Fuxing was letting his children beg for food? It was shameful. Qian Fuxing forced a smile. "Of course I can support them. Today, it's all this woman's fault. We ran out of rice and flour at home and didn't buy more. The meals weren't enough and the children didn't eat enough. All excuses." Commissioner Lin scolded angrily. "If you can't support your children, go back to your hometown and farm. If you can work, work. If you can't, get out." Qian Fuxing's face turned red. He clenched his teeth, cheeks tight. Reporting to the leader, "I can support the children. That's good. Take good care of them." "Yes." Qian Fuxing looked at Lin Xiaofan and scolded, "Shameful thing, hurry back now." Clearly, she was trying to find fault with Lu Lin so he wouldn't compete for the team leader position. This small matter, and this annoying woman still can't handle it. Now, both Commander Lin and Leader Lu are here. Could it be that this promotion is really going to go to Lu Lin?
Darn it.
Darn relationship favoritism. Lu Lin suddenly looked at Qian Fuxing. Qian Fuxing paused, forcing out a weak smile. "Sorry, Captain Lu, for causing you trouble," Lu Lin said. "Family should be harmonious. The child is still young. I hope you can be a good father." Hearing this, Lu Zhenghua glanced sideways, lips pressed tight. This brat is just trying to send him a message. Why doesn't he reflect on how annoying he is? Lu Lin felt confused being stared at by Lu Zhenghua. Gu Yining watched the expressions of the father and son and started to understand why they got along so badly. They don't use their words, only their imagination. Old Lu. After the crowd dispersed, Zhuang Minxiu looked a bit anxious. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Yining stepped forward and held her. "Oh, Aunt Zhuang, you might be feeling unwell? Since the men are talking about work, I can take you to the hospital." Lu Zhenghua has lived with Zhuang Minxiu for many years, and she is pregnant. "Are you feeling unwell?" Zhuang Minxiu quickly replied. "Yes, I am unwell." "Old Lu, please take me to the hospital." As long as she can get Lu Zhenghua to leave, she doesn't care what it takes. Absolutely cannot let Lu Lin get promoted. Gu Yining didn't miss the sinister look in Zhuang Minxiu's eyes. "TSK, the old white lotus is causing trouble again." She grabbed Zhuang Minxiu firmly and said seriously, "Aunt Zhuang, you're already quite old. Why are you still so clingy? Leader Lu has work to do. I can keep you company just as well." It almost seemed like Zhuang Minxiu was being childish. Hearing this, Zhuang Minxiu felt uncomfortable everywhere and said with disgust, "I don't want you to keep me company. I want old Lu." Gu Yining pretended to be surprised. Aunt Zhuang and Leader Lu are really close. No wonder even at their age, they can still give birth to pearls. Having a child is impressive. Lu Lin nodded in agreement. "I remember Lu Yanjin is already 3 months pregnant. Leader Lu has a younger sibling just born. That's pretty good." She slapped her stepfather and stepmother hard in the face. Commissioner Lin cleared his throat and pretended not to see, avoiding eye contact. The young couple teasing old Lu was just what old Lu deserved. Having a child later in life made Lu Zhenghua feel strong and healthy, but hearing his son and daughter-in-law say it so openly made Lu Zhenghua blush with embarrassment. "Hurry to the hospital. I have something to discuss with Lao Lin," he said, waving his hand and turning away to avoid looking at Zhuang Minxiu. "Old Lu." Zhuang Minxiu felt angry inside. Lu Zhenghua clearly didn't like Lu Lin before, and even sent him away. If Lu Lin wasn't so capable, he probably wouldn't have been brought back. But this was the limit. Why was Lu Lin still getting a promotion? Zhuang Minxiu's angry look made Lu Zhenghua frown. He used to think Zhuang Minxiu was sensible and gentle, and supported him a lot. But today, Zhuang Minxiu was really annoying. Sometimes, once a rift appears, it's hard to fix. Lu Zhenghua was growing more dissatisfied with Zhuang Minxiu. Gu Yining watched the scene and stirred trouble. "Aunt Zhuang, you've always had General Lu accompany you. Could it be that you can't stand seeing the father and son together?" After all, as a stepmother, You probably don't want to see the child born by another woman getting close to your husband. Her selfishness was suddenly exposed, making Zhuang Minqiu panic. You're talking nonsense. Gu Yuning raised an eyebrow. Since you married into the Lu family, hasn't Lu Lin seen his father very little? Think about a 9-year-old child who has a father but is forced to live with his grandfather, and at 11, becomes a child soldier. Her tone grew heavier, sounding very sad. Zhuang Minqiu argued. That's because Grandpa Lu wants him. He's just going to show filial piety, Lu Lin sneered. His son is still alive, so I should show filial piety? Zhuang Minqiu, you're just afraid I might hurt the child you gave birth to, so you deliberately sent me away. All these years, he didn't say anything because he was ashamed of being part of the Lu family. But Ningning said he was himself, and Lu Zhenghua was himself. He wasn't the one who was lost. Lu Lin. Lu Zhenghua's face suddenly changed. I never thought that way. Stop talking nonsense, because that's what your second wife thinks. Lu Lin didn't hold back. Gu Yuning sighed and held Lu Lin's hand. Sure enough, once there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. Ah Lin, don't be afraid. From now on, I'll be with you no matter what. I'll always put you first and believe in you. Lu Lin was deeply moved. Yes, having Ningning is enough for me. At this moment, Lu Lin looked like a lone wolf willingly tamed, no longer full of anger, but gentle. Lu Zhenghua seemed to be stabbed. He had never seen Lu Lin like this before. Ailin. He instinctively looked at Lu Lin, but Lu Lin ignored him completely, only looking at Gu Yuning as if he was gazing at the whole world. Lu Zhenghua felt even more hurt. Recently, he had thought a lot about these matters. He knew he hadn't paid enough attention to his eldest son, Lu Lin. But as a father, he didn't know what to say. Today, Lu Zhenghua originally didn't agree much with promoting Lu Lin. Lu Lin was too sharp and straightforward, easy to break if pushed too hard. He needed more time to grow. But now, seeing Lu Lin soften because of a few words from Gu Yuning, Lu Zhenghua changed his mind. If he didn't treat Lu Lin better now, Lu Lin would be completely tricked away by Gu Yuning. Sure enough, it's the daughter of the Gu family who knows how to coax people. If Grandpa Gu hadn't been so good at talking back then, he wouldn't have impulsively decided on Lu Lin's marriage. Fortunately, before the marriage was fulfilled, the Gu family fell into decline and disappeared without a trace. But even so, Lu Lin still couldn't escape Gu Yuning's influence. Weren't you supposed to go to the hospital with Minqiu? Family secrets shouldn't be shared outside, and the Gu family's manners were lacking too. Seeing Lu Lin about to leave, Lu Zhenghua angrily said, Lu Lin, stay here. Xiao Zhang, see them off. Gu Yuning smiled at Lu Lin. We're just going to the hospital, nowhere else, don't worry. That night, Lu Lin overheard something that made him uneasy about Gu Yuning going out alone. But here is the military district. No matter how strong her background, she wouldn't dare cause trouble here. Then don't run around, Lu Lin warned worriedly. Lu Zhenghua frowned. Men should handle things efficiently. Lu Lin immediately retorted, if you don't care about your wife, how can you stop others from caring? Is this how a leader should behave? Lu Lin. Lin Zhengwei, who had been pretending not to exist, quickly pulled Lu Zhenghua aside. Old Lu, this is a serious matter. If they kept arguing, it would affect Lu Lin's future. Lu Zhenghua angrily said, Old Lin, whose side are you on? Is this kid even speaking human words? Lin Zhengwei chuckled. Gu Yuning, out of respect for Lu Lin, kindly offered her work to Huan. Her old friend Lin was not ungrateful. Let's discuss the main matter first. The young couple hadn't even finished their meal and were already disturbed. After leaving the yard, Zhuang Minqiu suddenly pulled away from Gu Yuning's hand and coldly said, My stomach doesn't hurt anymore now. Xiao Zhang, take me back first. Xiao Zhang instinctively looked at Gu Yuning. Seeing this, Zhuang Minqiu became even angrier. Who exactly are you? I told you to take me back. Yes. Xiao Zhang didn't dare to delay and awkwardly smiled at Gu Yuning. Gu Yuning said, Xiao Zhang, you can go now. She was too lazy to bother with Zhuang Minqiu. The situation between them was already tense and couldn't be maintained with politeness. After Zhuang Minqiu left, Gu Yuning pretended to reach into her pocket, but actually took out a large white rabbit candy to soothe her stomach. She was really going to the hospital. Lu Lin had just returned and told her that the investigation into Chen Xiangdong was clear. Chen Xiangdong had taken credit for someone else's work, was expelled from the military, and was sent to reform through labor. Lu Zhengguo's attitude was very clear. He wanted Lu Yanyan to marry Chen Xiangdong and cut ties completely. Gu Yuning's parents hadn't contacted her yet, and she was eager to find them. Among the known people, the most likely to know her parents' whereabouts was the Chen family. Chen Zhonghua and his wife were still in custody. Gu Yuning decided to start with Chen Xiangdong. She needed to find the most important person to him.
Lu Yanyan.
Gu Yuning arrived at the hospital room. Before she could go in, she heard Lu Yanyan inside, voice strained. "Doctor, I still feel chest discomfort. Please check me." Gu Yuning paused. "Playing so many tricks? Respect yourself." Soon, a well-mannered young male doctor hurried out of the room. Seeing Gu Yuning, he was startled, blushed, and quickly hurried away. Gu Yuning went in and saw Lu Yanyan with her shirt open, leaning against the bed, lamenting. "Mom, I have such big, beautiful breasts. Why are you running away?" Lu Yanyan was already dark-skinned, probably from not bathing for a long time, with dry, cracked skin that looked like fish scales. Gu Yuning was truly shocked and disturbed. She quickly turned aside and finally understood why that doctor ran so fast. "Hey, I don't want a daughter like you." Lu Yanran looked up and realized she had called the wrong person, then angrily scolded. "You trash! What are you doing here? Someone, come quickly and take this capitalist brat away." She glared fiercely at Gu Yuning. Clearly, she was the one who first set her eyes on Lu Lin. She had taken all her clothes off in front of Lu Lin, but Lu Lin didn't want her. Yet, she wanted Gu Yuning. And the only person willing to marry her, Chen Xiangdong, also had a connection with Gu Yuning. Lu Yanran now hated Gu Yuning so much, she wanted to eat her flesh and drink her blood. "Is someone being a bully?" Gu Yuning responded confidently. "Lu Yanran, do you usually strip to attract men?" Lu Yanran's face suddenly changed. She hurriedly fastened her clothes and scolded. "Gu Yuning, shut up, or I'll have my dad arrest you." "Oh, I'm so scared." Gu Yuning took out the key to the little red building and flaunted it. "See this? The key to the little red building. Your room will soon be returned to me and I'll in. You're just a stepmother, and you still want to arrest your own daughter-in-law? Isn't that funny?" Lu Yanran's status as Lu Zhengguo's daughter had brought her many benefits. She wanted to be a teacher, so she told the principal her father was a high-ranking official, and she was accepted immediately. Lu Yanran was tired of working, often skipping days, and no one dared to criticize her. Some even gave her money, making her life very comfortable. But Lu Yanran knew that if she was kicked out of the little red building, all these enviable things would disappear.
"Trash.
It must be you who stole it. I'll call the police and have you arrested," Gu Yuning challenged her. "Go ahead. This key was given to me by my dad's wife. If my dad finds out you're bullying me, he'll definitely kick you and your mom out of the house." "No way. Hey, you don't know? Chen Xiangdong has already been sentenced to reform through labor, and soon someone will come to arrest you." Gu Yuning sighed. "They say those in reform have to stay in the cattle shed, study every day, and write self-criticism. Looking at your fat and full figure, you probably can't even write one. You're doomed." Lu Yanran was truly frightened. "Exile? I don't want to." Lu Yanran shook her head repeatedly, tears streaming down her face, but her eyes still fiercely stared at Gu Yuning. "Are you lying to me again? You this mean person, I am going to find Dad. Just go ahead. Look at Chen Xiangdong. Has he already been expelled from the military? Is he going to be demoted?" Gu Yuning's confident expression made Lu Yanran find it hard to believe. Lu Yanran broke down. "I don't want to be demoted." "Boo." Seeing that it was about enough, Gu Yuning finally said, "Actually, there is a way." Lu Yanran's eyes lit up. She reached out to grab Gu Yuning's hand, but Gu Yuning politely avoided her. "Gu Yuning, what way do you mean? Just tell me, and I promise I won't scold you anymore. Just not scolding me isn't enough. You need to show sincerity." But seeing Lu Yanran's expression, she probably didn't even know what sincerity was. She continued, You also need to give me some benefits, or I will make Dad demote you. Lu Yanran's heart skipped a beat. Although she was reluctant, she still asked, then what do you want? It can't be too expensive. I just want your watch. Lu Yanran's whole body valued that watch, which was a Rolex. Lu Yanran hesitated for a moment. Fine, I'll give it to you. Just tell me. Of course, I want you to write a letter ending your relationship. The baby in your belly is Qin Xiangdong's, so even if you get divorced, people will still think you're connected. My baby isn't Qin Xiangdong's. Lu Yanran patted her belly, disgusted. He's so small he can't be found even with medicine. How could I be pregnant by him?
Cough.
Gu Yuning almost choked on her saliva. So, Qin Xiangdong really isn't capable. Lu Yanran looked at her strangely. If he was capable, why would I believe he and you really have nothing? Hurry up and write the letter ending your relationship. I won't write ending. Can you help me write it? Gu Yuning was truly speechless. Aren't you a primary school teacher? I used a back door to get in, I don't teach. Gu Yuning felt annoyed. She took paper and a pen and started writing with her left hand. Seeing that Gu Yuning's handwriting was not very good, Lu Yanran mocked. It looks terrible. Gu Yuning kept a cold face. Then you write it. If her right hand's writing was not somewhat different from the original, she might be caught. Why bother making it so difficult? Lu Yanran said nothing. After Gu Yuning finished writing, Lu Yanran looked at the long letter. She asked Gu Yuning to read it aloud, making sure it was okay before signing and stamping it. Is that good enough? Gu Yuning, you better handle this for me. Listening to her commanding tone, Gu Yuning responded with a perfunctory twice. After leaving the hospital room, Gu Yuning directly wrote on the blank space of the severance letter. Due to Qin Xiangdong's physical disability, the child in my belly has nothing to do with him. Confirming it was clear, Gu Yuning simply put the document back into the space and went home. Lulin and the others were not there, but the rice in the pot was warm. Gu Yuning could tell at a glance that Lulin hadn't eaten either. She didn't know what they were discussing, so she didn't bother to eat her meal. Gu Yuning separated some of the fried bacon to eat herself, while thinking about what to do next. Qin Xiangdong needed to be seen as soon as possible, or it would be very troublesome to find someone later. Additionally, she had to go to the city in the next few days to see Zhuang Xingxiong. Losing 2 treasures in a row made Gu Yuning feel a bit disappointed that she hadn't seen his miserable state. Just as she was thinking, Lulin pushed the door open. "Ah Lin, you're back." Gu Yuning greeted him with a smile. "I have something to tell you." The two spoke at the same time. They were very in sync. Gu Yuning chuckled. "You go first. I need to go on a mission and will be back in about 3 days. As he spoke, Lulin took out a note. "Look, is this your father's handwriting?" Gu Yuning quickly took it and examined it carefully, nodding quickly. "Yes, it's my father's handwriting." "Did you find him?" Lulin shook his head. "We only have some clues now, but it will take a few days to find out exactly where he is." Gu Yuning suppressed her disappointment and asked, "Where did you get this note?" Seeing Gu Yuning's hopeful eyes, Lulin's lips moved slightly. In the end, he just placed his hands on her shoulders and comforted her by lowering his head. "Ningning, it's not what you think. There's no bad news." Gu Yuning was confused. Lulin spoke softly. "I am about to get a promotion. Commissioner Lin had someone investigate. Your father cut off all ties with you a year ago. Because of this, Gu Yuning's background was no longer an issue. Some fathers think far ahead for their children and are willing to sever contact to protect their daughters. Others, however, ignore their children who are right in front of them. Ningning, don't let Dad's good intentions go to waste." Gu Yuning was a bit surprised, but thinking about her parents' kindness to the original owner and her memories, she felt she could understand. They couldn't save themselves, but they used their bodies to support and hold up their beloved daughter. Gu Yuning felt that she might not have many feelings, since she was not the original person. But right now, Gu Yuning's nose felt sore, and her heart was also heavy. "Ah Lin." Lulin seemed to sense Gu Yuning's mood. He held her in his arms and gently patted her back, like comforting a small child. "It's okay. We will find our parents' address soon, and I will take you to see them." Gu Yuning leaned into his embrace, slowly calming her emotions. She remembered Lulin, just now talking about going on a mission. There are rules in the army, and many things can't be shared. Gu Yuning didn't ask much. Let me help you prepare some things. We'll do it together, Lu Lin said, doing things quickly and preparing what was needed. Gu Yuning helped him fold everything and put it into a dull yellow canvas bag. Even though they had only been married for half a month, they were very in sync. Sometimes, they didn't even need to speak. A look was enough to understand each other. Gu Yuning had often traveled for work before and knew that the hardest part was actually on the road. She wanted Lu Lin to eat well. In the space, there were many cured meats and sausages. Gu Yuning washed and cooked 10 sausages and 2 large pieces of cured meat. These foods are salty, but once cooked, they can last for several days. Gu Yuning also made some flatbread with a traditional method she learned from a local woman when she visited Lu Land. It's very durable. Since the weather wasn't hot yet, it would be fine for 4 or 5 days, enough to fill their stomachs. She also boiled 10 eggs. Time was tight, and ingredients were limited. Otherwise, she would have made some sauce to make the food tastier. That's enough. Lu Lin hurriedly stopped her, worried she might try to take everything from the house. Gu Yuning said, "A poor family has a way out. You have strength, and these are not too heavy for you to carry." Although they had only known each other for less than a month, the thought of Lu Lin leaving made Gu Yuning feel reluctant. "Darling, when I'm not at home, you have to think of me," Lu Lin said, already feeling reluctant even before leaving. "No, don't think of me too much, or it will be too hard." Gu Yuning chuckled, her worries easing. She teased, "Are you asking me to think of you more or less?" Lu Lin thought for a moment and said seriously, "Try not to think too much. I don't want you to get tired." He was simple-minded, but this made Gu Yuning feel even more reluctant to see him go. After packing his things, Gu Yuning took out the letter of severance. "I want to see if I can get any information from Chen Xiangdong about where my parents were sent. Check if this helps." Lu Lin immediately noticed the last sentence and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't the baby in Lu Yanyan's belly Chen Xiangdong's? Could he be lying? It shouldn't be. Lu Yanyan is playful, but she wouldn't lie about the baby. Lu Yanyan was simply mischievous, not cunning enough to deceive Gu Yuning. But this also made Gu Yuning realize something. Zhuang Minxiu doesn't want to have children. "Do you think the child isn't your father's?" Lu Lin shook his head. The old man cares about face, but he still has some tricks. Zhuang Minxiu wouldn't dare. That was strange. Gu Yuning wasn't the type to overthink, so she decided not to dwell on it. "Lu Lin, can you let me see Chen Xiangdong?" Her eyes sparkled. This was usually the moment she was planning to do something mischievous. Lu Lin was happy to see Chen Xiangdong get into trouble. "This is easy. I'll take you to him right now." "Chen Xiangdong, someone wants to see you." Chen Xiangdong, called out by name, immediately stood up. "Is my wife here? I knew she would come to save me. When I get out, I'll make you all pay." He immediately became arrogant. Long hours of interrogation had made him quite thin. If his mother-in-law hadn't told him not to give up, he might have truly broken down. Fortunately, he waited for this moment. Chen Xiangdong looked disdainfully at the guards. "I'm about to be released by my wife. When that happens, you'd better treat me well. Hurry up and take these shackles off. What do I look like?" "Darn it." The guard looked at him with some surprise and said impatiently, "Hurry up and go." Chen Xiangdong wanted to say more, but the guard grabbed his shackles and let him out. From a distance, Chen Xiangdong heard people talking. "Yeah, he's a poor guy. His wife's baby isn't even his. Probably he doesn't even know that now. Serves him right. If he had any shame, he wouldn't steal others' credit." The speaker was very angry. Suddenly, he turned to look at Chen Xiangdong. The fierce glare in his eyes made Chen Xiangdong feel even more scared. It seemed like he would attack him in the next second. Snap! Chen Xiangdong tripped over his shackles and almost fell, drawing some mockery from others. "Loser." No man could tolerate being called that, especially Chen Xiangdong, who valued his privacy and pride more than anything. "Who the hell are you calling a loser?" "I am a deputy squad leader." The tall man heard this and walked straight toward Chen Xiangdong. His steps were heavy, and Chen Xiangdong could feel the ground shake with each step, like a human tank. He was very intimidating. Chen Xiangdong quickly backed up behind the escort, shouting loudly, "I am the son-in-law of Commander Liu. If you dare to hurt me, you will be in big trouble. I will tell my dad." But the man seemed not to hear him and rushed forward even faster. The escort hurried to dodge, and Chen Xiangdong was knocked flying.
Bang!
He landed hard. Chen Xiangdong felt as if his internal organs were shattered, and his chest hurt badly. He couldn't help but scream in pain. "My bones are broken.
Help me!"
Quickly catch him, catch him. In the next second, Chen Xiangdong was kicked away again. Lu Lin looked down at Chen Xiangdong coldly, his sharp gaze like a blade, making Chen Xiangdong's face sting. "You dare to involve the Lu family? Big." Chen Xiangdong was too scared to say the word, brother. He had a feeling that if he spoke out loud, Lu Lin would definitely kill him. Meanwhile, the bearded man stared fiercely. Afraid from being beaten, Chen Xiangdong, trembling with fear, suddenly knelt down with a loud thud. Chen Xiangdong wailed, his eyes darting around, hoping someone would testify for him. But the people who had been there just moments ago had disappeared. He was panic-stricken. "Comrade, I have no grudge against you. Please let me go. Let you go." The bearded man clenched his fists tightly. "It's because of you, this coward, that so many people have suffered." Chen Xiangdong's heart sank. He couldn't remember having any feud with this bearded man. What should he do? He instinctively looked to Lu Lin for help. "Captain Lu, your sister is my wife, and she's pregnant with my child." His mother-in-law had promised to protect him and said he would be released after the fuss died down. Even if he couldn't join the army, he could still get back his property and house from Gu Yuning. Now, my brother-in-law brought people to fight him. Lu Lin showed clear disgust. "I don't have a sister." Gu Yuning walked over, and Chen Xiangdong only then realized Gu Yuning was there. His face changed immediately. "What are you doing here?" "Captain Lu, you must not believe this hateful person." Gu Yuning slapped him twice. "You are the hateful one. Your whole family is hateful. Fool, you still don't know that Lu Yanran was brought by Lu Jinggua's wife, and she's not really part of the Lu family. Impossible. He married the daughter of the Lu family, and General Lu even came to the wedding." Seeing Gu Yuning's overly beautiful face, Chen Xiangdong suddenly understood. "Gu Yuning, you're lying to me. Just because I abandoned you, you dare to lie to me." Before, Gu Yuning liked him so much. No matter how late he came home, Gu Yuning would always wait, even cooking for him late at night. "You're just jealous." Gu Yuning was disgusted by his foolish words. "Forget it. I wouldn't like you even if I liked dogs. You're fooled, and I just want to celebrate with fireworks. Moreover, Lu Yanran has already applied to divorce you, and she's not even a real daughter-in-law of the Lu family anymore." "Impossible. Yanran loves me." Gu Yuning thought of the young doctor who was flirted with by Lu Yanran in the hospital and looked at him with sympathy. "Yeah, she loves all men. By the way, your hair really looks like a lush green field." Chen Xiangdong's face turned pale. Lu Yanran had a big obsession. One man simply couldn't satisfy her. Because he wanted to climb higher and wasn't very capable himself, Chen Xiangdong turned a blind eye. He endured so much. How dare Lu Yanran divorce him? Feeling wronged and sad. "No, I still have children." Chen Xiangdong seemed to have grabbed the last straw and shouted loudly. "The children can't be without a father." He tried to grab Gu Yuning's foot, but Gu Yuning kicked him away in disgust. "Don't worry, the baby in Lu Yanran's belly isn't yours at all. Just relax." Gu Yuning then took out a document to sever ties and kindly showed it to Chen Xiangdong. The last line of words and Lu Yanran's red fingerprint made Chen Xiangdong's mind explode. His world completely collapsed. "No way. Gu Yuning, you're lying to me." Jealousy and despair twisted the once gentle and handsome face into a hideous demon from hell. Suddenly, he stood up and tried to choke Gu Yuning. "It's all your fault. If Gu Yuning had just died, all the bad things that followed wouldn't have happened. He is the son-in-law of Commander Lu and will enjoy a glorious life." Just as Chen Xiangdong was about to reach for Gu Yuning, Lu Lin kicked him away. Bang! Chen Xiangdong was kicked against the wall like trash. He had blood at the corner of his mouth, a pale face, and collapsed to his knees. He knelt before Gu Yuning. Gu Yuning's beautiful face showed no emotion. The original owner lost her life because of Chen Xiangdong. These two kneelings are just the interest. Gu Yuning wants Chen Xiangdong to live forever in endless regret, with no chance to stand up again. Chen Xiangdong, from now on, go and atone for your sins. Chen Xiangdong's heart skipped a beat, overwhelmed by fear. No, I am innocent. Gu Yuning, please help me. Didn't you like me before? I promised to dedicate my life to you. Lu Lin's eyes turned cold. Before he could act, a petite woman beside him rushed forward.
Bang!
Gu Yuning's canvas bag heavily hit Chen Xiangdong's head. Chen Xiangdong felt dizzy. Warm liquid slid down his forehead, turning everything red. Gu Yuning tilted her chin and said, "This is for you." She hadn't forgotten the original owner's injuries. The big man was stunned, then finally gave Gu Yuning a thumbs up. Sister-in-law is a hero. Thank you for the compliment. Watching Gu Yuning pull Lu Lin away, the big man chuckled softly. Who would have thought Captain Lu could turn steel into gentle silk? Chen Xiangdong looked at the hands of Gu Yuning and Lu Lin holding each other and suddenly understood what he couldn't before. These two had been secretly involved for a long time. No wonder Lu Lin was so determined to, Gu Yuning, you actually cheated on me. The big man retracted his fist, grabbed his collar, and pulled him up disdainfully. I never thought that Su Dazhuang would be robbed of credit by a coward like you. The familiar name Su Dazhuang made Chen Xiangdong's pupils tighten suddenly. You are. I'm shouting, and he's my boss. Chen Xiangdong was completely panicked and quickly said, It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Yes, it was Lu Lin. He stole my wife and caused my trouble. Bang! Shouting directly punched Chen Xiangdong hard, knocking him out. Quiet. It seems, as Lu Lin said, that it's best to resolve this early. Shouting decided to personally send Chen Xiangdong away tonight. Once the person is sent off, some people who are restless will have no way to cause trouble. Gu Yuning was very happy. Chen Xiangdong was sent to the harsh northern frontier for 4 years. Whether he could come back alive was uncertain. The original owner could now rest in peace. Seeing Gu Yuning so happy, Lu Lin's lips slightly curved. So happy, yes, Gu Yuning nodded heavily. It would be great if the rest of the Chen family also got the punishment they deserve. It will happen. Lu Lin touched Gu Yuning's face and quietly shared the collected news with her. The twin children of the Chen family and the buyer have already been caught. The evidence is clear, and their sentencing is just a few days away. Chen Zhonghua and Zhang Shulan have no direct evidence of involvement, but the factory director of the soap factory submitted a report under his real name, accusing Chen Zhonghua of embezzlement. He probably won't get out in the future. Only Zhang Shulan remains, but she can't come up with any tricks. Revenge is finally achieved. Gu Yuning happily hugged Lu Lin's waist and looked up at him. Lin, why are you so good to me? The news was complicated. If she hadn't put an effort to gather it, she wouldn't have known so much. Lu Lin did it all for her. She truly married the right person. However, Gu Yuning still had one more thing she wanted to do, and she needed Lu Lin's help. The Chen family was directly responsible, but some trash still lingered, and they had to be cleaned up. Gu Yuning beckoned, and Lu Lin immediately crouched down and leaned in close to her ear. Lu Zhenghua was at a meeting in the city tonight and was not at home. As night fell, Zhuang Minxiu left the house. Gu Yuning had given her many tasks, and now she wanted to return the favor. Soon, Zhuang Minxiu arrived at the agreed place, but she waited for a long time, yet no one came. She couldn't help feeling a little anxious. She had already found someone to replace Chen Xiangdong, but she still needed that person to help swap the person. This person was seriously ill and wouldn't live long. When Chen Xiangdong died, she would be completely unlinked from Yan Yan. The real Chen Xiangdong could live using this person's identity, forever entangling Gu Yuning. Although the newlyweds are now sweet and happy, it won't be long before daily trivial matters cause them to drift apart and lose their love. One day, Chen Xiangdong will find a crack between Lu Lin and Gu Yuning, and then he can stir trouble. Just thinking about them growing to dislike each other makes Zhuang Minxiu feel happy. Lu Lin's many schemes are just to overpower her and Shengli and to flatter Lu Zhenghua. She absolutely cannot let Lu Lin succeed. But she waited and waited, an hour passed, and that person still didn't show up. The night wind was cold, and Zhuang Minxiu, dressed lightly, quickly froze and had to slink back, furious, and started making calls. But the other person hung up as soon as they heard her voice. As the wife of a leader, when had Zhuang Minxiu ever been treated like this? Darn it! She called again, threatening, "If you dare hang up, I'll tell old Lu." But the other side, annoyed, dared not hang up and said, "Comrade Zhuang, I'm not afraid you'll tell Leader Lu. Anyway, I can't do what you asked. I've already been reassigned. Instead of bothering me, you should take care of your daughter. You're talking nonsense. Who's bothering you?" Zhuang Minxiu was furious and confused. But the other person had already hung up, leaving her no chance to ask questions, making her breathless with anger. Her daughter is doing just fine. It must be that Qin Xiangdong was suddenly reassigned, and this person, unable to handle things, is now blaming her. Good for nothing. Thinking this, Zhuang Minxiu felt a bit calmer. Since no one here can be changed, she can only ask someone else for help. She called Zhuang Xingxiong again. This time it was answered quickly. "Big sister, Xingxiong." Hearing her relative's voice, Zhuang Minxiu felt tears welling up. "Today I need your help with something urgent. Please, I'm begging you. Big sister, who's bothering you?" Xingxiong was worried when he heard her voice sounding off. "I depend on you today. You married that old man for me. Just tell me if something's wrong. If anyone makes you unhappy, I'll make sure their whole family isn't happy either," Xingxiong said in a muffled voice. Really? Hearing this question, Xingxiong suddenly remembered the last time his sister asked him to deal with Gu Yuning, but things went wrong. After being bitten by a dog, he has been resting, and his but still hurts a lot. No way. Tomorrow, he will go out himself to deal with Gu Yuning. "Big sister, what do you mean?" "It's about Yanran's ex-boyfriend." This was not easy to say over the phone, so Zhuang Minxiu asked Zhuang Xingxiong to drive to meet outside the military area. Zhuang Xingxiong happily agreed. After hanging up, Zhuang Xingxiong got up to get dressed and prepare to go out. But just as he stepped out of the room, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Gu Yuning had secretly come out and saw the 5 bodyguards, and Zhuang Xingxiong fainted at the door. She said excitedly, "Alin, let's go see what's in his room." The two entered the room and were very surprised. Zhuang Xingxiong's room was extremely luxurious. As soon as they entered, there was a large golden clock almost as tall as a person. Its delicate craftsmanship and shining gemstones made the clock look very precious. Besides that, there were coral trees, ivory ships, and many other exquisite items that could be considered national treasures filling the entire room. It was dazzling. In fact, apart from the bed and a desk, this room was like a big museum of gold, silver, and jewelry. No wonder Zhuang Xingxiong is famous for not liking socializing. He only stays at home unless necessary. Turns out he has hidden so many treasures. Luckily, Yuning, you said you wanted to see Zhuang Xingxiong, or we would have missed it. Before, I took away 2 of Zhuang Xingxiong's treasure places. I thought I had dealt him a heavy blow, but now I see those are just the tip of the iceberg. Time was precious, so Gu Yuning directly started collecting the items into her space. Gold gemstones. Gu Yuning noticed that Zhuang Xingxiong liked luxurious things, but there were few books or items with cultural depth. No wonder he threw the Gu family's belongings into the warehouse. Vulgar. She thought it was better for her to use these common items. "Yuning, over here." Gu Yuning stepped forward and saw Lu Lin discovering a hidden compartment, moving out 2 boxes of gold bars. "Lin, you're amazing." Lu Lin chuckled. "Yuning taught me well." He used to be straightforward, but after being with Yuning for a while, he learned that besides direct action, there are many twists and turns. "No need to thank me." Gu Yuning smiled and took away the gold bars. Actually, Gu Yuning wanted to find some evidence of crimes or something similar, but Zhuang Xingxiong's room was very clean. Besides gold, it was just gold. The couple worked together quickly, and soon the room was empty. Other rooms were also cleaned out by Gu Yuning. There wasn't much money, but they had a TV and a radio, which Gu Yuning happily accepted without hesitation. These valuable items didn't need to be sold or exchanged. They were good enough as they were. After leaving, Gu Yuning looked at the 3 people lying on the ground and felt that leaving them like this was too easy for them. She checked the area and immediately focused on the platform in the middle of the yard. It was visible from outside the door. Alin. Gu Yuning's eyes lit up as she whispered a few words to Lu Lin. Isn't that a bit risky? You should go out first and don't peek, Lu Lin said, looking a little uncomfortable, but he was eager to act. Soon, he followed Gu Yuning's instructions, lifting the 3 people onto the platform, stripping their clothes, and entangling their limbs. After finishing, Lu Lin went to wash his hands in disgust. When he came out, he saw Gu Yuning outside the door, trying to sneak a look into the yard. Ning. Gu Yuning forced a smile. I was just checking to see if you were done.
I was worried about you.
I really wasn't peeking. Lu Lin pretended not to notice her nervousness. He crouched down in front of her. Come up, I'll carry you. Okay. Gu Yuning jumped onto Lu Lin's back. He quickly left, and once they were far enough from Zhuang Xingxiong's villa, she took out the jeep, and the 2 headed toward the military district. On the roadside near the military area, Gu Yuning saw a shadow wrapped in a coat standing by the road. She seemed to be waiting for something, looking very anxious. Is that the old White Lotus? Yes. Although Gu Yuning sometimes said strange things, strangely enough, Lu Lin could understand her perfectly and found her words quite fitting. Suddenly, Gu Yuning remembered overhearing Zhuang Xingxiong on the phone and couldn't help but chuckle. Alin, if your dad knew that the old White Lotus told her brother she was an old man, he'd probably go crazy with anger. Seeing Gu Yuning eager to act, Lu Lin said, Wait until I get back. I'll find a way to let the old man know. Don't think he's all good on the surface. He cares most about face. When he finds out, he'll be so angry he might hurt you. Stay at home these days and stay away from them. Lu Lin really didn't want the Lu family to have an easy time, but what mattered most to him was Ning. Fighting mice with a jade bottle isn't worth it. Feeling his concern, Gu Yuning stopped joking. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Lu Lin stepped on the gas and sped past Zhuang Minqiu with a loud roar, kicking up dust that blinded her and made her cough uncontrollably. Are you looking where you're going? Cough, cough. Zhuang Minqiu was almost furious. But the car's engine roared loudly, and soon it disappeared from sight. She didn't even have time to see the license plate. Darn it! If she found out who it was, she wouldn't let them get away with it. Zhuang Minqiu was dressed more than usual today, but she had already caught a cold and was sniffling. Looking at the time, more than an hour had passed. Normally, Zhuang Xingxiong should have arrived by now. The more she waited anxiously, the more worried she became. It was already midnight, and he still hadn't come. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, thinking of calling Zhuang Xingxiong again. Just then, another jeep drove by. Fearing it might cause another choking incident like last time, she wanted to stay away. But her body was stiff from standing too long, and she leaned toward the jeep. Oh no! Suddenly, a brake squealed loudly. She expected pain, but it didn't come. When she opened her eyes, the headlights made her tear up. Commander, it's the lady. Lu Xinghua hurriedly got out of the car and saw that the woman who had fallen on the ground was clearly Zhuang Minqiu. Why are you here? Lu Xinghua looked very worried. He had a meeting early the next morning, but unexpectedly, he was summoned by the senior leader that evening. Lu Yanyan's baby was not Chen Xiangdong's. Thinking about the senior leader personally asking about it, Lu Xinghua's face turned red with embarrassment. He didn't even dare to look at the senior leader's expression. After saying goodbye, he hurried back. He guessed that Zhuang Minqiu was waiting here to plead for something. Thinking about how he had lived with Zhuang Minqiu for 16 years, yet she kept such a big secret from him, Lu Xinghua felt cold inside. It was late at night, but Zhuang Minqiu didn't notice Lu Xinghua's bad mood. She felt very guilty. When Lu Yanyan got married, Lu Xinghua strongly insisted that she divorce. Zhuang Minqiu had always pretended to agree outwardly, but tonight she even wanted to give Chen Xiangdong a chance to replace someone. Why did Lu Xinghua come back at this moment? Just as she was trying to figure out how to hide things from Lu Xinghua, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Old Lu, my stomach hurts. At that moment, Zhuang Minqiu felt a huge relief, but Lu Xinghua quickly saw through her. Lu Xingguo was very disappointed. By this time, Zhuang Minxiu still wanted to hide something. But thinking that she was pregnant, Lu Xingguo finally decided to help her into the car and told Xiaozhang, "Take her straight to the hospital." When morning came, the city seemed to come alive. People were busy with their daily work, day after day. Zhuang Xingxiong's villa was located behind Wang Fujing Street, in the most lively area, symbolizing his status and position. Usually, 2 tall men stood guard at the villa gate, and ordinary people kept their distance. But today, there was no one on guard. Curious people gathered, and soon they saw 5 men lying on a platform, all covered in bruises, clearly having overdone it and hurt themselves badly. This news spread quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the villa's entrance was crowded with people. "Oh my, no wonder there are guards normally. It's not good for the neighborhood. We shouldn't let others find out. Move aside, let me see." Because Zhuang Xingxiong was afraid of dogs, he didn't keep any at the villa. This made it easier for onlookers to gather. Soon the police arrived. "Where is the dead person? Stay back. Don't get too close." Some police officers checked the scene and found that the men were still alive. They hurried to take them to the hospital. But the story of this house spread very quickly. Zhuang Xingxiong became famous. Gu Yuning lazily woke up. It was already bright outside, and there was no sign of Lu Lin in the house. Usually, Lu Lin left early too, but knowing he would come back at noon, Gu Yuning didn't feel as lonely as she did now. But Gu Yuning was not someone to let her emotions control her. She got up, washed up, and planned to plant some coriander and small green vegetables at the door. She had seeds for both, so she wouldn't need to buy vegetables later, and others wouldn't pay much attention. As she started to turn the soil, a big sister came over. "Hey, little Gu, are you turning the soil?" Gu Yuning remembered this big sister, Dong Qin, wife of the deputy battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion. They hadn't spoken much before, so Gu Yuning just smiled and nodded. Dong Qin wasn't awkward and said with a smile, "Little Gu, have you heard?" "Hear what?" The woman from the front yard, Sun Auntie, peeked out from the yard and asked, "Little Gu, did you go see your mother-in-law?" Gu Yuning remembered that her sister-in-law was very enthusiastic the last time she saw Zhuang Minxiu, so she asked directly, "My mother-in-law has already passed away. Do you want to go see her?" Sun Aunt's face turned pale, and she forced a smile. "You're joking, child. I was talking about Dr. Zhuang. She married Commander Liu, so isn't she your mother-in-law? I won't casually acknowledge her as my mother-in-law. If you want to, you can, but Aunt Zhuang has high standards and probably wouldn't look at someone like you," Gu Yuning said, then casually threw the freshly dug stone onto the wall, startling Sun Aunt. "If you don't want to acknowledge her as your mother-in-law, then don't." "Why are you angry at me?" Almost hit by the stone, Sun Aunt looked embarrassed and lost interest in gossip, shrinking back. At this moment, Luo Fong hurried over carrying a bamboo basket. "Ning Ning, I'm here to see you. Come with me." Seeing Luo Fong's excited look, Gu Yuning knew there was big news. She didn't bother with the field anymore, simply put her shovel in the yard, locked the door, and followed Luo Fong. Others, seeing the commotion, also came over to watch. Luo Fong held Gu Yuning's hand and smiled. "Zhuang Minxiu had a miscarriage. Now your father-in-law is angry and wants to kick Lu Yenji out. Can these 3 things be connected? Could it be that Lu Yenji forced Zhuang Annie to have an abortion?" "No." Luo Fong explained that Lu Xingguo was upset, almost bumped into Zhuang Minxiu, and as a result, her baby was lost. The main culprit is Lu Yenji. "How could your father-in-law still keep her around?" Gu Yuning nodded in strong agreement. Lu Xingguo cared about his reputation. If news spread that Lu Yenji was involved in messy relationships and pregnant with a jerk child, he would definitely explode. No wonder she, accidentally, left that severance letter in front of the family yard's loudspeaker. But Gu Yuning didn't expect it to work so quickly. Now, there was something interesting to watch. "Dad, I am your daughter. Your real daughter. I won't leave. Mom, save me." Lu Yenji's voice, like a pig being slaughtered, made Gu Yuning's eyes light up. Big excitement. Gu Yuning couldn't help but quicken her steps. Near the Xiaohong building of the Lu family, many people were peeking around, all eager to see the spectacle, but afraid to get too close. The commotion at the top family was not something easily seen. Seeing Luo Fong pulling Gu Yuning over, someone immediately urged, "Yuning, come quickly." She could also go along quietly to watch the fun without drawing attention. Gu Yuning saw her eyes nervously shifting, clearly trying to get Gu Yuning to step forward. Gu Yuning simply ignored her. "Aunt Luo, here you go." "I'll go first." Gu Yuning handed a handful of sunflower seeds to Luo Fong, then quickly went to the small red building at the Lu family, unlocked the door with the key, and casually closed it behind her. The woman speaking looked embarrassed, saying, "This girl has quite a temper." Luo Fong held the sunflower seeds, thinking to herself that she was being treated like a fool, and fools aren't allowed to fight back. Luo Fong went straight home. Several friends from the drum team came over to Luo Fong's house and gathered in the yard to watch the scene. Gu Yuning peeked secretly and saw the Lu family living room was in chaos. Lu Xingguo looked much older overnight, with red eyes. Though tired, he sat coldly on the sofa, ignoring Lu Yanran rolling on the floor. Zhuang Minqiu looked pale, wearing a thick robe, sitting on a single sofa nearby, crying and pleading as she looked at Lu Xingguo. "Xingguo, Yanran has been with us since she was 8, calling you dad. 16 years. Even if you raised a dog, you'd get used to it. Why are you so harsh to Yanran? Why are you kicking her out?" "Dad, you're really my father." Mother and daughter cried together, making Lu Xingguo's head hurt even more. "Xiao Zhang, get them out quickly." Lu Yanran, who was already chubby, was now rolling on the ground like a runaway top. Her hair, cut to medium length, was a mess like a chicken coop. Whenever Xiao Zhang or another guard approached, she kicked and pushed them away. She also shouted now and then, "I won't leave. Help. Assault." Lu Yanran yelled, even trying to lift her clothes, scaring the guards so much they quickly looked away, only to be kicked hard by her. Indeed, shamelessness makes one invincible. This was so exciting. Gu Yuning brought a small stool for herself, choosing the best spot to watch, and took a big white rabbit milk candy from her pocket, putting it in her mouth. Sweet and milky, very tasty. Seeing Lu Xingguo's face turn pale, Gu Yuning ate even more eagerly. But unfortunately, Lu Lin couldn't see her father getting his comeuppance. She watched on behalf of Lu Lin. Lu Xingguo couldn't bear to look directly. His vision blurred and darkened. 16 years. How did he end up raising such a thing? Shameless. Zhuang Yiran, your household registration has been changed. From today, you're no longer related to the Lu family. If you cause trouble, the only one who will be embarrassed is you. Lu Xingguo has done his best for this stepdaughter. Thinking about the complicated expressions of his subordinates when he was discharged this morning, Lu Xingguo really wishes he could just faint. He has lost face these past 2 days. Old Lu, Zhuang Minqiu saw that Lu Xingguo was serious and became anxious. "I already lost one child. Do you want me to lose another? Why does old Lu no longer seem to care about her?" Her words reminded Lu Xingguo of something he least wanted to think about. Having a child late in life is such a happy thing. Recently, because of Lu Lin's reflection, Lu Xingguo decided to teach his youngest child more carefully. Now, all gone. Just thinking about it makes Lu Xingguo feel heartbroken. He raised his hand and said, "Xiao Zhang, go call 2 more people. We must get rid of this troublemaker today." Zhuang Minqiu was deeply shocked and angrily asked, "Is it because of Lu Lin?" "I knew it. You two must have been talking secretly. For him, you can't tolerate Iran or even me. That darn man, he says he loves her, but in fact, he still favors the illegitimate child of his ex-wife." Gu Yuning originally just wanted to quietly watch their fight, but since Zhuang Minqiu wanted to involve Lu Lin, Gu Yuning had to step in. "Aunt Zhuang, you usually pretend well. But your daughter has slept with many men and got pregnant with someone's child, bringing shame to the Lu family. How is that Lu Shouzhang's fault?" Lu Xingguo instinctively nodded but then felt something was wrong and scolded. "Gu Yuning, what are you doing here?" At this moment, he least wanted to see Lu Lin and Gu Yuning. Gu Yuning sincerely said, "Of course I came to help you. Lu Lin keeps telling me we are family. I can't watch 2 outsiders bully you." Lu Xingguo was momentarily stunned. Lu Lin actually cares so much about his father? Yuan saw Gu Yuning and couldn't help but want to eat her. Her thick finger pointed at Gu Yuning and cursed. Gu Yuning, you only know that the child isn't Chen Xiangdong's. It must be you who spread the news. I'll fight you. Yuan suddenly got up and charged at Gu Yuning. The floor trembled violently. Be careful, Lu Jingwa shouted. Oh my. It was Luo Fong, who was spying from the standing chair. Gu Yuning, with her small frame, was even weaker than Lu Yanyan. If she got hit, she could really get hurt. Xiao Zhang and another guard hurried to pull her away, but they were too late. At the last moment, Gu Yuning kicked out the small stool, causing Zhuang Yanyan to trip and fall to the ground. Gu Yuning quickly moved aside and saw Zhuang Yanyan crash through the door and roll into the yard. She looked up and met a pair of curious eyes outside. Yanyan, Zhuang Minqiu screamed and tried to chase her daughter, but she had just had a miscarriage and was weak. Being so angry at Gu Yuning, she only took a few steps before her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground. Gu Yuning hurriedly raised her hands to show she was innocent. Aunt Zhuang, if you want to frame me, at least do it convincingly. I didn't touch you. Everyone, please testify for me. People outside watching the scene nodded in agreement. Zhuang Minqiu was furious and almost fainted from anger. Gu Yuning worriedly said, Commander Lu, Aunt Zhuang's mental state is not good. Maybe you should take her to the 4th hospital for a checkup? The 4th hospital in Kyoto was known for treating mental health issues. Lu Zhenguo looked at Zhuang Minqiu, who was still lying on the ground with a twisted, angry expression. He hesitated. This hesitation was the last straw for Zhuang Minqiu, and she fainted from anger. Minqiu, Lu Zhenguo, who still cared about Zhuang Minqiu, quickly went over to check on her. In the yard, Yan Yan was still shouting, Gu Yuning, you wicked girl, capitalist dog. Gu Yuning suddenly stepped forward and slapped Yan Yan hard across the face. Gu Yuning's expression softened, and she returned to her gentle, fragile look, smiling kindly. But everyone present no longer dared to underestimate her. Commander Lu Jingguo's heart tightened. Gu Yuning softly said, Zhuang Yiran should be able to leave now, right? Lu Jingguo looked down. Zhuang Yiran was completely unconscious. Xiao Zhang. 2 guards hurried forward to carry Zhuang Yiran away. Wait, the 2 turned around, their chests puffed out, looking a bit nervous as they gazed at Gu Yuning. She smiled gently. Just take her to the hospital. Although I was acting in self-defense, I believe in fairness. I'll pay for the medical expenses. Yes. Lu Zhenguo looked at Gu Yuning with complicated feelings. He seemed to have many things to say but didn't know where to start. In the end, he only said, don't hit people casually in the future. Who would understand? She slapped Zhuang Yiran unconscious, making Lu Zhenguo feel a shock similar to the scene of a delicate girl pulling a willow branch. What kind of person did Lu Lin marry? Gu Yuning felt a bit embarrassed and said, Commander Lu, what are you saying? I usually don't hit people. Just hitting hard? Lu Zhenguo's mouth twitched, but said nothing, only glancing at the crowd nearby who were watching the scene. Everyone immediately dispersed. One fair-looking middle-aged woman seemed a bit dissatisfied that everything had ended so quickly. She hesitated, wanting to ask what Zhuang Yiran meant by capitalist brat. Could Gu Yuning be a descendant of a wealthy family? Thinking about this possibility, He Yaqing became excited. This was a good opportunity to hold on to the Lu family. Gu Yuning suddenly looked at her and asked, Auntie, are you staying to take care of Annie Zhuang? He Yaqing's eyes flashed with disdain. She snorted coldly. Who wants to take care of her? So pointless. She wished Zhuang Minqiu would have bad luck every day. Watching He Yaqing walk to the westernmost small red building, Gu Yuning withdrew her gaze. This woman was the wife of Deputy Commander Jian, a primary school teacher who boasted about her education but was known for being loud. Last night, Gu Yuning had thrown the severance letter at her feet. That night, the situation escalated and even reached Lu Jingguo's old boss, showing how ambitious this couple was. But none of this mattered to Gu Yuning. As long as she is not bothered, she is very gentle. Ningning. Seeing Gu Yuning about to leave, Luo Fong quickly waved her over. Gu Yuning went over and said, Aunt Luo, Ningning, you're this. Luo Fong excitedly gave Gu Yuning a thumbs up. I was just thinking that Lulin's wife must be strong to keep him in check. I was worried you might get bullied, but now I see I was overthinking. Gu Yuning felt a little shy and said, not really. I was just here to watch the fun. They said Lulin isn't very capable. Seeing her defend Lulin, Luo Fong was even more pleased. She sighed softly. Lin has had a tough life. His parents are both there, but he never felt the warmth of a family. Luckily, he met such a good wife like you. Gu Yuning smiled and said, I'm also very lucky to have met Lin. Luo Fong liked her even more. When Gu Yuning was leaving, Luo Fong handed her 2 bunches of leafy greens. These greens were grown in a basket inside the house. During the lean season, they were quite precious. Gu Yuning thanked her and went home. It was almost noon, so Gu Yuning didn't bother with the small vegetable patch outside. Instead, she stir-fried the leafy greens with cured meat that Luo Fong had given her. It smelled so good, especially when served with rice. The aroma of the cured meat spread out, making Lin Xiaofang so angry her eyes and nose looked strange. She's making meat again. Last time, she was just lying. The law enforcement should catch this liar. Because she was so angry, Lin Xiaofang pulled at her wound and almost cried from the pain. Mom, I want to eat meat. Qian Yingying, who had washed up, timidly spoke. Qian Hongjun, 12, and Qian Yongjun, 8, also argued about wanting to eat. Lin Xiaofang's mind moved, ready to tell the children to ask for some. But she was slapped in the face. Qian Fuxing's face was dark. Everyone shut up. Tomorrow, you buy half a gene of meat to cook. Make it smell good, but don't go asking the neighbors. That day, Commissar Lin not only scolded him at the door but also used him as an example during a meeting that morning, talking about how to educate children and nurture the future of the country. Qian Fuxing felt so embarrassed he couldn't lift his head. Their squad leader had been injured and transferred out, leaving the position vacant. Qian Fuxing was already 35 this year. If he didn't get promoted soon, it would be even harder to move up in the future. Qian Fuxing spread some news, saying Lulin got promoted quickly because he had a powerful father. Sure enough, a few days later, Lulin's promotion was blocked. During this time, Qian Fuxing was active around, and he became a strong candidate to succeed as the team leader. His promotion seemed certain, but then Lulin got married, and for some reason, the promotion talk was brought up again. He thought Lin Xiaofan, who was close to the wife of the senior officer, could help bring Lulin down, but instead, she ended up damaging her own reputation. What a useless person. Lin Xiaofan felt very worried. His father, meat is so expensive. Let the children go buy some. Bang. Qian Fuxing angrily threw the bowl. Even if it's expensive, buy it. Qian Fuxing, a big team leader, can't even afford a little meat. Lin Xiaofan immediately shrank back in fear, not daring to speak further.
Meat.
She ate some, but her mother and younger brother at home would have less to eat. But Qian Fuxing was angry, and Lin Xiaofan dared not disobey. Gu Yuning sat at the wall, holding her bowl, listening to everything, and grew more disdainful of Qian Fuxing. A grown man, showing off at home every day. He should use his strength to train his wife, instead of hitting her. He could have become a team leader long ago. After eating, Gu Yuning took a nap. Only after resting well did she go back to tidy up the small vegetable patch at the entrance. After a whole afternoon of spreading the news, Gu Yuning's reputation grew. She made the mother-in-law faint. She knocked out the younger sister-in-law with a slap. No one wanted to come back and see Gu Yuning making a joke of herself. Even the aunt from the front yard forced a smile when she saw Gu Yuning, greeting her gently, afraid that Gu Yuning might throw stones again. Gu Yuning was too lazy to bother with her. As long as people didn't bother her, she wouldn't bother them. She checked the time. The street office hadn't finished work yet. She took out her phone from her space and called Song Kun. When she rented out her house to the street office, she asked Song Kun to help her find out some news. She didn't know if there was any result now. Yuning, when Song Kun received Gu Yuning's call, she was very happy. Yao Shui had asked her to plead with Gu Yuning that day, but Gu Yuning hadn't returned to the small yard, and Song Kun didn't know the phone number of her military location, so the matter was delayed. Yao Shui called every day, asking if there was any news about Gu Yuning, growing more anxious. Song-kun thought Yao Shui deserved it. But after so many years of friendship, Song-kun quickly asked. Gu Yuning replied, Sister Song, the job is sold. Oh, okay. Thank you, Ning. Song-kun wasn't too surprised. Such a good job and not expensive, surely someone wanted to buy it. Ning, I found the person I asked you to check. Do you have paper and pen? Write it down for me. Okay. Gu Yuning hurriedly wrote it down. Thanks, Sister Song. You're welcome. Renting the house to us was a big help. You don't know, it rained the day before yesterday and our old office building collapsed. It was during the day, and if someone had been hurt, it would have been a big problem. So, Song-kun was very grateful to Gu Yuning. Ning, tell me the address. I'll send you some things. Gu Yuning didn't mind the stuff, but since Song-kun was cheerful and easy to talk to, she shared her address. Just as she was about to hang up, Song-kun suddenly remembered something and sternly warned, Ning, don't go to the military hospital recently. Why? Song-kun showed clear dislike. There was an incident over at Wangfujing, some men causing trouble. I heard one of them has a pretty strong background, and he was transferred to your military hospital. This place, this story, why does it sound so familiar? Gu Yuning initially thought she wouldn't hear about the follow-up, but suddenly, it came unexpectedly. Zhuang Minxiu is a doctor at the military hospital, and Zhuang Xingxiong's transfer was very easy. Gu Yuning's eyes lit up. Are these people really playing so openly? Exactly, they almost played themselves to death. You don't know how sensational this was. I heard the higher-ups even ordered increased night patrols. Did she just do a good deed unexpectedly? Gu Yuning thanked Song-kun and hung up. Earlier, Gu Yuning thought that without Lu Lin, she might feel bored, but then enemies came right to her door. While tidying up the vegetable patch, Gu Yuning heard that Zhuang Minxiu seemed to have gone to the hospital again in the afternoon. She decided to visit her to strengthen their relationship, and also to see Zhuang Xingxiong, the newsmaker. Xingxiong, what happened to you? Why have you changed so much? Zhuang Minxiu and Lu Jingguo left, so the nurse found her a wheelchair and pushed her to Zhuang Xingxiong's hospital room. When they arrived, they saw him covered in bandages, lying face down on the bed in a big X shape. His already unattractive face was now swollen and bruised, making him look even worse. Familiar voices made Zhuang Xingxiong open his eyes. Sister. Tears welled up in his eyes. The man who usually commands others now looked sad and helpless like a child. What happened? Zhuang Xingxiong's rough, sobbing voice paused. He looked at the young nurse at the door. His cold, threatening gaze made the nurse turn pale with fear. She looked helplessly at Zhuang Minxiu. Dr. Zhuang. Zhuang Minxiu acted like a doctor. You go out first and close the door. Okay. After the door was shut, Zhuang Xingxiong gritted his teeth and said, Big sister, I was tricked. I went out yesterday to find you, but I was knocked out right after leaving. When I woke up, he remembered waking up with a terrible pain in his backside, lying naked in the yard with 4 of his men around him, and being watched by many people. He was furious and wanted to kill someone. But those 4 men said they were straight and didn't care about his backside. They didn't dare to care. In the end, Zhuang Xingxiong couldn't figure out who dared to do this to him. His injury was serious, so he had to leave it at that. However, he ordered that this matter must not be spread. He also comforted the 4 men, planning to kill them all once he recovered. Better to kill 10,000 wrongly than spare one. The hospital he was taken to said his injury was too severe and recommended transferring him to a better military hospital. Zhuang Xingxiong would never forget the pitying looks the doctors and police gave him. It was a huge humiliation. Zhuang Minxiu felt her recent days had been surreal. After hearing Zhuang Xingxiong's rambling story, she felt like the sky was about to explode. With Zhuang Xingxiong's build, his looks, and the fact that men were interested in him, it was too shocking. She couldn't help but shiver, feeling chills run down her spine.
You.
She moved her lips but couldn't find words to comfort him. The atmosphere froze. Big sister, do you look down on me too? Seeing Zhuang Xingxiong's face turn darker and more unpleasant, Zhuang Minxiu wished she could slap herself. What a useless mouth. Hurry up and say it. Zhuang Xingxiong's face darkened completely, and he chuckled softly. Zhuang Minxiu felt a chill in her heart. She remembered that their grandmother was laughed at for being ugly, and that night, she was hit on the head by Zhuang Xingxiong. She quickly held his hand and cried, "Xingxiong, you've suffered. I really didn't expect your condition to be so dangerous. You shouldn't do such risky work. I will support you." Seeing tears in Zhuang Minxiu's eyes but no mockery, Zhuang Xingxiong's expression softened and he scoffed, "You only earn a little money. Let me support you. The old man you married is useless. He only makes about 200 yuan a month.
What can he do with that?"
He used to look up to Lu Zhenghua, but now their roles had completely reversed. Zhuang Minxiu looked deeply moved. "Thank you, Xingxiong." That problem was finally resolved. Zhuang Minxiu's gaze unintentionally fell on Zhuang Xingxiong's backside, and she quickly looked away as if shocked. "Xingxiong, you should rest well. I live downstairs in the hospital. I'll come to see you when I feel better." Now, Zhuang Xingxiong was practically useless, so Zhuang Minxiu was too lazy to deal with him. Only then did Zhuang Xingxiong notice her sitting in a wheelchair. "Big sister, what's wrong with you? What happened last night?" Thinking about what had happened from last night to today, Zhuang Minxiu's heart sank, and she burst into tears. "Xingxiong, the baby in my belly is gone." Zhuang Xingxiong looked confused. "You couldn't have had a baby in the first place. What's the big deal if it's gone?" Since giving birth to Lu Xingli, Zhuang Minxiu's pregnancies often ended in miscarriage. Women who can't have children didn't dare tell Lu Zhenghua. She specifically asked Zhuang Xingxiong to find a skilled Western doctor. That doctor said her uterus wasn't well developed. Having 2 children was already a miracle, and natural miscarriage was a way to protect her health. If she tried to have more, her uterus might rupture completely. Then it would be beyond help. "Oh, by the way, you said you wanted to use your baby to trap Lu Lin again. Did it work?" Zhuang Xingxiong only thought about how he was forced to retreat by that little brat Lu Lin last time, and he hated him so much he wanted to kill him. Zhuang Minxiu felt extremely embarrassed.
"No."
"Then what's going on?" Zhuang Minxiu's eyes turned red. "I was waiting for you there, but I fell and hurt myself." Zhuang Xingxiong didn't expect it was because of himself. He couldn't help feeling guilty. "I'm sorry, sister. Last night, when I think about the humiliation I suffered," Zhuang Xingxiong instinctively clenched his buttocks, but the pain made him grimace. "Darn it! Don't let him find out who it was." Zhuang Minxiu looked away. "Xingxiong, don't ask anymore. The most important thing now is for you to recover. Yanran was kicked out of the Lu family. We can only rely on you now." "What?" Xingxiong was furious. He tried to sit up but pulled his wound, causing more pain and making him grimace fiercely. "How could Yanran be kicked out?"
"Darn it, that old man.
"I told you not to marry him, and this is how he treats you and our daughter. He had no children himself, but Yanran looked like him. So Xingxiong loved her very much. Yanran was spoiled into being uncontrollable, and Xingxiong had done a lot to help her. All the medicine was arranged by Xingxiong." Minxiu sobbed. "Zhenghua has his own reasons. He knows that the baby in Yanran's belly isn't Qin Xiangdong's. He said Yanran's shame is the Lu family's fault. The old man has a small mind. Yanran's child is his, and she has the same family name. Just give him a grandson. He doesn't even realize he wants one. Sister, let's get a divorce and let that old man fend for himself." "Minxiu, do you also want a divorce?" Suddenly, a voice startled Minxiu so much her heart almost stopped. She hurriedly turned around and saw Lu Zhenghua in military uniform standing at the door, looking coldly over. Minxiu's heart sank. A huge panic overwhelmed her. "Darn it! Why is old Lu here?" "Zhenghua, you misunderstood. I don't want a divorce. I just asked Xingxiong to take better care of Yanran." Behind her, Gu Yuning peeked in and kindly explained, "They say that family members from the woman's side often influence a man's impression. Commander Lu, you're such a petty, stingy, and useless old man." Lu Zhenghua's expression, which had just softened, grew even darker. No man wants to be insulted like that. Especially Lu Zhenghua, who is in a high position and just lost face. He couldn't stand it. Minxiu immediately knew things were bad. Old Lu has a hot temper and is a soldier.
He usually speaks loudly. But if he's truly angry, he becomes as calm as a coming storm, and when he explodes, it's terrifying. Zhuang Minxiu could no longer pretend to be kind and gentle. She pointed at Gu Yuning and angrily scolded. Gu Yuning, you deliberately set me up. You eavesdropped on our conversation. Suddenly, Zhuang Minxiu remembered that earlier, Zhuang Xingxiong had mentioned she couldn't have children. Did Gu Yuning also hear that? Her face turned pale. Old Lu, she's intentionally hurting me. Unable to have children, she had also used children twice to trap Lu Lin. If Lu Jinghua found out, he would definitely divorce her. Gu Yuning was shocked, sad, and felt wronged. Commander Lu, even if Annie Zhuang doesn't like me and Ah Lin, she can't accuse me like this. Both Lu Lin and I hope for more little brothers and sisters in the family. That way there would be more lively scenes to watch. But unfortunately, Zhuang Minxiu couldn't have children. Earlier, Lu Lin had been framed, and this matter had to wait until Lu Lin returned so he could see the villain get what they deserved. Otherwise, how could she feel better? Although Lu Jinghua didn't like Gu Yuning as his daughter-in-law, he also thought Zhuang Minxiu was too aggressive. His stern gaze made Zhuang Minxiu feel wrongly accused. I don't dislike you. You wicked, mean person. You just hit Yan Yan this morning. She didn't like Lu Lin either, but she didn't dare to say so. When Zhuang Xingxiong heard this, he exploded. You dare hit my Yan Yan. But to Gu Yuning, she was just a paper tiger. She wouldn't leave the military area, and no one would bother her. In fact, Zhuang Minxiu still hadn't distinguished between major and minor issues. When problems arose, she looked for Zhuang Xingxiong but belittled her own husband. This time, Gu Yuning was going to teach the hypocrite a lesson. Gu Yuning forced a smile and quickly glanced at Lu Jinghua, then whispered, Commander Lu, Ah Lin has a stubborn temper and won't lower his pride to apologize. I just wanted, as his wife, to help him take that step. Since Andy Zhuang doesn't want to see me, I'll go back first. Using retreat to advance was also Gu Yuning's skill. Lu Jinghua was stunned. Does Ah Lin also want to reconcile? Last night, Zhuang Minxiu, for her daughter, had caused his child's death, which already left a thorn in Lu Jinghua's heart. Zhuang Yanyan, the daughter he had raised for 16 years, made him feel ashamed. At this moment, Lu Jinghua was feeling the most uncomfortable. He realized that his eldest son, who had always been at odds with him, also had him in his heart. This touched Lu Jinghua deeply, making his nose feel a bit sore. Additionally, Lu Jinghua's dislike for Gu Yuning grew even less. Gu Yuning. Lu Jinghua wanted to call her back and talk to her about Ah Lin, but Gu Yuning seemed not to hear him. She covered her face and ran away, disappearing from sight. Lu Jinghua felt a bit upset inside. That empty feeling turned into intense anger when he saw Zhuang Minxiu, the main culprit. Zhuang Minxiu, my daughter-in-law came to see you, and you're so ungrateful. Old Lu, aren't you the one who dislikes Gu Yuning the most? Why did Lu Jinghua suddenly accept Gu Yuning as his daughter-in-law? And why was he scolding her? Zhuang Minxiu felt more wronged. She had just had a miscarriage and was at her most vulnerable. But this time, Lu Jinghua ignored her coldly. Since you're able to move around easily, I guess you don't need anyone to take care of you. After saying that, he turned and left. Not liking his son and daughter-in-law, wasn't that because he didn't like him, the old man? He was 6 years older than Zhuang Minxiu, but it was she who wanted to marry him. Now she was criticizing him. Lu Jinghua's heart grew colder. Jinghua, big sister, if an old man isn't good enough, just divorce him. He dares to show his attitude. Zhuang Shengxiong shouted loudly, acting very arrogantly. He was now the third in command of the group, no longer the small troublemaker who had to watch Lu Jinghua's face. Tell that old man to bring Yan Yan back quickly. Letting Yan Yan carry the Lu surname shows respect for him. When Lu Jinghua heard this, his expression grew colder. Zhuang Xingxiong, don't speak. Zhuang Minxiu regretted asking Zhuang Xingxiong for help. He was good at causing trouble, but not at getting things done. She hurriedly turned her wheelchair to chase after Lu Jinghua. Only Xiao Zhang was left at the door. Xiao Zhang, stop Jinghua quickly. Xiao Zhang was too lazy to bother with her. Usually, the lady was cold and distant to their security guards.
Only when the leader was around would she show a smile. Now, she was asking him for help? It was too late. After getting into the car, Lu Xingwa still felt uncomfortable inside. Xiao Zhang, do you think I've been wrong all these years? Xiao Zhang didn't dare to answer. Captain Lu was so capable, but he didn't treat him well. Instead, he was kind to the Zhuang family. No matter how you looked at it, he wasn't a smart father. Zhuang Minxiu didn't catch up with Lu Xingwa, but looked up and met the nurse's curious gaze. She immediately turned cold. The nurse saw what happened and didn't dare to speak. She turned to leave, but was stopped. Little and I, were you outside just now? Did you see anyone at the door listening to us? Little and I thought for a moment and shook her head. No, just the girl who came with Director Lu. Dr. Zhuang, is there a problem? No, go ahead and do your work. Zhuang Minxiu smiled. Knowing that Lu Xingwa and Gu Yuning hadn't heard the key part, she felt relieved. She would find a way to win them back someday. After Zhuang Minxiu left, Gu Yuning, who had changed clothes in the space, came out from the corner. She wore a headscarf and went to Zhuang Xingxiong's room, took out her camera, and started taking photos.